Chapter 1, Gamblers Meet a Bad End. Rock, paper, scissors. Ha, Daddy lost. Carry me on your back, quick, quick. Not far away, a little girl in a pink dress stood holding a man's hand, cheering excitedly. Oh my, when did you become so amazing? The man handed the bag in his hand to the woman beside him, then gripped the little girl's waist with both hands and hoisted her effortlessly onto his shoulders. Heh, bet you didn't expect me to throw scissors this time. Giddy up. The little girl clung to the man's chin with both hands, her face beaming with an innocent, radiant smile of happiness. Don't squirm around, or you'll fall off your dad and crack your head open. The woman nearby scolded gently when she saw the child swaying from side to side. Not scared, not scared. Daddy will protect me, Daddy's holding my feet. Right, Daddy? As she spoke, the little girl wiggled the two tiny feet that were being held. That's right, as long as Daddy has hold of your feet, you won't fall down. You're spoiling her. Although the woman beside them said this disapprovingly, she still switched the bag to her other hand and wrapped her arm around her husband's, chatting about everyday family matters as they walked further away. Watching this simple, heartwarming scene from the street curb, the corners of my mouth twitched slightly, unsure whether it was a smile or a sob. A few years ago, I wouldn't have given such a scene a second glance, because I once had it all, even more happiness than they did. After all, who obsesses over what they already possess? But now, even that has become a distant luxury. Buzz, buzz, my phone vibrated. I pulled it out and saw an unfamiliar virtual number flash across the screen. Without a second thought, I declined the call. I knew it had to be a loan collection agency. Staring at the dozens of missed calls and hundreds of threatening texts flooding in just this morning, I didn't even blink. I was truly numb to it all. Debts may be many, but sorrow is scarce. Lice may swarm, yet itching's rare. This truth I've come to know firsthand. In the beginning, when debts first piled up, I didn't give them a second thought. Fresh out of school, I thought my future was boundless. What were mere tens of thousands to me? Just give me a chance. Forget about a few thousand. What if it were hundreds of thousands or even millions? Young people are always proud, always thinking they can do anything as long as they're willing to study and work hard. I wasn't blindly confident without reason. During college, the domestic economy was booming, and creativity and companies sprang up like mushrooms after rain. Taking advantage of this wave, a few classmates and I made a small attempt. Leveraging our youth, energy, and willingness to endure hardship, we carved out a small patch of success on campus. By the time we graduated and handed over the business, we had earned over 100,000 yuan. To many, that amount might not seem like much, but for a college student still in school, it was enough to be proud of. At least in the eyes of my then limited perspective, I thought I was pretty damn impressive. I successfully completed projects at school and was called on stage by the school leadership as a role model to give speeches. Coupled with my decent looks, I became the talk of the campus overnight. Because of this, I effortlessly pursued Shinmubing, known as the school's purest beauty, making countless others envious and resentful. Back then, basking in the admiration of everyone, I was so carried away I barely knew where I was. Nothing is more dangerous than getting carried away and losing sight of oneself. When money comes easily, it naturally flows out like water. After leaving school, I dreamed of making a big splash in society and rising effortlessly to the top, but reality gave me several hard slaps that left me completely dazed. In school, I might have been somewhat respected, and people would give me face, but in the real world, with my ordinary background, I was nothing. Who even knew me? Unwilling to accept failure, I chalked it all up to bad luck. If once didn't work, I'd try twice. If twice failed, I'd go for a third time. Repeated failures turned me from someone praised by everyone to a person people avoided, a fall from grace I couldn't stomach at first. What can I do even if I can't accept it? No one in this world will pity me for my experiences and then give me opportunities or money. Apart from a few close friends and family, who cares about me? Even if I died on the street and people saw me, they'd only think it was their own bad luck. Truth be told, I've thought about starting over, sending out resumes, job hunting, slaving away at some small company. But when I saw the monthly salary of just 3 or 4,000, maybe 5 or 6,000 yuan, I couldn't sit still. This amount might be acceptable for a fresh graduate just entering society, but for someone like me who once made fast money and is still buried in debt, it's simply not enough. When people get desperate, they're prone to take crooked paths. At least I had some moral boundaries. I never resorted to illegal activities. But aside from winning the lottery, I truly couldn't think of any other way to get rich quickly without going astray. So for a while, I became a regular at the lottery shop, studying the trends every day and indulging in unrealistic pipe dreams. The outcome was predictable. With just $2 trying to win millions, how could someone like me, a small-time loser, ever get lucky? Hanging around lottery shops exposed me to unreliable crowds, and that's how gambling came into my view. The casino taught me nothing except the harsh truth. 9 gamblers lose while 1 wins, and families get destroyed. Let this be a warning. Even at life's lowest point, even starving with nothing to eat, never touch gambling. Damn all gambling addicts. From being the promising young man in everyone's eyes to ending up with nothing but a pile of debt, do I regret it? Truth be told, Whether I regret it or not doesn't matter anymore. What's done is done, and regret won't change a thing. Buzz, buzz. No sooner had I hung up one call than another came through. I was about to hang up immediately when I saw Shen Yuanliang's name on the caller ID, and I hesitated. Shen Yuanliang is my former brother-in-law. Even before my divorce from Shen Mubing, our relationship was already as hostile as fire and water. Now that we're divorced, if we can meet without immediately coming to blows, it's only out of respect for her sister and my little niece. Hello. After hesitating for a moment, I still answered the call. Lu Zhangyang, I don't give a damn how much money you owed before, but you're divorced from my sister now. If I ever find out that debt collectors are harassing my sister because of your debts, I swear to God I'll kill you. As soon as the call connected, Shen Yuanliang's furious roar came through. Wah, Mom, wah, don't cry, Cici, don't cry. Faintly, I could hear my daughter Lu Yushi and Shen Mubing's sobs on the other end of the line. What's happened? I couldn't sit still anymore, immediately standing up and asking loudly. True, I owed a lot of money, all those loans were taken out under my own name, and now that Shen Mubing and I were divorced, those debt collectors shouldn't have been harassing her. Let go of me. What the hell are you doing? The phone was filled with chaotic shouting and a child's crying. Fuck your mothers. If you've got the guts, go find Lu Zhangyang. We have nothing to do with him now. Mom, where's Dad? Woo-woo. Hearing those sounds, I couldn't hold back anymore. I hung up and immediately ran toward the old district not far away. When I arrived, I heard a burly man in a suit saying, "Don't blame us for being heartless. Debts must be repaid, that's the eternal rule. Since Lu Zhangyang ran away penniless, you, as his relatives and friends, should help pay off some of what he owes. Move it." At this moment, Shen Yuanliang grabbed a chair and smashed it against the table, shouting, "I already told you my sister divorced that bastard. Our family has nothing to do with him anymore. Today if anyone dares to touch a single thing here, I swear I'll fucking kill them." His face was flushed red, his entire body trembling slightly, clearly a man driven to the brink and ready to fight for his life. The debt collectors were intimidated by this display of fury. After all, they were just trying to make their quotas and earn some petty cash, none wanted to risk actual violence. The burly leader spat, "Fine, you've got guts. We won't take anything today, but Lu Zhangyang's debts must be repaid, that's non-negotiable. Notify Lu Zhangyang for us. If the money isn't returned within 3 days, even if you hide to the ends of the earth, we'll find you. If you don't believe us, go ahead and try." With that, they left with their underlings in tow. Shen Yuanliang watched them go, collapsing onto the chair like a deflated balloon, panting heavily, his clothes soaked through with cold sweat. Holding Cici, Shen Mubing wiped her tears and approached him. "Liang, are you okay?" Cici was also scared, tears and snot running down her face as she cried, "Uncle, woo-woo, uncle." Shen Yuanliang tried to persuade Shen Mubing to go back with him, but she shook her head, saying she couldn't return home for fear of bringing trouble to her parents. Just then, the portly landlady came by and told her to move out. Shen Mubing agreed. Seeing her pitiful state, the woman didn't even ask for the remaining half-month's rent before leaving. I rushed upstairs anxiously. Seeing the chaotic state of the room, my heart clenched with worry as I asked, "Are you all okay?" I reached out to embrace Cici. Seeing me, Shen Yuanliang flew into a rage and kicked me square in the stomach, sending me sprawling backward. Shen Mubing and Cici hurried over to pull us apart. Tears welling in his eyes, Shen Yuanliang roared at me, "Get lost! Why are you still coming here? You've ruined what was once a perfectly good family. Helping you chase after my sister is the biggest regret of my life. How could I have been so blind as to fall for your tricks back then?" Cici sobbed as she pleaded, "Uncle, please stop scolding my dad. Sniff asterisk. Tears streaming down her face, Shen Mubing also cried out hoarsely, "Just leave, I'm begging you, please go. I know I've let them down." Silently, I got up from the ground and walked down the stairs. Like a zombie, I wandered 2 blocks before finding a place to sit down. That scene earlier stung me deeply. If I could turn back time, I'd never reach for what's beyond my grasp, choosing instead to work diligently. Then my family could still be living joyfully together. But now, I'm nothing but trash. I took out my phone to check if my personal accident insurance had taken effect, planning to throw myself in front of some drunk wealthy driver to end it all, using the compensation money to repay debts and repay kindness. But as I pulled out my phone, a new app called Fortune Information appeared on the screen. Ha! I sneered, never expecting fraud schemes to be so sophisticated nowadays. They could actually install software on my phone without me noticing. Too bad, I'm flat broke. Out of curiosity, I still tapped open the app. Lottery store at 256, Daxing Street. The second to last scratch card in the second display case is worth 200,000 yuan. After opening the app, not only was there a text prompt, but it also came with several photos. I was instantly stunned. I'm a regular at this lottery shop, so I can definitely tell if the photo is genuine. Why would a scam app go to such lengths to look authentic? The more I scrutinized the information, the more suspicious it seemed. If this were really a scam, Why bother tricking me into buying lottery tickets? How much money could they possibly make off that? Not to mention providing such detailed information with photographic proof. Well, I've got time to spare, maybe I should go check it out? Before long, I arrived at the lottery shop in a hurry. Hey, Brother Lou, long time no see. Want to try lotto or scratch cards? The shop owner greeted me warmly as soon as she saw a customer. Back then, I might have even exchanged pleasantries, but now when I thought about how she had coaxed me into buying countless worthless tickets, I couldn't help but feel disgusted by her hypocrisy. When I had money, she'd flatter me endlessly, Brother Lou this, Brother Lou that. But when I was broke, even sitting there to rest made me an inconvenience. Indeed, everyone hustles for profit in this world, but few could match such cruel indifference. Don't move, I'll pick myself. With no one else in the store at this moment, I worried she might disrupt the order of the scratch-off tickets. I pulled out the little remaining $10 in cash from my pocket. Following the instructions, I took out the second-to-last scratch-off ticket from the second drawer where they were stored. Huff. Holding this scratch-off ticket, I couldn't help but take a deep breath. Though it seemed utterly absurd, as I held it in my hand, my heart swelled with desperate hope that it might actually be real. Just buying one ticket? That's not like you, the shop owner said sarcastically as she picked up the 10-yuan bill from the table, her tone laced with disdain. I ignored her, casually taking a scratch card and slowly scraping off the coating along the edge. 03, 05, 09. With each number revealed, I checked them against the winning combination. Astonishingly, every digit matched perfectly. Ha, what's up? Did you win? The shop owner immediately leaned in closer, her curiosity piqued. An hour later, I staggered out of the lottery center in a daze. What shocked me most wasn't the 160,000 in my hand, but the fact that the information displayed on the Wealth Info app on my phone was actually accurate. I hurriedly took out my phone and opened the app again. Two-bedroom apartment in Cedar Castle residential area, west of the city. Urgent sale by landlord, purchase price 1.2 million, normal market value 1.55 million. Full payment required. Deadline, day after tomorrow. Chili prices will surge tomorrow. Today's wholesale price, 1.5 yuan. Tomorrow's retail price, 5.5 yuan. Corner store at 168, Gaoxin Road available for transfer. Takeover to open a milk tea shop with annual profits exceeding 250,000 renminbi. Wuchuang Technology will open tomorrow at 9:30 a.m. with a 3% drop, closing at the upper limit. Reading these messages one by one, my heartbeat quickened. Is this what they call wealth information? A two-bedroom apartment that can be flipped for a clean profit of over 300,000 renminbi with the right capital. No wonder the rich keep getting richer. Even if ordinary people knew about such opportunities, they wouldn't be able to gather over 1 million in such a short time. Regular office workers slaving away 9 to 9, 6 days a week, how could they possibly know about such windfall opportunities? But this price difference of over 300,000 could be a lifetime savings for an ordinary family. Damn it! My only regret was not having enough capital on hand, otherwise with this information, I could have made a killing. However, after all that's happened, doing only what my means allow has become my principle. I used to aim too high, and that's how I ended up in this mess. Besides, the financial information in this app isn't necessarily 100% accurate. Without absolute certainty, I don't want to take any risks. So I decided to go take a look at the vegetable wholesale market first. Even if the wealth information turned out to be flawed, at least I wouldn't lose much. At 6:30 p.m., I arrived at the vegetable wholesale market. Over dinner, I took the opportunity to ask the owner about the prices. To my surprise, I learned that to ensure freshness, many vendors at the vegetable wholesale market start operating as early as 1 or 2 a.m. The sorting process takes hours, and these small traders truly earn their money through sweat and toil. Gritting my teeth, I bought 2 packs of soft Chunghwa cigarettes and began casually asking around the market. After a few hours, I'd basically figured out the tricks of the trade and pricing patterns here, none of which were exactly secrets. During this time, I also kept a close eye on several major wholesalers. Around 11 p.m., many large trucks arrived at the vegetable wholesale market. Some of these trucks carried pre-ordered vegetables, some drivers were employees, while a few were entrepreneurs transporting goods to sell for profit. As soon as the trucks arrived, forklifts unloaded the cargo, and vendors swarmed forward to select the produce. Premium tomatoes, 2 yuan each. Freshly dug potatoes from the field, bulk discounts available. String beans. Although it was late at night, the market was as lively as daytime. Seeing several drivers unloading fresh chili peppers from their trucks, I took out a pack of soft China cigarettes and approached one for a chat. What's up, brother? The driver raised an eyebrow at the sight of the soft China, hesitated for a moment, then finally accepted the cigarette. How much for this load of peppers? I asked directly. How much are you buying? He countered. The taxi driver lit a cigarette and asked nonchalantly. Customers who approached on their own and were overly polite usually bought little and enjoyed haggling, so he wasn't particularly enthusiastic. I'll take the whole truckload, I said with a straight face. Ha, The driver quickly pulled the cigarette from his mouth and looked at me in surprise. Bro, you kidding me? Why would I joke about something like this? I really want the whole lot. Damn, boss. My 6.8-meter truck is fully loaded with 8 tons, add a bit of overloading and it's a solid 11 tons. I'll take all of it. Buddy, if you're serious, I'll give it to you for 1.35 per unit. The taxi driver's form of address transitioned from brother to boss, and finally settled on big brother, while his emotions rose wave after wave. For bulk sales like this, as long as the price isn't outrageous, selling everything quickly guarantees a hefty profit. Just make it 1.4 yuan per jean, consider it a favor among friends. But right now, I need a large quantity of fresh chilies, which shouldn't be a problem for you, right? I did him a huge favor and even gave him a bit of a discount, so I asked him to help me source the goods. At 1.4 yuan per jean, 11 tons come out to 22,000 jean, totaling just 30,800 yuan, less than 31,000. No problem. I can't speak for other things, but in this market, I can get you as many peppers as you want. Finally encountering such a big client, the truck driver patted his chest and assured me, but can we sign the order first, boss? The driver was worried about delays causing complications since the money wasn't in hand yet. Everything else was just talk, so he suggested settling both payment and goods immediately. Of course, I was also eager to finalize the deal as soon as possible to prevent any unexpected issues. After signing the contract and transferring the money, I patted his shoulder and generously said, keep the extra as my treat for dinner. Boss, you're so generous. Here, have a smoke, just my cheap brand. The truck driver, thrilled to see real money coming in, quickly pulled out a few Rongwang cigarette from his pocket to offer me one. In this wholesale market, where everyone haggles over every penny to make ends meet, it's rare to meet a boss as generous as me, so he was naturally delighted. Afterwards, under the guidance of this truck driver, I played the big shot and successfully signed contracts for several more truckloads of fresh chili peppers. My actions immediately drew the attention of many in the wholesale market. Although peppers are perishable vegetables, their daily sales volume in the wholesale market is relatively stable. With me buying such a large quantity at once, the remaining stock instantly became a hot commodity. However, other vegetable vendors weren't too worried. After all, the total supply of peppers was substantial. If I bought more, they could simply reduce their own orders accordingly. What's going on? Where did this guy come from, spending so lavishly? No idea. Could he be here to speculate on pepper prices? The crowd buzzed with speculation. Big brother, what business are you in? If you need peppers in the future, just let us know. We'll deliver them directly to your door, and we can even negotiate on price. After signing the paperwork and completing the transfer, several other truck drivers gathered around me, eager to latch onto this big tree of opportunity. If I could commit to long-term orders, I'd practically become their meal ticket. Don't mention it, I said. This is just small potatoes for now, nothing steady. But if the need arises, I'll definitely reach out to you guys. It had been so long since I'd last experienced the feeling of being surrounded like this. Alright, big bro, if you ever need anything in the future, make sure to contact us. Seeing that I wasn't interested in continuing our partnership, they were somewhat disappointed but remained courteous. By 1:30 in the morning, calls started pouring into the wholesale market, almost all saying the same thing, that due to unforeseen circumstances, their shipments couldn't be delivered. The shrewd businessmen began crowding around me. Hey man, will you sell those peppers? I'll pay top dollar. Buddy, you can't possibly use all these peppers yourself. How about you share a bit with me? Everyone was talking at once. Seeing so many people gathering around, I panicked a little and quickly climbed onto the goods, shouting, don't rush, don't rush. I won't say much else. Fixed price, 3 yuan per jean. If you want to buy, line up properly. What? 3 yuan per jean? Are you out of your mind? The crowd scoffed and cursed at me, not believing I could control the market, and most were put off by the price. I continued, let me tell you something, these peppers are 3 yuan now, but after 2 o'clock, they'll be 3 yuan 20 per jean, and after 3, I'll sell them for 3.50 per jean. I may have lost everything in my previous business venture, but I still understand the basics of doing business. Upon hearing this, the crowd quieted down considerably, their anger shifting to the issue of price discrepancies. After all, emergencies like this have happened before, and sudden surges in vegetable prices aren't unheard of. People always hold on to hope, they refuse to let go until the last minute, often missing the best opportunity. Forget it, just give me 2 boxes. A small restaurant owner walked out impatiently. Then others also started to buy, gradually forming a line. Holy shit, damn it, this kid's got something. Just from his shuffling, the price more than doubled. Not far away, a few men grew envious. They turned their gaze toward a man around 1.7 meters tall, wearing a thick gold chain, Li Wenxiang, the local strongman who owned many stalls in the area. Let's go, let's have a talk with him. Li Wenxiang tossed his cigarette aside and strode over with his crew. I saw him bringing people over, so I stepped forward first and pulled out a soft pack of Zhonghua cigarettes from my pocket. When I was gathering information earlier, I had heard Li Wenxiang's name mentioned multiple times, so I naturally paid special attention to it. You know me? Li Wenxiang froze for a moment, hesitating before accepting the cigarette, clearly surprised by my unexpected move. Chapter 5 Another business deal. I lit a cigarette and said to Li Wenxiang, "Brotherly, even if I haven't met you before, I've heard plenty about you. I was just thinking of asking for your help earlier. With so many peppers, even if I worked alone till dawn, I wouldn't be able to sell them all." Li Wenxiang was momentarily at a loss for words. It made sense, with truckloads of peppers like this, even if customers lined up to buy, a novice like him selling them basket by basket probably couldn't clear the stock before sunrise, especially since the vegetable vendors would be loading up their goods and leaving around 4 in the morning. He asked, "What exactly do you mean?" Li Wenxiang hadn't gotten to where he was by being naive. From my tone, it was obvious I wanted to collaborate with him. Besides, we live in a society governed by law. Even if I refused to cooperate and he tried to play dirty, he probably wouldn't gain much. But as long as there's willingness to work together, everything can be negotiated. I flicked the ash off my cigarette and said, "How about this? Aside from this card I'm selling, I'll transfer the rest to you at 2.9 per unit. Consider it doing me a favor, help me move some stock." He took a drag of his cigarette, his expression unchanging, but his eyes remained fixed on me as he asked, "You're not kidding me, pal?" He couldn't quite believe I'd be so straightforward and generous, simply handing over something that was clearly profitable to him. I smiled and said, "Money is best earned together, kept to oneself was never my style. Besides, we're on your turf here." He said, "Then I'd feel too embarrassed." Clearly he was tempted, but still found it hard to believe. Purchasing at 2.9 and reselling for over 3 yuan with absolutely zero risk, it's practically giving him free money. Nobody in their right mind would refuse such an offer. Of course, if he didn't know my actual purchase price was only 1.4 yuan per unit, he'd probably be grinning from ear to ear by now. "I don't see why you'd feel embarrassed," I said. "Consider it my way of making friends as a newcomer. With goods like these, the key is quick turnover. As long as we can recoup costs fast, it just means making slightly less profit." He grinned and said, "Ha, great. I, Li Wenxiang, am determined to be your friend. If little brother here is willing to share this feast, then this old brother can't just eat for free either. I'll buy the remaining truckloads at 2.9, but your truck I'll take at 3.0. No sense having you waste time here struggling with sales." I said, "That sounds great." After completing the wholesale transaction, I looked at my balance over 320,000 yuan and took a deep breath, trying my best to calm down. Who would have thought that just this morning, I was a penniless beggar, and in less than half a day, I now had nearly 300,000 yuan in my pocket. To some people, 300,000 yuan might be pocket change, but for someone like me, drowning in debt, it's a fortune. As soon as Li Wenxiang took over, he raised the price to 3.2 yuan per jean, shouting, "Stop the chatter. Peppers are selling at 3.2 yuan per jean, hurry up if you want M." But none of this concerns me anymore. I've earned my rightful share and that's enough. He asked me, "Bro, got time now? Why not come to my place for some tea?" I replied, "Was just worrying about having nowhere to chat, let's go." After exchanging some polite words, I followed him to his office. Though called an office, the place was disorderly with cigarette butts everywhere, but given his rough background and the mixed nature of his business, it made sense. Without hesitation, I sat straight on the sofa and waited for him to brew the tea. Handing me a cup, he got straight to the point. "Little Lou, you're something else. How did you know chili prices would rise today?" I casually brushed it off. Just luck. Heard some insider tips before, never expected to make this much." He wasn't convinced and pressed again, "That luck of yours is just a bit too good to be true." He couldn't believe I dared to buy over 100 grand worth of goods on mere luck, one slip up, and it'd all be a dead loss. Though the sum wasn't life-changing money in his eyes, it was hardly pocket change either. He may seem like the local bully in this wholesale market, but in reality, he's just a high-level hired hand. The world operates by unseen rules and boundaries. You may disdain or even scorn them, but you'll have to bear the consequences yourself. I looked at him with a meaningful smile and said, "Sometimes when luck comes knocking, you really can't stop it." I didn't elaborate further. His interest was piqued. "Oh, little bro's got something up his sleeve, huh?" I didn't respond, just sipped my tea quietly. This drove him absolutely frantic. With a money-making opportunity dangling right before his eyes, naturally he didn't want to let it slip. In this world, no one can resist the temptation of money. Sometimes when people are pushed to desperation, they'd even risk their lives, let alone anything else. He pleaded, "Little bro, if you've got any other money-making opportunities, you must bring your old brother along. Don't worry, bro, I haven't been working this area for so long just for show. If we get the chance to work together, we can definitely go big and get stronger." Originally, I planned to leave after completing this deal, just getting acquainted in passing, but hearing him say that planted a new idea in my mind. Noticing my hesitation, he quickly stepped forward and asked eagerly, "Comrade, got something in mind?" Opportunities could vanish in the blink of an eye, and he was the type to grab them. After all, he'd seen me rake in over 100,000 in just one night right under his nose, and the key point was, I'd even let him have a share of it. This made him think I wasn't simple, a good partner indeed. Changing my tone, I looked at him and said, since Brotherly mentions it, I actually do have such a matter at hand, just not sure if Brotherly would be willing, or capable, to handle it. He answered with conviction, rest assured young brother, within this neck of the woods, there truly isn't anything I can't handle. Clearly, he was quite confident. I asked outright, can you manage hairy crabs from Shirley Lake? The hairy crab business is quite troublesome to operate. I hadn't planned on it originally, but since he was so eager to cooperate, why not give him this opportunity? Right now, the juvenile hairy crabs in Shirley Lake are in their rapid growth phase. As locals all know, when Shirley Lake crabs hit the market, they're highly sought after goods. Even at premium prices, people will feast on them for several meals when they're in season. Moreover, the hairy crabs from Shirley Lake are a specialty of Beihai City, sold across the country. If not for locals living nearby and the uneven quality of breeders, even locals might not be able to indulge in them freely. According to Wealth Information, there will be hardly any rainfall all summer this year, with temperatures steadily rising. Although Shirley Lake is one of China's largest lakes, its water levels are continuously dropping. On top of that, after years of discharging sewage and waste into the lake, the impact seemed minimal when water was abundant. But as water levels fall, the concentration of harmful substances will reach a critical point and undergo a qualitative change. At that point, forget about hairy crabs, which require high water quality. Even fish probably won't survive for long. Chapter 6, Farewell to the Past. Of course, when it comes to such disasters, whether natural or man-made, hardly anyone can predict them, and there's really nothing to be done about it. But unpredictable as it may be, when everything keeps heading downhill, failing to prepare is just asking for trouble. Take the hairy crabs from Shirley Lake as an example. Given the current weather conditions and pollution levels in the lake, the harvest will practically yield nothing this year. If someone with foresight were to monopolize ponds stocked with hairy crabs right now, nurturing them carefully, wouldn't they make a fortune when the crabs hit the market? Hairy crabs? Bro, it's still a while before hairy crab season, how would this even work? Upon hearing Lu Zhengyang mention hairy crabs, Li Wenxiang fell silent for a moment, utterly baffled by what he was suggesting. This year's abnormal weather has devastated the hairy crab harvest. If we can buy up crab seedlings now, we'll be rolling in profits before long, Lu Zhengyang said meaningfully while looking at him. According to the Wealth Information, this business could yield 2 to 3 times the profit, but in practice, it's still quite troublesome to execute. Anyway, the opportunity was handed to him, whether he took it or not was his problem. Wait, buddy, this seems legit? Seeing how casually Lu Zhengyang said it, Li Wenxiang couldn't help but hesitate. The weather this year was indeed abnormal, but hairy crabs were something Li Wenxiang had never dealt with. He had always worked in the vegetable wholesale market, and even now, he mostly left the actual business to his subordinates, primarily focusing on management. Then do you think my chili pepper venture is reliable? Lu Zhengyang countered with a smile. Buddy, it's not that I don't trust you, but can you walk me through the specifics? That way I can properly weigh my options. Though skeptical at heart, Li Wenxiang didn't want to miss a money-making opportunity, forcing a smile as he asked Lu Zhengyang to elaborate his plan. Actually, it's quite simple. If this weather persists, Shirley Lake's ecosystem will deteriorate badly. The hairy crabs in the lake will basically all die off. Don't you think crab prices will soar when they hit the market? But harvest season is still far off. Surely we won't go this long without at least one heavy rainfall? This situation was somewhat incomprehensible to Li Wenxiang. You're right. Let's hold off on this business for now. Seeing his doubtful expression, Lu Zhengyang nodded in agreement. People basically can't earn money beyond their level of understanding. Lu Zhengyang used to have some doubts about this saying, but upon reflection, it truly does hold water. Since the opportunity was given to him and he failed to seize it, he can hardly blame himself now. Lu Zhengyang couldn't possibly exhaust all his words just to force him to earn money, could he? That would just be asking for trouble. It's getting late, so I'll head back if there's nothing else. Checking the time, it was already past 1 a.m., nearing 2, Lu Zhengyang got up to leave. Bro, hold on. Seeing him about to leave, Li Wenxiang grew anxious. It wasn't that he didn't make money in this area, a few $100,000 a year was guaranteed here. But the more one earns, the more one naturally spends. Most importantly, once he'd accumulated some savings, Li Wenxiang no longer wanted to just keep guarding his little plot of land. He wanted to make real money. Bro, could you give me a rough idea how much this business would require to start? If you're planning to do it, I'll invest $300,000, and you put in $500,000. We'll split the profits 50-50. Even brothers keep clear accounts. Since he asked, this matter must be clarified first. If he wants to do it, fine. If not, that's okay too. After all, he has lucrative insider information as backup. His options are plentiful. Ha! Watching Lu Zhengyang's calm expression, Li Wenxiang inexplicably felt an unexpected surge of trust. Alright, I'm in on this deal. Let's discuss the details of how we'll proceed. After a moment's hesitation, Li Wenxiang finally made up his mind. He admitted there was an element of gambling in this decision. But isn't that what life is all about? If he hadn't relied on that same bold determination back then, how could he have risen from being just another face in a gang of street thugs to become the small-time boss of this wholesale market? Although 500,000 yuan isn't small change, even if this business fails, it couldn't possibly result in a total loss, could it? Even if I lost it all, I could earn it back in just over 2 years. Alright. Since Brother Li is determined to do this, let me have a proper chat with you. At a little past 4 in the morning, Lu Zhengyang stood wearily with a cigarette dangling from his lips, gazing down at the ground from his hotel room over 20 floors high. Late at night, all was quiet. Lu Zhengyang could even hear the faint crackling of the burning cigarette. Only in this way could he truly calm himself down. What had happened today still felt like a dream to him, making him check his phone repeatedly to confirm that the 320,000 yuan deposit was still there. There's no way around it. People who've been poor just can't shake that insecurity. Phew. Shen Mubing, please give me a little more time. Lu Zhengyang took a deep breath and silently steeled his resolve. As a man, Lu Zhengyang was a cowardly deserter. When difficulties and problems arose, his only thought was to escape through death. As a son, he was nothing but a blood-sucking, soul-draining man-child. As a father, he failed to fulfill even the most basic duties and responsibilities. As a husband, Lu Zhengyang had sunk so low he couldn't even face reality. There was simply no way to defend himself. It must be said, Shen Mubing was a good woman, gentle, virtuous, and endlessly patient. Ever since they got married, dating period doesn't count, Lu Zhengyang had never allowed Shen Mubing to experience genuine dignity, let alone something like happiness. Her family background was modest, but at least they'd moved to the city when she was young, which was significantly better than Lu Zhengyang's family situation. As a child, she excelled academically and was a well-behaved girl. Though exceptionally pretty from a young age, strict parental control meant she rarely even watched idol dramas during her school years, much less dated anyone. Compounded by her parents' busy work schedules when she was growing up, she became remarkably sensible from childhood, not only cooking and cleaning, but also looking after her younger brother Shen Yuanliang. If it weren't for his inexplicable confidence during college, shamelessly pursuing her relentlessly, even skipping her to buy gifts for her family and proposing directly to her parents, bribing both her mom and dad and her younger brother, he probably wouldn't have been able to win her over. Lu Zhengyang still remembers what her parents told him clearly. They said their family had always been simple farmers, honest folks who didn't chase wealth and glory, just living steadily and faithfully was their greatest wish. But back then, Lu Zhengyang was doing quite well for himself and naturally paid no heed to these words. He even felt contempt for their narrow-mindedness. What's so great about living an honest, ordinary life? Are they looking down on me? I'll make sure she lives the life of a wealthy lady at the very least. But in the end, when Lu Zhengyang first started his own business, he still had some savings in hand. Later, he began using credit cards for funding, and eventually turned to online loans and private lending. By the time Lu Zhengyang owed 300,000 to 400,000, Shen Mubing tried to persuade him, even pleading with him in tears. But by then, Lu Zhengyang had already fallen into delusion, with phrases like "I'd rather earn 100 through entrepreneurship than 10,000 from a job" deeply ingrained in his mind. At that time, it was unclear who had brainwashed him, but he became obsessively determined to stubbornly go his own way. Moreover, in response to Shen Mubing's repeated attempts to persuade him, Lu Zhengyang initially tried reasoning with her calmly, spouting various ridiculous arguments of his own. But as failures piled up one after another, compounded by daily debt collection calls from online lenders, Lu Zhengyang was nearly driven mad with anxiety. Under such pressure, his mentality gradually began to change. The once inexplicably confident and sunny young man had turned into someone sensitive and paranoid, drowning his sorrows in cigarettes and alcohol to numb himself. He would shut off his phone and spend days and nights gaming in internet cafes, losing all sense of time, wanting nothing more than to escape reality. Moreover, he often flew into inexplicable rages at Shen Mubing with impotent roars. Whenever Cici wanted to play with him or asked for his company, Lu Zhengyang would feel unbearably irritable. If he heard her cries or whimpers, he was tempted to beat her silent. This must be what they call pride getting in the way. Finally, after yet another bout of heavy drinking, Lu Zhengyang lay thirsty on the sofa and asked Cici to fetch him a glass of water. But on her way back, Cici accidentally dropped the cup. Now Lu Zhengyang had found yet another excuse to beat Cici. Even though Cici knelt on the floor crying and begging for forgiveness, the drunken Lu Zhengyang, needing an outlet for his rage, wouldn't listen to any of it. He grabbed the nearby clothes hanger and started lashing her violently with it. Shen Mubing naturally wouldn't let him hit Cici like that and immediately started arguing with him. Stimulated by alcohol, under the pressure of daily bombardment from debt collection calls, and humiliated by the disdain from everyone around him, Lu Zhengyang seemed to lose all rationality at that moment, subjecting Shen Mubing to a domestic violence incident she would remember for the rest of her life. This incident of domestic violence not only physically injured Shin Mubing but also caused irreversible damage to her already fragile mental state. Chapter 7. A Man Must Have Hope. Huff. Looking back now on the beastly thing he did that night, Lu Zhangyang wished he could punch himself a couple more times. Over the years, Shin Mubing had mostly spent time persuading herself, but when Lu Zhangyang truly went all out, she would still choose to quietly support him in the end. She did the laundry, cooked, took care of the children, and sometimes even gave her salary to Lu Zhangyang to spend. When sad and heartbroken, she rarely went to argue or quarrel with Lu Zhangyang. Most of the time, she just silently hugged a pillow and cried alone. She still remembers last year's New Year, when Shin Mubing bought Lu Zhangyang a brand new outfit from head to toe just so he could celebrate the holiday with dignity. The money for those clothes came from her own Huabei credit line, yet she herself wore clothes from 2 years ago. There were too many incidents like these, one after another. Now, recalling them, each memory feels like blunt knives relentlessly sawing back and forth across Lu Zhangyang's heart. How could I have been such a scoundrel back then? Lu Zhangyang still remembers vividly how Shin Mubing clung to Cece, sobbing uncontrollably when the debt collectors drove them out of their new home. Phew. It's all in the past now. Let me spend the rest of my life making amends. Every time these memories surfaced, Lu Zhangyang found it hard to calm his emotions. Stubbing out his cigarette, he turned off the light and closed his eyes, forcing himself to sleep. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Early in the morning, Lu Zhangyang was jolted awake by yet another debt collection call. Over the years, he'd lost count of how many sleepless nights these calls had caused. Lu Zhangyang dreamed of nothing more than paying off these debts to start his life anew. He was willing to do anything, deliver takeout every day, perform backbreaking labor, just for a fresh start. But when he thought about the over 1 million yuan in debt he owed, for Lu Zhangyang, who had no means of earning money, it seemed like an insurmountable sum. It left him utterly terrified. That's why the idea of faking suicide to claim insurance even crossed his mind. So, people must always have self-awareness and never attempt things far beyond their capabilities. At the very least, you must be able to bear the consequences of failure. Otherwise, your life will be plunged into darkness. But now, with over 300,000 yuan on him, Lu Zhangyang wasn't in a hurry to repay his debts. After all, no matter what business you're in, even with financial information to back you up, you still need capital to get started. But yesterday's visit from the private loan collectors looking to harass Shin Mubing was an urgent matter that couldn't wait. Truth be told, those private lenders were ruthless. For a 100,000 loan, you'd only receive a little over 80,000. With outrageously high interest rates. Lu Zhangyang had been backed into a corner at the time, knowing full well how shady they were, but had no choice but to turn a blind eye and take the plunge. Lu Zhangyang remembered he'd already made 2 repayments, but now with late fees, interest piled on interest, the total owed to clear the debt completely had ballooned to over 110,000. All told, from taking out the loan to settling the account after just over a year, he'd end up paying upwards of 150,000. This is what they call a financial company? Damn, they sure know how to make money. But at this point, there's nothing left to say. You reap what you sow, and now I have to face the consequences. Lu Zhangyang dialed the private lender's number, immediately transferred 20,000 yuan, and promised to repay the remaining amount within a month at the latest. His only request was that they stop harassing Shin Mubing and his family members, at least for the time being. With money coming in, everything naturally became negotiable. Although he had barely slept the night before, Lu Zhangyang swiftly got out of bed now. After taking a shower, he managed to make himself look somewhat presentable. Grabbing a quick breakfast, Lu Zhangyang hurriedly left the hotel. Even though Lu Zhangyang hadn't slept well last night, the sight of the rising sun instantly dispelled his previous wretchedness and despondency, filling his entire being with vigor and determination. To live in this world, even if you have nothing else, you must never lose hope. Otherwise, you'll just drift through life like a walking corpse, muddled and confused, ultimately sinking deeper into the quagmire of despair. At 9 in the morning, Lu Zhangyang arrived once more at the place where Shin Mubing lived, carrying 2 large bags in his hands. After knocking for a long time with no response, Lu Zhangyang peered through the glass window and realized the place had long been abandoned. What are you still doing here? Just as Lu Zhangyang was about to call to ask what was going on, a mocking and accusatory voice came from beside him. Lu Zhangyang turned around to see the landlady glaring at him with undisguised hostility. As her landlord, losing a tenant already pissed her off. As a woman, she utterly despised Lu Zhangyang's actions, looking down on him with outright contempt. How could she possibly give him a pleasant look now? Miss, could you tell me where Shin Mubing went? Lu Zhangyang didn't want to explain anything and got straight to the point. You have the nerve to ask that. You drove her out. She moved away last night in a hurry. Get lost now. The landlady waved her hand impatiently. In her eyes, a gambling addict like Lu Zhangyang was nothing but a worthless troublemaker. Can you tell me where they went? Not that I don't know, but even if I did know, I wouldn't tell you. You've already screwed Shin Mubing over so badly. What, now that you're divorced, you still want to keep dragging her down? Do you have no bottom line at all? Seeing the landlady's furious expression, Lu Zhangyang thought for a moment and decided not to speak. He was well aware of his own past behavior. Besides, arguing with the landlady was hardly a wise choice. Moreover, back when Shin Mubing lived here, the landlady had shown her some kindness. I wonder how a fine woman like Shin Mubing could have been so blind as to fall for a man like you. Watching Lu Zhangyang walk away, the landlady muttered under her breath before turning and retreating into her room without another glance. Walking along the roadside, Lu Zhangyang thought it over and decided to call Shin Mubing's number. But unfortunately, he realized at some point his number had been blocked by her. Having no other choice, Lu Zhangyang had to call Shin Yuanliang instead. Why are you still calling? After just 2 rings, Shin Yuanliang's irritated voice came through the phone. Yuanliang, I'm sorry. Fuck you, what are you trying to say? Sigh, can you tell me where your sister is now? Damn it, you're already divorced from my sister. What the hell do you want now? Looking to squeeze money from her? Or trying to remarry and screw her over again? I'm telling you, if it weren't for Cece's sake, I'd fucking kill you. Damn it, get lost. If I hear you're still bothering my sister again, I'll fucking end you even if it costs me my life. Shen Yuanliang angrily hung up the phone. Uncle, was that my dad calling? Cece asked timidly while packing her things. Yes, it's your dad. Looking at Cece's innocent face, Shen Yuanliang suppressed his anger. Turning to Shin Mubing, he said sternly, Sister, anyway you're divorced now. If Lu Zhangyang dares to harass you again, just let me know. With that said, Shin Yuanliang lowered his head and continued packing his things. Hearing this, Shin Mubing paused mid-motion as she was sorting through items, but eventually said nothing and resumed organizing her belongings. To escape the debt collectors from yesterday, Shin Yuanliang had hurriedly arranged for movers overnight. He originally planned to take everything back to their hometown directly, but Shin Mubing objected. Left with no choice, he had to help her find another rental place instead. Sis, I really don't understand what you're thinking. You've already divorced him, why are you still helping him pay off his debts? When they got divorced, Shin Mubing insisted on taking on 200,000 yuan of his debt, and no one could talk her out of it. Sis, listen to me, if Lu Zhangyang comes looking for you again, you absolutely must not get involved with him anymore. Just as Shin Yuanliang was about to say more, the sight of Shin Mubing's red, swollen eyes made him swallow the rest of his words. I won't see him again after this. Shin Mubing froze for a moment, her tone icy, yet tears still streamed down her cheeks uncontrollably. It was unclear whether these words were meant for Shin Yuanliang or herself. Sis, please stop crying. Watching his sister's ceaseless tears, Shin Yuanliang burned with suppressed fury in his chest. Alright, you should head to work. I'll handle the rest on my own. Wiping her tears, Shin Mubing spoke once more. Shin Yuanliang had just graduated from school and finally found a job after much difficulty. She had already burdened him enough, and if her troubles ended up affecting him, Shin Mubing would feel even worse. Big sis, I've got 3,000 yuan here. Take it. I don't want it. Keep it for yourself. It's not much, just take it. And whatever you do, don't use it to pay back that bastard's debt. I'm off to work. Shin Yuanliang was always impatient. He shoved the money into Shin Mubing's hand and left without another word. He had just graduated and didn't have much money. This was all he had on him. Shin Mubing held the 3,000 yuan in her hand, but watching her younger brother walk away, she could only stand speechless with tears in her throat. A single coin can baffle a hero. Over these past few years, Shin Mubing had profoundly experienced this truth. Even though she truly didn't want to take this money, Cece would soon start kindergarten, and the tuition fee still hadn't been settled. Chapter 8: The Crab Farmer. Unable to find anyone for the moment and with matters to attend to in the afternoon, Lu Zhangyang had no choice but to head back first. Back at the wholesale market, I had lunch with Li Wenxiang at noon. We discussed some details and signed a contract, then drove off in his Cadillac toward Shirley Lake. About an hour later, the two arrived near the vicinity of Shirley Lake. You never know until you see it, and seeing it gives you a real shock. Shirley Lake, a renowned large lake in Beihai City, was a place Lu Zhangyang had brought Shin Mubing for leisure in the past. Back then, the weather was fine, the lake water stretched endlessly, the scenery was enchanting, and Shirley Lake seemed boundless at a glance. But now, the water level has dropped considerably, with cracked riverbeds near the shore forming irregular clumps of dry earth, and even numerous dried fish can be seen scattered about. The entire Shirley Lake has shrunk by nearly 1/3. And this was just the beginning. According to the financial information provided, by the end, barely 20 to 30% of Shirley Lake's water surface would remain. Wow, I kept hearing on the news about how the scorching weather was causing water shortages and droughts, but I never imagined it'd turn out like this, Li Wenxiang remarked, equally stunned by the sight. No kidding. Come on, let's move fast. The business opportunity we're seeing now, others will see it too. Lu Zhangyang had no mind to muse over how things had changed while people remained the same. At that moment, he had only one thought in mind, to make money. Alright, Brother Lu makes a good point. Li Wenxiang felt even more determined about this venture. After asking around by Shirley Lake for over an hour, Lu Zhangyang quickly located several crab farmers. These breeders were all acquaintances, and one named Zhang Jinxue seemed to be their little leader, the one who carried some authority in the group. At his suggestion, everyone came to his farmhouse. Mr. Zhang, here's the thing. We're a sales company that wants to distribute the hairy crabs from Shirley Lake nationwide, so we'd like to purchase the crabs you have in stock. After handing out cigarettes to each person in the circle, Lu Zhangyang got straight to the point. Actually, there were quite a few merchants like this who purchased hairy crabs. Some were large companies, while others were small vendors who bought stock to sell at city market stalls. So these farmers were no strangers to such situations. The only thing left to discuss was the price. As long as the price was right, everyone would be happy. But the hairy crabs are still in the growth stage. Isn't it too early for you to be harvesting them now? Zhang Jinxue frowned and asked doubtfully. Ordinary merchants usually wait until the hairy crabs are nearly mature before coming to purchase them. Who in their right mind would buy them when they're only half-grown? In that case, you won't be able to fetch a good price then. We have our reasons for coming to buy it this time. Don't worry, we're open to discussing the price. Faced with his displeasure, Lu Zhangyang smiled. Here's the deal, we'll take your hairy crabs at last year's listed price. Once the contract is signed, we can pay you right now. After all, we're a sales company, and breeding is your expertise. So before the listing, these hairy crabs will still be cultivated by you. We're all adults here, not close friends or relatives. The only reason we're sitting together is for those few ounces of silver coins, isn't it? As long as we settle the financial matters first, everything else will be much easier to handle. Last year's price? But the weather hasn't been great this year, and our brothers have put in considerably more effort with the breeding. With a base price already secured, Zhang Jinxue glanced at the others' expressions. Seeing little opposition, he couldn't help but want to push the price up a bit further. Haha, I know everyone's going through tough times, but we're not having it easy either. Lu Zhangyang chuckled again. How about this, let's meet halfway. We'll add another 10% to the original price. What do you think? From the tone of his voice, Lu Zhangyang immediately knew the deal was as good as sealed. At these words, the farmer's face instantly broke into a faint smile. An extra 10% meant a whole additional tenth of their earnings. With that kind of bonus for their hard work, everyone agreed the fatigue was worth it. Alright, since Boss Lu is being so straightforward, we shouldn't be ungrateful either. Seeing no objections from the others, Zhang Jinxue immediately agreed on the spot. In their eyes, the price of hairy crabs didn't fluctuate much each year, so what difference did it make who they sold to? In previous years when the crabs hit the market, they had struggled to find buyers. Now, not only was someone placing an early order, but the offered price was also decent, so why hesitate? Here's the deal, to show our sincerity, we'll pay a 10% deposit up front and sign the contract. When the crabs hit the market, we'll settle the remaining 90% cash on delivery. Does that work for you? Since this was confirmed to be a surefire deal, naturally the leverage should be pushed as high as possible. 10%? Boss Lu, isn't such a small earnest money deposit a bit too little? Zhang Jinxue slightly furrowed his brows, his expression visibly troubled. Brother Zhang, this is just the booking fee, what's there to quibble about? Once the hairy crabs actually hit the market, as long as we don't pay the remaining balance, it's equivalent to breaching the contract. Then you can handle those crabs however you want. Seeing this, Lu Zhangyang was somewhat puzzled, because he personally considered 10% of the total price as a deposit to be quite substantial. Boss Lu, here's the thing. We've had a supposedly big sales company approach us before using the exact same reservation method to discuss collaboration. Back then, when we signed the contract, their company only paid 5% up front. But when the hairy crabs actually hit the market, they outright refused to take delivery. Because of that damned contract, we couldn't find other buyers. In the end, we farmers had to sell at rock-bottom prices and lost a fortune. Here's the kicker, you know who ended up buying our crabs? The same damn crew that signed the contract with us. That bastard. What a swindler. Zhang Jinxue still grits his teeth with anger whenever he talks about it. You can see how badly these farmers got screwed by that company. Holy shit. Hearing this, Lu Zhangyang was completely speechless. Is this really how they do business? No merchant is without deceit. How true that is. What the hell is this? This is a total ripoff. Don't worry, brother Zhang, we'd never do such a thing. Seeing their flustered and furious expressions, Lu Zhangyang quickly gave his assurance. Lu Zhangyang was still thinking about paying less deposit to acquire more hairy crabs, hoping to earn himself a bigger profit. Who would have thought something like this could happen in the hairy crab business? This is getting troublesome. Boss Lu, it's not that we don't trust you, but as the saying goes, words alone are no proof. And this 10% really isn't much. If the hairy crabs don't sell, when we discount them, we'll lose at least 20 to 30%, sometimes even 50%. We farmers work under sun and wind every day, it's not easy for us to earn money. Alright, Zhang Jinxue and the others were starting to complain about their hardships. So what do you suggest we do? All their talk was just to make him pay a higher deposit as security. If you're serious about reserving our hairy crabs, you'll need to put down at least 30% as deposit. Look, let's cut to the chase, we'll pay 10% deposit, and we'll add a clause to the contract stating that if we don't purchase the crabs within 7 days of their official market release, the contract becomes void automatically. That should address all your concerns, shouldn't it? Observing their expressions, Lu Zhengyang pondered for a moment before speaking. Hearing this promise, everyone present couldn't help but pause their discussions. Let's settle it this way, we'll keep it brief. A 20% deposit plus these terms. If you agree, we can sign the contract right now. Zhang Jinxue briefly discussed with the other farmers and then spoke. Truth be told, these farmers had been cheated by so-called sales agents more than once or twice. When it comes to scheming, they simply couldn't match them. Thus, even though the terms seemed quite favorable, they still weren't enough to give the farmers peace of mind. Brother Zhang, you want guarantees, but our company has its own difficulties too. How about this, a 15% deposit up front, and any other concerns you have we can discuss later. We're showing enough sincerity, but you can't expect to give nothing in return? By this point, Lu Zhengyang's expression had clearly darkened. His initial capital was already limited to begin with. If the advance payment were any higher, there'd be hardly any profit left. Chapter 9, Meeting Shen Mubing again. I think it works. This boss Lu doesn't seem like someone who'd act recklessly. A smaller deposit isn't a big deal, it doesn't matter much. Yeah, brother Zhang. Plus, if they don't buy when the hairy crabs hit the market, the contract becomes void anyway. I don't see a problem with it. Brother Zhang, I think it's fine. Seeing Lu Zhengyang growing annoyed, the other farmers quickly stepped in to smooth things over. After all, this deal seemed like a sure profit to them. If the buyers backed out later, they'd still pocket the 15% for free. But if the deal went through, it would save them the hassle of future sales while earning an extra 10% profit. Alright then, since everyone agrees, I won't argue further. At this point, Zhang Jinxue had no choice but to relent. Though the upfront payment was a bit low, on the surface at least, it truly was a risk-free profit. Good. In that case, everyone should review this contract. If there are no objections, we can finalize everything this afternoon. With that, Lu Zhengyang pulled out a stack of contracts from Li Wenxian's briefcase and distributed them. Taking the contract, everyone began reading it. Boss Lu, isn't the triple penalty clause a bit too high? Zhang Jinxue examined the other terms of the contract and found nothing majorly problematic. However, one clause stating they'd have to pay triple the penalty if they breached the contract particularly irritated him. Brother Zhang, why worry about that? As long as you don't breach the contract, no matter how high the penalty is, it won't be an issue. Besides, we're paying the advance first. If you suddenly decide not to sell to us afterward, this clause ensures protection for both parties. Boss Lu, this threefold penalty for breach of contract is really too high. Zhang Jinxue showed a hint of hesitation on his face. That's what he said, and that's the principle, but perhaps because he'd been cheated too many times, Zhang Jinxue was still extremely cautious when it came to contracts. Alright, let's each take a step back. You trust me, and I'll trust you. How about we reduce the penalty to double the amount? That should work, right? After all, we can't just hand over the money up front without any safeguards later, can we? Mr. Lu Sun once wisely observed that people always prefer to compromise. For instance, if you say the room is too dark and suggest opening a window, everyone will object. But if you propose tearing off the roof, they'll immediately settle for the window. Lu Zhengyang never intended to agree to triple the penalty for breach of contract. His bottom line was double the amount, since the total profit wasn't substantially higher anyway. As expected, once these words were spoken, those present found it difficult to argue further. After all, in their minds, they would never intentionally violate the agreement. While the penalty mattered to them, it wasn't a deal-breaker. After discussing various other details, they finalized the agreement and signed the contract right there in Zhang Jinxue's home. With a total capital of 800,000, each family only prepaid 15%, yet he managed to leverage over 5 million in the market. Lu Zhengyang might have been all smiles while signing the contract, but Li Wenxian sitting beside him felt his heart trembling with fear. If this business succeeds in the end, all will be well. But if it fails, just the cost of acquiring these hairy crabs alone would be enough to bankrupt him completely. But Lu Zhengyang seemed to guess his concerns and didn't press the issue, so only Lu Zhengyang's name appeared on the contract. Of course, this had been agreed upon in advance. Otherwise, given Li Wenxian's cautious nature, getting him to fork over 500,000 wouldn't have been an easy task. After signing the contract, everyone was in high spirits. Zhang Jinxue insisted on stopping them, adamant about hosting a meal at his home where they could sit together, share a few drinks, and bond over some camaraderie. If there's ever another opportunity like this in the future, I must remember to seek him out again. Lu Zhengyang naturally declined the offer. Don't be fooled by their current joy. In just a few days, when they realize this drought is a once-in-a-century natural disaster and crab prices will skyrocket, their smiles will vanish. Though they didn't exactly lose out after all, Lu's purchase price was higher than previous years, they simply missed this golden opportunity. Bro, you're so confident the crab prices will surge? Although Shirley Lake has indeed shrunk considerably now, wouldn't it swell back up after a few heavy rainstorms? On the way back, Li Wenxian was still worried about this matter. Don't worry about that, I wouldn't be foolish enough to jump into a fire pit myself. It should be within the next few days someone will likely approach us to discuss the acquisition. If we encounter any trouble then, brotherly, I'll still need you to step in. Lu Zhengyang lay squinting in the back seat of the car. Yesterday, he hadn't slept well to begin with, and after a full day of busy work, Lu Zhengyang now wanted nothing more than to shut the world out. Upon returning to the wholesale market and at Li Wenxian's strong insistence, Lu Zhengyang attended a hastily arranged dinner, had a few drinks, then immediately buried his head in the pillow and slept straight through till dawn. Early the next morning, Lu Zhengyang arrived early at the office building on Mingda Road. Even though he failed to locate Shen Mubing's residence yesterday, her workplace should still be the same. Shen Mubing was, after all, a college graduate. But in the first few years after marriage, due to childbirth and childcare responsibilities, she had essentially become a full-time housewife. Now, after much effort, she had managed to secure a job at an accounting firm. Though the salary wasn't high, it was at least relatively stable. Soon, it was rush hour, and Lu Zhengyang spotted Shen Mubing emerging from the subway exit at a glance. There was no helping it, she was far too easy to recognize. During the period when Lu Zhengyang's troubles arose, Shen Mubing hadn't had any spare money to buy new clothes. The outfit she was wearing now had been on her for years, slightly stretched and faded. Are you okay? Looking at Shen Mubing's somewhat haggard appearance with red, swollen eyes, Lu Zhengyang found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Recalling everything that had happened before, Lu Zhengyang suddenly realized that Shen Mubing had been living anything but a normal life these past few years. Why are you looking for me? Seeing Lu Zhengyang approach, Shen Mubing paused for a moment before asking coldly. Can we talk? Shen Mubing closed her eyes and took a deep breath. It's already over between us. There's nothing more to say. Please step aside, I still have to go to work. Although Shen Mubing wanted to appear cold-hearted, her gradually blurring vision simply wouldn't obey her control. Not wanting him to see her like this, Shen Mubing tried to walk past him and leave directly. Mubing, listen to me, right now Lu Zhengyang, how dare you still try to deceive me at this point? Your lies won't work anymore, I have no money left. Please, just let me go, won't you? If not for me, then at least for Cece's sake, please? As if reminded of some past injustice, Shen Mubing's tears burst forth uncontrollably, streaming down her face. Yet even then, her voice remained pleading, desperate. She was tired. It wasn't that she hadn't given him chances, quite the opposite. She'd given him too many chances, that's why Lu Zhengyang had been so reckless in the past. Now it's all over. No matter what Lu Zhengyang says to her face, she won't listen anymore because it's all lost its meaning. Alright, let's not talk about it now. Go to work. I'll wait for you at the cafe downstairs from your office. Seeing Shen Mubing's emotions about to spiral out of control, and with so many onlookers around, Lu Zhengyang didn't want to make things any uglier. Huff. Shen Mubing wiped her tears and walked straight towards the office building. Chapter 10, The Thief Wan Haibing. Ice sister, who was that man just now? Is he your husband? Inside the elevator, a relatively young girl carrying a canvas backpack sidled up to Shen Mubing with a gossipy look, whispering the question, as if completely oblivious to her haggard face and swollen red eyes. Yes, no, we're already divorced. Shen Mubing didn't want to engage with her, but out of politeness, still answered the question. What? Sister Bing, you're divorced at such a young age? Good grief, this girl acted as if she was afraid others wouldn't hear, instantly raising her voice several notches. In that instant, Shen Mubing became the center of attention for everyone in the elevator. The crucial point was there were other company colleagues in that elevator too. This news will probably spread throughout the company very soon. Shen Mubing hadn't expected this girl to be such a manipulative hypocrite and couldn't help shooting her a cold glare. Sorry, I was just so shocked. I never thought someone would let go of someone as beautiful as Sister Bing. What's the use of being pretty? She still got divorced. That outfit she's wearing, if no one told you, you'd think she was some country bumpkin auntie. After apologizing, the little girl glanced at Shen Mubing again, muttering to herself. Logically speaking, someone like Shen Mubing, beautiful with a great personality, should be very popular. But the problem was, she was too popular at the company, especially with the male colleagues, which bred jealousy in many. Moreover, the female colleagues at the company all liked to form their own cliques, whether shopping or dining together. Shen Mubing simply didn't have time to join them, and over time, she was excluded. The division wouldn't have been so obvious otherwise, but once separated, the gap between Shen Mubing and the others became glaringly apparent. Soon, the elevator arrived. After clocking in, Shen Mubing quietly sat at her desk and began working. Did you hear? Shen Mubing got divorced. I saw her husband today, he still looked quite handsome. What's going on? Why did they divorce? I heard she even has a daughter. Who knows? It must be that someone in the marriage messed up. I don't know about that, but she seems really short on money. Last month she even asked the manager for an advance on her salary. I know about this, her husband is a real scumbag. Apparently he gambled and racked up a ton of debt. What a terrible sin. Don't you think, with Shin Mubing's looks, even after divorce, plenty of men would still throw themselves at her? It just depends on whether she's willing or not. Are men really that shameless? If you had her looks, plenty of shameless men would come chasing after you too. Rumors soon began circulating throughout the company. What? You're saying Shin Mubing got divorced? Is this information reliable? Inside the manager's office, a middle-aged man heard this news and immediately had numerous thoughts running through his mind. It must be true. People outside are going crazy spreading the word. Enough already, they've already divorced. What's the point of spreading rumors now? Isn't this just rubbing salt in the wound? The manager suddenly changed his expression. Alright, if there's nothing else, go back to work. Fine. The scolded person pursed their lips and went out to work. This manager was named Huang Haibing, a 32-year-old local who owned both a car and a house. After graduating, he had been coasting along at this company until he became a department manager, earning an annual salary of over 300,000 yuan, quite impressive for an average person. With the company's stable performance, he now had both money and leisure, and naturally his restless desires grew. Having played outside too much and grown tired of it, he now even set his sights on his own employees. Among all the employees, when it came to looks and demeanor, Shin Mubing was undoubtedly the top choice. Others simply couldn't compare to her. Especially after learning that Shin Mubing's husband was just a nobody, that thought in his heart became completely unstoppable. Huang Haibing had indeed given her hints before, but she had rejected them both overtly and covertly, which only made him more unbearably eager. But now she was divorced, and last month she even took an advance on her salary, which clearly indicated financial trouble. Considering all these circumstances, wasn't this the perfect opportunity? No sooner had the thought crossed his mind than Huang Haibing picked up his phone and sent Shin Mubing a message. Come to my office. Alright, Manager Huang. Shin Mubing took a deep breath. Though reluctant, she couldn't think of any valid reason to refuse. Come on, have a seat. Huang Haibing promptly rose from his chair, gesturing for her to sit beside him on the same sofa. The closer proximity would make certain matters easier to handle later. Manager, you can just tell me directly what this is about. Shin Mubing frowned slightly, eager to finish work quickly so she could leave early and spend the evening with Cece. Tisk, listen to how you're talking. Can't I just chat and have a heart-to-heart with you? Seeing her reaction, Huang Haibing frowned with displeasure and chided her. Helpless, Shin Mubing had no choice but to sit at the very edge of the sofa, leaving a noticeable gap between the two. Heh, Huang Haibing chuckled dryly. Xiaoshin, I noticed your eyes are a bit red. Did something happen? If you're facing any difficulties, you must tell me. Your brother Huang may not boast about much, but after all these years in Beihai City, I'd built up plenty of connections and influence. As he spoke, Huang Haibing's face wore an expression of confidence and pride, even casually flashing the luxury watch on his wrist. It's alright, thank you for your concern, manager. Looking at Huang Haibing's oily, pig-like face and his balding head, Shin Mubing felt inexplicably disgusted and wanted nothing to do with him. How about this? I heard from other colleagues that you've been going through some difficulties. As your superior, how could I possibly let you face them alone? Take these 20,000 yuan for now. Consider it a loan from me. You can pay me back whenever you're in a better financial position. Huang Haibing stood up, pulled 2 stacks of crisp new bills from his drawer, and handed them to Shin Mubing. To be honest, Huang Haibing had initially planned to give 10,000 yuan, but the thought of Shin Mubing's pretty face made him pull out 20,000 instead, just in case. 20,000 yuan. That's 4 months' salary for an average office worker. Huang Haibing simply refused to believe that when she actually held this money in her hands, she could still have the courage to refuse. Because in Huang Haibing's eyes, in this world, there was no woman who couldn't be solved with money. It was merely a matter of how much. My wife is just the same. As long as I give her a steady 8 or 10,000 a month, she couldn't care less whether I live or die outside the house. Out of sight, out of mind. And to be honest, with a rare beauty like Shin Mubing, even spending 100 or 200,000 would be worth it. If things go well, who knows, maybe I could even make it a long-term arrangement. Huang Haibing was running his own little calculations in his mind. Chapter 11, CC. Manager, I appreciate your kindness, but I don't need the money. Shin Mubing quickly stood up and declined. If there's nothing else, I'll get back to work now. With that, Shin Mubing turned to leave. Unsolicited favors are either deceptive or malicious. Besides, didn't Shin Mubing know exactly what Huang Haibing had in mind? She wasn't some naive girl fresh out of school. TSK, what are you doing? This is just a little token of my appreciation. Don't think too much about it. As he spoke, Huang Haibing actually reached out to grab Shin Mubing's hand, trying to force the money on her while seizing the opportunity to cop a feel, anticipating the touch of her delicate fingers. Who do you think you are, acting like some goddess? Damn it, I refuse to believe there's money in this world that can't be given away. Manager Huang, what are you doing? Have some self-respect. When she saw Huang Haibing trying to get close to her, Shen Mubing immediately took 2 steps back and warned him coldly. What are you doing? Why are you so worked up? I just want to help you, is that not allowed? Huang Haibing was also startled by her reaction and quickly spoke in a hushed tone, afraid she might do something extreme. After all, they were in the company. Despite Huang Haibing being bold and reckless, if word got out about his behavior, how could he possibly stay? Alright, maybe my approach was wrong, but I genuinely can't bear to see you suffer. Watching Shen Mubing's agitated state, Huang Haibing tried to comfort her again. My problems are my own to handle. If you have nothing else to say, I'll get back to work. Without giving Huang Haibing a chance to respond, Shen Mubing turned and walked away. Interesting. Huang Haibing wasn't the least bit angered by Shen Mubing's rejection. Instead, his interest only grew as he took in her curvaceous figure. Women who could be bought with money were a dime a dozen outside, and Huang Haibing found them utterly dull. Right now, it was this kind of defiant ones that he fancied. The more defiant they were, the greater the sense of accomplishment when he finally conquered them. As the saying goes, even the most virtuous woman can't withstand persistent pursuit. Anyway, these things can't be rushed, there's plenty of time ahead. As long as she keeps working here, he'd have countless ways to wear her down. Returning to her desk, Shen Mubing was furious. What did Huang Haibing take her for? How dare he offer her 20,000 yuan? The bastard must be blind. If it weren't for desperately needing money, Shen Mubing would have slapped him and fired him on the spot. Unfortunately, because of Lu Zhengyang, she had also racked up quite a bit of debt, not to mention having Cici at home who needed financial support. So no matter how difficult it got, she couldn't afford to lose this job, at least not before securing another one. Just recalling how Huang Haibing had bullied her earlier, Shen Mubing's eyes gradually brimmed with tears. She felt deeply wronged. How dare Huang Haibing bully her like this? It was simply because he saw her as helpless and alone, now that she was divorced. Lu Zhengyang, why can't you ever live up to expectations? At the thought of Lu Zhengyang still waiting for her downstairs, Shen Mubing's tears began flowing uncontrollably again. But remembering she was still at the office with much work left to do, Shen Mubing wiped away her tears and could only force herself to keep working. She had made up her mind. Starting today, she would look for opportunities with other companies. As soon as she found a suitable job, she would quit this place immediately. Every second she looked at Huang Haibing, Shen Mubing felt nothing but disgust. Noon. Shen Mubing arrived at the cafe downstairs. You're here, Lu Zhengyang quickly approached when he saw Shen Mubing enter the cafe and guided her to his table. Looking at Lu Zhengyang's tall figure and his current attitude toward her, Shen Mubing couldn't help but feel a sense of unfamiliarity. What do you want? Shen Mubing asked expressionlessly. How have you been lately? Facing Shen Mubing's icy gaze, Lu Zhengyang momentarily struggled to find the right words. If that's all you want to talk about, then don't bother. With those words, Shen Mubing rose to leave. Wait! Lu Zhengyang reached out in haste to grab her hand, but just as he was about to touch her, Shen Mubing took a small step back and deftly sidestepped his grasp. At that moment, Lu Zhengyang's hand froze awkwardly in midair. Never could he have imagined that the woman who had once doted on his every whim, cared for him in countless ways, and lived with him for 6 or 7 years, would now make such a movement to avoid him. To be honest, at this very moment, Lu Zhengyang truly felt the chilling premonition of losing her for good. This feeling made him somewhat suffocated. We're already divorced, you have no say over me. Seeing Lu Zhengyang's stunned expression, Shen Mubing didn't know why, but she also felt somewhat moved inside. Yet even she had acted on pure instinct in that moment. It's okay, I was just too much of a jerk before. Lu Zhengyang's lips twitched as he forced a bitter smile. Mubing, if I stopped being a jerk, would you still be willing to be with me? Lu Zhengyang lifted his head and gazed into Shen Mubing's beautiful eyes, speaking with solemn sincerity. Lu Zhengyang, we're already divorced. What's the point in saying these things now? It doesn't mean anything anymore. Shen Mubing turned her face away, tears rolling down her cheeks once again. She hated herself. She had already made up her mind in her heart, resolved never to take the initiative to see Lu Zhengyang again, determined to be cold and unyielding, to sever all ties with him completely. Yet why, when facing him, could she still not hold back her tears? I don't want to think about anything now. I just want to focus on raising Cici well, so, please don't come looking for me anymore, alright? Shen Mubing choked back a sob as she asked. I'm tired. Shen Mubing is truly exhausted. She genuinely wants nothing to do with Lu Zhengyang anymore. Can you tell me where you're living now? I don't mean anything by it, I just want to visit Cici. I miss her a little. Don't worry, I won't stay with her for long. I just want to see her often, that's enough to make me happy. Lu Zhengyang knew Shen Mubing was now utterly disheartened, so he didn't want to force or provoke her any further. Shen Mubing had initially planned to refuse outright, but seeing the pleading look on Lu Zhengyang's face, her heart softened momentarily. You have to promise you won't yell at her or hit her again. Don't worry, I won't. I'll never do it again. If I ever repeat such behavior, you can beat or scold me however you want. Seeing how desperately he was trying to prove himself, Shin Mubing felt slightly better and gave him the new address she'd moved to. You haven't eaten yet, have you? Let's have dinner together. No need, I brought my own meal today. You eat by yourself. With those words, Shin Mubing left the cafe and turned to head back to the company. Half an hour later, Lu Zhangyang arrived at the foot of an old residential building dating back more than 3 decades. Climbing up to the 5th floor, Lu Zhangyang knocked on the door to the left. Knock, 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 knock. Cece, is Cece there, Cece? Knock, knock, knock. Cece, Dad? After a moment, a timid girl's voice came from inside the door. Yes, it's me. Open the door for Dad, and I'll take you out for something yummy. But Mommy said not to open the door for anyone before she comes back, unless it's Uncle. Cece repeated in her childish voice the words her mother taught her that morning. Chapter 12, Taking Cece to the Mall. Cece, you did great. You really shouldn't open the door for strangers. But I'm your dad, not some stranger, you know. Lu Zhangyang coaxed Cece in a gentle tone. But, Cece was still hesitating. After all, Shin Mubing had given her repeated warnings that morning. You still don't trust Daddy? That hurts Daddy's feelings so much. Okay. After all, Cece was still just a child. Even though Lu Zhangyang had often shouted at her and hit her in the past, he was still her father. With a click, the door was opened by Cece. Looking at Cece's slightly disheveled hair, Lu Zhangyang stepped forward immediately, wanting to scoop her into his arms for a good, affectionate hug. Ah, don't hit me, Daddy, don't hit me. At this sight, Cece took a few steps back in terror. It's clear what kind of person Lu Zhangyang truly is in Cece's eyes. Lu Zhangyang's heart was utterly shattered. Were it not for fear of frightening the child, he would have slapped himself hard across the face. Daddy won't hit you anymore. Daddy behaved wrongly before. Daddy apologizes to you, forgive me, okay? Lu Zhangyang pulled Cece into a tight embrace, clutching her against his chest as if afraid she might vanish the very next moment. When had Cece ever received such affection before? She stood frozen in place, completely at a loss. Daddy, it hurts, Daddy. Perhaps Lu Zhangyang had hugged her too tightly, making it hard for Cece to breathe as she frantically pushed against his shoulders with her hands. Ha. Releasing Cece and seeing the adorable little face still smudged with dirt, Lu Zhangyang didn't hesitate, he planted a firm kiss on her cheek. Have you eaten yet? I haven't eaten yet, was just about to. Lu Zhangyang glanced at the 2 dishes on the table, one was stir-fried cucumber with sausage, and the other was scrambled eggs with tomatoes. Perhaps Shin Mubing had cooked them in the morning, by now they were completely cold. Daddy will take you out for KFC tonight, okay? I feel ashamed to admit it, but Cece has grown so big without ever being treated to this kind of first-tier fast food. KFC? Really? True enough, upon hearing they were going to KFC, Cece's eyes lit up with anticipation. Let's go! Grabbing the keys, Lu Zhangyang carried Cece and headed out the door. Half an hour later, Lu Zhangyang carried Cece into KFC. Here, order whatever you want to eat. After getting the menu, Lu Zhangyang handed it directly to Cece, letting her choose what she wanted. Daddy, I want this hamburger, and fried chicken too. Looking at the pictures of burgers and fried chicken, Cece hesitated almost not at all. Indeed, for young children, they might not actually eat these things, but expecting them not to order is nearly impossible. Sure, what else would you like to eat? Keep ordering. Nothing more, these 2 are enough for me. Having chosen the 2 most tempting items, Cece began to feel a bit reserved. Actually, I could eat just one too. As if suddenly remembering something, Cece quickly added. It's okay, Cece. Daddy will buy you as much as you want today, no matter how much you want to eat. I can't eat that much, this portion is enough. Cece stubbornly refused to order anything else, leaving Lu Zhangyang with no choice but to settle for a combo meal that came with a burger and fried chicken. He also added some egg tarts, chicken nuggets, and sodas to the order. The shop wasn't busy, so the food arrived quite quickly. Wow, gulp. Faced with a burger piled high with toppings and the mouth-watering aroma of fried chicken, Cece, whose stomach had already been growling with hunger, couldn't help but gasp in amazement. Here, let me help you put on your gloves, Cece. Be careful, it's hot. With something to eat, nothing else mattered. Cece's eyes were glued to the food, so much so that she didn't even notice when she had put on the gloves. Dig in. Given permission, Cece couldn't hold back any longer. Clutching the burger, she started devouring it with big bites, just like the characters in cartoons. Slow down, no one's fighting you for it. Seeing her exaggerated manner, Lu Zhangyang quickly grabbed a couple of napkins and tucked them in front of her chest. It's so delicious. After taking a bite of the salad dressing, Cece couldn't help saying, if it's delicious, eat more. Here, have some Coke, don't choke. Lu Zhangyang picked up the Coke and brought it to Cece's lips. It was hard to imagine that Lu Zhangyang had unknowingly started serving Cece her meal. This would have been absolutely impossible in the past. in the past, not to mention feeding her, even when Shen Mubing was the one feeding, if Cici ate too slowly or dropped any grains of rice, Lu Zhengyang would at the very least scold her, and at worst, resort to physical punishment. Moreover, he often told her to eat farther away, out of his sight. Don't just eat the burger, or you'll be full too soon. Here, have an egg tart and a chicken drumstick too. Lu Zhengyang carefully tested the temperature, and once satisfied that it wasn't too hot, he prepared the food and placed it in front of Cici. Thank you, Daddy. Taking the chicken leg, Cici shoved it straight into her mouth and began chewing vigorously. Oh no, my stomach is about to burst. Kids will be kids, their eyes are always bigger than their stomachs. Soon, after devouring 2 more egg tarts and several chicken nuggets, Cici was finally stuffed. He leaned back in his chair and started drinking cola. Then let's not eat anymore. If I stuff myself to bursting, that'd be the end of me. After wiping Cici's mouth with a few more tissues and settling her down, Lu Zhengyang finally began to eat. Honestly, this stuff is just like instant noodles. The first bite tastes goddamn delicious, but if you eat too much, it becomes sickeningly rich and fills you up way too quickly. Before long, Lu Zhengyang was also full. Holding his cola and leaning back against the chair, he mirrored Cici's exact posture. Cici, are you enjoying this KFC meal? Cici nodded vigorously, perhaps because she was full. But suddenly, as she looked at Lu Zhengyang, she grew a little timid again. Then how about Dad brings you here often from now on? Lu Zhengyang seized the moment to say, okay. Cici's voice was soft, still carrying the sweet tone of childhood. Our Cici is always so well behaved. Lu Zhengyang patted her little head affectionately. Is there anywhere you'd like to go play? Daddy can take you right now. Not really. How about we go to the mall to buy some groceries? Let's cook dinner for Mommy tonight, okay? Alright. After bribing her at noon, Lu Zhengyang could now hold Cici's hand as they walked through the vast shopping mall. Originally, he had wanted to carry Cici while shopping, but after holding her for over half an hour, he was thoroughly exhausted and had to let her walk on her own while holding her hand. Looking back now, when Shen Mubing used to take care of their child, she would carry Cici for entire mornings or afternoons. He couldn't imagine how her thin arms and legs managed to endure it. And the worst part was that he never once offered to help. Instead, he turned a blind eye to all her sacrifices, even taking them for granted. Kids' clothes, 30 yuan each, boss wanna take a look? Soon, the two arrived at a children's clothing store entrance, where the shop owner had displayed many clearance items on racks outside. Noticing that Shishi's current clothes were getting slightly snug, Lu Zhengyang considered buying her some new outfits. Come on, Dad's going to buy you some new clothes, he said as he took Shishi's hand and walked into the store. It must be said that nowadays, whether it's in design, craftsmanship, or materials, as long as you're willing to spend the money, there's an abundance of choices for clothing. Even the initially restrained Cici gradually relaxed her demeanor upon seeing a room full of clothes. Get that one down for me to try on. Lu Zhengyang immediately took a liking to a light yellow dress. It would look absolutely adorable and beautiful on Cici. Certainly. What size does the little one wear? Oh, I'm not quite sure about that. You could take a look at what size she usually wears. No problem. We have a measuring tape in the store. I'll measure the little one right now. Seeing Lu Zhengyang's embarrassment, the shop owner chuckled and said. As the shop owner approached with the measuring tape, Cici nervously clutched tightly onto Lu Zhengyang's sleeve. Over the past few years, due to Lu Zhengyang's circumstances, Shen Mubing had to both raise the child and work, leaving no extra time to take Cici out. As a result, Cici had become somewhat shy around strangers and a bit introverted in personality. Chapter 13 The Happy Lu Yushi. Don't be afraid, little one. Auntie is just measuring your height to see how tall you are now. Perhaps noticing Cici's nervousness, the staff member carefully soothed her while taking the measurements. Height is 115 centimeters. I think you should buy size 120 clothes, they'll still fit you next year too, the staff member suggested after completing the measurement. Sure, I'll take the size 120 then. Coming right up. To be honest, as long as children are adorable, there isn't a single pretty outfit they wouldn't look good in. After slipping into the pale yellow dress, Cici transformed into a radiant vision, instantly shedding her previous rustic charm and blossoming into an utterly adorable little princess that everyone adored. Indeed, just looking at the combined good looks of Lu Zhengyang and Shen Mubing, it's impossible for Cici to turn out any less than stunning. Little sister, you look so beautiful in this dress. The staff gently fixed Cici's hair, adjusted her clothes, and pulled her in front of the mirror, saying in an exaggerated tone. By this time Cici could sense her kindness and felt much more at ease. Seeing her beautiful reflection, Cici remained silent, but a child's joyful emotions cannot be hidden. Just like this, you pick out 3 complete outfits for my daughter, from head to toe, and match 3 pairs of shoes as well. Don't worry about the price, go for whatever looks most beautiful. Watching Cici's delighted expression, Lu Zhengyang said to the shop assistant. There was actually another reason too. This assistant's service was exceptionally comfortable, showing great consideration for Cici's feelings. For that alone, forget buying 3 outfits, Lu Zhangyang would happily pay for 30 sets without hesitation. Really? Thank you, boss. Hearing this, the young lady couldn't help feeling excited. Don't worry, when settling the bill later, I'll negotiate with the manager to get you the biggest discount possible. Half an hour later, under the staff member's expert styling, Cici walked out of the store bouncing with joy, dressed in an ultra-fashionable outfit and wearing little leather shoes. Although it had cost nearly 1,000 yuan, Lu Zhangyang felt it was absolutely worth it. Damn, in the past, a mere 1,000 yuan wouldn't have lasted Lu Zhangyang more than a few seconds at the gambling table, but spending it on clothes for Cici could keep her happy for days. At this thought, Lu Zhangyang realized how utterly his judgment had been clouded by greed. Now Cici walked through the mall wearing her new clothes, every few steps touching the little decorations on her outfit or glancing at her shiny new shoes. With each step, her little head held noticeably higher. Watching this, Lu Zhangyang couldn't suppress a smile. Warmth flooded his chest, spreading through his entire being. Cici, Daddy will never let you suffer again. Lu Zhangyang silently made a vow in his heart. In the following hours, Lu Zhangyang took Cici and bought half a cart of snacks, along with a large portion of vegetables. Actually, Lu Zhangyang also wanted to buy something for Shen Mubing, but considering her attitude toward him, he decided to take things slow. After all, haste makes waste. Otherwise, it might backfire, and then he'd have no chance for regret. Back in the rental house, Lu Zhangyang let Cici watch TV while eating fruit, while he went to the kitchen to start cooking. Having lived together for so long, Lu Zhangyang still had some idea of what Shen Mubing liked to eat. Her favorite was hot pot, followed by spicy dishes like boiled fish or lobster. As she put it, the spicier the better, whether it was fragrantly spicy or numbing spicy. As long as it had a kick, it was good. Without lobster in season, Lu Zhangyang bought a big fish to prepare boiled fish instead. To prepare this boiled fish dish properly, Lu Zhangyang looked up recipes online while shopping to ensure he had all the necessary ingredients. After all, this was the first meal Lu Zhangyang had cooked for her since their divorce, so he couldn't afford to be careless. Time always flies when you're focused on doing something well. Just as Lu Zhangyang finished cooking the boiled fish, the sound of a key turning in the front door echoed from outside. Mom, you're back. Cici rushed to the door the moment she heard her mother return. Did you get terribly bored staying home all day? Are you hungry? Mom will warm up some food for you right now. After a long day's work, Shen Mubing felt all her exhaustion melt away the moment she saw Cici's adorable little face. Whose clothes are you wearing? Seeing Cici dressed up like a little princess, Shen Mubing quickly looked up toward the interior, just in time to spot Lu Zhangyang emerging from the kitchen carrying a large pot of boiled fish. I took Cici shopping today, bought some clothes, and also made a boiled fish dish. Come and eat. Lu Zhangyang no longer cared about Shen Mubing's attitude towards him. Anyway, I'm staying put here. At the very least, you should let me have this meal. After you eat, you should leave. Don't come next time. Seeing Lu Zhangyang acting so shamelessly, Shen Mubing was furious and wanted to chase him out directly, but in the end, she couldn't bring herself to say it. For someone of her temperament, such heartless words weren't easily spoken. Great, I'll leave right after we finish eating. Lu Zhangyang grinned upon getting permission. Whatever, I'll at least have this meal with her first. While Shen Mubing was washing her hands, Lu Zhangyang served rice into everyone's bowls. Here, try the fish I made. I followed the tutorial videos for ages to get it right. No sooner had Shen Mubing taken her seat than Lu Zhangyang scooped a generous spoonful of fish fillets into her bowl. I can manage it myself, Shen Mubing retorted coldly, moving the bowl away with an indifferent expression. Heh, alright then, eat plenty. This fish weighs over 3 pounds, there's enough for everyone. Lu Zhangyang forced a dry laugh as he transferred the fish meat into Cici's bowl. Seeing this, Shen Mubing frowned. What are you doing? This fish has bones, what if they get stuck in Cici's throat? With that, he switched his bowl with Cici's. Oh, I wasn't thinking carefully enough. After being scolded, Lu Zhangyang didn't talk back and began picking out pieces of fish without bones to put in Cici's bowl. How's the flavor of the boiled fish Dad made? Is it tasty? To lighten the mood, Lu Zhangyang could only chat with Cici. It's good, just a little spicy. As she spoke, Cici took another sip of water. Seeing this, Shen Mubing didn't say anything either. She got up, went to the kitchen to fetch a bowl, poured half a bowl of water, rinsed the fish fillet in it to wash off the chili, and then placed it in Cici's bowl. Just focus on your meal. I'll take care of Cici, Lu Zhangyang said as he set the bowl in front of himself, mimicking her method of preparing the food for Cici. Don't worry, those people who came looking for you yesterday won't be troubling you again. Hearing this, Shen Mubing was momentarily stunned, but she remained silent and continued eating her meal. Seeing this, Lu Zhangyang also fell silent. He knew that no matter what he said now, Shen Mubing wouldn't believe him. Saying too much would only make her dislike him even more. As for the matter of him earning money, that was even more out of the question. If he were to recount his experiences of the past 2 days, Shen Mubing would probably think he'd developed delusional disorder. After finishing his meal, Lu Zhangyang promptly washed the dishes, tidied up the kitchen, and grabbed the trash on his way out. Cici, Daddy will play with you next time when he's free, bye-bye. Goodbye, Dad. Sure enough, his efforts that afternoon weren't in vain. By the time Cici said goodbye, her impression of him had clearly improved significantly. She even seemed genuinely eager for their next meeting. Tell me honestly, what exactly did you and Dad do this afternoon? Seeing Lu Zhangyang leave, Shen Mubing tugged Cici close and asked sternly. Chapter 14, A Small Change. We didn't do anything much. Dad just took me shopping at the mall and bought me some clothes. Bring the clothes over and let me take a look. Seeing several bags on the sofa, Shen Mubing wanted to see what Lu Zhangyang was up to. Looking at the sets of exquisite clothes in the bags, Shen Mubing was momentarily at a loss for words. By all accounts, it was perfectly normal for a father to buy his daughter some clothes. But Shen Mubing knew exactly what kind of person Lu Zhangyang was. Forget about the over 1 million yuan in principal debt, just the monthly interest alone was a hefty sum. Where would spare money for clothes even come from? Wouldn't it be better to use this money to pay off the debts first? Don't go out with your dad anymore, you hear? Why, Mommy? Cici couldn't bear the thought of leaving so soon after just enjoying some happy time this afternoon. There's no why, just no. Okay. Seeing Shen Mubing's visible anger, even though Cici still wanted to go out and play, she didn't dare talk back and could only pout aggrievedly to show how upset she was. Seeing Cici's hurt expression, Shen Mubing felt a pang in her heart. It was true, with her working all day, Cici had to stay home alone with nothing but the TV and an old phone to keep her company. There was hardly anything entertaining for the child to do. But it's okay, she will be able to start kindergarten in half a month, and then she won't feel so bored anymore. Thinking of this, Shen Mubing hardened her resolve. With all other tasks completed, the next thing to do was give Cici her bath. Because this was an old house and the rent was cheap, the interior decoration had become very shabby. The bathroom was tiny, with only a palm-sized window, and the water heater looked ancient, its lettering completely obscured by layers of dust. The shower head had long since deteriorated beyond recognition. Shen Mubing didn't dare use that water heater, afraid it might electrocute her. Even if it didn't, the water stored inside would surely be filthy. For someone slightly obsessive like Shen Mubing, this was absolutely unacceptable. So whenever she bathed, she'd boil water in an electric kettle, then mix it with cold water in a bucket to wash herself. And that squat toilet was the same, no matter how Shen Mubing cleaned it. The yellow stains looked like they'd grown into the porcelain. Seeing it too often was downright nauseating. The most crucial thing is, the flush is broken, so I have to use a basin of water to manually flush every single time. These might seem like trivial details of daily existence, superficially passable, but actually living there would drive you up the wall. But there was no way around it. Shen Mubing also wanted to find a newly renovated place to rent, but the prices were so steep. Although these were all buildings around 30 years old and quite run down, their location was decent enough, with 2 good kindergartens nearby. There was no other option given their current limited circumstances. Shen Mubing was grateful just to have a place to eat and sleep. After putting Cici to sleep, Shen Mubing picked up her phone to review various work documents, hoping to finish tasks quicker the next day and return early to spend time with Cici. Sigh, if only I had a laptop. With that thought, she reopened an online second-hand marketplace to browse for affordable laptops, but instantly gave up after seeing the prices. Cici will soon start kindergarten, and who knows how much all the miscellaneous fees will add up to by then. The most pressing issue is the debt problem. When they divorced, Shen Mubing helped Lu Zhangyang shoulder a considerable amount of debt. As long as these debts remain unresolved, Shen Mubing won't be able to sleep peacefully for a single day. Early in the morning, Shen Mubing prepared meals for the entire day and woke Cici up. After helping Cici get dressed, having breakfast, and giving a few instructions, she headed out to work. Half an hour later, Lu Zhangyang arrived downstairs again. Cici, Daddy's here. Familiar with the routine, Lu Zhangyang approached the door once more. Daddy! With yesterday's encounter fresh in her memory, Cici quickly opened the door. Sweetheart, you look so beautiful today. As soon as the door opened, Lu Zhangyang scooped Cici into his arms and covered her with kisses. Daddy, after you left yesterday, Mom seemed really angry. She told me not to go out with you anymore, she said, nestled in Lu Zhangyang's arms with a hint of grievance in her voice. What if we just don't tell Mom when we go out to play? Isn't that not very good? Upon hearing this, she immediately felt tempted but also a little hesitant. It wasn't that she didn't listen to Shen Mubing's words, but for a child, the temptation of outdoor adventures was simply too great. Alright, let's go. As long as neither of us tells her, Mom won't find out. How about we just stay home and play? Dad, will you play matchmaking with me? In Shishi's eyes, Mom was the closest person, so her words carried a lot of weight in her heart. Tell you what, let's go shopping together. Shopping isn't playing, so we wouldn't be disobeying Mom. You're right, then let's go shopping. Let's go shopping. Indeed, with this change in phrasing, Cece seemed to have found the perfect excuse. Instantly free from psychological burdens, she grabbed Lu Zhengyang's hand and skipped out the door with him. Truth be told, Lu Zhengyang wasn't deceiving her this time, he genuinely wanted to buy some things. While cooking in the rental apartment yesterday, Lu Zhengyang had already noticed numerous problems. When they lived in their new home, Shin Mubing would often tell him about various household inconveniences like which pipe was leaking, which drain was clogged, which window's pulley was broken, or how the Wi-Fi signal was weak, and so on. But each time, Lu Zhengyang would either promise vaguely that he'd fix it when he had time or simply ignore her altogether. In the end, he never resolved any of the actual issues. After repeating herself enough times, Shin Mubing grew numb to it. She realized Lu Zhengyang wouldn't lift a finger, and worse, her reminders only irritated him. Gradually, she stopped bringing things up. She handled whatever she could fix herself and resigned herself to the problems beyond her ability. Rome wasn't built in a day. As Lu Zhengyang reflected carefully now, Shin Mubing's despair towards him had also accumulated bit by bit from repeated disappointments. Therefore, if he wanted Shin Mubing to change her opinion of him, he needed to start with these small things. Arriving at the appliance market, Lu Zhengyang first bought a new water heater, a toilet, and a washing machine. Of course, Lu Zhengyang didn't have much cash on hand now, most of it had been invested in business, so he wasn't picking anything fancy either. As long as it worked, that was good enough. Besides, it was just a rented place. With his current capabilities, he could leave anytime as long as Shin Mubing agreed. The three items Lu Zhengyang had chosen weren't exactly the most happiness-boosting things, but they were the most essential at the moment. The rest could come later. If he finished everything in one go and Shin Mubing's perception of him still hadn't changed, wouldn't that be a disaster? Chapter 15, Acting Coy. Don't worry, sir. We'll send staff to help you with the installation right away. Just a heads up though, the electric water heater and washing machine installations are free, but installing the toilet is more complicated, so there'll be an additional installation fee. After calculating the price, the staff member explained the details to Lu Zhengyang. No problem. Lu Zhengyang nodded, scanned the QR code to pay, then carried Cece as they rode back to the rental house on the worker's tricycle. Back at the rental apartment, Lu Zhengyang alternated between checking on the progress of the repair work and inspecting what else in the house needed replacement. It didn't take long before everything was fixed up. Daddy, you're amazing. Now we can finally shower without using buckets. Cece couldn't hide her joy as she held the new showerhead in the completely renovated bathroom, running her fingers through the warm spray. Alright, stop playing with the water. Let's hurry and eat, then take a nap after lunch. In the afternoon, we'll play some games at home and watch cartoons. Children love playing with water, and before long, she had splashed it all over the bathroom. But now, Lu Zhengyang wouldn't scold or yell at her anymore. Instead, he gently wiped the water droplets off her with a towel, his expression full of tenderness. Okay, Cece dragged out her reply, her face filled with reluctance. Seeing this scene, Lu Zhengyang was absolutely thrilled inside. In the past, let alone speaking up, just one glance from him would make Cece stop immediately. And fearing that Lu Zhengyang might hit her, Cece would tremble in fear every time, not daring to look at him. Now, although Cece was still obedient, Lu Zhengyang could clearly sense that she wasn't as afraid of him anymore. She even seemed to be indulging in a hint of playful coquetry. This feeling was wonderful. Some might find children's coquettish behavior annoying or even bratty. But once you've experienced enough of life's vicissitudes, you'll realize there's an indescribable sweetness to this feeling. Of course, there's a difference between doting and spoiling, they're entirely separate matters. Mindless indulgence is absolutely unacceptable. Lu Zhengyang understood this well, otherwise it would only end up harming both himself and others. Yuan Liang, come on, let's go eat. Forget it, you guys go ahead. I ate too much this morning and now I'm not hungry at all. Alright then, we're off. At a small company, all the young employees had gone off in groups for lunch, leaving only Shin Yuanliang still in the office. After they left, Shin Yuanliang deliberately stood up to make sure they were truly gone. Only after confirming their departure did he take out the steamed buns and baozi he had bought that morning from the drawer and begin to eat. There was no choice. All the money Shin Yuanliang had previously earned had gone toward paying off his family's debts. The 3,000 yuan he gave Shin Mubing yesterday was every last penny he had to his name. Even the money to buy these steamed buns was borrowed by him as living expenses from the loan platform. After all, I'm still young, so I should save where I can. Once I help my sister repay those family debts and get through this crisis, life will be easier. The only thing Shin Yuanliang worries about now is those debt-collecting thugs. Those guys don't reason with anyone even though his sister is already divorced from Lu Zhengyang. At this thought, Shin Yuanliang's anger toward Lu Zhengyang grew even stronger. Come to the office, I have something important to discuss with you. During lunch break, Huang Haibing sent another private WeChat message to Shin Mubing. To speed up the process of getting intimate with Shin Mubing, Huang Haibing had racked his brains all night, going to great lengths. He even consulted some self-proclaimed dating experts he admired. To sum it up, A woman like Shin Mubing is almost impossible to win over with money alone. She's the type who appears soft on the outside but strong within, with relatively traditional values. Even if she didn't have a boyfriend or husband, she wouldn't be the kind of woman you could easily win over just by spending money. And especially since she does have a husband even if they're now divorced. So, considering all these factors, conquering Shin Mubing's heart is no easy task. It would require a significant amount of time, getting to know her, accompanying her, sharing life's ordinary moments, before you could ever hope to step into her inner world and be accepted. But this didn't matter to Huang Haibing. The more challenging it was, the greater the sense of achievement when he succeeded. Anyhow, he had plenty of time and money. Slow and steady wins the race. Deep breath. Shin Mubing took a long inhale as she arrived at the office door. She had made up her mind, if Huang Haibing dared to have any improper thoughts about her today, she would quit by the end of the month. Manager. Ah, you're here. Come, have a seat. Huang Haibing gestured to the chair opposite the desk. Xiaoshen, after thinking carefully last night, I realized I was in the wrong. I sincerely apologize. Seeing Shin Mubing's icy expression, Huang Haibing wasn't bothered. On the contrary, he stood up and bowed to apologize. This sudden gesture left Shin Mubing somewhat flustered. I didn't mean anything else by it. I just thought you might be going through some difficulties lately, but you're too proud to say so. That's why I acted that way. Nobody sails through life without ever hitting rough waters. Everyone faces hardships sooner or later. Alright, I won't give you money directly, but considering your outstanding performance over the years, I've already applied to the company to increase your salary by 500 yuan starting next month. That's all. You can get back to work now. Keep performing well, and becoming a team leader someday isn't out of the question. After saying this, Huang Haibing waved his hand, signaling her to go back to work. Thank you, manager. Although Shin Mubing was somewhat surprised by Huang Haibing's attitude towards her today, she still walked out without changing her expression. Once you take someone's benefits, you're tied to them. I'd like to see how long you can hold out. Thinking of Shin Mubing's cold expression just now, Huang Haibing couldn't help but feel a surge of heat in his body. He picked up his phone and began browsing through the group chat to select his next romantic target. Shin Mubing returned to her desk and started browsing recruitment websites, carefully selecting companies to submit her resume to. If Shin Mubing were new here, she might have actually been fooled by his earlier act. But Shin Mubing hadn't worked at this company for just a day or two. Who in the office didn't know exactly what kind of person Huang Haibing was? Since Huang Haibing won't leave him alone, if he can't handle it, can't he just avoid it? Daddy, just one last spot left, let's see who finds it first. In the rented apartment, Cici and Lu Zhengyang lay on the couch playing a spot the difference game on her old phone. But when it came to the last difference, Cici quickly shifted her posture to block Lu Zhengyang's view of the screen, determined to find it herself. I found it. Dad, you lost again. Soon after, Cici spotted the last difference, tapped it excitedly, then tossed aside the phone and clung to Lu Zhengyang, clamoring for a reward. Alright, next time Daddy will get you a present. You promised. You absolutely can't forget. For children, companionship truly is what matters most. Today was another day spent indoors without going out or eating anything special, just playing mobile games. However, Cici was still very happy this afternoon and grew even more attached to Lu Zhengyang. Glancing at the time, it was already past 4 p.m. In just over an hour, Shin Mubing would be off work. It was time to start preparing dinner. Though Shin Mubing hadn't said anything yesterday, she had eaten quite a bit of the large pot of boiled fish he had made. Lu Zhengyang didn't expect Shin Mubing to change her mind immediately. How should he put it? He'd take things step by step. Chapter 16, Business Comes Knocking. Cici, Daddy's leaving now. Remember to tell Mommy there's food for tomorrow in the fridge. Lu Zhengyang cooked 2 dishes and a soup, mopped the floor while he was at it, and took care of all the trash. Oh, Daddy, aren't you staying for dinner? Seeing Lu Zhengyang about to leave, Cici didn't even have time to put on her slippers and ran down barefoot from the sofa. Her reluctant expression warmed Lu Zhengyang's heart. No, Daddy still has things to do tonight. You'll have dinner with Mommy this time. Kisses, Mommy should be home soon. Daddy will come play with you next time. After planting several kisses on Cici's face, Lu Zhengyang finally turned and left. Take things one at a time, walk the road step by step. Only what is earned this way will leave you with a feeling of security in your heart. Lu Zhengyang already felt fortunate to be able to eat here yesterday. Today, I made some more improvements to the bathroom. If I were to stay here for dinner again, Shin Mubing would surely tell me not to do these things. It might even backfire and stop Lu Zhengyang from coming over. So Lu Zhengyang simply slipped away, leaving no chance for her to refuse. Hey, Yuan Liang, what's up? Just after stepping out of the subway station, Shin Mubing received a call from Shin Yuan Liang. Sis, nothing much going on today. I'll go buy some groceries later and come over for dinner at your place. Okay, don't bother with the groceries. Just come straight over. Coming right up. After hanging up, Shin Mubing remembered Lu Zhengyang might still be at the rental apartment. Without another thought, she immediately quickened her pace back home. If her younger brother were to see him there, that would be trouble. Mom, you're back? Hearing the door open and seeing Shin Mubing hurriedly enter, Cece ran up to her cheerfully, calling out joyfully. Was Cece good today? Shin Mubing set down her bag, scooping the child up in her arms while quickly scanning the room. Only after confirming Lu Zhangyang wasn't present did she finally relax. I was super good. Daddy played with me all day, it was so much fun. Did Dad come again today? Yeah, and he cooked a meal too. He even fixed up the bathroom real nice, Cece said as she struggled free from Shin Mubing's arms. Grabbing her hand, she immediately pulled her toward the bathroom. Staring at the brand new, spotless water heater and toilet in the bathroom, Shin Mubing was momentarily dazed. To be honest, she found it hard to believe that Lu Zhangyang had actually done all this. Once upon a time. At that moment, all the memories she shared with Lu Zhangyang uncontrollably flashed through her mind like scenes from a movie. Mommy, what's wrong? Mommy, don't cry. Seeing Shin Mubing in tears, Cece held her hand, gently comforting her while wiping away her tears. She couldn't understand why Mommy was crying when this should clearly be a happy occasion. Don't cry. Shin Mubing sniffled twice, took a deep breath to regain her composure, then carried Cece into the living room where she noticed 2 dishes and a soup already prepared on the table. Oh right Mommy, Cece remembered. Daddy said he already bought groceries for tomorrow so you don't need to go shopping. And Dad also finished mopping the floor. Seems like there's nothing else left. Cece recalled Lu Zhangyang's instructions and repeated them word for word. Listen, Shin Mubing opened the fridge, saw it packed with vegetables, and remained silent. Your uncle will be coming over for dinner later. Don't mention to your uncle that your father stopped by, understand? After a moment of silence, Shin Mubing sat before Cece and spoke earnestly. Why? Will uncle be angry? Thinking back to the scene a few days ago when uncle had hit Dad, Cece couldn't help but feel a little frightened. Right, so don't tell uncle, okay? Okay, Mom, I won't tell uncle, Cece nodded earnestly as she promised. Then Shin Mubing took out some more vegetables from the refrigerator. She knew exactly how much Shin Yuanliang could eat. Before long, a knock sounded at the door. Uncle, a spirited voice called out from Cece's mouth. There was no denying it, though Shin Yuanliang was a towering man over 6 feet tall. His kindness to Cece was truly beyond words. Hey, Cece. And sure enough, the moment he stepped inside, he lifted Cece high up in the air. Coming, the food will be ready soon. Shin Mubing glanced over and said, Don't rush, sis. Shin Yuanliang sat on the sofa holding Cece. See what uncle bought for you. As he spoke, he magically produced a box from behind his back. Wow, a Barbie doll. Cece's voice grew even louder as she looked at the contents of the box. Oh, you didn't have to bring anything when you came. It's nothing, just some small toys. As Shin Yuanliang headed to the bathroom, he suddenly exclaimed, Huh? Sis, why did the bathroom get a new toilet and water heater? Oh, that? The landlord installed them. Seeing him enter the bathroom made Shin Mubing nervous, and when he asked, she quickly averted her gaze as she answered. This landlord's pretty decent. Shin Yuanliang, being a blunt fellow, naturally didn't suspect his own sister's words. Go wash your hands and eat. Seeing that she'd gotten away with it, Shin Mubing let out a sigh of relief internally. And Lu Zhangyang, why would he suddenly pull a stunt like this? Not only is it a waste of money, but if they stop renting here later, moving all this stuff will be such a hassle. Besides, where did he even get the money from? Don't tell me he went gambling again? At this thought, Shin Mubing wanted to confront him immediately for clarification. But remembering they were already divorced, she felt she had no proper reason to question him anymore. This was just her nature, quite traditional in her thinking. Under normal circumstances, divorce wouldn't even be an option for her. But once divorced, in her heart it meant they were completely separated individuals. Of course, with the sole exception of Cece. Early the next morning, an unfamiliar phone call came through. Hello, how are you? Is this Boss Lu? This is Zhang Jinxue. I'm really sorry to be making this call. Hearing the hesitation in Zhang Jinxue's voice, Lu Zhangyang quickly guessed what he wanted to say but still played dumb. Ah, Boss Zhang, what's the matter? Are you having issues with the hairy crabs? Well, you see, after we signed that contract for the hairy crab purchase the other day, many of the farmers felt they acted too hastily. They wanted to discuss with you, see if we could possibly void the agreement. But please don't worry, we'll return every cent of the deposit you've already paid without any deductions. Zhang Jinxue initially wanted to come up with some other excuse, but swallowed his words before they left his lips. But when it came to discussing the refund of the deposit, his tone turned downright earnest. This doesn't seem appropriate? Lu Zhangyang's lips curled slightly, sensing someone was about to take those crabs off his hands. What's inappropriate about it? We've barely signed the contract a few days ago. We're returning your deposit, you're not losing anything. Exactly, the contract period is only a few days anyway. Rest assured, we'll refund your deposit. Boss Lu, we're truly sorry about this. Let's just void the contract. Come visit Shirley Lake another day, we'll refund your deposit whenever you come by. Before Zhang Jinshui could speak, several other fish farmers nearby snatched the phone and began shouting loudly. What's this? Do all of you want refunds from me? Lu Zhengyang asked again, genuinely curious to gauge the seriousness of these crab buyers. Yes, refund all of it. Actually, it's not impossible, just pay the breach penalty stated in the contract. Boss Lu, maybe you should come over so we can discuss this face to face. It's not something that can be explained clearly in just a phone call or two, Zhang Jinshui interjected, grabbing the phone. Yet Lu Zhengyang still overheard the grumbling voices of many livestock farmers nearby. Alright, then we'll go this afternoon. Gather all the livestock farmers who've signed contracts. Alright, I'll wait for you at home this afternoon. After hanging up, Lu Zhengyang immediately dialed Li Wenxiang's number. What's up, buddy? Get ready, bring more people this afternoon. We've got business at Shirley Lake. Though we live in a society governed by law, in remote backwaters, the intimidation of violence holds far greater weight than legal authority. Chapter 17, Who doesn't know how to slam a table? In the afternoon, Lu Zhengyang rode once more toward Shirley Lake in Li Wenxiang's Cadillac, but this time, 2 minivans followed behind the car. As for how many people were loaded in those 2 minivans, Lu Zhengyang wasn't entirely sure, because it remained a mystery. Damn, bro, you're seriously badass. I'm genuinely in awe, man. After Lu Zhengyang briefly explained how the livestock farmers wanted to break the contract, Li Wenxiang's weathered face couldn't have looked more pleased. Why would they want to breach the contract out of the blue? What else could it be besides substantial benefits? Bro, give me a hint, how much do you think we can profit from this deal? Given the current climate conditions, aquatic products like hairy crabs will see at least a 70 to 80% price surge by the time they hit the market. For premium quality ones, prices could easily double. Double? Holy shit, if I remember correctly, the contract we signed was worth over 5 million, wasn't it? At this point, Li Wenxiang got so excited that he stepped on the brakes abruptly, turning to look at Lu Zhengyang with an impassioned expression as he asked the question. The 2 minivans trailing behind had to slam on their brakes as well, narrowly avoiding a rear-end collision. There was no helping it, Li Wenxiang was truly beside himself with excitement. Over 5 million yuan. What does that mean? Even if he had to split it 50-50 with Lu Zhengyang, that was still over 2 million. Damn, dude, I know you're excited, but could you calm down and just focus on driving first? Lu Zhengyang, sitting in the back without a seatbelt, almost slammed into the seat in front. How the hell can I not be excited with this much money? Li Wenxiang had initially only hoped to make a few $100,000, or at most double that. He never imagined he could suddenly earn this much money. With over 2 million in his hands, his life would become so much more comfortable. Even if the price of hairy crabs doubled, we still wouldn't earn anywhere near that much. Besides, this is just my estimated market trend, Lu Zhengyang said rather helplessly. That's right. According to the wealth information displayed earlier, the hairy crab market would indeed rise, but only by somewhere between 70 to 120%. But these prices are all calculated based on retail prices. If you just look at the numbers, the increase in the price of hairy crabs might not seem that significant, but when you average it out, it's actually quite staggering. For example, if a single hairy crab used to sell for 10 yuan but now costs 20, that's already very expensive for consumers. If it gets any more expensive, there's a real risk they won't sell at all. But no matter how Lu Zhengyang tried to persuade him, he couldn't restrain Li Wenxiang's excitement. Half an hour later, Lu Zhengyang's Cadillac, accompanied by 2 more minivans, slowly pulled up in front of Zhang Jinshui's courtyard. When the breeders saw Lu Zhengyang arrive, they all rushed out of the house in a swarm, eager to directly bring up the matter of breaking the contract. Just as Zhang Jinshui was about to speak, the doors of the minivans opened behind them, and one burly, rough-looking man after another stepped out of the vehicles as if queuing up. Some people even had weapons in their hands. This immediately scared the farmers present into keeping silent. Seriously, wouldn't anyone be afraid when surrounded by dozens of rough men? What's going on? What's going on? We're here to talk business. These people are all our business partners. Put those weapons away now. If you scare off our partners, you'll be held responsible. Seeing them intimidated, Li Wenxiang immediately turned and loudly reprimanded his own gang members. Yes, boss. To be fair, these underlings were quite respectful, responding in unison before tossing their weapons into the minivan. It all looked remarkably disciplined. Boss Zhang, my brothers here don't know any better, hope you'll excuse them. Come on, let's head to your place and talk things over. After reprimanding his men, Li Wenxiang turned to the farmers with a practiced smile. Anyone could tell what that smile really meant, though he wore it smoothly enough. Alright then, come in and let's talk. Zhang Jinshui glanced at the previously overbearing farmers who had been so arrogant on the phone. Now, they avoided his gaze like children caught misbehaving. His lips twitched slightly as he led the way ahead. In the main hall, Lu Zhengyang and Li Wenxiang took their seats, while Zhang Jinshui and a few major farmers sat across from them at the table. The smaller-scale farmers stood behind them. Boss Zhang, I didn't quite catch what you said on the phone this morning. What was it you wanted to do? Lu Zhengyang took a drag from his cigarette, looked at Zhang Jinshui with a faint smile, and asked unhurriedly. Zhang Jinshui once again glanced at the people around him. Seeing that no one spoke up, he could only sigh. It's like this, he began, we previously signed a contract together, but now everyone feels the terms are a bit unfavorable, so we were hoping you could accommodate us and see if we can part ways amicably. Not worth it? I remember when we signed the contract, you were all smiles. How come you're turning your back on the deal just a few days later? Lu Zhengyang flicked the ash off his cigarette with an air of complete nonchalance. Mr. Lu, we've calculated the costs. This year's harsh weather has significantly increased our breeding expenses. Just for water alone, we have to get up multiple times in the middle of the night to pump it. The price you offered before is no longer suitable. Not suitable? The price we're offering is already higher than market rates. At the very least, you wouldn't be losing money, right? It's just a matter of making more or less profit. Lu Zhengyang remained unmoved. In any case, we want our money back. Right, this is absolutely a losing deal. I won't do it. Working ourselves to death all day, only to end up working for you in the end. Just refund us then, it's not like you're suffering any losses anyway. Perhaps because the discussion atmosphere had improved somewhat, even the other farmers standing at the back started finding the courage to speak up. Actually, it's not really about high breeding costs. Sure, weather conditions have increased costs slightly, but not enough to reach the point of operating at a loss. The reason they're so eager to refund and break contracts is simply because someone promised them prices 30% higher than last year. My stance remains the same, they can break the contract if they compensate according to its terms. Since they're dead set on terminating the agreement, there's nothing I can do but follow the contract terms exactly. Compensate according to the contract? No way. Immediately, a man slammed the table hard and shouted loudly. Seeing that neither kind words nor threats worked, some people grew agitated in an instant. What a joke, an extra 30% profit means making an additional 300,000 on a million. With this much money at stake, not only would people refuse to settle debts, but they'd be willing to do far worse things. Seeing someone slam the table, Li Wenxiang immediately jumped to his feet. Speak properly, what's with the table pounding? Are we competing who's louder, huh? Should I call in everyone outside to start slamming tables too? Staring at the man who had slammed the table, Li Wenxiang's eyes gleamed like a viper's as he forcefully smacked the table in return, locking his gaze on him and demanding. Looking for a fight, huh? I was already running the streets while you were still roasting sweet potatoes in the fields. At the sound of the commotion, the gang waiting outside rushed in all at once. Holy crap, anyone would think something major had gone down. These people were clearly called by Li Wenxiang to intimidate others. Standing in a neat formation, they were all burly men, radiating overwhelming pressure. Chapter 18, Dumping Goods. Why you, what are you doing? This is a society governed by law. Under scrutiny from so many people, the big-shot farmer who had slammed the table instantly became timid. He had 4 brothers at home and usually bullied people in the village a bit. No one could really do anything to him, but today he had finally kicked an iron plate. Don't act rashly. Don't act rashly. Let's all talk this out properly. Seeing the situation escalate, Zhang Jinshui quickly stepped in to mediate. Damn it, this is my house. If you guys start fighting, who's going to pay for the damages? There's nothing to talk about. Same deal as before, either compensate according to the contract, or wait for us to come buy your crabs when they're ready for market. Do any of you have other opinions? Lu Zhengyang swept his gaze across the crowd. Seeing that none dared to meet his eyes, the corners of his mouth curved upwards slightly. Since no one objects, we'll proceed with the matter as discussed. With that, Lu Zhengyang rose and led the group away. Damn, that cocky attitude just now actually felt pretty good. Tisk, these people are really useless. Watching Lu Zhengyang's retreating figure from another peasant courtyard, a few businessmen couldn't help but sigh. Boss, what should we do now? What else can we do? Since those farmers can't handle it, we'll have to take matters into our own hands. Go now, don't let them leave. 10 minutes later. By the shores of Shirley Lake, Lu Zhengyang was standing with another group of people, seemingly discussing something. 60%? Right, 60%. Anything less than that, and there's no point in continuing the discussion. Seeing the other party frown slightly, Lu Zhengyang said calmly. After a brief conversation, Lu Zhengyang realized these men were genuine sales agents. They had likewise foreseen the future price surge of these crabs, which was precisely why they sought to purchase Lu's contracted order from him. Mr. Lu, from what I understand, the reason you're purchasing hairy crabs is to make a quick profit rather than actually selling them, isn't that right? As a fairly prominent hairy crab distributor in the area, they genuinely didn't recognize Lu Zhengyang's group, and even went out of their way to investigate them. They discovered these people were nothing but middlemen running a scam with empty promises. What's the problem with that? Of course there's no problem with that. But you can't squeeze the profits too hard, can you? When the hairy crabs actually hit the market, if you still haven't secured proper sales channels, that could become quite problematic. don't you think? The dealer spoke again. To be honest, had it not been for this rare century-spanning severe weather, and had these people not foreseen the skyrocketing price of hairy crabs, they would never have swallowed their pride to negotiate prices with Lu Zhangyang. In the past, weren't all those breeders practically begging on their knees for big dealers like them to buy their hairy crabs? Damn it, now the tables have turned, it's them begging others to sell the crabs to them. But there was nothing to be done, after all. Lu Zhangyang had been foresight enough to snap up a batch of premium hairy crabs in advance. What's the highest price you can offer? Lu Zhangyang pondered for a moment before asking. At the end of the day, he was in this business to make money. If he could recoup his investment quickly, so be it, he could live with earning a little less. After all, he had no shortage of avenues for profit. 40%. Bro, you've got goods worth over 5 million, and in just a few days, you could flip them for a profit of more than 2 million. That's pretty good. The dealer probably helped him tally up the accounts. Based on the initial principle of 800,000 yuan, with a 15% advance deposit paid to each supplier, he leveraged over 5 million yuan worth of goods. Now, he boldly added another 40% on top of that amount. Just over 2 million, that's all. Look, we're both savvy people. I don't want any trouble, and you'd like to earn a bit more. Here's the deal, 50%, and cash up front. If we can agree, then great. If not, no hard feelings. As the saying goes, though business may fail, friendship should prevail. If I dare to place such a large order directly, naturally I have my own methods. Lu Zhangyang didn't want to waste more words arguing with him and directly laid out his bottom line. Take it or leave it. If he can't accept it, we'll just find another distributor. Tisk, little brother. Hearing the offer of only 50%, Li Wenxiang couldn't stand by any longer and pulled Lu Zhangyang aside. Bro, didn't you say the price of these hairy crabs might double? Why are you selling for just 50%? Things aren't as simple as you think. Yes, the crabs might rise to that price, but that's retail. Do you really plan to buy those hairy crabs and sell them yourself? What's the problem? I've got so many stalls in the wholesale market and know plenty of small vendors. Why couldn't we just have them sell the crabs for us later? Li Wenxiang argued stubbornly. No, the point is we agreed from the start, we're just making profits off the price difference, acting as middlemen and nothing more. Ah, what's past is past. Right now, hairy crabs are so in demand, why let someone else profit when we can earn this money ourselves? Bro, ignoring the fact that hairy crab season hasn't arrived yet, these things die super easily. If you can't sell them in time, you'll be stuck holding worthless stock. Lu Zhangyang knew that Li Wenxiang had been blinded by greed. He felt that with his accumulated connections from years in the wholesale market, he could sell off every single crab he purchased. Indeed, when the potential profit starts at hundreds of thousands, ordinary people simply can't resist such temptation. Relax, little brother, after all these years in business, I'm confident about this. Changji, let me give you some advice, quit while you're ahead. Besides, we've already made a tidy profit from this deal. But like I said, you're welcome to sell it yourself, but I'm bowing out. Alright then, if you believe in your abilities, I won't say any more. Since theirs was always a temporary partnership at best, there wasn't much to discuss when their opinions diverged. Moreover, while retail did promise greater profits, the difficulty level was higher too, with longer capital turnover cycles to boot. For now, this wasn't Lu Zhangyang's best option. He didn't want to take this risk. Buddy, we could break even in just 3 months at most. The profits here aren't just 10 or 20,000, we're talking 70 or 80 grand. After all, this business venture was a joint effort between them, and Li Wenxiang clearly didn't want Lu Zhangyang to be the first to withdraw. Old friend, don't say any more, I've made up my mind to cash out now. Tisk, little bro, how come you don't get it? This is easy money staring right at you. How about this, if you really want to dump them, you might as well sell them directly to me. I'll take all the goods off your hands. But we're clear, if I end up making a profit later, don't go saying I wasn't looking out for you. Seeing he couldn't be swayed, Li Wenxiang paused thoughtfully before speaking. Think carefully. If you do this, not only will you have to pay over 2 million upfront right now, but when the hairy crabs hit the market, you'll also need to shell out another 5 million to buy back all these crabs. One more thing, I want cash on the barrel. Lu Zhangyang hadn't expected his appetite to be this enormous. Not only did he refuse to offload his own stock, but he now wanted to take all of Lu's inventory too. Alright, little brother, give me an hour. Let me see if I can gather this 2 million for you first. After saying this, Li Wenxiang walked away to make calls and gather the money. Lu Zhangyang exchanged contact details with the dealer, asking him to leave for the time being and wait for further updates if the situation changed. If Li Wenxiang could truly come up with that much money, naturally he would be given priority in the sale. C8I. Chapter 19, Revenge Spending. 4:30 in the afternoon. Lu Zhangyang and Li Wenxiang walked out of the bank. At this moment, Lu Zhangyang was thrilled, even his hand stuffed in his pocket trembled slightly. Even now, he was struggling to suppress his emotions. Yes, that's how pathetic he was. Lu Zhangyang had known he would make this much money, but when he saw the bank statement showing over 2 million deposited into his account, that feeling was truly indescribable. At this moment, he wanted to laugh wildly and let himself go completely. He wanted to go to the restaurant where he used to eat lamb skewers and order the whole roasted lamb he'd been craving for so long but could never afford before. He wanted to withdraw all that money, convert it to cash, stuff it into those rustic-looking travel bags, and carry it right in front of Shen Mubing to share the joy of striking it rich with her. He wanted to hug Cici tightly and proudly tell her that daddy could buy her anything she wanted now. He wanted to call his parents immediately and tell them they no longer needed to worry about him. Countless thoughts flooded his mind at this moment, like a stampede of 1,000 horses surging all at once, leaving his head buzzing and utterly overwhelmed. Phew! Watching the crowds bustling on the street, Lu Zhangyang took a deep breath. At this very moment, he had finally become a debt-free man, lighthearted and free. Even though he hadn't yet managed to repay those life-crushing debts. Bro, you've made so much money all at once, surely you're treating me to a meal, right? Seeing Lu Zhengyang's excited expression, Li Wenxian smiled and teased him. It has to be said, Li Wenxian's capabilities are quite impressive. Although he had to borrow a significant portion of that 2 million plus himself, being able to gather such a sum in just a few hours truly demonstrates his ability and resources. Now that he'd secured all the hairy crabs, his mood was pretty good too. Next time, I'll definitely find time to have dinner with you next time. Alright, I'll take my leave then. See you later. Holding an order worth over 5 million, although there would be profits later, Li Wenxian was still under considerable pressure. See you later. After bidding farewell to Li Wenxian, Lu Zhangyang decided to walk to the nearby supermarket. The distance wasn't far, and it gave him a chance to digest his excitement. Hey, Xiangzi, it's me. I just transferred you the 8,000 yuan I borrowed from you earlier. It's been several years since I borrowed the money. Consider those extra 2,000 as interest. Don't worry about it. Let's grab a meal together when you're free. Hey, Gaozi, I'm really sorry about before. I transferred the money to you now. The extra is for interest. I owe you an apology for what happened earlier. Jichao, I couldn't bring myself to call you before. Lu Zhengyang walked while making phone calls to repay debts one by one, following the accounts he had previously recorded. To be honest, it was quite a pitfall. These friends and brothers used to have decent relationships with him. Otherwise, they wouldn't have lent him money in the first place. Lu Zhengyang truly didn't want to betray their trust, but back then, he simply lacked the ability to repay, even though he knew some classmates and friends had faced considerable trouble because of the money they lent him. But at that time, he truly couldn't get any money. To be honest, looking back at my former self now, I was truly a complete jerk. Although when I just called to repay the money, some were genuinely happy for me from the bottom of their hearts that I'd made money, while others remained displeased even after getting repaid. But it doesn't matter. Regardless of how they feel about me now, the kindness of lending me money back then remains even though I'm now paying more than enough interest. If one day they truly faced difficulties and came to him, he was willing to repay their kindness tenfold, that much he could promise. For instance, if someone had once lent him 10,000, Lu Zhengyang would gladly lend them 100,000 in return. After finishing over a dozen calls, Lu Zhengyang reviewed everything once more, ensuring nothing had been overlooked before finally setting his mind at ease. Next came some credit card debts, online loans, and private lending arrangements. To be honest, he could have waited to repay this money when he had more funds later, but Lu Zhengyang simply couldn't resist doing it now. Perhaps it was due to past trauma from being hounded by debt collectors. He saw this as buying himself some peace of mind, making himself feel more settled. With this settled, apart from some debts owed to family relatives, all other external debts were now cleared. 5:30 in the afternoon. Carrying numerous packages large and small, Lu Zhengyang once again arrived at the rental apartment. He truly had nowhere else to go. The new house he bought earlier had long been mortgaged and sold, and these past few days, he had been staying in hotels. Daddy, why did you buy so many things? When the door opened, Cici was stunned to see Lu Zhengyang covered from head to toe in large and small bags. She instinctively covered her tiny mouth with her small hands, her pitch-black, gleaming eyes as wide as bells. It's not that Cici was overreacting, but rather that Lu Zhengyang's current appearance was simply outrageous. Not only were both hands full of shopping bags, but his shoulders were also weighed down with several more bags each, and even around his neck hung 2 additional ones. Hurry up, get daddy a glass of water. Without stopping to wipe his sweat, Lu Zhengyang squeezed his way through while hauling all those bags. I'm exhausted. Dropping the items on the floor, Lu Zhengyang collapsed onto the sofa, panting heavily. Today he finally got to experience what people meant by the legendary shopping spree. He never understood before why women on TV were so fond of shopping and buying things after getting rich. Nowadays, he finally got it. Money is indeed a good thing. Now that I've experienced it myself, I can only say those women really know how to enjoy life. Daddy, here. Taking the water cup handed by Cici, Lu Zhengyang tilted his head back and gulped it all down in one go. Daddy, what are all these things you bought? Instead of leaving immediately after taking back the cup, Cece crouched down curiously to see what Lu Zhangyang had purchased. Hee, this is all small potatoes compared to what I'm selling you. Take a look for yourself. Lu Zhangyang set the ingredients aside and placed the other bags in front of her. Wow, is this a cupcake? It looks so adorable. Cece spotted an exquisitely wrapped paper box at first glance. Upon opening it, she found a delicate pink cake inside, adorned with an intricately crafted Snow White figurine on top. To be honest, she had never seen such a beautiful cake before, so she immediately planted a kiss on Lao Lu's cheek and cheered with excitement. Seeing Shishi so happy, Lu Zhangyang thought to himself that even if this little cake cost over 400 yuan, it was totally worth it. Daddy, can I eat it now? Peering through the clear plastic on the box, Shishi's face was filled with longing. Okay, but just 2 or 3 bites because dinner's almost ready. After we finish eating, I'll let you have some more, alright? Thank you, Daddy, you're the best. Hearing this, Cece happily wiggled her little bottom in excitement. Little glutton. Lu Zhangyang chuckled as he carefully began unwrapping the packaging for her. Even though he had plenty of money now, these little cakes weren't exactly cheap. It would be such a waste if she ruined the decorations while unwrapping them. Daddy, this cake is so beautiful, I almost can't bear to eat it. Cece looked around the cake, unsure where to start. To be fair, regardless of taste, the presentation of something bought with money truly is exquisite. How about this? Let Daddy take a photo with his phone first, then you can eat it. Yes, that would be perfect. It's perfectly normal for a little girl to love beauty. In the past, Lu Zhangyang would have long lost patience if Cece made such a fuss while eating. There's no way he would have, like now, proactively offered to take commemorative photos for her. Sure enough, after taking a few pictures, Cece leaned her whole body against Lu Zhangyang while eating the cake. They'd grown much more intimate. Chapter 20, No more pretending, I'm coming clean. Daddy, this cake is so delicious. I want to save some for Mommy so she can taste it too. Cece took just 2 bites of the cake before consciously putting down her spoon, even attempting to repackage the box. Seeing his daughter's thoughtful behavior warmed Lu Zhangyang's heart, yet it also pained him deeply. He had once read a saying online, the more sensible a child is, the more hardships they endured in their childhood. No need, you eat yours. I bought one for Mom too. Ta-da! With that, Lu Zhangyang took out a slightly larger cake from the bag. This cake wasn't styled for a child's taste, instead, it was decorated with various flowers made of cream or chocolate, clearly the kind a man would give to a woman. Wow, Dad, the cake you bought for Mom is so beautiful too. Bring it to the table. Mum. Carrying the cake, Lu Zhangyang headed toward the kitchen with the groceries he had bought. I gotta move quickly, Shen Mubing will be back any minute now. Rent 900, utilities 150, Cece's registration fee is 6,800, plus a month's living expenses, phone bill. After work, Shen Mubing kept crunching these numbers in her head, but no matter how she calculated, it always seemed like income couldn't quite cover expenses. Phew. Taking a deep breath, Shen Mubing stepped off the subway. Passing by the fresh produce supermarket, Shen Mubing suddenly paused in her tracks. Thinking back over the past 2 days, returning home meant having meals ready and waiting, not to mention the bathroom had been remodeled exactly to her liking. This gave Shen Mubing a flicker of anticipation. She wondered if there would be a prepared meal waiting for her today upon returning. And if there was, what would Lu Zhangyang have cooked for her this time? If he happened to be home today, should she take the opportunity to clear the air between them? Lost in these thoughts, he found himself already at the doorstep of his rented home. Pushing the door open, Shen Mubing glanced inside and saw Lu Zhangyang bustling about in the kitchen, while Cece sat on the sofa unpacking some things. Though the scene appeared somewhat messy, it inexplicably gave Shen Mubing a comforting sense of warmth. Mom's back. Seeing Shen Mubing return, Cece was the first to drop what she was holding and ran over to give her a hug. You're back? Hurry and wash your hands for dinner, Lu Zhangyang said softly as he placed the dishes on the table, just as if they were a normal couple. Oh, Shen Mubing responded instinctively, but then felt something wasn't quite right. When she looked up again, Lu Zhangyang had already retreated back into the kitchen. Mommy, go wash your hands and eat. Daddy made yummy food. I'm so hungry. Cece pulled Shen Mubing toward the bathroom. Mommy, I'll tell you another secret. Daddy bought a super pretty cake for you. The cake is covered with flowers, red, white, yellow, and green ones, really so pretty. But Daddy also bought a cake for me. It's Snow White themed and also super pretty. After eating the cake, I even get toys to play with. As she said this, Cece wiggled her body proudly. This is just how children are, they have an overwhelming urge to share when they're happy about something. But if you show no interest in what they're saying, over time they'll stop wanting to share with you, especially children like Cece who don't yet have many close friends. Over time, if one's personality changes completely, that wouldn't be good. Really? That would be amazing. Shen Mubing forced a smile and responded perfunctorily. But Cece was in such a hurry to eat that she didn't notice her tone or attitude. By the time Cece ran over, Lu Zhangyang had already served everyone's meals. Wow, these prawns are so big, they look incredibly delicious. When the plate of giant prawns was placed before her, Cece nearly drooled into her rice. Mom, are you done yet? Come eat quickly. Truth be told, Cece had eaten prawns before, but back when money was tight, they could only afford smaller ones costing a few dozen yuan, and never in large quantities. But today, after Lu Zhengyang made some money, they indulged in a small act of compensatory consumption. A single prawn on this plate cost nearly as much as what they used to pay for half a kilogram before. And it wasn't just Cece, even Lu Zhengyang himself could barely contain his craving. You've never been this enthusiastic about eating before. Shen Mubing wiped her hands and took her seat. When she saw the lavish spread on the table, she glanced up at Lu Zhengyang with a complicated look in her eyes. Though she didn't know exactly how much this feast cost, she was certain it wasn't cheap. What on earth was he up to? Lu Zhengyang, where did you get this money? Although the table was laden with sumptuous dishes, Shen Mubing couldn't bring herself to eat without getting to the bottom of this matter. This money was all earned by me, clean and honest, so rest assured. Oomph, do you really think I'd still believe you? Seeing Lu Zhengyang's utterly forthright expression, Shen Mubing sneered coldly. When it came to money matters, Lu Zhengyang had tried countless schemes to deceive her before. It's fair to say that Lu Zhengyang had absolutely zero credibility left with her. It's true, here, let me show you. Lu Zhengyang hastily produced both his phone and the bank transfer receipt, placing them before Shen Mubing. Seeing this, Shen Mubing took the receipt with guarded suspicion. When she saw the transfer amount, her pupils dilated dramatically. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, million. Over 2 million. As an accountant, Shen Mubing was no stranger to remittance slips. But when she saw the number on this one, for some reason, she couldn't shake the feeling that it was utterly unreal. She ended up checking it over and over again. And also, here's my phone's SMS notification. I've paid off all those debts and still have over 1 million left. Lu Zhengyang quickly opened his phone's message and held it out in front of Shen Mubing. Now, Shen Mubing had no choice but to believe it. Where did you get all this money? Shen Mubing looked up at him, her eyes narrowing as she faced the enormous sum. All this money was earned through my business dealings. Lu Zhengyang naturally wouldn't let go of this rare opportunity to explain. Alright, you say you earned it through business. Then tell me, what kind of business could make this much money in such a short time? Shen Mubing naturally didn't believe this explanation. In fact, her tone grew even colder. She now suspected that Lu Zhengyang might have done something illegal, perhaps gambling again. If this money came from either of those sources, she wanted no part of it. From childhood, in Shen Mubing's moral code, one would rather starve than stoop to such underhanded or unlawful deeds. There was no helping it. Among some traditional, principled elders, such money was considered tainted, and even if earned, it would only bring calamity. This belief was deeply ingrained in Shen Mubing's values as well. How should I put it? Actually, this line of thinking is correct, but the world is ever-changing. Without resorting to unconventional means, a commoner like you with no money or influence would most likely remain a poor nobody for life. Running a legitimate business isn't completely impossible to make this much money either. But Lu Zhengyang, you possess neither capability nor capital. What qualifies you to earn so much in such a short time? Shen Mubing wasn't looking down on Lu Zhengyang. It wasn't that he would never have this capability, but at least for now, he simply didn't possess it. If he'd had this ability, his family wouldn't have been torn apart and ended up in this wretched state. Chapter 21, Staying Over. Wife. In his urgency, Lu Zhengyang blurted out a cry, but noticing Shen Mubing's icy stare devoid of any reaction, he couldn't help faltering mid-action. Previously, he had felt guilty deep down, coupled with his fragile pride, so he hadn't dared to explain many things clearly to Shen Mubing. Now, no matter what, at least he had this modest foundation in his hands, so he decided to recount all the details of the matter from start to finish. In truth, as a married couple, they should have been open and honest with each other from the beginning, treating one another with mutual respect. Just as Shen Mubing used to do, even something as small as buying a spring onion would be shared with Lu Zhengyang in casual conversation. If we spend all day guarding against each other, what's the point of living? Lu Zhengyang then began recounting everything from winning the scratch-off lottery to operating the hairy crab business, even producing photos of his winning moment and transfer records as proof. That's how I sold all those hairy crabs to my business partner Li Wenxiang. Of course, he omitted the part about insurance fraud and how he obtained the wealth information. Committing insurance fraud is something shameful to admit, and as for that wealth information, it's just too absurd. Now isn't the right time to talk about it. There'll be opportunities later. Shen Mubing stared at the photos he'd taken, listening silently as he recounted his experiences over the past few days. Truthfully, she wanted to voice her doubts. Although the whole incident seemed somewhat far-fetched and unreal, it didn't appear entirely impossible either. Moreover, no matter how much she questioned it, the undeniable fact remained. All that money was indeed in his bank account. Daddy, did you make a lot of money? Cece suddenly asked while eating. Well, not exactly a lot, but now no one will come asking us for money anymore. And from now on, whatever Cece wants, Daddy can buy it for you. Really? Daddy, I don't need you to buy me lots of things. As long as nobody comes asking for money anymore, that's enough. Every time those people came, Mommy would cry for so long. Rather than focusing on the promise of new things, Cece's attention remained fixed on the debt collectors, clear proof of how deeply this experience had affected the child. Don't talk nonsense. Shin Mubing glared at Cece, but her eyes involuntarily grew misty. Though she appeared gentle yet strong-willed, heaven only knew what kind of days Shin Mubing had been living through since falling into debt. For an honest person, such an amount of money was truly astronomical. Not to mention anything else, just the amount of hair Shin Mubing had lost was beyond counting. Now that she knew all these external debts were cleared, the heavy boulder suspended in her heart finally lifted. She couldn't tell whether it was excitement, grievance, or some other emotion. Either way, her tears simply wouldn't stop flowing. I'm sorry, I was an idiot before. I promise I'll never let you suffer like this again. Lu Zhangyang held Cece in his left arm and Shin Mubing in his right, resolutely declaring. After finishing the meal, Lu Zhangyang voluntarily cleared the dishes and washed the bowls, then mopped the floor while he was at it. He managed to drag the time until a little past 8. It was truly strange. Back when he was asked to do household chores, he always found them time-consuming and exhausting. Now that he had nothing to do and wanted to kill time, who would have thought he'd finish them so quickly? Mubing, try the cake I bought for you. It won't be fresh by tomorrow. Seeing as there was nothing left to do, Lu Zhangyang took out the floral cake he had bought earlier. I won't eat it. It won't go bad in the fridge. Let's save it for Cece to eat tomorrow. It's getting late. Cece and I need to go to sleep. Watching Lu Zhangyang holding the cake, Shin Mubing said indifferently. I don't have a place to stay right now. Staying at a hotel would cost money again. Maybe I could just crash on the couch for tonight? Would that be okay with you? With that, Lu Zhangyang quickly winked at Cece. Mommy, can Daddy just sleep at home? Please, please, please. Cece, who had already made a pact with Lu Zhangyang, hurried over and kept tugging at Shin Mubing's hand while swaying back and forth persistently. Looking at Lu Zhangyang's feigned ignorance and the sight of Cece clinging to her arm acting coquettishly, how could Shin Mubing not realize they had already planned this together? Let's forget about it today. Tomorrow you can go rent a place yourself. Shin Mubing's heart softened in the end, and unable to withstand their persistence, she reluctantly agreed. Alright, I'll sort out the living arrangements tomorrow for sure. Seeing his cunning plan succeed, Lu Zhangyang handed the cake over once more. The staff mentioned today is actually the best time to eat it. Tomorrow it won't taste as good. Just try a little, see how it tastes. Eating sweets can indeed evoke a sense of joy, and women being emotional creatures, once they are happy, most problems simply cease to be problems. Another thing was, Shin Mubing had been with him for so long without ever enjoying any luxury. Now that he'd finally splurged on these little cakes costing hundreds each, it would truly be unreasonable not to let her taste them. Afraid that Shin Mubing might decline again, Lu Zhangyang immediately unwrapped the gift this time and even placed a spoon on top of the cake. TSK, such a beautiful cake ruined by you just like that. Shin Mubing couldn't help feeling displeased as she watched the delicate cream flowers on the cake being carelessly destroyed by Lu Zhangyang. She quickly picked up the cake to see if it could still be salvaged. Truth be told, this was the first time Shin Mubing had received such an exquisite gift from Lu Zhangyang, so she couldn't help but treasure it. I was just afraid you wouldn't eat it, Lu Zhangyang said sheepishly. Rolling her eyes at Lu Zhangyang, Shin Mubing took out her cheap phone and carefully angled it to snap a photo. Sure enough, all girls love taking photos, even someone like Shin Mubing who never posts on social media. Oh my! Still thrilled from the beautiful eye roll Shin Mubing had just given him, Lu Zhangyang barely restrained himself from sweeping her up in his arms. Lu Zhangyang hadn't realized just how much he'd been longing for one of her signature eye rolls. After taking the photo, Shin Mubing picked up the cake, scooped a spoonful, and handed it to Cece. Here, try this and see if it's tasty. She was always like this. Before Cece was born, the first bite would always go to Lu Zhangyang. Now that Cece was here, any delicious treat immediately went to her. Shin Mubing always came last. Perhaps only someone as gentle and virtuous as her could have tolerated him for so long. Mom, you try it. I already had some earlier. Mom, this cake is really good, you have to taste it. Cece swallowed hard and insisted. Yes, she just had a cake. It's not good to eat too much of this stuff, you should have it yourself. Lu Zhangyang chimed in from the side. Hearing this, Shin Mubing didn't dwell on it and gently brought the spoon to her cherry-like lips. As the small spoon entered her mouth, a rich milky aroma instantly flooded her palate. With a delicate touch of her tongue, the incredibly smooth cream dissolved in an instant. Sweet. So delicious. This was Shin Mubing's inner monologue. She hadn't tasted such delicious dessert in a very, very long time. So delicious that her eyes nearly narrowed into slits with pleasure. After savoring this bite, Shin Mubing couldn't wait to take another, when suddenly she noticed a pair of fiery eyes intently watching her. Shin Mubing looked up to see Lu Zhangyang gazing at her with a smile, his expression overflowing with unmistakable adoration. Instantly, Shin Mubing's delicate face flushed crimson with visible warmth. What are you staring at? Whether from embarrassment or bashfulness, Shin Mubing uttered these tender words in a soft voice before quickly leading Cece into the room. Chapter 22, President Zhao. 6:30 a.m. Shin Mubing opened her eyes. This was a habit she had maintained for a long time. Truthfully, she wanted to sleep a little longer, but there was no choice. She had to prepare meals for the entire day before work. Otherwise, Cece would go hungry alone at home. Just as she walked out of her bedroom in pajamas, she saw Lu Zhengyang already bustling about in the kitchen. You're awake? Why don't you go back to sleep for a bit? I've only just started making breakfast. Go on, I'll call you when breakfast is ready. Seeing Shin Mubing hesitate at first, Lu Zhengyang spoke again. All right. Shin Mubing nodded and went back inside. In the past, Shin Mubing would definitely not have entered, but now, not doing so would make her feel extremely awkward. After all, the two were now divorced and nominally had no relationship whatsoever. Phew. Hearing the door close, Lu Zhengyang breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. Thankfully, he'd made it in time. Damn, when had he ever woken up this early before? His eyes were still stubbornly open, but give him a pillow and he'd be snoring within 3 seconds. Chasing after a wife? Nothing to be ashamed of. Over half an hour later, Lu Zhengyang brought a table full of sumptuous breakfast dishes to the dining table. There was milk, fried eggs, dumplings, and a few pieces of small bread. Wow, Dad, you're amazing. Looking at the table full of delicious food, Cece was overjoyed. Eat up now, or it'll get cold. This is the lunchbox I made for you to take to work at noon. Lu Zhengyang wiped his hands, packed the prepared lunchbox into a bag, and placed it in front of Shin Mubing. Mum. Shin Mubing nodded and started eating breakfast. By the way, I just transferred 100,000 yuan to your Alipay. Take it for now, I've got other plans for the remaining money. Why are you giving me money? I don't want it. As she spoke, Shin Mubing took out her phone, ready to transfer the money back. Just think of it as doing me a favor by holding on to it, alright? I'm afraid my business might fail, and I wouldn't want to end up completely broke. Besides, this money is for Cece. You keep it there and don't touch it. If you send it back to me, I'll just transfer it to you again. Seeing that Shin Mubing wasn't listening to him, Lu Zhengyang continued. Ding, Alipay incoming transaction, 100,000 yuan. Ding, Alipay incoming transaction, 100,000 yuan. Shin Mubing had barely finished transferring the money, hadn't even put her phone away yet, when Lu Zhengyang transferred the money back to her. You transfer it, I'll transfer it back. Lu Zhengyang's words were spoken with such defiance. To be honest, from marriage to divorce, this was by far the most defiant sentence he'd ever uttered. Scoundrel. Shin Mubing had no choice but to accept this. Fine, she'd keep it for him then, she wouldn't misuse it anyway. After breakfast, Shin Mubing went out, while Lu Zhengyang stretched lazily and headed back to the bedroom, wanting to catch some more sleep. Daddy, what are you doing? Cece followed him inside, looking puzzled as she saw him taking off his clothes. Daddy's tired and didn't sleep well last night, so I want to nap a little more. Don't tell mommy, okay? With that, Lu Zhengyang dove right into Shin Mubing's bed, immediately enveloped by a faint, soothing fragrance. Strangely enough, Lu Zhengyang always felt Shin Mubing had a kind of magic, like how the blankets she slept in were always soft and fragrant, and so were her clothes. Oh daddy, you just woke up, how can you go back to sleep already? Cece protested, still hoping to go outside and play. Just half an hour, okay? Go watch some TV. When you finish 2 episodes of cartoons, I'll be done sleeping. Lu Zhengyang kept his eyes closed, breathing in the fragrance emanating from Shin Mubing, savoring this beautiful moment. If everything you've said is true, then this person is indeed quite interesting. In an office, a bespectacled man wearing a casual suit pondered for a moment after listening to Li Wenxiang's words before speaking. Mr. Zhao, I can't speak for anything else, but I saw with my own eyes the deals with chilies and crabs. Li Wenxiang sat somewhat awkwardly on the sofa, speaking with visible excitement. How about this? Let's set up a lunch meeting. If this checks out, everything else can be easily sorted. How about lunch today? Are you free? Li Wenxiang was also a man of quick temper, so he blurted out. Fine, I'm free at noon. Good, I'll call and ask immediately. With that, Li Wenxiang directly dialed Lu Zhengyang's number. Hey buddy, got time for lunch? A friend of mine wants to meet you. I do have time, but I'm at home taking care of the kids right now. Oh come on, kids are great, just bring them along. Send me your location and I'll pick you up now. Well, alright then. Lu Zhengyang hadn't planned to go at first, but he didn't expect Li Wenxiang to be so enthusiastic. He genuinely felt a bit awkward refusing him. Whatever, it's just one meal anyway. Besides, he'd made over 2 million from that guy, treating him to dinner was the least he could do. After sending his location, Lu Zhengyang took Cece downstairs. Daddy, we already have food at home. Why do we need to eat out? Cece wore a white dress, hopping and skipping behind Lu Zhengyang, adorable beyond words. Well, because someone wanted to invite Daddy to discuss things over a meal, and the food at home can still be saved for dinner. It won't go to waste. Alright, eating out was still quite unfamiliar to Cece. Before long, a Mercedes-Benz S450L slowly pulled to a stop in front of Lu Zhengyang. Lu Zhengyang was feeling somewhat puzzled when suddenly the passenger window rolled down, and Li Wenxiang, sitting in the driver's seat, stuck his head out and called, "Brother Lu, get in." "Damn, this is your car?" After getting inside, Lu Zhengyang carefully examined the car's interior, his voice tinged with envy. As the saying goes, drive a BMW, ride in a Mercedes, which highlights the luxurious interiors and comfort of Mercedes-Benz. Not to mention this car was a Mercedes-Benz S-Class sedan. Sigh, if only this car were mine. I could never afford such a nice car. Li Wenxiang patted the steering wheel with equal envy. That's true enough. Though luxury cars seem to be everywhere on the streets, when you look at the reality, these kinds of vehicles are truly beyond the reach of ordinary people. Back when Lu Zhengyang was young and naive, he always thought driving luxury cars was no big deal, nothing special at all. But after struggling in society for so many years, he realized he couldn't even afford a damn car worth 100,000 yuan. This slowly made him realize the gap between himself and those who drove luxury cars was not just slight, it was enormous. After all, the annual maintenance cost alone for such a car might exceed what he could earn in a whole year. In the past, when he heard others boast, they'd always say things like, "Who can't afford a car worth a few 100,000? We just choose not to buy one, we'd rather invest in property or do something more meaningful." Some even took the opportunity to mock luxury car owners as fools who knew nothing about smart investments. Yes, from an investment perspective, any car is a depreciating asset, even the most luxurious one in the world. But when you get down to it, isn't it all about not having enough money? Or to put it another way, the funds fall short. If you were truly wealthy, wouldn't buying cars worth hundreds of thousands, or even millions, be as easy as child's play? Would someone who can afford such a luxury car really care about such petty cash? Of course, except for those who borrow money to buy cars just to show off. Chapter 23, Social Savvy. Brother Lu, let me introduce you to my friend Mr. Zhao Zhiming, who's also sort of my boss. His elder brother is a top official in our Beihai city. Don't worry though, President Zhao is actually a good person, and his business is completely legitimate. You'll understand when you meet him. Li Wenxiang briefly explained Zhao Zhiming's status while subtly hinting at his wealth and influence. "Mei Chem, I understand." Lu Zhengyang nodded in response, not giving it too much thought. If this had happened right after graduating university, he might have shown proper respect but wouldn't have gone out of his way to please him. Those were the days when youthful arrogance made him look down on everyone. If this had been himself from some time ago, when he was drowning in debt and scraping by, he would have seized this opportunity, buttering him up to the point of comfort, hoping to glean some chance to make money off him. But now, he showed due respect, yet Lu Zhengyang had begun viewing many things from a completely different perspective. After all, the demeanor one exhibits when they have confidence versus when they don't is entirely different. After a few more casual remarks, they soon arrived at the entrance of a rather unassuming restaurant. But the restaurant name was written on a plaque, suggesting it must be a time-honored establishment. "Oh, your daughter is adorable," Li Wenxiang remarked as he parked the car, gently patting Cece's little head. "You're so pretty. What's your name?" "My name is Lu Yushi," Cece replied timidly, gripping Lu Zhengyang's hand tightly. "Such a good girl," Li Wenxiang sighed with emotion. "Ah, daughters are truly better. My boy at home drives me up the wall all day without fail." "Go ahead, brother Li. With your family's wealth and no financial burdens, what's there to worry about?" "Forget it. I already have 2 sons. If I end up with another boy, I'd be too overwhelmed to even cry." With that, the two of them entered a large private room. Where's President Zhao?" Li Wenxiang felt a little puzzled as he looked at the empty private room. They had just agreed to wait here. Maybe President Zhao had something urgent come up. "Please wait a moment." With that, Li Wenxiang picked up his phone to make the call. They couldn't just let Lu Zhengyang and his daughter sit there waiting idly. "Don't worry, since you've spoken up, I'll definitely save this good stuff for you." "Ha, you're too polite, don't worry. I'll come see you in the next couple of days." Just then, cheerful voices echoed from outside the private room. After the two people outside finished their conversation, Zhao Zhiming pushed open the private room where Lu Zhengyang was seated. Seeing Lu Zhengyang with Cece inside, he immediately smiled and began apologizing. "Sorry about that, just ran into an acquaintance and got held up for a bit." "My apologies. You must be Wenxiang's Lu Zhengyang, right?" Hello. Zhao Zhiming walked up to Lu Zhengyang with a smile and extended his right hand for a handshake. "Yes, that's me," Lu Zhengyang responded politely. "Xianzi, since everyone's here, let's have the dishes served." "Coming right up." "Hey, I'm in a good mood today, got my hands on a calligraphy piece I really liked." As he spoke, Zhao Zhiming offered Lu Zhengyang a cigarette. "Since you're Wenxiang's friend, you're my friend too. You don't mind if I call you Brother Lu, do you?" Not at all. "Then I'll call you Brother Zhao from now on. I heard from Wenxiang that you're no ordinary man, little brother. You've got a unique vision for business." As he spoke, Zhao Zhiming studied Lu Zhengyang's face closely, as if trying to gauge the man's character through his facial expressions and demeanor. "Ha, that was all just luck," Lu Zhengyang chuckled. brushing off the comment with a perfunctory reply. Luck isn't nothing, but when it comes down to it, luck is still part of one's capability, Zhao Zhiming said with a knowing smile. To be honest, judging by what Li Wenxiang had told him, from trading chili peppers to dealing in hairy crabs, turning over 100,000 into over 2 million in less than 10 days was no small feat. Although 2 million wasn't big money to him, that nearly 2,000% return rate was absolutely outrageous. Put yourself in his shoes. If Zhao Zhiming didn't have his current status and the backing of his platform, he would never measure up to the man standing before him. Truth be told, I've got some spare cash myself, he said. But with the current economic climate, I'm struggling to find any worthwhile investment opportunities. If you happen to come across any good projects in the future, don't forget about your old pal here. Zhao Zhiming amiably patted Lu Zhengyang's hand and said cordially. Actually, between men, especially in such chance encounters where they're introduced by someone else, the motives are quite simple. It's either for money or to expand their social network. But compared to Lu Zhengyang, Zhao Zhiming far surpasses him in both money and connections. You could even say the two of them are from completely different worlds, even though they're now sitting at the same table eating together. What kind of projects does Zhao Zhiming usually deal with? They're always some major construction projects or big business deals. Most of the people he interacts with are either big bosses or government officials. And what about Lu Zhengyang? Apart from some close friends and relatives, at most a few classmates or co-workers, that's pretty much the extent of his circle. The only reason Zhao Zhiming chose to have dinner with him today was because he had nothing better to do. Plus Lu Zhengyang's demonstrated abilities over the past 10+ days had convinced Zhao that he was a talented individual worth investing some time in befriending. That's all there was to it. It wasn't that Zhao Zhiming thought too highly of himself or looked down on Lu Zhengyang from some imagined height. But that's just how it is. Do you think Zhao Zhiming looks down on Lu Zhengyang? Not really. He shook hands upon entering and showed plenty of respect throughout their conversation. But if an ordinary person sees someone wealthy and powerful treating them this way, gets carried away, starts feeling good about themselves, or even thinks the two of them are friends, then that's their own problem. Of course there's an opportunity for that. I'm just worried my small-scale operations aren't worthy of Brother Zhao's attention. Lu Zhengyang smiled and replied modestly. Though his words were humble, Lu Zhengyang carried himself with quiet dignity, showing neither servility nor arrogance. After years of setbacks in life, Lu Zhengyang may have been down on his luck, but he'd gained some hard-won wisdom about the ways of the world. Always hold yourself in high regard, no matter what, regardless of your current position or circumstances. If even you don't respect yourself, who else do you expect to respect you? They're not your damn father. Of course, if you currently have no abilities, no matter how highly you think of yourself, it holds no meaning for others. But while it may mean nothing to others, its significance for oneself is tremendous, because it reflects your attitude toward life and living. My friend, your words are truly a slap in the face to me, Zhao Zhiming. What do you mean by presentable or not presentable? I, Zhao Zhiming, am hardly some global billionaire saint who sees money as dirt. I'll let it slide since it's our first meeting, but if you say that about me again next time, you'll have to punish yourself with a drink. Zhao Zhiming pretended to be angry as he spoke to Lu Zhengyang. To be honest, his expression did look quite serious. Alright, consider it my bad. I'll punish myself with a drink later as an apology. Lu Zhengyang truly hadn't expected Zhao Zhiming to say this. Left with no choice, he could only play along with the out he was given. Chapter 24, Do you have the guts? Soon, the waiter wheeled over a cart and served the dishes on the table. To be honest, just by looking at the dishes, Lu Zhengyang could tell this place wasn't cheap. Half of them were things he'd never even seen before. Little brother, what do you usually drink? I'm fine with anything. Got it. I'll take care of the arrangements. Bring 2 bottles of mutai first, and get 2 desserts for the kids as well. You decide which ones to serve. Okay, Boss Zhao. It was clear Zhao Zhiming was a regular here. He gave instructions with the effortless ease of an old hand. The mutai liquor was served, with Li Wenxiang taking on the role of server, uncorking and pouring the wine. Watching the translucent drops of baijiu pour into the cup, Lu Zhengyang couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. He had no idea exactly how much the bottle of liquor cost, but it had to be at least several $1,000s. Damn, this was the first time he'd ever drunk something this expensive. The life of the rich is indeed simple and unadorned. Come on, let's have the first toast. After several rounds of drinks and sampling various dishes, it's usually the time for bragging. But clearly, since everyone isn't that familiar with each other, there weren't many topics to discuss, and boasting didn't come easily. Brother Lu, from what you just said, do you really have a promising project on hand? After downing another small cup, Zhao Zhiming's face was only slightly flushed, but he appeared completely sober, clearly a seasoned drinker. Currently, there is indeed a solid project, but with my limited resources, it's tough to handle alone. Lu Zhengyang lit a cigarette and said, "Oh, feel free to share it with us for reference." Hearing this, Zhao Zhiming's interest was immediately piqued, while Li Wenxiang, sitting beside them, also pricked up his ears. I wonder if Brother Zhao knows anything about the chip market. The chip market? At the mention of chips, Zhao Zhiming frowned slightly, visibly confused. There was no particular reason, it's just that chips are high-tech products far removed from the lives of ordinary people. Forget about folks like them, even the country faces shortages. Not just shortages, some high-end chips can't even be domestically produced. How could someone like him possibly have any connection to this field? Are you kidding me with this topic? Don't tell me you've somehow gained the ability to manufacture chips? But do you really think we'll believe that? Of course I'm not talking about high-end chips for computers or phones. I mean automotive chips. Seeing them stare at him wide-eyed, Lu Zhangyang knew they must have misunderstood. Automotive chips? What are these things? I really don't know much about them. Zhao Zhiming was still completely in the dark. Indeed, apart from some industry insiders, ordinary people wouldn't pay attention to such things. As for someone like Li Wenxiang, who's more of a rough-and-tumble type, there was even less chance he'd be keeping track. You know about new energy vehicles, right? I do know about them, but I've heard the technology isn't fully mature yet, though some friends who've bought them say they're actually quite nice to drive. Zhao Zhiming finally found something he could contribute to the conversation. Maturity is relative. With so many companies entering the market, it's only a matter of time before the technology matures. Let's not get sidetracked. Here's how I see it. The main selling point of new energy vehicles is their smart features. But no matter how smart they get, they still rely on chips. That's an undeniable fact today. Moreover, compared to mobile and computer chips, automotive chips don't have particularly high technical requirements in terms of size or manufacturing processes. At present, they're essentially something you can just buy with money. If money can buy them, then why even bother with this business? Zhao Zhiming immediately got to the heart of the matter. The growth potential is huge. I don't know if you've looked closely at the new energy vehicle market, but judging by the current growth trend, even car manufacturers and chipmakers themselves couldn't have predicted how strong the demand would be, let alone ordinary people. As for other components, traditional automakers can pivot relatively quickly, and many parts are even interchangeable. But when it comes to chips, shortages are bound to hit hard very soon. Zhao Zhiming, whether inherently cautious or unfamiliar with the matter, lit a cigarette and remained silent for now. How do you want to handle this? Zhao Zhiming asked after taking a couple of puffs. Regardless of whether this deal would proceed, it was essential to first understand how he planned to operate. At present, whether established automakers or so-called new energy vehicle startups, they've sprouted up like mushrooms in the market. This will create a brief surge in demand for automotive chips, but the situation shouldn't last too long. After all, these companies aren't fools. Once this happens, both automakers and manufacturers will maintain sufficient inventory reserves. What we need to do is seize this window of opportunity and make a killing, Lu Zhangyang said with full confidence. Truth be told, without the information provided by Wealth Intel, how could an ordinary person like Lu Zhangyang have spotted such a business opportunity? How much are you planning to invest, and what's your strategy? Also, do you have an estimate on the profit margins? Most importantly, what's the expected timeline? After a moment of silence, Zhao Zhiming asked. Zhao Zhiming was completely baffled now. Having been in business for so many years, he'd dabbled in quite a few ventures, but this was truly the first time he'd encountered something like this. But no matter what kind of business it was, these were fundamental questions. If he could logically align the reasoning and present a well-founded argument, then it would be worth taking seriously. Starting from 5 million, didn't we have an automaker in Beihai City? I want you to place supplier orders under their name. As for profits, at least triple, but 5 to 7 times isn't out of the question. Timing is everything. If you sell too early, the profits won't be as high. If you hold on too tightly and wait for other automakers and manufacturers to catch on, you'll miss the boat. As for the timeline, based on the current situation, around 2 weeks or so. Lu Zhangyang narrated the wealth information data step by step according to the figures. You can earn this much in just half a month? Brother, did you used to work in the automotive industry? Besides, there might be other things I'm not too familiar with, but for electronic products like these, the updates and iterations should be pretty rapid. When the next-gen technology comes out, wouldn't we be stuck with obsolete stock? Seeing him speak with such confidence, Zhao Zhiming couldn't help but feel a bit indecisive. So we must seize the moment and take advantage of this window of opportunity. According to the wealth information provided, speed is essential for making this venture work. Alright, let me think it over. If it's viable, I'll discuss it with you again in a few days. This involves millions, not mere hundreds. Even though Zhao Zhiming has some money, after all, it's only their first meeting today, and he's still unfamiliar with this industry. Naturally, he wouldn't act so recklessly. Brother Zhao, if you want in on this business, you'd better give me your answer by tomorrow. If you haven't made up your mind by then, this deal is off. Lu Zhangyang nodded to show he understood, but his tone remained decidedly unapologetic. After all, he was the one offering this money-making opportunity, which gave Lu every reason to speak with complete confidence. And let's be honest, which of these new energy entrepreneurs nowadays isn't a shrewd operator? At the slightest hint, they'd catch on. Do you really think you'd still get a chance to profit from them? Don't be ridiculous. Chapter 25, The Stubborn Man. We have to decide by tomorrow? Is there really such a hurry? To be honest, Lu Zhengyang's urgent tone made Zhao Zhiming feel slightly irritated. It felt like he was being pressured into action. Brother Zhao, don't misunderstand, it's not that I'm rushing you, but the market won't wait. Opportunities like this disappear in the blink of an eye. If we don't act in the next few days, there won't be any point in doing it later. Lu Zhengyang took a bite of vegetables and said calmly, as if he didn't attach much importance to the matter at all. This scene was clearly witnessed by Li Wenxiang, who stood nearby. Back when he and Lu Zhengyang were business partners, wasn't he just like Zhao Zhiming? He was even more skeptical than Zhao, but what was the result? Isn't this already making a fortune? Of course, these hairy crabs haven't been sold yet, but once they are, it's money either way. Now Zhao Zhiming was caught in a dilemma. He didn't know whether to follow suit or not. If he didn't follow through, he would seem unreliable after his earlier boastings, and it would make him appear narrow-minded. But if he followed along, he couldn't feel confident about it. Helpless, he had no choice but to turn his gaze toward Li Wenxiang, wondering if he had any suggestions. President Zhao, don't look at me like that. To be honest, I personally trust Brother Lu quite a bit. But this is your money, I wouldn't dare offer reckless advice. Li Wenxiang forced a dry laugh, speaking with evident awkwardness. Let's do it. It's just 5 million, I believe in you. After a moment of hesitation, Zhao Zhiming suddenly roared decisively. Over so many years, Zhao Zhiming had climbed step by step to his current position, relying on his connections and boldness. Along the way, he had taken plenty of daring risks, but it had been ages since he'd felt this torn over a decision. Actually, he also enjoyed this gambling mentality. Perhaps everyone has a bit of this mindset to some extent. After all, the returns Lu Zhengyang mentioned were simply too lucrative. Alright then, today we'll need Director Zhao to urgently contact the automotive company leaders in Beihai City and have them broker the purchase of the chips. This kind of thing can't be delayed, we shouldn't risk complications from dragging it out. Seeing his agreement, Lu Zhengyang's face also lit up with joy. After all, this deal was considered a short-term, high-yield opportunity even among the wealth of financial information available. It's simple, I'll call someone over right now. As for how to proceed, that'll still be up to you. Alright, Lu Zhengyang nodded, not bringing up the profit split for the moment. To Lu Zhengyang, Zhao Zhiming was at least a man of some standing after all. If real money was made, he didn't believe Zhao would refuse to share the profits. And even without profit sharing, the amount I invested was substantial enough, and it would naturally make him owe me a favor in return. If he turns his back after making money, the worst that could happen is not cooperating with him anymore. Hey, President Wang, have you had your meal yet? I'm actually eating right now. Just happened to come across a small project and wanted to ask for your help. Not at all, how about you come over now? Alright, I'll wait for you at the usual place then. After hanging up the phone, Zhao Zhiming immediately began discussing minor details with Lu Zhengyang, since they were already business partners after all. About half an hour later, a bespectacled, big-bellied middle-aged man pushed open the door and entered. Oh, Lao Wang, long time no see. This is Li Wenxiang, you two must have met before. And this is Lu Zhengyang, a friend of mine. Hello. After a few brief pleasantries, Lu Zhengyang got straight to the point. President Wang, here's the situation. Brother Zhao and I want to purchase a batch of low-end chips for automotive use, but buying them individually is quite troublesome. We were hoping you could help us procure them. Don't worry, we'll pay up front. You just need to make the purchase for us. After downing a glass of liquor, Lu Zhengyang explained the whole story. That's all? Hearing this, Wang Jibo was stunned and even turned to look at Zhao Zhiming. Yes, that's all there is to it. Oh my, all this urgency had me thinking it was something major. Alright, just send me all the model specifications, and I'll have someone get on it right away. Hearing it was just a shopping request, Wang Xiaobo seemed somewhat dismissive. Hey, hold on, Manager Zhao, why the sudden interest in buying automotive chips out of the blue? At this question, Zhao Zhiming glanced sideways at Lu Zhengyang, silently asking whether this matter could actually be disclosed. It's fine, Boss Wang is your friend and has been helping with the chip procurement. There's nothing that can't be said openly. After all, the market pie is so big, whoever gets a slice gets it. Lu Zhengyang smiled, completely unbothered. Alright then, we just think these chips might see a price hike, so we wanted to stock up in advance. It's that simple. Seriously? Stocking up on chips now? Well, I don't get it. Wang Jibwa had initially thought this was some big secret. He was unexpectedly surprised to find they simply wanted to stockpile goods in anticipation of price increases. Being in the automotive industry himself, though his company still produced traditional fuel vehicles, they were already preparing to follow the trend and venture into new energy vehicles. Thus, he was quite familiar with upstream suppliers. As for chips, so far, it's genuinely been a case where money can buy you stock. What's more, these products become obsolete at breakneck speed once a new generation hits the market. The previous one immediately sees its price slashed drastically. Throwing money at this is like hanging yourself for your birthday, you must have a death wish. But since they insisted on buying, he might as well help them out. As for how much they'd lose later, that wasn't his problem anymore. Fair point. If even Wang Jibo could see that auto chips were about to skyrocket, then everyone else would have figured it out long ago. Lu Zhengyang immediately sent over the exact models he needed to purchase. To prevent any stalling, he transferred the money on the spot and had the hotel staff draft a simple contract right then and there. By the time this matter was settled, it was already past 4 in the afternoon. Fortunately, Zhao Zhiming was a regular at this restaurant. Staying so late not only drew no complaints, but the manager even sent over a bottle of red wine. Fuck. This gesture filled Lu Zhengyang's heart with a swell of emotion. Now this was the goddamn life worth living. Almost done, I should head out first. After checking the time, Shen Mubing would be getting off work soon. It wouldn't be good if she came home to find no Cici and a cold stove waiting for her. Anyway, the business matters have already been discussed and settled. Hey buddy, it's already this late, what's wrong with having dinner together? It's no trouble at all. Zhao Zhiming also checked the time and realized it was almost dinner time. Forget it. If I get home late and the wife gets angry, that won't be good. Oh, never realized you're such a devoted husband. Zhao Zhiming flashed a knowing grin that all men understood. Yes, I truly love my wife. Hearing this, Lu Zhengyang didn't refute it. Instead, the corners of his mouth lifted slightly as he seriously affirmed. This left everyone present utterly baffled. No, this was the first time they'd encountered a man who wouldn't stubbornly insist on keeping up appearances when his wife wasn't around. Normally, men's words at such times should be harder than diamond. Alright, I'll take your word for it. Tell you what, since it's still early, I'll have the kitchen pack some dishes for you to take home, and I'll have Wenchang see you out too. No need, I'll just take a taxi myself. Hey, if you won't even stay for dinner, then fine. But if you still refuse this request of mine, I'll really get angry. It had to be said, this Zhao Zhiming really knew how to handle people even when offering you favors. He made it impossible to refuse. Chapter 26, Shen Mubing blushed. By the way, Zhang Yang, there shouldn't be any issues with the chip deal, right? Li Wenxian couldn't help but ask during the drive. Hearing about such high profits had made him quite restless too. At the same time, he was afraid Lu Zhengyang might mess things up. Although he wasn't directly involved in this matter, he was the one who had facilitated this business partnership between Zhao Zhiming and Lu Zhengyang in the first place. If anything went wrong, what if Zhao Zhiming took his anger out on him? I've already invested everything I own into this. Do you think there might be an issue? Lu Zhengyang couldn't help but smile wryly. Of course, there's no such thing as a 100% guaranteed profitable business in this world. Asking me for guarantees isn't realistic. I'm well aware of that. Never mind, I'll just focus on selling this batch of hairy crabs first before anything else. I've been gathering some information these past few days, and the price surge for hairy crabs is indeed substantial, at least a 70 to 80% increase. At this point, Li Wenxian's lips curled upwards in a satisfied smile. For him, making a few million from this deal would already be more than enough to satisfy him. Moreover, without sufficient funds at hand, even if Li Wenxian was itching to act, there was nothing he could do. It was better to focus on his own affairs. If this batch of hairy crabs could be sold as he envisioned, he'd be able to celebrate a prosperous new year. Alright then, just don't come crying with regrets later. Around 5:30. Shen Mubing finished packing her things and was ready to leave work. These past few days, thanks to Lu Zhengyang, the weight on Shen Mubing's heart had lightened considerably. She even felt a spring in her step as she walked. Xiaoshen, you're not busy right now, are you? Seeing Shen Mubing waiting to clock out after packing up, He Jia, a woman in her 30s, came over. Sister He, what's the matter? Shen Mubing asked, her tone lukewarm. Because He Jia was a veteran employee of the company with average abilities, but her mouth was like a loudspeaker, making her the leading gossipmonger in the office, always pulling people together to spread rumors. Heh, I heard you got divorced, so I took the liberty of helping you look around. Turns out there really are a few decent young men willing to give it a shot with you. With that, He Jia took out her phone and showed the chat records to Shen Mubing. How could you send my photos to others without my permission? Shen Mubing was furious looking at the photos taken of her while she was working. Tisk, what's the big deal about sending a few photos of you? It's not a problem. I'm actually helping you here. Sorry, but I don't need your help, and I don't plan to find anyone else. Why must you be like this, Xiaoshen? The people I'm matching you with are all locals with houses and cars. Someone like you, divorced and with a child, can only rely on your youth and good looks now. In a few years, it'll be much harder for you to find someone. He just seemed oblivious to Shen Mubing's ashen expression, continuing her incessant chatter without pause. Do you have nothing better to do? Shen Mubing had reached her limit. If not for years of upbringing that prevented her from using harsh language in public, she'd likely be cursing by now. Goodness, why must you be so stubborn? You're the one who'll suffer in the end. Look at this young man, he makes 20 or 30,000 a month. Sure, he's divorced with a child, but his income is more than enough to support your future together. These days, marriage comes not only with high costs but exorbitant matchmaker fees, especially for candidates like Hejia described, divorcees with children in tow. The prices are downright outrageous. Hejia normally had nothing better to do than gossip about others, play matchmaker, and earn some extra cash. When she found out Shin Mubing had gotten divorced, this little scheme immediately sprang to mind. After all, women like Shin Mubing, hardworking and beautiful, were truly rare. Hejia, show some self-respect. Also, if I find out you're sending my photos to others again, don't blame me for calling the police. Shin Mubing had truly reached her limit this time and shouted at her directly. What's going on here? At that moment, Huang Haibing, the manager, emerged from his office. It's nothing, manager. I just thought, since Xiaoshin is divorced, I'd kindly introduce someone to her. Who knew she wouldn't appreciate it? Talk about looking a gift horse in the mouth. Surrounded by so many onlookers, Hejia quickly felt embarrassed but still stubbornly defended herself. She genuinely didn't expect Shin Mubing to actually tear face with her, not giving her the slightest bit of dignity. Spending all day as a dog catching mice, don't you have your own work to finish? Do other people's business need you to decide? Hearing that it was about finding a match for Shin Mubing, Huang Haibing flew into a rage immediately. Damn it, I haven't even had the chance to make a move yet, what the hell are you messing around for? I didn't mean. Seeing the manager actually taking her side, Hejia immediately backed down. Apologize. Apologize to Shin Mubing right now, Huang Haibing said with such a pretentious tone. Well, given the rare chance to show off in front of Shin Mubing, of course he'd seize it. Sorry, manager, it was my fault. Sorry, Xiaoshin, I spoke too hastily. This time, Hejia couldn't hold out anymore and quickly apologized. But he couldn't help wondering, Huang Haibing and Shin Mubing normally had no connection at all. Why was he standing up for her like this now? Could there be some hidden secret between them? Though apologizing verbally, Hejia's mind was already buzzing with gossip again. Work's over. I'm leaving. Not wanting to deal with them, Shin Mubing grabbed her things and started to leave. Anyway, he wouldn't be staying here much longer, let them do as they please. Hey, Shin. Huang Haibing fumed as he watched Shin Mubing walk away without even a glance back. He'd been planning to ask her out to dinner today. Here. Shin Mubing had just reached the subway entrance when she heard Lu Jingyan's voice. Holy shit, everyone look. Shin Mubing's colleague, who hadn't gotten off work yet, was holding a cup of coffee and striking a pose by the floor-to-ceiling window, never expecting to see Shin Mubing getting into a Mercedes-Benz car. Now things were getting interesting. Damn, who would have thought that Shin Mubing, who always seemed so refined and well-mannered, had already found herself a sugar daddy. Truly you never know what's really in someone's heart. I knew it, someone like her really hides her talents well. Hello there, sister-in-law. My name is Li Wenxiang, a friend of Zheng Yang. As soon as Shin Mubing got into the car, Li Wenxiang greeted her warmly. Hello. It was Shin Mubing's first time sitting in such a luxurious car, making her naturally somewhat tense. We were supposed to have dinner together tonight, but Zheng Yang insisted on going back to eat with you. I was wondering what kind of magic my sister-in-law has to make Zheng Yang so devoted to family. Now that I've seen you today, I finally understand. Turns out my sister-in-law is stunningly beautiful. That explains everything. Noticing the awkward atmosphere, Li Wenxiang quickly stepped in to lighten the mood. After all, having followed Zhao Zhiming around for so long and shared so many drinks, this kind of social lubrication was basically second nature to him. Shin Mubing didn't know how to respond to these words, forcing out two dry laughs while her flawless pale face flushed crimson, appearing somewhat embarrassed. Li Wenxiang had intended to keep the mood lively, but despite his efforts, neither of them said a word. Unexpectedly, this left him feeling awkward instead. Fortunately, the car moved quickly, and they soon arrived at their destination. Alright, drive safely. Thank you, Uncle, Cici said with a sweet smile. Alright, heading off now. Let's grab a meal together next time. After Li Wenxiang left, the family of three began making their way upstairs. That guy just now was the one I dealt with crabs together, Lu Zhengyang mentioned to Shin Mubing on their way back. But Shin Mubing seemed not to hear and continued walking forward. Chapter 27 Meeting the In-Laws. Returning home, Lu Zhengyang's first priority was cooking rice, while also reheating the dishes they had packed from the restaurant. Mom, do you know what I ate for lunch today? A little bunny made from milkshake, so pretty and so delicious. It would be great if we could eat out every day from now on. Cici clung to Shin Mubing sitting on the sofa and began recounting today's events. Watching her daughter's happy expression and then glancing at Lu Zhengyang, who started doing housework the moment he got home, Shin Mubing's mood improved significantly. But waiting idly for food wasn't in her nature. Since Lu Zhengyang was cooking, she felt she should at least do something else, otherwise she couldn't sit still and would feel utterly useless. Just as she picked up the broom intending to sweep, she noticed the floor wasn't just clean, it had apparently been freshly mopped. She wanted to do the laundry, only to find the clothes had already been washed and were drying outside. Even the clothes that were hung out yesterday had been taken in by him, neatly folded and placed in the wardrobe. Did he really do all this? Could he have truly changed his ways? Looking at the spotlessly cleaned house, Shin Mubing could hardly believe his eyes. After all, he had never done any household chores before. The dishes are warmed up, but the rice isn't ready yet. Come have some drinks first, we've got plenty of dishes today anyway. Drinks! Upon hearing this, Cece abandoned all hesitation and dashed straight to the dining table. Wash your hands first. Fine. Cece, who had been in high spirits just moments ago, immediately deflated like a defeated rooster and trudged off to the bathroom to wash her hands. Seeing this, Lu Zhengyang's lips curled slightly as warmth blossomed in his heart. Once they'd all washed up, the family of three finally seated themselves at the table and began devouring the meal with gusto. Partnered with someone else in business today, the profits seem decent and the cycle is short too. Over dinner, Lu Zhengyang recounted the day's events to her in his usual unhurried manner. It was just like before, when Shin Mubing used to chat with him at home, sharing everything that had happened throughout his day. While eating, Shin Mubing listened quietly without speaking a word. But Lu Zhengyang didn't mind. This was exactly how Shin Mubing used to be. It's the weekend tomorrow, my mom wants to see Cece. Perhaps feeling embarrassed by Lu Zhengyang's words, Shin Mubing couldn't resist replying like this. Great, then I'll prepare more things tomorrow. Hearing this, Lu Zhengyang couldn't contain his excitement. Just as Lu Zhengyang was about to say something, Shin Mubing added, You'll be staying home alone. My parents aren't in good health now, and I'm afraid when the time comes. Seeing Lu Zhengyang's stunned and distressed expression, Shin Mubing panicked inwardly and quickly explained. No matter how heartless or cold-blooded she pretended to be, when she saw this man suffering, she still couldn't harden her heart. Let's go together tomorrow. If your parents don't welcome me, I'll leave then, alright? Lu Zhengyang fell silent for a moment before speaking in a conciliatory tone. During his destitute days, Lu Zhengyang tried every possible means to avoid going to Shin Mubing's home. Even when he did go, he would leave immediately after eating. On many occasions, he even let Shin Mubing visit alone with Cece. Because Shin Mubing's parents were naturally warm-hearted and decent people, at least they treated him well. Every time he visited, they would prepare a table full of fine wine and dishes. Even when he first faced the financial crisis, though Shin Mubing's parents were furious and had plenty of grievances, most of their words came in the form of lecturing advice. Yet, the more they acted this way, the more ashamed Lu Zhengyang felt about visiting. But after all these events, Lu Zhengyang realized that escaping problems was futile. Facing challenges bravely and taking responsibility, perhaps this is one of the marks of a man's maturity. At least now, Lu Zhengyang genuinely wants to resolve the strained relationship with Shin Mubing's family with sincerity. To be honest, after all these years together, Shin Mubing felt this might be the first time she'd seen Lu Zhengyang sincerely seek her opinion so formally. Okay. Initially, Shin Mubing wanted to refuse, but seeing the look in his eyes, she couldn't bring herself to say it. Let's go early tomorrow. We'll buy more ingredients and cook together, so your mom doesn't have to do everything alone. Okay. Hearing this, Shin Mubing glanced at Lu Zhengyang with surprise but didn't say anything more, just nodding slightly. At night, Lu Zhengyang lingered for another night in the rented apartment. At 9:30 in the morning, Lu Zhengyang's family arrived at an old residential area by taxi. There were quite a few people here, with a vegetable market nearby, but most of them were elderly. The sunlight was strong today, and as Lu Zhengyang watched the bustling crowd, he felt a bittersweet sense of how things had changed while people remained unfamiliar. Shin Mubing's home was on the 4th floor with no elevator, a good floor for young people, but quite challenging for the elderly. Knock, knock, knock. Hubby, go check if it's Bing Bing coming home. Coming. Through the door, Lu Zhengyang heard the muffled conversation inside and couldn't help feeling nervous. He had no idea what the Shen elders thought of him in his current state. You're here? Cece, Grandpa wants to hold you. Shin Jiangwo opened the door to see Shin Mubing and her daughter standing outside. Just as he bent down to pick up Cece, he noticed Lu Zhengyang by the door, and his smile instantly vanished. What are you doing here? I came to see you all, Lu Zhengyang replied somewhat awkwardly. Now that you and Bing Bing are divorced, you have no ties with our Shin family anymore. Why are you coming to our home? Go, hurry up and leave. At this moment, Shin Mubing's mother, Wang Guizhi, also set aside what she was doing and approached, but remained silent at first. There are some words I'd like to say before I leave. Say whatever you need to say right here, then quickly leave. Back when Lu Zhengyang was still their son-in-law, no matter how much of a scoundrel he was, he had still been family. But now that they were divorced, what else was there to discuss? To be honest, Shin Jiangwo had a remarkably tolerant temper. If it were someone with a worse disposition, seeing their daughter in such a state, they would have already thrown hands without giving him any chance to babble. Get inside, whatever it is, discuss it inside. Don't make a spectacle of ourselves. A crowd had gathered at the door, and the neighbors had no idea what was happening. Those who loved a good show were already starting to gather. Don't leave those things here. Say what you need to say and take them with you when you leave. Shin Jiangwo pointed impatiently as Lu Zhengyang tried to place the gifts he'd brought inside the house. Dad, don't call me Dad. I'm not your father. Spit it out if you've got something to say. I've turned over a new leaf now, and I've even made some decent money recently. Finished talking? Then get out. As far as Lu Zhengyang was concerned, Shen Jiangwo truly wanted nothing more to do with him, not even a shred of credibility remained between them. They had already spent a good chunk of their savings to help pay off his debts before. How could they possibly believe him now? What exactly are you trying to say? What more do you want? Seeing Lu Zhengyang in this state, Shen Jiangwo could hardly contain his anger, the fury in his tone barely restrained. The past was better left unremembered. Just thinking about it made Shen Jiangwo want to beat him senseless. Chapter 28. The first spouse is always the best. Dad, let him speak properly, will you? Shen Mubing couldn't stand watching any longer and tugged at Shen Jiangwo's sleeve. You're still siding with him at this point? Have you forgotten how he treated you before? Shen Mubing's intervention only made Shen Jiangwo angrier instead of helping calm the situation. Alright, since everyone's already here at home, can't we just talk things over properly? Watching Lu Zhengyang obediently standing there taking the scolding, Wang Guizhi felt a bit sorry for him and tugged at Shen Jiangwo's sleeve. Alright, just say what you have to say. Get it all out in one go, so we don't have to deal with any lingering issues later. Shen Jiangwo let out a long sigh and silently sank down onto the sofa. His daughter had struggled to divorce him. He truly didn't want his little girl entangled with that scoundrel ever again. He doesn't care how Lu Zhengyang will fare in the future now. His only concern is taking good care of his own family. Why is it so damn hard? Thanks, Mom. I've thought carefully about my past behavior recently, and truly, it wasn't something a decent person would do. I had such a good family but didn't cherish it, insisting on ruining everything until it came to this. After going through all this, I've come to realize, from now on, I'll work earnestly and keep my feet on the ground. No more wild ambitions beyond my abilities. I've been doing some small business lately, and I've already paid off all the debts I owed. Plus, I've got a little money left on hand. But I've reinvested that money into another business venture. It shouldn't take long before I get it back, though I've already given Bingbing 100,000 yuan to hold for safekeeping. I know this amount is far from enough for a family's needs, but, facing his parents-in-law, Lu Zhengyang was making such a serious self-criticism for the first time even though he had prepared this speech last night, borrowing quite a few phrases from the internet. But this sincerity in his self-reflection was absolutely genuine. After all, compared to his status as Lu Zhengyang's son-in-law, they had already done more than enough for him. Yet he, as both son-in-law and junior, had acted utterly disgracefully, not only squandering much of their hard-earned retirement savings, but also frittering away a significant portion of the bride price they'd painstakingly saved for Xin Yuanliang. At this point, being scolded was nothing. Even if they beat him up, Lu Zhengyang would probably feel somewhat relieved. After hearing these words, Shen Jiangwo and Wang Guizhi remained silent for a moment. To be honest, seeing a man in his 30s standing before you making a self-criticism like a primary school student was already an embarrassing sight. Combined with Lu Zhengyang's genuine sincerity and quite well-written self-reflection, they suddenly found it hard to continue scolding him. They also began to believe that Lu Zhengyang might have truly realized his mistakes. Mom, this is the 100,000 yuan Zhengyang gave me. I'm transferring it to you right now. Before anyone could question Lu Zhengyang's claim about making money, Shen Mubing took out her phone and transferred the money to Wang Guizhi right in front of them. Silly girl, why are you giving the money to us? You should keep it for yourself. Did you really pay off all those debts? Shen Jiangwo ignored the polite exchanges between mother and daughter, looking directly at Lu Zhengyang as he asked the question. The debts he owed not only kept Shen Mubing awake all night but also turned Shen Jiangwo's hair white with anxiety. Because such a huge sum was truly an astronomical figure for him. More than once, he had thought that as long as he could help Lu Zhengyang repay all the debts, as long as Lu Zhengyang could live a steady life, he would be willing to accept it. But unfortunately, not only were the debts not cleared, Lu even turned to domestic violence against his daughter and mistreated his granddaughter, nearly driving Shen Jiangwo to the hospital with rage. Really, Mubing can testify. Here are my remittance receipts for the earnings. Along with these photos, Lu Zhengyang hurriedly produced the same evidence he'd previously shown to Shen Mubing. Are all these genuine, not fakes? Shen Jiangwo was genuinely starting to fear Lu Zhengyang now. Back when he failed in his startup venture, it wasn't so bad. But since he started gambling, every word out of his mouth has been a lie, constantly scheming to extract money from everywhere, and even cheating me out of considerable sums. Of course they're real, these are bank remittance slips. I couldn't possibly fabricate those. It's good to pay back the money, just settling those debts is fine. After some verification, Shen Jiangwo repeated this sentence several times. How worried he had been about being in debt was clearly evident. At this moment of relief, even the frown lines on his forehead seemed to soften slightly. This is wonderful, absolutely wonderful. Wang Guizhi also excitedly grasped Shen Mubing's hand tightly. Now that you've paid off your debts, no matter what happens, you must never borrow money again, understand? From now on, live a down-to-earth life with Bingbing, do you hear me? At this moment, Shin Jiangwo seemed to forget that the two of them had already divorced and sincerely imparted many words of advice. In the hearts of their generation, most of them don't ask for their children to achieve wealth and prosperity. Having a stable and warm family is enough. Don't worry, Dad. As soon as I get the money from this business deal, I'll buy us a proper home. Then Bing Bing, Cici and I can finally settle down and live a stable life. We'll build a thriving little family together. Listening once more to his father's advice, Lu Zhangyang thumped his chest earnestly as he made this solemn promise. Though the phrasing sounded somewhat folksy, these words struck directly at the elderly couple's heartfelt wishes. Alright, we won't compare ourselves to others. As long as you two are doing well, we'll be at peace. With this worry resolved, Wang Guizhi couldn't contain her joy. She held Shin Mubing's hand and patted it several times in succession. As the saying goes, the original couple is always the best. Ever since the young couple divorced, the two elderly folks had been endlessly concerned. If I never get married in the future, the ones who'll suffer in the end are Shin Mubing and Cici. If I end up with a second marriage, no matter what, it could never be as harmonious as the first one. Now that Lu Zhangyang has changed for the better, these problems will no longer exist. How could the two elders not be happy? Mom, what are you talking about? Just as the two elders were overjoyed, Shin Mubing withdrew her hand from Wang Guizhi's grip and whispered softly with her head lowered. Mubing, I promise Mom and Dad that from now on, Lu Zhangyang will be utterly devoted to you. Will you forgive me? Seizing this opportunity, Lu Zhangyang looked at Shin Mubing with earnest seriousness and spoke. We'll talk about it later. Shin Mubing pursed her lips slightly and said no more. She couldn't understand why Lu Zhangyang, who had always been so high-minded and thought himself invincible, had now become so shameless, even carrying a hint of being somewhat of a scoundrel. Alright, since we're unusually happy today, I'll call Liang back too. As for how the couple should reconcile and through what means, that's not something for them to decide. All they want is for Lu Zhangyang to change for the better and live a steady life from now on. That's enough. Mom, Liang might still have trouble accepting me right now. Maybe I should wait until I can find the right time to have a proper talk with him first. Xin Yuanliang is a fiery, uncompromising young man who distinguishes grudges from gratitude, much harder to reason with than an old-timer. Today was finally the day he managed to win his parents back over. If Xin Yuanliang interfered now, all his efforts would go to waste. Fine, you and your dad can have a good drink together today. Seeing Lu Zhangyang's hesitation, Wang Guizhi didn't press further and promptly pulled Shin Mubing into the kitchen to start preparing the meal. Chapter 29, Harmonious Joy. Dad, have a smoke. After the atmosphere eased somewhat, Lu Zhangyang proactively took out a cigarette. Compared to the elderly, whether in terms of life experience or accumulated wisdom, young people naturally can't measure up. In many people's eyes, Lu Zhangyang's past behaviors, gambling, taking out loans, borrowing money from family, were indeed unforgivable transgressions, yet not entirely inexcusable. Of course, if one never manages to turn their life around, that would indeed be unforgivable. In this era where wealth is admired regardless of its source, most people won't care about your past, whether you've robbed, killed, or swindled. But just wait until you strike it rich one day. Believe it or not, crowds will suddenly praise you and come running to lick your boots. Helpless, this is simply how the world works now. One or two individuals can't change such deeply rooted attitudes. Of course, not everyone is like this. There's still those who remain principled and scorn such greed. But these people rarely kick you when you're down. From Shin Jiangwo's perspective, at his age, all he hopes for is his children's future happiness and well-being. As for money, perhaps he doesn't hold it in such high regard anymore. If Lu Zhangyang can make money, that would naturally be even better. Now that Lu Zhangyang keeps casually mentioning earning $1 million or $2 million, what more could he possibly ask for? He's already perfectly content as things stand. Tell me, how exactly did you make all this money? How did you suddenly earn so much? Lighting a cigarette, Shin Jiangwo asked. When it comes to money-making methods and pathways, most people are intensely curious. Lu Zhangyang then proceeded to recount his recent experiences in complete detail. Listening to this, Shin Jiangwo couldn't help but feel amazed. He had toiled honestly his entire life, earning nearly every penny with his own hands, yet it turned out to be nothing compared to the profits Lu Zhangyang made from just a few speculative trades. This stark contrast gave Shin Jiangwo an inexplicable sense of frustration. How dare she? Wasn't hard work supposed to be the most honorable thing? Unfortunately, nobody answered this question for him. Fortunately, it was his son-in-law who made the money. Had it been someone else, Shin Jiangwo would probably have felt even worse. During their casual chat, Shin Mubing and her mother finished preparing the dishes. All these dishes were bought by Lu Zhangyang, and they were hearty fare: beef, fish, shrimp, and the like. Dad, come have a taste of this Maotai, let's see if it's authentic. Lu Zhangyang took out the bottle of Maotai he'd bought, unscrewed the cap, and poured a glass for Shin Jiangwo. How much does this bottle cost? Shin Jiangwo casually asked as he caught the aroma of the liquor. Over 2,800. Over 2,000 for one bottle? Shin Jiangwo, who had been trying to maintain his composure, couldn't hold back any longer upon hearing the price. What kind of mutai is this? How can it be so expensive? Why would you buy such expensive liquor? Did this money just fall from the sky? And just the two of you are drinking this costly liquor? Good heavens! Wang Guizhi, who had been scooping rice peacefully in the kitchen, rushed out with the rice scoop still in hand the moment she heard the price. There's no helping it, people from regeneration are naturally frugal, and also because of Lu Xingyang's past missteps, the whole family had gotten used to tightening their belts. Hearing that a single bottle of wine cost nearly 3,000 yuan, honestly, if Lu Zhengyang weren't her son-in-law, the ladle might have already come down on his head. Exactly. Even if you've earned buckets of money, you can't just throw it around like this. Shen Jiangwo stared at the crystal-clear wine in his glass, suddenly feeling a pang of heartache. I told you not to buy such expensive wine. Now you've gotten yourself scolded, huh? Shen Mubing whispered from the side, her tone carrying a mix of reproach and barely concealed schadenfreude. Yes, you're absolutely right. I won't buy these things anymore. I just wanted to do something nice for you both since I made a little money now. Lu Zhengyang hastily nodded, accepting the criticism. Forget about this open bottle, and return the other one on our way back, you hear me? Your father's already gotten on in years, what difference does it make what liquor he drinks? There's really no need for such expensive stuff. As she spoke, Wang Guizhi reached out and promptly put the other bottle away. Mom, let's celebrate today, have a drink with me. Lu Zhengyang knew Wang Guizhi didn't normally drink, but on happy occasions she'd occasionally take a sip or two. I won't drink, you two men go ahead. Each glass of this liquor must cost dozens, no, probably hundreds of yuan. Come now, liquor is meant to be drunk. Don't worry about the price. Here, have a drink. Tsk tisk. A glass of liquor slid down Shen Jiangwo's throat, and he clicked his tongue several times in succession, as if savoring the taste of the wine. Good wine. The expensive ones really do taste better. Whether it was the price tag enhancing the experience or if the mutai truly was that exquisite, Shen Jiangwo's expression of satisfaction looked somewhat comical. Haha, if it tastes good, then have some more. With that, Lu Zhengyang poured him another full glass. The meal ended with both men thoroughly drunk. One bottle wasn't enough, they wanted to open a second, but Wang Guizhi objected, so they had to settle for the father-in-law's ordinary liquor instead. Truth be told, by that stage of drinking, the quality of alcohol didn't matter anymore anyway, they couldn't even taste the difference. What they were really drinking was pure mood and atmosphere. To be honest, since his marriage, this was hands down the most satisfying drinking session Lu Zhengyang had experienced. No wonder people say money is such a wonderful thing. If Lu Zhengyang hadn't made all this money beforehand, how could such a harmonious scene have occurred? Of course, money isn't everything, and wealthy families aren't necessarily this harmonious either. But for ordinary folks, money is enough to solve most of life's troubles. When Lu Zhengyang sobered up and opened his eyes, it was already past 4 p.m. in the afternoon. His father-in-law had woken up a bit earlier and was now drinking tea in the living room. Awake? Come have some tea, it'll make you feel better. Understood. After all that had happened, the way Lu Zhengyang conversed with his elders had changed. He used to think they had nothing in common with him, but when he truly settled down to talk with them, he realized it wasn't so bad after all. As long as it's nothing too outrageous, just go along with what they say. Men are all about saving face. Just gasp in admiration when they're showing off, throw in a few damn, that's impressive, give them some validation, and even a father-in-law can become sworn brothers. As for women, when they have nothing better to do, they love to gossip about trivial household matters. Just show them some empathy and a bit of shared indignation, and they'll practically treat you like their best girlfriend. As Lu Zhengyang was leaving, Shen Jiangwo and Wang Guizhi completely changed their previous attitude, warmly calling out for him to come over for meals more often in the future. The joy in their hearts was evident on their faces without them having to say a word. When did you become such a smooth talker? That day, the elders focused all their attention on Lu Zhengyang, leaving Shen Mubing feeling somewhat neglected. Remembering Lu Zhengyang's ingratiating manner, Shen Mubing couldn't help but glare at him in annoyance. I'm not just buttering you up, your parents genuinely like me, alright? Lu Zhengyang smirked shamelessly, basking in the warmth of the moment. Was there anything better than the whole family being happy and harmonious like this? Lu Zhengyang quietly resolved in his heart, no matter what, he would never repeat his past mistakes. Keeping his family happy might be more important than anything else, but this prerequisite is that one must earn enough money first. Go for it. Chapter 30, the goods are sold. 10 days later, new energy vehicle sales surge, but production capacity constrained by chip shortages. Automotive chips are being strangled again? Due to the impact of overseas epidemics, the semiconductor industry faces severe production capacity shortages. A CEO of a rising automaker, if anyone can get chips right now, I'll personally treat them to dinner. One automotive industry news after another went viral, even frequently appearing at the top of trending lists across several platforms. This alone demonstrates just how significant the impact of the automotive chip issue truly is. Hey, buddy, have you seen the news? I saw it. What's up? Receiving Zhao Zhiming's call, Lu Zhengyang's lips curled slightly, yet his tone remained unhurried and measured. He'd invested all his family's savings, of course he paid close attention to this information. Holy shit, we're about to strike it rich. Wang Zhibua just called me, someone's offering top dollar to buy our entire stock. On the other end of the line, Zhao Zhiming couldn't contain his excitement. What's the price? He says he's willing to pay triple the price. What do you say, sell or not? Triple? No rush. Have President Wang spread the word immediately that we have chips. With so many new energy vehicle manufacturers on the market now, we won't have trouble selling. According to the wealth information, automotive chips would rise at least fivefold in value. Of course, that's only if you're selling small batches. If you had a large stock, you might not even get that price. After all, the saying rarity breeds value never goes out of style. If you really stockpiled tens of millions of goods, do you think car manufacturers would be willing to pay high prices? When supply is abundant, it's hard to drive prices up significantly. It's precisely this kind of quantity, neither too much nor too little, that whets people's appetite the most. Besides, this is the time when new energy vehicle companies are building their brands through shipments. If we can deliver while others can't, the gap becomes immediately obvious. But if the price is too high, those car manufacturers wouldn't buy it. After all, it wouldn't be cost-effective. They can't afford to lose money just for publicity, so they might as well wait for overseas factories to restore production capacity. This is the law of the market, and no one can break it. Another piece of news is that with the domestic new energy vehicles selling like hotcakes, those chip manufacturers aren't stupid either. They will seize this opportunity to sharply raise prices based on the original rates. But these matters have little to do with Lu Zhengyang since he doesn't yet have the capability to acquire a chip manufacturer. Bro, you won't sell even at triple the price? Then how much do you want? At least 5 or 6 times the price. 5 or 6 times? Big bro, are you joking with me? I think triple is already reasonable. The 2 was the price Wang Zhibua negotiated for us. Who knows how that Wang Zhibua explained it to him, but Zhao Zhiming now thinks tripling the price is perfectly acceptable. And in all his years of doing business, he had never made money this quickly and effortlessly. What that President Wang is thinking doesn't concern us. Just tell him we want at least 6 times the price, and the goods must be sold within 3 days. Given the current market demand, automotive chips are definitely hot commodities, but Wang Zhibua wanting to sell at just 3 times the price would be pure waste. Of course, there's always the possibility that he might be taking kickbacks or lining his own pockets. Will this work? Zhao Zhiming certainly wanted a higher price, but he also had to consider whether the other party could accept it. Wang Zhibua had clearly told him that if they couldn't sell this batch, the chips would undoubtedly become worthless inventory. Here's what you tell President Wang. We'll entrust him to sell at 6 times the price. He can keep any extra profit. We just want a 600% return. If they're not all sold within 2 days, we'll handle the sales ourselves. Lu Zhengyang pondered for a moment before speaking. These chips are said to have a profit margin of over 5 times, but the actual profits could likely go even higher. However, greed knows no bounds, and Lu Zhengyang didn't want to risk everything for just a little extra profit, since his original expectation was already a 5-fold return. The reason he's now letting Wang Zhibua sell them at 6 times the price is simply because it's good to earn as much as possible while they can. That way, there's no way Wang Zhibua wouldn't desperately hustle to sell them to automakers. If it doesn't sell at 6 times the price, then I'll just lower it to 5 times. By then, I'll have already found a buyer. Brother Zhao, just listen to me. Relay this message to President Wang. If it really doesn't work out, I'll sell it myself. Alright, I'll go talk to him now. Since Lu Zhengyang had insisted this much, Zhao Zhiming couldn't really say anything more. After all, he was the one showing him how to make money. After hanging up the phone, Lu Zhengyang felt a surge of excitement in his heart. If he cashed out now, his personal wealth would instantly become over 3 million. What does 3 million yuan even mean? If spent wisely, it would be enough for his entire family to live comfortably in a small city for the rest of their lives. But Lu Zhengyang's ambitions extended far beyond this. A few million might be a fortune for someone like Lu Zhengyang who had no money. But for others, it's not even enough to buy a house, let alone cover other expenses. To his shame, when Lu Zhengyang was younger, he often quoted the saying, if poor, be good alone, if rich, benefit all under heaven. He had always dreamed about what he would do if he ever made big money someday. But after learning life's hard lessons through societal beatings, it's better to solve one's own problems first. At the very least, let's ensure my whole family won't need to struggle for money anymore. I don't know if it's because the new energy vehicle market is too prosperous, or if Wang Zhibua's business skills are exceptionally strong. The next morning, Zhao Zhiming's call came through. Damn it, that bastard Wang Zhibua is such an asshole. Yesterday you told him to stop at 6 times the price and keep the rest himself, but this son of a bitch went ahead and sold everything this morning. Thank God I listened to you yesterday and didn't sell at triple the price, otherwise I'd be crying all the way to the ancestral graves now. The phone call had just connected, and Zhao Zhiming, despite having made money, was seething with anger. He felt like that bastard Wang Zhibua had played him for a fool. Yesterday Wang Zhibua was still saying 3 times the price was already high, this and that. But who would have thought it could be resold at 6 times the price? That's really crossing the line. Forget it, others need to make money too. Making money is fine, but isn't this too ruthless? If not for your reminder, wouldn't we just be working like fools while spending both money and effort for that bastard? When will our money arrive? Lu Zhangyang didn't want to dwell on this matter too much. Since money stirs men's hearts, it was understandable that others would want to cut when seeing such profits. To be honest, that big-headed Wang Zhibua was indeed too greedy. But it didn't matter. After this incident, he'd simply cut ties. He'd already earned what was rightfully his, no need to completely burn bridges over the remaining money. The payment should arrive by noon today. Those buyers have already signed the contracts. That bastard must have skimmed at least several million from us. Zhao Zhiming still couldn't get it out of his mind. Truth be told, he was already pleasantly surprised by how much money he'd made from the chips deal. What infuriated him was Wang Zhibua treating him like a fool. Forget it, let's not talk about him anymore. Where are you now? I'll come pick you up, let's have lunch together to celebrate. Chapter 31, Selecting Gifts. Same restaurant as last time. Buddy, you're here? Lu Zhangyang had just gotten out of the taxi when Zhao Zhiming came forward from the entrance with a smiling face, greeting him first with a handshake followed by an enthusiastic hug. The transformation from their indifferent first meeting to his current warm buddy that manner had taken less than 2 weeks. Come on, let's go. I've got all the dishes ready. You're free today, right? Let's drink more. Hey, where's your daughter? Why didn't she come? I bought quite a few gifts for her. 2 million turned into 12 million, a 6-fold increase. Just thinking about it made Zhao Zhiming's face light up with joy. Damn it, in the past, he had to work so hard, pulling strings and currying favors to get projects, greasing palms here, owing favors there. After more than a decade of that, his total earnings had barely scratched a pitiful few hundred million. Of course, this was all done through legitimate business dealings without breaking any laws. If we were to resort to breaking laws, the money would definitely come faster, but it wouldn't be safe. Now look, just by following Lu Zhangyang's lead on a single investment, not only was it effortless, but it made fucking bank. Damn right, I'm gonna treat him like my ancestral god. I've been busy, so I sent her to her grandparents' place. Then remember to take the gifts with you when you leave. As they spoke, the two headed toward the private room, with Li Wenxiang trailing behind, looking utterly miserable. Originally, Li Wenxiang had been in particularly high spirits lately, frequently driving to Shirley Lake to check on the growth of the hairy crabs. During this time, he had also managed to connect with several distributors to arrange purchases, counting down the days until the crabs would hit the market. But the moment he heard from Zhao Zhiming that the batch of chips they had stockpiled had actually increased in price by 6 times, his anger instantly disappeared. Damn it, how could I have been so blind back then? Choosing to keep dealing with hairy crabs instead of following Lu Zhangyang into the chip business. If I'd gone into chips, would I still need to go around begging distributors like a fucking idiot? Just thinking about it made Li Wenxiang want to die. As soon as he entered, Lu Zhangyang was ushered to the seat of honor, where 6 bottles of mitai and a dozen lavish dishes were laid out on the table. Just the 3 of us, and so much food? Faced with the extravagant spread, Lu Zhangyang felt it was a bit wasteful. Today's a happy occasion, we'll eat as much as we can. Come on, let me toast you first. Unable to resist their enthusiasm, Lu Zhangyang had no choice but to follow his host's arrangements. While it may seem a bit extravagant, the food here is genuinely delicious and beautifully presented, and the mutai liquor goes down smoothly. Since everything had already been ordered, there was no point in being overly polite. Soon, several rounds of drinks were finished as they enjoyed the dishes. Little brother, honestly, the fortune I made today was all thanks to your help. I've already instructed my people to transfer the money to you. Could you check if you've received it? Lu Zhangyang was just worrying about how to broach the subject when unexpectedly, the money had already been transferred. Hearing this, he hurriedly took out his phone to check the messages. There were 2 messages in total. The first one was a receipt of over 5 million, his own investment returns. The other message was from Zhao Zhiming, transferring his commission fee of over 4 million. To be honest, when Lu Zhangyang saw this text message, he shamelessly counted it several times. After confirming that his assets weren't 1 million but 10 million, his entire face turned slightly red from excitement. 10 million? That's an unimaginable amount of money. Hey little brother, I noticed you made about 5 million already, so I just rounded it up to a neat 10 million for you. Hope you won't blame me for being stingy? Zhao Zhiming poured Lu Zhangyang another glass of wine, saying somewhat sheepishly. Originally, after deducting his principal, Zhao Zhiming had initially intended to split his profits 50-50, meaning giving away 5 million. But when it actually came time to part with the money in hand, he couldn't help feeling a twinge of regret. Considering Lu Zhangyang had already made over 5 million, he thought rounding it off would sound better and save himself a few 100,000. Not at all, honestly, you're being too generous. Lu Zhengyang initially thought he would take at most 30%, as without Zhao Zhiming's help in pulling strings, he wouldn't have been able to secure this deal in the first place. Moreover, considering Zhao Zhiming's resources and status, Lu Zhengyang also approached the matter with a mindset of fostering a friendship, so he didn't dwell too much on the details in his heart. The main thing was that he himself had already earned over 5 million. By current standards, just these 5 million alone had already left Lu Zhengyang quite satisfied. Ha, glad you're not upset. Come on, let's have another drink. Bro, this time I was wrong. No matter what, you've got to bring me along next time. Seeing Lu Zhengyang collecting the money, Li Wenxiang finally couldn't hold back anymore. Just over half a month ago, Lu Zhengyang had been much poorer than him, but now, in just about 20 days, his net worth had already surpassed his own. The money I earned was truly hard-won through decades of struggle. I told you you'd regret it, Lu Zhengyang laughed, seeing his miserable expression. Happiness truly is built upon others' suffering. No more words, from now on if you tell me to go east I won't go west. Brother, you must take me with you on any future money-making opportunities. That's easy, just sell those hairy crabs now. Can you bear to part with them? Lu Zhengyang smiled playfully as he looked at him. Sell the hairy crabs now? The season hasn't even started yet. Recently, he had buried himself completely in the business, transforming from a complete novice into something resembling a professional hairy crab supplier. Asking him to give up money that was practically within his grasp now would be more painful than killing him. Then keep selling your hairy crabs. We'll talk after you've sold them all. Little brother, do you have another money-making idea up your sleeve? This time Li Wenxiang wasn't willing to let go, grabbing Lu Zhengyang's hand tightly. Having missed one opportunity already, he absolutely didn't want to miss another. You're overthinking it. You think money-making opportunities are like hailing a taxi, just wave your hand and they come? Then why did you tell me to sell those hairy crabs? I was counting on them to make money. Not today, but if I have it tomorrow, can you come up with the money right away? Listen to me, bro, selling now still means profit, not loss. Why obsess over that extra 10 to 20% margin? Alright then, I'll sell the hairy crabs in the next few days. Li Wenxiang turned the thought over. An extra 10% would mean just 500,000 yuan, and at most 30% would be 1.5 million. Besides, selling at that price wouldn't be so easy anyway. Damn it, if I had just listened to him earlier and followed the chip stocks, I'd be fucking rich by now. I say, buddy, you keep preaching about loving your wife. Now that you've made so much money, don't you think you should get her a gift? Over drinks, the conversation turned to luxury goods. Zhao Zhiming suddenly remembered Lu Zhengyang's claims about loving his wife, yet he hadn't seen any proof of it. A gift? Yeah, that's a damn good idea. Hearing this, Lu Zhengyang immediately understood. Yeah, why had he been so stupid? Had it been so long since he gave gifts that he forgot they were one of the killer moves to win a woman's heart? Chapter 32, Buying a Car. After all, women are emotional creatures. The gifts you give don't have to be expensive, but they must come from the heart. And it's something she could actually use. Lu Zhengyang felt that gold, silver, and jewelry were somewhat superficial. Besides, she didn't usually wear such things. If she wanted to wear them in the future, he could just give her the money to buy whatever she liked. Buying a house was essential, but finding the right one immediately would be tricky. That would take some time too. Maybe buying a car would be better for now. Lu Zhengyang was making plans in his mind. Now Lu Zhengyang's relationship with his parents-in-law had eased considerably. Cici often went to play at her grandparents' house, and her daily commute to and from work, all these required a convenient means of transportation. If he could get a car for everyday use, it would save a lot of time. Most importantly, she already had a driver's license. Brother Zhao, do you know any friends who sell cars? Of course I do. Just tell me what car you want, I'll make sure you get a discount. And I'll arrange everything for you afterward, from maintenance to repairs. At the mention of buying a car, Zhao Zhiming's tone instantly turned cocky. Good lad, finally coming to me for help. It may not be a big deal, but at least it counts as a favor, right? As the saying goes, if you take favors, you lose your voice. If you accept gifts, you lose your freedom. Zhao Zhiming had made so much money with him, and though he'd been given a share, ultimately, he still owed him one. Really? That's great. I want to buy a BYD Dolphin for my wife to get around in, preferably one that's in stock. Seeing his confidence, Lu Zhengyang voiced the car he wanted to buy. Having dealt in automotive chips, Lu Zhengyang had been keeping an eye on many new energy vehicles these days. It's fine not to pay attention, but once you do, you realize that new energy vehicles are now as convenient as smartphones. Features like automatic parking, voice interaction, and 360-degree panoramic imaging make them much more convenient and user-friendly compared to traditional fuel-powered cars. You could say these cars are really well suited for women drivers. Especially for Shinmubing, the BYD Dolphin isn't flashy, with a cute exterior and interior design, compact yet agile. If she saw it, she'd definitely love it. As for what's said online about batteries becoming inefficient after a few years or depreciation, Let's not even discuss whether these claims are true. Even if they were, Lu Zhangyang wouldn't consider them at all. Given his current earning speed, this car is merely a temporary commuting tool anyway. When electric vehicles get updated in the future, he can just upgrade to the newest model then. Ha, bid? An electric car? Zhao Zhiming was momentarily stunned upon hearing Lu Zhangyang say he wanted to buy a 100,000 yuan electric vehicle. Ahem, big bro, you've made 10 million already, and you're buying your wife such a cheap car? Is that really appropriate? Zhao Zhiming had thought he'd go for some Mercedes, BMW, Porsche or Maserati, those kinds of cars he knew inside out. But when it came to these 100,000 yuan cars, sorry, he genuinely wasn't familiar. The key point was, none of his acquaintances sold this type of vehicle. Based on what I know about my wife, this model should be the most suitable. So, can you get it for me? That's definitely doable. He had already bragged about it, and this was Lu Zhangyang's first time asking him for a favor. If he said he couldn't do it, Zhao Zhiming couldn't bear to lose face. Alright then, I'll count on you for this matter. Don't worry, leave it to me. Do you still know any property agents? I've been thinking about looking at houses recently. Ah, houses. Actually, I can recommend someone to you. Just tell her what you're looking for directly. Let me tell you, when it comes to Beihai City, there's no house she can't find. Wait a second, let me find her WeChat. Hearing about buying a house, Zhao Zhiming immediately recalled that elegant and beautiful older sister he'd met during recent dinners with friends who'd mentioned she specialized in property viewings. All the wealthy people who wanted to change houses or invest in properties would come to her. Say nothing else, those who managed to sell houses within their circle definitely had some real skills, otherwise, they wouldn't have made it in. Actually, Zhao Zhiming had added her on WeChat back then not because he wanted to buy a house, but simply because he thought she was good looking. He casually added her contact, never expecting it to actually come in handy now. Alright, pass her contact to me. They chatted about other things as well, and the meal lasted nearly 2 hours before they finished, leaving everyone thoroughly satisfied with food and drink. As they were leaving, Li Wenxian loudly insisted on treating everyone to a foot massage at a bathhouse, but Lu Zhangyang firmly refused. Back home, Lu Zhangyang lay down on the sofa to rest. Taking out his phone, he glanced once more at the payment confirmation message, finally feeling much more at ease. Closing his eyes, he began to drift off to sleep. Hey, Boss Li, I've got a buddy looking to buy a car. Wondered if you could lend a hand. No need for formalities, Boss Xiao, what's this about lending a hand? I should be thanking you for bringing business my way. As the call connected, Zhao Zhiming sounded a little awkward chatting with his friend. No, it's just, this friend's situation is special. He's not looking for a luxury car. No problem, roughly what price range? Just tell me directly. If it's available on the market, I can basically get it for you. It's that BYD Dolphin, a car costing over 100,000. What's wrong? Brother Zhao, to be honest with you, the car you're asking for might be hard for me to get. What? Even with your connections, you can't get it? Zhao Zhiming frowned slightly. After all, this guy was one of the best in their circle when it came to dealing with cars. If he could even get limited edition cars, Zhao Zhiming didn't believe this small matter would be beyond his reach. Could it be that he thinks the car is too cheap, offering no profit? Brother Zhao, don't get me wrong. From what I know, the model you mentioned is selling like hotcakes, basically in short supply. Tell you what, let me make a call and see if I can arrange one for you first. Alright, make it quick. Preferably something immediately available. I need it within the next couple of days. We'll have a meal together when it's done. Got it. I'll help you ask right away. Half an hour later, the phone rang again. Hello, Manager Li. Brother Zhao, I'm really sorry, I just called to ask, but according to the normal process, it would take at least 2 or 3 months minimum to purchase this car model. My friend doesn't have any in stock either. It can't be, just $100,000 car. Could it be this popular? Now Zhao Zhiming couldn't understand. It's not like he was asking for some limited edition sports car, just a damn ordinary family sedan. Why the hell does it take so long? Is this some kind of joke? It's ridiculous. Who knows what's wrong with people these days? Nobody drives gas cars anymore. They're all rushing to buy those electric vehicles. Can't you think of another way? How about this? My friend's shop has someone else's car ready for delivery. If you're really in a hurry, maybe you can offer them extra to sell it to you instead. Alright, see how much more you need to add to buy one. Alright, wait for my news. In the end, Zhao Zhiming shelled out an extra 10,000 yuan to buy a car from someone else. Damn it, this favor is really not that easy to help with. Chapter 33, Sugar-Coated Bullet. Early the next morning, Lu Zhangyang secretly took Shen Mubing's ID from the drawer and followed Zhao Zhiming to the car dealership. The paperwork was processed quickly, and everything was settled by noon. So what, now you're buying a car for your wife, but not getting one for yourself? During the meal, Zhao Zhiming teased. I'm in no hurry. I'm keeping my money to make more money. How about this? I've got several cars still registered under my name anyway, just gathering dust where they're parked. Take one to drive first, and we'll talk when you're ready to buy your own. No, no, driving your car, what kind of situation is that? Lu Zhengyang reached out his hand to refuse. Damn, what's the big deal? You think I'm lying to you? I really do have several cars just sitting in the parking lot with no one driving them. And what's wrong with you driving my car? Bro, we've shared so many meals together. If I hadn't already driven those cars for a while myself, making it awkward to gift them, I'd just give one to you outright. It's settled then. Come to my company some other day, I'll be upset if you don't show up. I mean it, don't think I'm joking around. Seeing Lu Zhengyang about to refuse again, Zhao Zhiming quickly grabbed his hand and said with utmost sincerity. Given Lu Zhengyang's demonstrated capabilities, Zhao Zhiming naturally wanted to deepen their relationship, but had been frustrated by the lack of opportunities. Now that he finally had the chance to let him drive the car, how could he possibly pass up this opportunity? Reciprocity is what makes relationships meaningful. One-sided demands won't work with friends, let alone between brothers, it's unsustainable over time. Alright, we'll talk about this later, okay? Lu Zhengyang clearly understood what he meant and could only nod in agreement with a smile. Although a car isn't of much use to Lu Zhengyang at the moment, being overly polite would only create distance between them. Occasionally dropping formalities can indeed help relationships progress further. After all, the world is vast, the market is enormous, and even if Lu Zhengyang stuffed himself to death, he couldn't possibly consume this entire cake alone. If smart people want to make money through him, that's perfectly fine by him. As the saying goes, when 3 people spread a rumor, it becomes accepted as truth. When 5 people unite, they form a faction, making more friends indeed opens more paths, and this adage holds true. However, this principle must be applied under the premise that one's own interests aren't compromised. Since both men had driven their cars, they didn't drink alcohol at lunch. In the afternoon, Zhao Zhiming invited Lu Zhengyang to visit his company. It wasn't until nearly quitting time that Lu Zhengyang finally drove his car to the building where Shen Mubing's company was located. I've already told Mom we're going to have dinner at her place tonight. Lu Zhengyang sent the message to Shen Mubing while lying in his car. Okay, you go ahead first. I'll take the subway there directly after work. No need. Just come downstairs, I'll be waiting for you there. Understood. Taking advantage of this time, Lu Zhengyang bought some snacks and milk tea to keep in the car. 10 minutes later, Shen Mubing's phone call came through. Where are you? See that purple car parked by the roadside? Come over, I'm inside. Shen Mubing looked around and indeed saw a beautiful purple car with its hazard lights on, parked by the roadside. Opening the car door, Shen Mubing noticed Lu Zhengyang was the only one inside and climbed in with relief. Whose car is this? Shen Mubing asked curiously, admiring the elegant interior. Yours? ? Hearing this, Shen Mubing's eyes widened immediately, as large as brass bells. To tell the truth, that astonished expression, paired with Shen Mubing's delicate features, looked incredibly adorable, tinged with a hint of innocent charm. The business I was involved in settled the payment yesterday, so I thought of buying a car for you. Now you wouldn't have to squeeze into buses or subways every day. Lu Zhengyang took the vehicle registration certificate from the car and handed it to Shen Mubing. Shen Mubing opened the vehicle registration certificate and confirmed that it was indeed registered under his name. How about it, do you like the car? If not, I can get you another one. Looking at Shen Mubing, Lu Zhengyang said nonchalantly. Truth be told, when Lu Zhengyang uttered those words, he inexplicably felt exhilarated for some reason. Perhaps this was what they called the thrill of showing off. No need, the car is already beautiful enough. At this moment, Shen Mubing desperately tried to suppress her emotions, afraid Lu Zhengyang would notice how happy she was. But as she spoke, the corners of her mouth involuntarily curled upwards, completely beyond her control. Truth be told, she had never imagined she'd one day own a car of her own. Back when they just gotten married, her only thoughts were about paying off the mortgage early as a couple, finding a good school for Cece, enrolling her in some training classes, just making sure their child could learn more. She was already quite content with achieving this much. If they had a little more money, she could ask Lu Zhengyang to buy a car, nothing too fancy, just something to get around in, so their family could finally count as car owners. That way, they wouldn't have to squeeze onto buses or endure the hassle of taking the subway whenever they wanted to go somewhere. If there was ever an emergency, they wouldn't have to waste money on taxis either. Gazing at this car that belonged to her, Shen Mubing felt truly happy from the bottom of her heart. She couldn't help running her hands over it, inspecting it from every angle, filled with indescribable satisfaction. Indeed, this car was designed with women in mind, so both its exterior and interior cater to feminine aesthetics. Moreover, Shen Mubing's standards weren't particularly high to begin with. It would have been strange if she didn't like it. You must be hungry, right? Here's some snacks and milk tea I bought for you to tide you over. Seizing the moment while she was overflowing with joy, Lu Zhengyang reached beneath the driver's seat and handed her the snacks and milk tea he'd just purchased. At this moment, Shen Mubing was instantly overwhelmed by Lu Zhengyang's sweet talk. Truth be told, this kind of sudden little gesture of concern could probably melt even the toughest high-level green tea bitch. not to mention someone as vulnerable as Shen Mubing. Taking the snacks and milk tea, Shen Mubing remained silent at first, instead turning her head to gaze out the car window. Because her eyes were red, she didn't want Lu Zhangyang to discover she had been moved to tears like some weak-hearted fool. Drink it quickly before it gets cold. Pretending not to notice, Lu Zhangyang slowly started the car. Shen Mubing responded softly. Inserting the straw, she took a sip, and instantly her mouth was filled with the sweet fragrance of milk. This milk tea is really delicious. Shen Mubing silently thought to herself. Slow down, don't compete with him for space. During the drive, Shen Mubing had long lost her earlier emotional moment and was now nervously reminding Lu Zhangyang to drive carefully from the passenger seat. This might be the first time Shen Mubing had ridden in a car driven by Lu Zhangyang, or perhaps it was simply a woman's natural instinct when sitting in the passenger seat. Fortunately, Shen Mubing wasn't like other women who would give unsolicited driving instructions from the passenger seat. She only occasionally asked him to slow down a little when he drove too fast. Can I have a sip of your milk tea? I'm a bit thirsty. Lu Zhangyang didn't find her occasional nagging annoying at all. On the contrary, he quite enjoyed it, even taking the opportunity to steal a sip of her milk tea. Shen Mubing's mind was preoccupied with the road, so without much thought, she handed the milk tea up to his lips. Seeing this, Lu Zhangyang took a hearty sip. When Shen Mubing drank from the milk tea again, she suddenly realized they were sharing the same straw. Glancing at Lu Zhangyang, she noticed a triumphant smirk on his face and couldn't help rolling her eyes at him. Who'd have thought a grown man would still play such childish tricks? At this thought, Shen Mubing suddenly realized he was acting almost as naive as a child, yet this childishness somehow carried a hint of endearing charm. Oh no, why does this feeling somewhat resemble falling in love? Chapter 34, Farewell to Zhao Zhiming. Dad. As the door opened, Cici immediately clung to Lu Zhangyang's leg, demanding to be picked up. Coming. Father-in-law Shen Jiangwo also stood up from the sofa, greeting warmly. Why did you buy so many things again? Seeing Lu Zhangyang carrying several bags of gifts, Shen Jiangwo couldn't help but frown slightly. Today I bought Bingbing a new car, just to celebrate, Lu Zhangyang said cheerfully as he placed the items on the table, sweeping Cici into his arms in one motion. What? Bought a car? What kind of car? Hearing about the car purchase, Wang Guizhi leaned out from the kitchen, her face brimming with curiosity. It's not a fancy car, just an electric vehicle worth a little over 100,000. I'll upgrade when I make big money later, Lu Zhangyang replied with a smile. A car worth over 100,000 isn't good enough? What kind of car do you want? Don't spend recklessly after just earning some money, sort out your housing situation first, Shen Jiangwo said somewhat displeased. They didn't yet know Lu Zhangyang had now earned 10 million, still thinking it was the previous million or so. A little over $1,000,000 can barely afford an ordinary 3-bedroom apartment at current housing prices, so in the elders' minds, owning property still feels more important. After all, renting costs money, cars are depreciating assets, while houses still have room for appreciation. For the elderly couple who have been frugal all their lives, it truly doesn't seem cost-effective. Dad's right. I'll work hard to earn money for a house later. Lu Zhangyang naturally wouldn't argue with them, nodding with a smile as he agreed. Come on, take me to see what the newly bought car looks like. That being said, buying a car is after all a happy occasion, and Shen Jiangwo was just offering some advice. There's no way he could actually be angry. Moreover, Shen Jiangwo himself had been itching to get a car, but with a pair of kids to raise and not making that much money, he had never felt justified in splurging on one. Now that his son-in-law had bought one, no way was he going to miss the chance to take a look. I'll go take a look too. Wang Guizhi was equally delighted, wiping her hands before taking off her apron. Daddy, do we have our own car now? I want to go too. Alright, we'll all go take a look together right now. Family is different from outsiders. Strangers either make snide remarks when you buy a nice car or mock you for getting an ordinary one. It's all quite tiresome. Lu Zhangyang carried Cici and led them downstairs. This car is quite small, but very pretty. Dad, sit in the driver's seat and see how it feels. Xiaodi, turn on the AC, open the windows. After the family got in, Lu Zhangyang began using voice commands to control the car's systems. You can control it just by talking? That's so advanced. Shen Jiangwo, being an elderly man, had never seen anything like this before and instantly found it impressively high-tech. Actually, this feature is pretty standard in electric vehicles. Whether luxury gasoline cars have it or not, Lu Zhangyang couldn't say he'd never driven one of those things. Good, this car is beautiful. Wang Guizhi was also filled with joy. And this car is electric, it doesn't use gasoline. From now on, Bingbing can often bring Cici over to play, and she can also drive you all out for trips. Lu Zhangyang continued explaining the car's functions and practicality. Alright. Even after the elderly couple went upstairs, they were still murmuring praise. Although they weren't drinking mutai this meal, Lu Zhangyang still bought several hundred yuan worth of alcohol. His father-in-law quite enjoyed drinking, and being of advanced age, it was only appropriate to buy some decent liquor to show filial respect. After all, this amount of money meant nothing to Lu Zhengyang now. Zhengyang, is there some misunderstanding between you and Liang Liang? After finishing the meal, Shin Jiangwo suddenly spoke. What's wrong? Did something happen? Shin Yuanliang was a straightforward fellow who couldn't stand any dishonesty, and Lu Zhengyang was feeling a bit of a headache over it now. Last time your mom called and told him about your situation, and he still seems very upset. He didn't even come back for dinner when we invited him. Shin Jiangwo also knew what his son was like, but there was nothing to be done. He wouldn't listen, so Lu Zhengyang had to handle it himself. Oh, it's alright. I'll have a proper talk with him later, Lu Zhengyang said after a moment of silence. Good. Now that you've turned over a new leaf, everyone is happy for you. Zhengyang, if you have time in the future, spend more of it with Liang Liang. Mom, don't worry. If any good opportunities come up, I'll definitely bring him along. After chatting for a while longer, Lu Zhengyang finally took Shin Mubing and Cici home. Did you have fun at Grandma and Grandpa's house these past few days? Yeah, Grandma and Grandpa took me out to play every single day. How about we take Cici out tomorrow since we have a car now? It just happened to be the weekend, so Lu Zhengyang turned to Shin Mubing and asked. Sure, I'll make the arrangements. We'll get up early tomorrow morning. Now that he had both money and free time, it was about time he took his wife and child out for some fun. Modern amusement parks can be quite predatory too. The parks are so large, yet any slightly novel attraction requires extra payment. For the average working class folks, spending additional money for entertainment truly feels like a pinch. Actually, there's an option to purchase all-access passes when buying tickets, but they're significantly more expensive than regular admission. Yet, it's impossible to experience all the park's attractions in one go anyway. In short, neither option feels cost-effective. But now, Lu Zhengyang didn't have such worries at all. After all, it still comes down to money being the damned problem. As long as you have enough cash in your pocket, none of these issues would be issues anymore. When they planned outings, Shin Mubing initially packed a lot of snacks and quick bites in her backpack to save money, intending to bring them into the amusement park for when they got hungry. Lu Zhengyang stopped all this. Since there were restaurants and food available in the amusement park anyway, with money in their pockets, there was no need to lug food from home. It was tiring and not enjoyable. So these past 2 days, with Lu Zhengyang smoothing the way with money, Shin Mubing and Cici had nothing short of a blast. Especially Cici, who had never been to such a place before, kept mumbling on the way back home that she wanted to come here again to play. Early Monday morning, Shin Mubing drove her new car to work, while Lu Zhengyang took Cici to have breakfast and then sent her to her grandma's house. Around 10 in the morning, Lu Zhengyang arrived at Zhao Zhiming's company. Brother, you're here. Seeing Lu Zhengyang arrive, Zhao Zhiming greeted him enthusiastically, pulling him into his office and immediately starting to brew tea. Come try some of my priced De Hong Pao. After brewing the pot, Zhao Zhiming poured Lu Zhengyang a full cup. Noting Zhao Zhiming's expectant gaze, clearly hoping for praise, Lu Zhengyang had no choice but to take a small sip and say, excellent tea, very aromatic. Maybe the tea he's brewing now is really expensive. But what the hell good does it do? I can't even appreciate tea. Haha, not bad, right? I put in a lot of effort to get this tea from my friend. Receiving praise, Zhao Zhiming felt a little satisfied inside, and in good spirits, he also picked up his teacup and took a small sip. However, his exaggerated expression of enjoyment while drinking the tea made it hard to tell whether the tea was truly delicious or if he was just putting on an act. Didn't drive here today, did you? Zhao Zhiming hastily asked after finishing his tea. Nope, my wife took the car out today. Perfect timing, I've brought all the car keys with me. Since we've got nothing else going on right now, come on, let's go pick out a car to drive. With that, Zhao Zhiming took 3 car keys from the drawer and pulled Lu Zhengyang toward the underground garage. Chapter 35, These aren't peaceful times. It must be said, Zhao Zhiming really is a filthy rich bastard. Aside from the Mercedes-Benz S450L they were currently driving, the other cars parked downstairs weren't cheap either. BMW, Porsche, Land Rover, take your pick from these 3. Arriving at the underground garage, Zhao Zhiming unlocked all 3 cars and let Lu Zhengyang get in to experience them. Bro, if you're driving it yourself, I'd recommend this BMW 7 Series. It feels pretty good. It was clear that Zhao Zhiming had a genuine interest in cars. With a bit of specialized knowledge, his conversation with Lu Zhengyang involved fairly technical remarks. Since he couldn't refuse, Lu Zhengyang had no choice but to go along with it, accepting the keys to the BMW 7 Series. It must be said, the 7 Series truly lives up to its reputation as BMW's flagship model. After taking it for a spin with the keys in hand, Lu Zhengyang couldn't help but feel exhilarated. This million-dollar item is not just about the brand prestige, almost every aspect of it is top tier. Just drive this car without worrying about minor traffic violations. You don't need to bother with them at all. As long as you don't drink and drive, hit someone, and then flee the scene, that's all. Although Lu Zhengyang was the one driving this car, certain things still needed to be said. Zhao Zhiming feared nothing else, but when it came to breaking the law, that was his bottom line. No kidding. Lu Zhangyang nodded in agreement. Though he'd come into some money now, anything involving breaking laws or disregarding rules was absolutely out of the question. There's absolutely no need for that. Why not just enjoy life properly when you're wealthy? With money like yours, hell, even if you were worth hundreds of millions, if you break the law, just see if the authorities won't come after you. By lunchtime, Li Wenxiang, who knew where he got the news, came bustling over in high spirits. Brother Chang, did you offload those hairy crabs yet? During the meal, Lu Zhangyang asked a question. Not yet. I've already secured all the remaining channels, just waiting for the hairy crabs to hit the market. At this point, Li Wenxiang seemed to be in good spirits. What a shame. Looks like you won't be able to participate in this matter again, Lu Zhangyang said with a helpless smile. Oh, mate, what good business opportunity have you discovered this time? Hearing this, Zhao Zhiming immediately perked up with interest. Li Wenxiang's smiling face instantly darkened. No, couldn't you at least wait until I'd finished selling the hairy crabs before making your move? Well, you've got to strike while the iron's hot. When the right opportunity comes along, you can't let it slip away. Lu Zhangyang nodded earnestly and said, Oh, how about you share your thoughts, my friend? After going through so many events together, Zhao Zhiming and the other had already developed substantial trust in Lu Zhangyang. Crude oil and gold futures. Seeing the anticipation in their eyes, Lu Zhangyang revealed this money-making opportunity. Crude oil and gold? What are you messing around with these things for? Compared to Li Wenxiang, Zhao Zhiming clearly had a much better understanding of crude oil and gold. It was precisely because he understood that Zhao Zhiming was so resistant to the idea. Crude oil and gold are global resources, essentially hard currencies. Their price fluctuations are generally quite stable, occasional increases or decreases are usually minimal regardless of direction. After all, these two things are not like stocks in the stock market, where buyers are just tycoons and retail investors. As long as you have enough capital, you can directly control the rise and fall of the stock market. The buyers of these two things are generally nations, not something a few individual tycoons can manipulate. Of course, whether Wall Street in the US can control it remains unknown. Although the price fluctuation of crude oil and gold is quite limited, this is precisely what attracts investors or gamblers since ordinary people have no means to manipulate it. Once this concept was introduced, those who favored crude oil and gold naturally flocked to it, believing it to be far fairer than the stock market or lottery. However, whether it's crude oil or gold, their unit prices are relatively high. To attract inexperienced investors, most institutions offer leverage. It's said that if you trade forex or gold futures through domestic brokers, the leverage can typically reach up to 300 to 400 times. With leverage in play, even the slightest rise or fall in crude oil or gold prices gets magnified exponentially. Of course, don't think a small rise means it'll skyrocket instantly, but with just a slight drop, you could go bankrupt at lightning speed. For such uncontrollable and highly risky things, Zhao Zhiming generally avoids them altogether. Not just Zhao Zhiming, most wealthy people tend to steer clear of stuff like this. Isn't steady, reliable earnings just better? Why throw money into this bottomless abyss? Truth be told, Lu Zhangyang never intended to touch these things, but the wealth intelligence provided him with an irresistible piece of information. That within a few days, a war would break out abroad. As the saying goes, when cannons roar, gold pours forth. Such a rare opportunity, if missed, will never come again. After all, there are very few events that can significantly impact crude oil and gold prices on a large scale. Even minor skirmishes in small countries might not necessarily cause major fluctuations. Only a fool would pass up money-making chances. Lu Zhangyang had originally planned to pursue other business ventures, but with such a lucrative opportunity suddenly presenting itself, why should he let it slip by? Wall Street in the ugly nation earns billions of dollars annually from these kinds of situations. The amount he's throwing in wouldn't even make a ripple. So after agonizing all night, Lu Zhangyang ultimately chose to take the plunge. Because it makes money, Lu Zhangyang replied to Zhao Zhiming with a very simple answer. Bro, it's not that I don't trust you. Whether you were dealing with chili peppers, trading hairy crabs, or when I later followed you into the chip business, these things were relatively realistic. One could predict outcomes based on personal observation. But crude oil and gold, are these really things you can foresee? Having been around the block for so long, Zhao Zhiming had a decent grasp of practically every investment vehicle on the market. He genuinely didn't want to gamble his money on such illusory matters. Moreover, he didn't believe Lu Zhangyang possessed such capability. What if I told you the world is about to become unsettled? Lu Zhangyang took a drag of his cigarette, speaking calmly while looking at Zhao Zhiming. Lu Zhangyang could understand Zhao Zhiming's skepticism. After all, the country has been stable for over half a century, and something like war feels really distant to ordinary people. Even if the situation abroad changes dramatically, the state has the ability to maintain domestic stability. But that doesn't mean this world is peaceful. Not peaceful? I think these complex international relations have nothing to do with us, and how could this world become unstable so easily? Zhao Zhiming slightly furrowed his brows at this, as if unwilling to comment further on the matter. Anyway, I want to do this business. Lu Zhengyang didn't want to explain too much, and besides, when someone has already formed a fixed belief in their mind, it's very difficult to change. It's just like houses. If you were to ask people on the street today, 9.5 out of 10 would tell you that house prices will continue to rise in the future, and that they'll keep going up forever, never falling. But the reality is that some places won't fall, while others still will. How could such a complex issue be explained in just a few words? Chapter 36, The Financial Fraudster. I must have been out of my damn mind to believe you. Although world peace was Zhao Zhiming's inherent belief, trusting Lu Zhengyang had also become his current conviction. When these two beliefs collided, Zhao Zhiming found himself in a dilemma. How do you plan to handle this? Setting aside ideologies for now, Lu Zhengyang's ability to make money with him was indisputably real. I intend to invest all my money. I estimate the war will break out within the next few days. Lu Zhengyang didn't waste time with small talk and directly voiced his thoughts. Investing 10 million all at once? Damn, boss, you're the real deal. After hearing Lu Zhengyang's plan, Zhao Zhiming suddenly wondered if this guy was fucking gambling addict. The odds were clearly against him, yet he dared to go all in without leaving himself any fallback. What the fuck would he do if he lost everything? Then there would be nothing left at all. Not everyone has the courage to burn their bridges. The money Zhao Zhiming had just earned hadn't even warmed his hands yet, and now he was being asked to part with it again. Reluctance crept upon him, however slight. Don't say I didn't warn you. This opportunity is once in a lifetime. If you miss it now, who knows how long you'll have to wait for such fast money again. Lu Zhengyang chuckled at the two's hesitation and reminded them pointedly. The three of them discussed matters while eating, and before they knew it, evening had arrived. Wenxiang, do you think Shenyang is reliable this time? After Lu Zhengyang left, Zhao Zhiming turned to Li Wenxiang and asked, how would I know? If you ask me whether there's been a fight in the wholesale market, I'd know. But asking me whether countries will go to war, aren't you putting me on the spot? Hearing this question, Li Wenxiang immediately made a bitter face. Exactly, why ask him such a question when I've clearly lost my mind? After some thought, Zhao Zhiming took out his phone and dialed a friend's number. This friend of his had studied finance, and after years in the field, he had started his own financial company. Hey, Lao Zhou, what are you up to? Nothing much, it's just been a while since we last talked. I was thinking we could catch up over a meal sometime. By the way, I wanted to ask you something. Since your company deals with finance, you must know a fair bit about gold and crude oil, right? Yeah, exactly. What do you think about the current market situation? I have a friend. This phone call lasted over 10 minutes, instantly chilling Zhao Zhiming's heart. According to his friend's account, there had been many financial shell companies recently, luring people into operating on their proxy platforms. They all claim to have inside information and provide guidance, but it's basically all nonsense. How could these unknown minor financial figures possibly predict the international situation? In short, old Zhou had one firm belief. Anyone claiming to forecast market trends is a fraud, every single one of them. Wenxiang, do you think this time is legit? Zhao Zhiming knew what his friend meant, but Lu Zhengyang had genuinely helped him make real money before. Truth be told, he wanted to follow Lu Zhengyang's lead again, but his confidence was shaky, so he hoped Li Wenxiang would make the decision for him. Brother Zhao, don't look at me. When he was dealing with physical goods before, I still had some confidence. But this time, talking about crude oil and gold, some 100 or 200 times leverage, and international situations, I really don't understand any of this. Li Wenxiang had initially intended to follow Lu Zhengyang this time, but the moment he heard about 200 or 300 times leverage, he realized that several million could evaporate in less time than it takes to take a piss. Li Wenxiang thought it over and decided sticking to his crab business was more reliable. Sure, it was a bit exhausting and tough, but at least it was a legitimate business, and the money was steadily trickling into his own pocket. I remember you saying last time you'd follow Lu Zhengyang blindly. What's with the cold feet now? Seeing Li Wenxiang's current expression, Zhao Zhiming suddenly felt a sense of déjà vu, which then reminded him of the look on Li's face when he'd seen him splitting profits with Lu Zhengyang. Unable to resist, Zhao chuckled mockingly. Forget it. I'd rather take the sure profits first. If this deal goes south, my wife probably wouldn't even let me through the front door. After agonizing over the decision, Li Wenxiang ultimately decided playing it safe was the wiser choice. After parting with Li Wenxiang, Zhao Zhiming made another call to his older brother. After all, his brother had done quite well within the system and should have a decent understanding of the international situation, at least better than his own. Unexpectedly, all he got in response was a single piece of advice: keep his feet on the ground and focus squarely on running his business, as the complexities of the global situation were beyond the grasp of small-time players like him. Of course, Zhao Zhiming had only vaguely probed his brother for information and hadn't mentioned anything about investing in crude oil or gold. Damn it, after all these years, you still like talking down to me with that lecturing tone? After hanging up, Zhao Zhiming felt a bit irritated. I'm already this old and have established some social status of my own, how come you still insist on treating me like a kid? Besides, I was just asking about the international situation. If you didn't want to answer, fine, but why drag in all that other random nonsense? Early the next morning, after a night of deliberation, Zhao Zhiming decided to invest 5 million with Lu Zhengyang. During this time, Lu Zhengyang also asked Li Wenxiang again, but unfortunately, Li was still reluctant to give up the profits from his hairy crab business. Regarding this, Lu Zhengyang didn't say much more. Since Zhao Zhiming's old classmate Zhou ran a financial company, he naturally managed a platform for trading crude oil and gold. Since their company already had the trading platform and dealers, Lu Zhengyang couldn't be bothered to find another firm and decided to place his trades directly through Zhou Jianhua's company. Old Zhao, you're not joking, are you? You're really planning to speculate on crude oil and gold with this kid? After the two arrived at Zhou Jianhua's company to open trading accounts, Zhou pulled Zhao Zhiming into his office and asked pointedly. Though he knew 5 million might not mean much to Zhao Zhiming, as a friend, he couldn't just stand by and watch him throw money down the drain, could he? As the boss of a financial company, crude oil and gold were nothing but gambling in his eyes, something his firm didn't engage in. Even if they did, it would only be with other people's money, simply collecting handling fees and platform rebates. Not to say no one profits from it, but this money truly isn't so easily earned. It's fine, I believe in my buddy here. Zhao Zhiming forced a carefree smile. After all, these 5 million were made following Lu Zhengyang's lead. If they were really lost, he'd just treat it as never having earned this money. But if profits came, now that would feel entirely different. Fine, you've got deep pockets and don't care, but don't blame me for not warning you if you really lose out. Zhou Jianhua smiled and didn't press further. He'd seen plenty of gambling addicts like this, starting with small bets for fun, then escalating to bigger stakes until they lose everything, with many ending up jumping off rooftops. He just hoped his friend would come to his senses after losing 5 million. Afterwards, they had a meal together, during which Zhou Jianhua even asked Lu Zhengyang why he believed those things would rise in price later. Lu Zhengyang didn't overly modest either. Drawing from the recent news he'd been following, he began analyzing the current international situation. To be honest, judging by the information from the news, the current international situation doesn't seem very promising at all. But despite being far from optimistic, the idea of war still feels too distant for ordinary folks. Chapter 37, worth 100 million. I must say, this brother Lu here has quite an understanding of international affairs. Zhou Jianhua forced a smile as he offered this hollow compliment. Yes, absolutely right. When you've lost all your money eventually, I'd love to see if you can still brag so casually like this. Early morning of the third day. Lu Zhengyang was still asleep when the phone call woke him up. Hey, it's rising. Crude oil and gold are really going up. Holy shit, the damn bear country actually went to war. You really fucking called it. Where are you now? Zhao Zhiming's excited voice came through as soon as the call connected. Don't rush yet. Let's all gather at Boss Zhou's company first. Hearing this news, Lu Zhengyang perked up. After hanging up, he immediately began scanning the news updates. Wow, didn't know until I looked, now I'm shocked. The news homepage is completely filled with war updates, with numerous experts predicting war outcomes, reasons for the conflict, and so on. But none of this concerns Lu Zhengyang in the slightest. You can wage all the wars you like, your business. So long as it doesn't affect our country, the fiercer you fight, the better. After all, the greater the impact, the more it'll affect crude oil and gold prices. Lu Zhengyang drove to Zhou Jianhua's company after leaving home. Since everything happened so suddenly, the trader handling their funds had just arrived at the company too. Holy shit, bro, you're absolutely incredible. This time, when Zhou Jianhua saw Lu Zhengyang again, all his earlier arrogance had vanished. He immediately rushed over with an ingratiating smile to shake Lu Zhengyang's hand. It's all luck. Now let's hurry and check the profits. Lu Zhengyang modestly brushed off the praise and signaled Zhao Zhiming to review their gains together. Damn. I just glanced at the price surge. Lao Zhao, you've hit the jackpot this time. Following Lu Zhengyang's earlier request for leveraged trading, every slight increase in these commodities was magnified 200 to 300-fold. Though the rise in crude oil and gold prices wasn't substantial, the leveraged positions made the profits staggeringly impressive. Holy shit, over 70 million? Should we cash out now? When the trader logged into his account to check the balance and saw Lu Zhengyang's funds jump from over 10 million to over 70 million, he nearly slapped himself to make sure he wasn't dreaming. Even though the money wasn't his. Lao Zhao, your account has over 30 million now too. Watching the numbers keep fluctuating, Zhou Jianhua was equally breathless with shock. Don't underestimate these fluctuating numbers changing by mere tens or hundreds. If converted into cash, they represented hundreds of thousands or millions flickering before their eyes. With a weak heart, who could withstand this kind of shock? Zhang Yang, should we sell? Zhao Zhiming swallowed hard, his voice trembling as he asked. What did 30 million even mean? It was already a significant portion of his personal assets. I'd suggest selling now. With things like gold and crude oil, no one can say for sure whether they'll rise or fall later. It's better to take the money and run. This amount was substantial for Zhao Zhiming, and for Zhou Jianhua, it was an even more significant sum. To be honest, if he had that much money, he'd wake up laughing in the middle of the night. No hurry, they should keep rising later. Though Lu Zhangyang had mentally prepared himself, knowing he was now worth over 70 million, no matter how hard he tried to play it cool, the feeling was impossible to suppress. Alright, let's wait a little longer then. Time ticked by, and Lu Zhangyang's account, which originally held over 70 million, gradually shrank to just over 40 million, nearly halved. Zhao Zhiming's account likewise dwindled to around 20 million. Ugh, I told you to sell earlier, but you wouldn't listen. Now look what's happened, better sell now while there's still profit left. Seeing the assets have in an instant, Zhou Jianhua was watching with furious impatience on the sidelines, perfectly embodying the saying, the emperor isn't worried, but his eunuchs are in a panic. To be fair, such a drastic financial drop would be hard for anyone to stomach. Zhang Yang, should we sell now? Despite the air conditioning in the office, Zhao Zhiming was still drenched in cold sweat. Honestly, watching the account numbers dwindle by tens of thousands at a time, he was starting to panic, utterly bewildered and at a loss. Don't rush. Lu Zhangyang was equally anxious, but he still remembered the figures provided by the wealth information. Trust those you employ those you trust. Since he had chosen to rely on the wealth information, no matter how the numbers fluctuated, he couldn't afford to lose his composure prematurely. Holy shit, you're still not selling? Bro, there's only a little over 10 million left now. Seeing the numbers rapidly shrinking, Zhou Jianhua couldn't hold back any longer. He grabbed Zhao Zhiming, wanting to make him sell immediately. But by this point, Zhao Zhiming had already handed over the decision-making power to Lu Zhangyang. As long as Lu Zhangyang didn't say sell, even if they lost everything, there'd be nothing to complain about, because that's just the kind of guts he had. Just as the account balance was about to hit rock bottom, crude oil and gold finally staged a strong rebound. Who knows how global capital operated, but the current price reversed its earlier downward trend and was soaring straight up. Previously it had been dropping by tens, but now it was rising by tens or even hundreds. Within less than an hour, it had climbed back to its previous peak. Moreover, it effortlessly surpassed the earlier high and was still surging upward with unstoppable momentum. Holy shit, how fucking much is this gonna rise? At this moment, whether it was Lu Zhangyang or the traders, every single person in the office was flushed with excitement. Now's the time, sell it all. Looking at his account balance, which had surpassed 110 million, Lu Zhangyang gave the order. Alright, the trader nodded, his hands trembling with excitement as he began executing the orders. After this incident, Lu Zhangyang sent a 100,000 yuan red envelope to Zhou Jianhua and the trader. The stock trader gladly accepted and expressed his heartfelt gratitude, but Zhou Jianhua was different. Not only did he refuse the red envelope, he even insisted on dragging Lu Zhangyang out to treat him to a meal. Now that he had earned so much money and was in a good mood anyway, Lu Zhangyang didn't refuse much. How about calling Wen Xiang over too? While ordering dishes, Lu Zhangyang suddenly said to Zhao Zhiming, "Alright, I'll call him over right now." Half an hour later, Li Wenxiang rushed over from the wholesale market in a frantic hurry. As soon as he entered, he started pulling out cigarettes from his pocket to hand out to everyone. "Hey, you seem to be in a good mood today. What's the occasion?" Seeing Li Wenxiang's unusually excited demeanor, Lu Zhangyang asked with a smile. "Haha, just got the call this afternoon. I've secured deals with a star-rated hotel and several restaurants. This year's produce will all be supplied by me." At this point, Li Wenxiang even felt a bit embarrassed about how much he was earning. He quickly pulled out a lighter to light Lu Zhangyang's cigarette. "Damn, not bad at all. If you can keep this channel running smoothly, it'll be a stable source of income from now on." "Haha, just luck, all luck." Li Wenxiang humbly chuckled. That's what he says, but who knows how much time and effort he spent networking to get things running. By the way, did you guys go through with that crude oil and gold business you mentioned last time? Li Wenxiang probably figured his little matter was nothing compared to the company present, so he quickly steered the conversation elsewhere. "Yeah, we just wrapped it up today." "Ha, that fast? It's only been a few days, hasn't it?" Li Wenxiang didn't have much sense about such things, but he'd assumed complex matters like this would take at least 10 days to half a month. He never expected it to be finished so soon. "Did you make any profit?" Seeing their expressions, Li Wenxiang instantly felt his question sounded stupid. "How much did you earn? Take a guess, how much did Zhang Yang make this time?" Zhao Zhiming got into the mood too, raising an eyebrow at him playfully. "A million?" Li Wenxiang hesitated for a moment before answering. Seeing Zhao Zhiming's teasing expression, Li Wenxiang reckoned that even if he had made some fortune in just a few days, it wouldn't exceed 3 to 5 million yuan. That should be the ceiling. Out of social courtesy, Li Wenxiang deliberately gave a conservative estimate first, just to give Lu Zhangyang and Zhao Zhiming a chance to show off later. Damn, playing the supporting role these days isn't an easy task either. Chapter 38 The Miserable Li Wenxiang. tisk, what's a million? Guess bigger, guess to the extreme, be bold, think big. Indeed, upon hearing the mention of 1 million, everyone present laughed. So, 3 million? Li Wenxiang had initially considered guessing 2 million, but since Zhao Jiming put it that way, he might as well aim higher. Damn, I told you to be bold, but you guessed 3 million? Is that the extent of your courage? Damn, 3 million still isn't enough? It's only been a few days. Don't tell me you've made 7 or 8 million? Seeing Zhao Jiming's disdainful look, Li Wenxiang felt a bit irritated. Keep guessing. Zhao Jiming knew he was a bit displeased, but still let him keep guessing. Wow! Hearing these words, Li Wenxiang's expression finally changed. What he had just said about 7 or 8 million was clearly a joke, but he never expected Zhao Jiming would actually make him guess again. Doesn't this damn thing mean they're making even more than that? Oh 1 million? Li Wenxiang's voice trembled as he slowly uttered the figure. Seeing Li Wenxiang in this state, Zhao Jiming decided to stop teasing him. He slowly extended a single finger and said, "It's 100 million. 100 million? Li Wenxiang's pupils instantly dilated as he shot up from his seat. Impossible. How is this possible? Turning 10 million into 100 million in just a few days? Even robbing a bank wouldn't be this fast. Damn it. Li Wenxiang had lost his mind, because he found this completely impossible. It went far beyond anything he could comprehend. What kind of business could make this much money? This is fucking impossible, just impossible. Ha, I also thought it was impossible before, but that's just how it is. Although Li Wenxiang's reaction gave him a bit of satisfaction, to be honest, when he said those words, he couldn't help but feel a little emotional himself. 100 million. Just think about it, such an amount is astronomical not only for ordinary people but even for small business owners. To put it simply, 100 million could allow anyone to live comfortably without working a single day, no matter which country they're in. Holy shit! Zhang Yang, did you really make this much money? Even now, Li Wenxiang still couldn't believe it, his eyes fixed intently on Lu Zhangyang, waiting for confirmation. Yeah, my net worth is indeed over 100 million now. Although this outcome seemed somewhat cruel to Li Wenxiang, Lu Zhangyang still nodded in confirmation. Ah, how does that saying go again? Happiness truly is built upon others' suffering. Upon hearing this reply, the expression on Li Wenxiang's face was truly a sight to behold. He practically needed to physically restrain Lu Zhangyang while screaming at the top of his lungs, "I can't accept this." Those 5 words were practically written across his face. Holy shit, no way, how the hell did you make that? How can you turn 10 million into 100 million? Where did you even find that kind of money-making opportunity? In the end, reason prevailed over emotion, but Li Wenxiang still couldn't accept this reality. Internationally speaking, forget about 100 million, those capitalists throw around tens or hundreds of billions, even trillions. My measly billion is just skimming a tiny bit off the top of their profits, nothing remarkable. Then Lu Zhangyang went on to explain briefly about the profits from warfare and some basic facts like how much money it costs to wage a single battle. Damn, fighting a war costs this much money? No wonder the ugly country never settles down. Li Wenxiang had never understood these things before. Hearing this casual remark suddenly made him realize that even 100 or 200 million is just like scrap paper in the face of war, impossibly flammable. Wait, did you really make that much fucking money? Changing the subject abruptly, Li Wenxiang asked again. Why the hell would I lie to you? It seemed that unless he showed him his assets today, Li Wenxiang probably wouldn't be able to sleep tonight. But if I show him, he probably won't be able to sleep anyway. Since he won't be able to sleep either way, might as well satisfy his curiosity. Brother Zhao followed my lead and invested 5 million, now he's made over 50 million, what do you think? Ah, I'm fucking done. When Li Wenxiang saw the profits Lu Zhangyang and Zhao Jiming showed him, his mentality completely collapsed. He couldn't come up with 10 million, but 5 million was achievable by liquidating his assets. Damn it, why have I been obsessing over these goddamn crabs every day? What the hell was I thinking? If only he had listened to Lu Zhangyang from the start, sold off all the crabs in bulk and followed his investment advice instead. At the very least, he could have easily made 30 to 50 million by now, right? 30 or 50 million. If I had that kind of money, would my wife dare yell at me at home? I'd cash it all out and smother her with the bills, damn straight. Why the hell should I slave away just to earn a measly 3 million from those hairy crabs? God damn it, this is so fucking unfair. Li Wenxiang now wished he could find a wall and slam his head into it with all his might. Bro, no boss, you got any more ideas? If you've got another plan, you can't forget about me, man. I don't care if I have to sell the pots, the pans, even my damn wife, I'm following you. Realizing he'd missed out on a fortune, Li Wenxiang was filled with unbearable regret, clinging desperately to Lu Zhangyang's sleeve. Damn, you think opportunities like this come around every day? What are you even thinking? Lu Zhangyang knew exactly what was running through his mind. But such opportunities to make big money don't come around easily. Don't do this, big brother. I was wrong before, you can't just abandon me like this. Li Wenxiang didn't grasp Lu Zhangyang's implication and, fearing he'd be left out of the money-making scheme, instantly became frantic. He gripped Lu Zhengyang's hand tightly and wouldn't let go. "Don't worry, if there's another chance in the future, I'll definitely call you again." His earnest demeanor left Lu Zhengyang torn between laughter and exasperation as he quickly responded. "Boss Lu, earlier I failed to recognize your greatness, please don't hold it against me. If there are any money-making opportunities in the future, don't forget about me." Seeing how approachable Lu Zhengyang was, Zhou Jianhua shamelessly sidled up closer. "Sure, when there's money to be made, we'll all share in it." During this meal, Lu Zhengyang became the center of attention, drinking so many toasts that his head was spinning. Seizing this opportunity, Lu Zhengyang also voiced the idea he'd been harboring, to establish an investment company. In the future, whenever good projects come along, they could go through the company for a more formal approach. After all, there's no need to find other companies to help with things like dealing in hairy crabs or computer chips. Lu Zhengyang thoroughly enjoyed this drinking session, feeling genuinely happy from the bottom of his heart. If the few million he earned earlier could only slightly improve Lu Zhengyang's life, then having this 100 million in hand was like stepping onto an invisible elevated platform. Chapter 39, Soft-Hearted Shin Mubing. It was past 8 in the evening, and a group of drunken men were loudly arguing about which club to visit next. However, Lu Zhengyang once again declined the invitation. Having drunk quite a bit, Lu Zhengyang called for a designated driver. Perhaps he'd had too much today, because as soon as he got in the car, he closed his eyes and started dozing off. "Hey, big bro, don't fall asleep. If you do, I won't know where to take you," the driver said. "Maybe you should call your family first and have them come pick you up?" The designated driver, a young man, seeing Lu Zhengyang in this state, quickly chimed in. "Family?" Lu Zhengyang froze for a moment at the word. "All right." He then pulled out his phone and called Shin Mubing. "Hey, I'm almost downstairs. Could you come down and meet me?" To be honest, if Lu Zhengyang had any other choice, he wouldn't have made this call to Shin Mubing. Because of his alcoholism in the past, he had caused Shin Mubing plenty of trouble, and the catalyst for their divorce had also stemmed from his last drunken episode. Lu Zhengyang had once sworn to himself that he would never get drunk in front of Shin Mubing again. "Unfortunately, I'll have to break my promise today, but there's no helping it. I'm truly too happy right now." "Have you been drinking?" Shin Mubing froze slightly upon hearing coarse breathing sounds through the phone. Ever since that life-threatening incident of domestic violence, Shin Mubing had always harbored some fear and helplessness toward Lu Zhengyang, but his recent behavior had gradually allowed Shin Mubing to lower her psychological defenses a little. But this time, as soon as he drank, that overwhelming fear instantly surged back into his heart. If he hadn't rolled over on the ground that night, he'd probably be nothing but ashes by now. Every time Shin Mubing recalled that night of domestic violence, her body couldn't help but tremble slightly. She truly couldn't fathom how Lu Zhengyang, once such a sunny young man, could become so terrifying, so utterly merciless when enraged. That terrifying gaze was practically indistinguishable from that of a devilish murderer. If she and Cece continued living with him, they'd either end up dead or crippled. This was exactly why Shin Mubing insisted on getting a divorce after that domestic violence incident, even if it meant dying to achieve it. Yet regarding that domestic violence episode, Lu Zhengyang was practically blacked out at the time. All he remembered was being driven to the brink by his debts, nearly jumping out the window in desperation. So until now, Lu Zhengyang only knew in his heart that he had hit Shin Mubing, and nothing beyond that. He still believed that the domestic violence was just a momentary loss of control due to overwhelming emotions, nothing truly unforgivable. As for Shin Mubing choosing divorce, he thought it was simply due to years of accumulated disappointment, coupled with his mountain of debt, proof that even mud wouldn't stick to such a hopeless wall. "Yeah, made a lot of money today, so I drank a little extra to celebrate." At this, Lu Zhengyang's lips curled into a smirk. He was now desperate to get home and personally tell Shin Mubing about the 100 million he'd earned, wanting to carefully observe every detail of her joyful expression. She might even react more dramatically than Li Wenxiang did. Just imagining Shin Mubing stunned into speechless bewilderment made Lu Zhengyang wish he could teleport to her side immediately. "Please don't come back, okay?" If there had been others at home, Shin Mubing might not have been so afraid, but being alone, especially when about to face a drunken Lu Zhengyang, left her trembling so much she could barely speak. "Why?" The happy glow in Lu Zhengyang's heart evaporated instantly, as if someone had poured a bucket of cold water over his head. "Don't come back tonight, please, I beg you." Shin Mubing's voice now carried a hint of tearful pleading. I have good news to tell you. I don't want to. If you really have to say something, can we talk about it tomorrow?" "All right." After a moment, Lu Zhengyang took a deep breath and hung up the phone. "Bro, we've arrived at the location." The designated driver had overheard the phone conversation, but out of professional courtesy, he said nothing. Still, leaving the heavily intoxicated Lu Zhengyang here didn't seem quite right. "Thank you." Lu Zhengyang casually pulled out several red bills and handed them over. "Big brother, this is way too much." If this was a drunk client unconsciously giving him so much money, it would be hard to explain later. It's fine, just take it. Consider it from me. Lu Zhengyang wasn't in the mood to talk with others right now, he just wanted some peace and quiet alone. Thank you, brother. With that reassurance, the young man took the money and continued, brother, how about I help you book a hotel room? Sleeping in the car isn't safe, you could get carbon monoxide poisoning. Why are you still here? Just leave. I know what I'm doing. Lu Zhengyang was already irritable, and the constant chatter only annoyed him further. Let me suggest this, brother. I'll save my contact in your phone. If you change your mind about the hotel, just call me. The driver couldn't shake his concern. He'd seen too many cases where drunk passengers had slept in their cars and suffered poisoning. Besides, the man had just tipped him hundreds, it weighed on his conscience. Hearing this, Lu Zhengyang thought it made some sense and unlocked his phone to hand it over. The young man took the phone, saved his own number, then opened the call log and sent a text message to Shin Mubing. Hello, I'm the designated driver. This customer doesn't seem willing to leave. I'm worried he might fall asleep in the car and risk carbon monoxide poisoning. Could you come down and check on him? Done yet? Lu Zhengyang asked drowsily, eyeing the driver fiddling with his phone with growing irritation. Alright, bro. I'll head off now then. After sending this text, the designated driver rode off on his little scooter. Buzz, buzz. Shin Mubing received the message and quickly opened the window to look down. Sure enough, there was still a car with its lights on parked downstairs. He'll probably leave. After hesitating for a moment, Shin Mubing silently closed the window again. Time ticked by, but Shin Mubing lying in bed simply couldn't fall asleep. Left with no choice, she opened the window again to check if the car was still there. The night was deep, with no other lights around, only that BMW 7 Series remained illuminated, parked downstairs. What's he doing? Could he seriously be staying downstairs all night? Wait for him if you want. Helpless, Shin Mubing felt a surge of annoyance, convinced Lu Zhengyang was being downright shameless. But little did she know that by now, Lu Zhengyang was already sprawled out like a dead pig in the backseat, snoring away obliviously. What happens if someone gets carbon monoxide poisoning in a car? Despite her irritation, the thought of leaving Lu Zhengyang to sleep in the car all night tugged at Shin Mubing's conscience. Reluctantly, she pulled out her phone to search for the answer. When she learned carbon monoxide poisoning could cause fatal suffocation, Shin Mubing could no longer remain seated. Lu Zhengyang, you complete bastard. Dressed in with keys in hand, Shin Mubing descended the stairs. Pulling open the car door, she found Lu Zhengyang curled up awkwardly on the back seat, his sleeping posture terribly uncomfortable as he slept with visible discomfort. Chapter 40, A Profession of Deep Love. Wake up, Lu Zhengyang, wake up. Since everyone had come down, Shin Mubing naturally wouldn't let him keep sleeping there. What the hell? Drunk and sleeping soundly, Lu Zhengyang could barely manage to open his mouth when someone suddenly started moving him around. Get up, Lu Zhengyang, get the hell up. Shin Mubing had initially tried to help him upstairs, but he was dead weight, completely immovable no matter how hard she pulled. Water, water. Looking at this detestable face, Shin Mubing thought to herself why she had even come down. She should have just let him die in the car. That's what she told herself, but in the end, Shin Mubing's tender heart got the better of her. She grabbed a bottle of mineral water from beside her and carefully poured it between his lips. A little past 5 in the morning, Lu Zhengyang slowly opened his eyes. He was still in the car but didn't know when a thin blanket and a small pillow had appeared on him. Did she come down to see me last night? Breathing in the faint fragrance from the blanket, Lu Zhengyang instantly became wide awake. This discovery filled Lu Zhengyang with immense joy. Though he didn't understand why Shin Mubing hadn't come down to bring him inside yesterday, she had still come down regardless. Just as Lu Zhengyang remembered to stretch his arms to relieve his sore and aching back and feet, he unexpectedly saw Shin Mubing coming down the stairs. Seeing this, Lu Zhengyang quickly lay back down and pretended to sleep. Shin Mubing walked to the car, gently opened the door, and saw Lu Zhengyang still lying quietly inside, asleep. She visibly let out a sigh of relief. Then, she began to slowly pull the blanket off Lu Zhengyang little by little. After removing the blanket, she gently took the pillow from under his head as well. What's this all about? Lu Zhengyang genuinely couldn't comprehend the meaning behind her action. He wondered if this behavior of hers was tsundere, but Shin Mubing had never been like this before. Unable to figure it out no matter how hard he tried, Lu Zhengyang simply stopped overthinking it. After watching Shin Mubing go upstairs, he finally stepped out of the car. Had too much to drink yesterday and threw up everything I ate. Now I'm starving. Lu Zhengyang ordered a bowl of tofu pudding, a cup of soy milk, some fried dough sticks, and 2 tea eggs. After letting out a satisfied burp, Lu Zhengyang casually grabbed an extra portion to bring up for Shin Mubing. You're awake. I brought you breakfast, he said as he opened the door and saw Shin Mubing busy in the kitchen, promptly lifting the breakfast in his hand toward her. I made breakfast myself. Shin Mubing's complexion didn't look too good, her eyes were bloodshot. When she saw the breakfast Lu Zhengyang was holding, she instantly lost all motivation to cook the porridge. She directly threw the spoon that was still in the pot against the pot's edge and walked towards the room. I'm sorry, I didn't know you'd made breakfast. This kind of porridge, stirred by hand while cooking, is the most troublesome to make, but also the most delicious. Lu Zhengyang was no child. Didn't Shen Mubing go through all this trouble making porridge precisely because she was worried the alcohol from last night had upset his stomach? And here I was, dumb enough to grab breakfast from a street stall. What a fucking idiot I am. Unfortunately, Shen Mubing gave him no chance at all, slamming the bedroom door shut with a bang. There was no helping it. The porridge was still boiling on the stove, and she definitely wouldn't eat the breakfast he had bought. So Lu Zhengyang had no choice but to take over and continue cooking the meal. About half an hour later, Shen Mubing had dressed neatly and applied light makeup before stepping out of the room. You'd better hurry and find a place. I'm heading to work first. After saying this, Shen Mubing turned to go downstairs. No matter how angry you are, you still need to eat, right? Seeing this, Lu Zhengyang walked up to Shen Mubing and blocked her path with his hand. Get out of my way, I don't want to eat. Shen Mubing lowered her head and looked away. You're eating whether you want to or not. With that, Lu Zhengyang directly took the breakfast he had bought and forcefully stuffed it into her shoulder bag. What are you doing? Although Shen Mubing resisted, her arm was no match for his strength. Oh, by the way, I have something to tell you. I made money yesterday, 100 million. Just as Shen Mubing got angry, pulled open the door, and was about to leave, Lu Zhengyang uttered those words in the most casual tone, as if stating something utterly ordinary. Hearing this, Shen Mubing, who was just about to close the door, froze in place. What did you just say? Even though she was still angry at the moment, that phrase was just too shocking for an ordinary person. Even Shen Mubing, who wasn't particularly money-hungry, was utterly stunned by it. Yes, Shen Mubing was indeed an easily contented woman, whose spiritual needs far outweighed her material ones. But no matter what, she was still human after all and one who had tasted the bitterness of being broke before. I'm telling you, I made a full 100 million yesterday. Really? Shen Mubing quickly closed the door she had just opened. Of course, why would I lie to you? As he spoke, Lu Zhengyang took out his phone and showed Shen Mubing the account balance. When Shen Mubing saw that amount of money, an overwhelming tidal wave surged through her mind. A man would dance with joy at the sight of such money, let alone a woman. But then, scenes from that night of domestic violence flashed through Shen Mubing's mind like frames from a movie. Shen Mubing shuddered involuntarily. We're already divorced. Whether it's 100 million or a billion, what does it have to do with me? Lu Zhengyang took a deep breath and said earnestly, back when we were together, I wanted to buy you a big house, beautiful bags, and jewelry, but I never accomplished any of it. Now, I finally have the ability to fulfill the promises I made to you. Seeing Shen Mubing's stunned expression, Lu Zhengyang pulled her tightly into his embrace. Instantly, the distinctive fragrance unique to Shen Mubing flooded his senses. At this moment, Lu Zhengyang realized that the woman in his arms felt incredibly soft, as if she were completely boneless. Yet this very woman had single-handedly held together a shattered family. My love, I was spineless before, I was useless, but I changed now. From now on, I'll always stand before you in CC, shielding you from every storm. Could you please forgive me and give me one more chance? Seizing the moment, Lu Zhengyang mustered his courage and pulled her tightly into his arms, pouring out his heartfelt confession. With this 100 million as a foundation, Lu Zhengyang thought to himself, surely you wouldn't have any reason to refuse now, would you? If I still get rejected now, then I truly can't think of any other way to win you back. But after these words were spoken, Shen Mubing remained silent. Seeing this, Lu Zhengyang quickly released his embrace and grasped her shoulders with his hands, looking into her eyes as if searching for an answer there. Lu Zhengyang, do you love me? Shen Mubing gazed at this face that felt both familiar and strange, then softly asked her question. Once upon a time, Shen Mubing would smile and feel happy just seeing this face. But after staring at it a little longer, that face gradually became fiendishly vicious, as if all the good deeds he'd done before were nothing but acts of hypocrisy. Nothing more than a disguise to conceal his merciless, brutal nature. Up to now, Shen Mubing still couldn't tell whether Lu Zhengyang was a good man or a villain. Are his feelings real or just an act? Perhaps that incident of domestic violence, that life and death experience, had been deeply etched into her bones. Chapter 41, Pondering the Gift. Of course I love you. In the past, Lu Zhengyang might have felt somewhat embarrassed to talk about such matters. But after having lost Shen Mubing once, Lu Zhengyang would never feel embarrassed about anything again. Besides, he was merely stating the facts. As Shen Mubing met Lu Zhengyang's intense gaze, warmth blossomed in her chest. But the harm once inflicted would remain like a thorn forever lodged in her heart. Then prove it to me. With that, Shen Mubing, her face slightly flushed, broke free of Lu Zhengyang's grasp and hurried off to work with her bag. In truth, Shen Mubing had comforted herself more than once in her heart. The reason was that Lu Zhengyang had been drunk and didn't recognize what he was doing, so he had struck with fatal force. But the terms true emotions when drunk and promiscuity when drunk were far too complex for her to grasp. She couldn't make sense of them. Let time take care of everything. To celebrate their recent gains, Zhao Zhiming dragged Lu Zhangyang out for multiple meals. Along the way, they also befriended several influential figures in Beihai City. Actually, for someone like Lu Zhangyang whose net worth has just crossed 100 million, he isn't considered that impressive in the circles of a city's elite. When it comes to wealth, there are plenty of people richer than him. Not to mention the long-time residents in urban areas. During the peak of compensation for demolition and relocation, some could easily receive tens of millions in payouts. As for those in business, successful entrepreneurs are a dime a dozen. But Lu Zhangyang had been brought there by Zhao Zhiming. Even if you disregarded the monk, you still had to consider the Buddha's face. They had to give Zhao Zhiming at least some respect, didn't they? At first, Lu Zhangyang found such dinners quite interesting, but after attending a few more, he quickly grew bored of them. The only reason they sat at the same table was because their interests intertwined. It was purely transactional. Stepping through that door was enough. There was no need to grovel like a sycophant. Because when you can't offer equivalent benefits in exchange, no amount of ass-kissing will do you any damn good. Hello, are you there? Returning to his rented apartment and climbing up to the 5th floor left Lu Zhangyang panting for breath. The exhaustion made him think about buying a house, so he dug up the real estate agent Zhao Zhiming had recommended to him. Hello sir, my name is Zhang Xia. Hello, I'm Lu Zhangyang. Manager Zhao referred me to buy a property. Do you have any leads? Hello, Mr. Lu, do you have a moment to talk? Works for me. I have to admit, this woman works quite efficiently. The moment I sent out the name Lu Zhangyang, a WeChat call immediately came through. Hello, Mr. Lu? This is Zhang Xia speaking. Are you currently looking to purchase a property? Yes. May I ask what your requirements are for the property? Since I have information on all the relatively high-end houses in Beihai City, we can quickly narrow down some options that might suit your preferences. Either a villa or a large flat is fine, but the location must be top tier, Lu Zhangyang said nonchalantly. Damn, having money sure makes you confident when you speak. After all, Beihai is in one of those ultra first-tier cities in China where every square meter costs hundreds of thousands. To be honest, even with Lu Zhangyang's current net worth of 100 million, he still finds those houses ridiculously expensive. Well, if you think they're overpriced yet others can still afford to buy them, that's their business acumen. Perhaps it's just that I don't have enough money yet. Anyway, the housing prices in Beihai City are still reasonable, not excessively high. President Lu, how about this? Could we schedule a meeting to discuss this in person? Hearing talk of either buying a villa or a luxury apartment, Zhang Xia immediately grew excited. This clearly wasn't someone short on money. How about right now, do you have time? Since there weren't any important matters at the moment anyway, getting the housing situation sorted first would work fine. Around 3 in the afternoon, Lu Zhangyang arrived at Zhang Xia's real estate agency. So you're President Lu? Wow, I didn't expect you to be so young and handsome. When she saw Lu Zhangyang in person, Zhang Xia lightly covered her mouth with her hand and spoke with apparent surprise. Whether she was genuinely impressed by Lu Zhangyang's appearance or just pretending, it nevertheless left him feeling quite pleased. Miss Zhang is also very beautiful, Lu Zhangyang said politely with a smile. Zhang Xia appeared to be around 35 or 36 years old but had maintained herself well. With her curvaceous and voluptuous figure, she belonged to the fuller-bodied type. What stood out was that her clothing choices carried an air of elegance, creating an overall sense of contrast that likely appealed to many as just their type. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the two quickly got down to business. Buying a house now is pretty impressive. Each district is clearly demarcated, and even the properties are showcased with full VR panoramic views, allowing you to examine the structure and details clearly right from your computer. Not constrained by budget, Lu Zhangyang breezed through numerous properties, jotting down the ones that caught his interest. So, Mr. Lu, how do you like these houses? Are they satisfactory? Zhang Xia was busy pouring water and serving coffee beside him, explaining various home buying basics along with future urban development plans and appreciation potential. Of course, these were all her own speculations, but as for the actual situation, she'd still have to rely on her own judgment. I'm quite satisfied with these 20-odd properties, but buying a house isn't just my decision. I need my wife to go through them again for her pick. Lu Zhangyang had compiled a detailed record of all the properties he'd previously favored, intending for Shen Mubing to select her favorite from among these 20-some houses. Who would have guessed President Lu cares so deeply for his wife? Does she have time now? If possible, I believe acting sooner rather than later would be advisable. After all, houses aren't like clothes. Once someone else buys it, you'll never find an identical one again. That depends entirely on your capability. Ha, what do you mean by that, President Lu? Zhang Xia momentarily failed to grasp his implication. I want to buy her a house, but I want to give it as a surprise gift without her knowing beforehand. The catch is it must be a place she'd truly love. Do I make myself clear? I think I'm starting to get it. Zhang Xia thought for a moment and then nodded. Honestly, Director Lu, young and wealthy men like you who are still so thoughtful are becoming increasingly rare these days. If I were 10 years younger, I'd definitely be the one pursuing you. Zhang Xia sighed with emotion, her tone tinged with envy. One must admit, if one were to buy a house this way, it would indeed be a delightful surprise for a woman. After all, who could refuse a gift they truly desire? Sister Zhang, you flatter me, but you must keep this completely confidential. My wife mustn't know, not even a hint of speculation, he insisted. Once she decides on which apartment, I'll pay the full amount in cash. Lu Zhengyang changed from his previous politeness and said with a serious expression. Don't worry, Mr. Lu, I have the capability to handle this. Just wait for my good news. Zhang Xia smiled confidently. Fair enough, anyone who rises from an ordinary background to this circle must have some tricks up their sleeve, otherwise, they'd have been left playing in the mud long ago. But how exactly to do it? Lu Zhengyang wouldn't intervene. As for compensation, Lu Zhengyang believed the brokerage fee for such a large house would give them enough motivation to handle this matter. Besides, it wasn't anything particularly difficult, it mainly depended on how you approached it. Chapter 42, Returning to Old Lu's Home. Cici was about to start kindergarten, and Lu Zhengyang hadn't visited his parents back in his hometown for quite some time. Taking advantage of this free period, it was time to set his parents' minds at ease. After all, how could he let his parents in the countryside continue living tough lives when he'd earned so much money? After discussing it with Shen Mubing, she initially disagreed, but with Lu Zhengyang's gentle persuasion, she eventually agreed to make the trip back to the countryside together. This wasn't for Lu Zhengyang's sake, but for the sake of mother and father Lu. Though Lu Zhengyang had been a scoundrel before, during their courtship and marriage, mother and father Lu were truly good to Shen Mubing. During the rare days Shen Mubing spent at Lu Zhengyang's home, she was pampered with constant care, eating when awake, sleeping when full. Even when Shen Mubing wanted to help with chores, mother Lu wouldn't let her lift a finger. To keep Shen Mubing from getting bored, he even went out of his way to install a broadband connection and set up Wi-Fi for her. In fact, they treated her even better than her own parents might have. Perhaps because it wasn't easy for a country lad to marry a beautiful city girl. But Shen Mubing wasn't the spoiled rich girl type. She noticed all that mother Lu did for her, and to this day she still feels guilty toward father and mother Lu. Because the journey was long, Lu Zhengyang drove the BMW 7 Series that Zhao Zhiming had given him to head home. Lu Zhengyang's hometown was in a remote small town under Bailey County, Chengdu City, approximately 300 kilometers away from Beihai City. Even if driven quickly, it would take at least 4 hours. After all, it wasn't all highway, there were also plenty of national and rural roads along the way. It's been 2 years since I last went home. I wonder how much it's changed, Lu Zhengyang thought to himself as he drove, gazing at the somewhat familiar scenery outside the window, feeling a wave of nostalgia. Shen Mubing remained mostly silent during the journey. Mom and Dad, why are we going to Grandpa and Grandma's house? I think Grandma and Grandpa's place is already quite fun. Looking at the unfamiliar surroundings outside the car, Cici hugged Shen Mubing and asked. Cici had been born and raised in the city. Although Aunt Lu came to take care of her for a while when she was little, Cici had no memory of that time. After Lu Zhengyang acted recklessly, he didn't even have time to visit his hometown, let alone bring Cici along, so Cici had basically no impression of her grandparents. Grandma and Grandpa's house is fun, but Grandpa and Grandma's house is fun too. You'll see when we get there. This time, Lu Zhengyang didn't call ahead to inform them, saving his parents the trouble of making frantic preparations. Perhaps because summer vacation was coming to an end, many left-behind children were returning from out of town. Those whose parents had time would personally bring them back, while those who didn't have the grandparents pick them up. Moreover, this was the season when watermelons hit the market, and farmers who relied on their fields for income were exceptionally busy. On the drive back, the bustling scenes of diligent labor and flourishing prosperity appeared quite lively. 300 kilometers wasn't really that far when you thought about it, yet Lu Zhengyang hadn't made the trip back in all this time. Arriving in the county town, Lu Zhengyang stopped at a restaurant to pack up several dishes, then went to the market to pick up some marinated meats, cold appetizers, and fruits. As for cigarettes and alcohol, he'd already bought those and stashed them in the trunk. Around 5 in the afternoon, Lu Zhengyang finally arrived at his doorstep. Giggle giggle. As the car parked in the yard, it startled several chickens into fluttering away in alarm. Rolling down the window, he was instantly hit by the pungent smell of chicken droppings. We never raised this many chickens before, Lu Zhengyang murmured, noticing the scattered droppings and clutter in the yard. Daddy, it stinks so bad. Cici quickly covered her nose with her hand, her face full of disgust. Cici, don't talk like that. Seeing this, Shen Mubing scolded Cici sharply. At that moment, Wang Hongmei emerged from the main room wearing old clothes, with noticeably graying hair, looking completely listless. Mom! Seeing this scene, Lu Zhengyang instantly felt a lump form in his throat. In less than 2 years, I never expected her to have aged so much all of a sudden. Yan Yang? Wang Hongmei's voice was brimming with joy as she watched Lu Zhengyang, now looking dapper, step out of the car. What brings you back? Mom, Shen Mubing followed, carrying Cici as she emerged from the car. Grandma, Cece piped up in a sweet, childish voice, encouraged by Shin Mubing's prompting. Hey, come in quick. Seeing the whole family, Wang Hongmei's hands holding the plastic basin immediately became flustered as she hurriedly welcomed them inside. No matter how much of a scoundrel Lu Zhengyang had been outside, at this moment, Wang Hongmei's eyes were glistening with joy. Old man, quick, see who's back. Wang Hongmei put down the plastic basin and promptly called over Lu Jinfu, who had been watering plants in the back. Who is it? Lu Jinfu set down his tools and walked over from the back. Dad. Seeing his father, who had aged considerably, Lu Zhengyang suddenly found the word difficult to say. Lu Jinfu didn't speak immediately when he saw Lu Zhengyang. Dad. Grandfather. Good. Lu Jinfu nodded when he heard Shin Mubing and Cece greet him, but there was no smile on his face. Sit down first. I'll go kill a chicken. It won't take long. Wang Hongmei nudged Lu Jinfu's arm silently, signaling him to stop looking so stern, while smiling at Shin Mubing. No need, Mom. We actually brought back plenty of food this time. Hearing her offer to cook a chicken, Shin Mubing quickly stopped her and took out the packaged dishes. Why did you go buy food from a restaurant when coming home? What a waste. Looking at the takeout containers of food, Wang Hongmei immediately grew somewhat displeased. If this had been a few years earlier, Wang Hongmei would never have dared to voice such rebuking words in front of Shin Mubing. But ever since Lu Zhengyang started gambling, not only did he empty out their life savings, but he also borrowed from every relative they had, and still hasn't paid them all back yet. After scrimping and saving, living so frugally for so long, and then you go buy food from a restaurant to eat at home, not getting a scolding is already showing you great face. Maybe young people these days think owing a little money is no big deal, but in the eyes of the older generation, they would rather skip a meal themselves than open their mouths to borrow from others. But there was no other choice for Lu Zhengyang, that good for nothing, they still had to swallow their pride and go out to borrow money. Heh, where'd you get the money to buy all this stuff? Looking at the Mutai liquor and Zhonghua cigarettes on the table while Lu Jinfu hadn't tasted the meat, he'd certainly seen pigs run. Just a rough estimate put these items at nearly 10 grand. What did that kind of money mean for an ordinary person? It made him even angrier. Fine, you little bastard. Your mother and I are eating husks at home while you're out squandering money like it's nothing? If you don't give me a satisfactory explanation today, so help me I'll break your legs or I'll take your family name. Lu Jinfu barely restrained the fury boiling inside him, just short of beating him on the spot. Chapter 43, Money doesn't grow on trees, and shit tastes bitter. Mom, Dad, I've made some money recently, so I bought a few things. Made money? Heh, come on, tell me exactly how much you've earned. Lu Jinfu couldn't help but scoff upon hearing this. He genuinely wanted to see just how much money his hopeless son Lu Zhengyang had managed to earn that allowed him to spend so recklessly. Still buying Mutai liquor, still buying Zhonghua cigarettes. I've earned roughly over 10 million. Lu Zhengyang originally wanted to tell the truth, but figured it wasn't really necessary because in his parents' eyes, the difference between 10 million and 100 million didn't seem particularly significant. After all, it's more than they could ever spend. What? How much did you earn? Lu Jinfu, who was about to explode in anger, was instantly dumbfounded by that number. 10 million and change. Did you make over 10 million? At this, Wang Hongmei could no longer remain seated, her voice rising several pitches in alarm. Did you earn all this money? How did you make it? Lu Jinfu instantly suspected his son might have gotten involved in some fraudulent scheme, because only in police dramas on TV would you see such enormous sums of money. Don't worry, every single penny I've earned is clean money. Lu Zhengyang then proceeded to recount his recent experiences to his parents once more. Though his parents didn't fully understand all the details, they ultimately believed part of his story. Mom, Dad, whatever you do, don't tell anyone about me making money. If people ask, just say I'm working for a boss and earned a little. Here's some money I set aside for you. Find time to deposit it at the bank. With that, Lu Zhengyang placed a bag in front of his parents. Wang Hongmei opened the bag and gasped. It was packed with neat bundles of 100 yuan bills, an utterly staggering sight. Why are you giving this to us? You two should keep it for yourselves. Despite her words, Wang Hongmei's heart swelled with joy at the sight of all those crisp banknotes. I've still got about 10 million left there, and the two of us couldn't possibly spend that much money anyway. Find some time to clear all the debts out there. Neither of you needs to work anymore, just relax and enjoy yourselves from now on, do whatever you want. This sentence had been buried in Lu Zhengyang's heart for who knows how long, but now, he could finally say it with complete confidence. Who wouldn't want to show filial piety when they have money? Most people are squeezed dry by this world. Even with filial intentions, the majority lack the capacity to fulfill their filial duties. While money isn't the sole measure of filial piety, it's undoubtedly a crucial factor. Alright then, we'll consider this money as being held in trust for you. Lu Jinfu hesitated momentarily before speaking. It wasn't that Lu Jinfu wanted to pocket the money, after all, he'd already given Lu Zhengyang his retirement savings to pay debts, and had even borrowed substantial sums himself. He was afraid Lu Zhengyang would squander all the money he had made now, leaving no way out for himself when the time came. Mom, Dad, let's eat first, or the food will get completely cold. Seeing Lu Jinfu putting away the money, Shen Mubing quickly handed over the chopsticks. In the Lu household, Shen Mubing naturally took on the role of a daughter-in-law. This situation gave the elderly couple an illusion, as if they hadn't divorced after all. Dad, try this liquor. Lu Zhengyang pulled out a bottle of mutai and opened it directly, about to pour some for Lu Jinfu. You drink that. I'll stick to my grain wine. Lu Jinfu swiftly moved his bowl aside and turned to grab his plastic bottle of bulk baijiu. Clearly, he still hadn't let go of his anger. Dad, I've already bought this liquor. It'd be a waste if you don't drink it. Lu Zhengyang knew exactly what kind of temperament his old man had, but he still tried to persuade him. It's actually quite amusing to think about. Back when Lu Zhengyang had just graduated from school, full of youthful arrogance, he used to think his old man was as stubborn and foul-tempered as a rock in a latrine pit. He spent those years in his hometown working as an electrician plumber for others while also tending to some farmland. Although their family could scrape by when he was young, earning more money was impossible, let alone getting rich. So in the young Lu Zhengyang's eyes, he was considered one of those incapable people. Branded by Lu Zhengyang as incompetent, combined with his stubborn and rigid temperament, it only made the young Lu Zhengyang dislike him even more. During his rebellious phase, the two even quarreled frequently. Only now, after Lu Zhengyang has spent so much time navigating society on his own, does he realize? An ordinary man who could raise a family, managed to bring up 3 children, and even scrape together the dowry and down payment for a house in the city for that scoundrel Lu Zhengyang. Honestly, that's already remarkable. Even though the old family home was still shabby and dilapidated, he had handed over his life savings to Lu Zhengyang. Every time he thought of this, Lu Zhengyang felt like the lowest of the low. Now that I've become a little more successful, I want to give my parents the best conditions too. But Lu Jinfu seemed not to hear Lu Zhengyang's words, stubbornly insisting on drinking his own bulk liquor. What are you doing? Yan Yang went through the trouble of buying good liquor, don't be ungrateful. Wang Hongmei was hearing Lu Zhengyang speak so respectfully to the old man for the first time, realizing her son was making an effort to show filial piety. Not wanting her son to lose face, she quickly gave the old man a way out. Ah, that's just how Wang Hongmei is, with 3 children at home. She's always been unconditionally good to the eldest, Lu Zhengyang, even though he's unreliable, gambles, and squanders the family's money. But her love for Lu Zhengyang is just that selfish, even unreasonable. Do you know how much a single glass of this wine costs? Hundreds of yuan. I'm not fated to drink such expensive liquor. Lu Jinfu was already in a bad mood, and being talked to like this by his wife, he was on the verge of losing his temper. Okay, Mom, don't say anymore. Then we won't drink this wine. I'll drink yours instead. Lu Zhengyang was no longer a reckless young man. He knew his father's personality, he responded better to gentle persuasion than to force. Dad, let me toast you. Pouring a cup of bulk liquor, Lu Zhengyang clinked glasses and downed it in one gulp. Instantly, a burning sensation traveled from his mouth down the esophagus, all the way scorching into his stomach. To be honest, the liquor tasted awful, especially compared to the Maotai Lu Zhengyang used to buy. Yet this cheap, low-quality liquor was exactly what his old man had been drinking his entire life. Even when Lu Zhengyang's financial crisis hit, the old man could only savor it occasionally, unable to afford drinking it daily. Unfortunately, Lu Zhengyang was unaware of these things. How could he possibly have imagined that Lu Jinfu would even begrudge drinking this 20 yuan per jean liquor? Seeing this little bastard Lu Zhengyang coaxing him so earnestly, Lu Jinfu sighed silently in his heart and drained his glass in one gulp. After all, he was his own son. No matter how disappointing he was, no matter how much Lu Jinfu wanted to slap him right now, nothing could change that fundamental fact. Tell me honestly, where did you get all this money? If you made this money illegally, take it and turn yourself in at the police station now. I won't blame you. Even if I have to sell everything we own and stake my old life, I'll help you pay off your debts and raise CC properly. After downing 2 glasses of wine, Lu Jinfu finally voiced the concern weighing heaviest on his mind. He was just an ordinary country fellow with limited worldly knowledge. Even when Lu Zhengyang showed him bank transfer receipts and photographs as proof, he still refused to believe. He thought Lu Zhengyang was simply deceiving him. Because in his understanding, money is hard to earn and shit is hard to swallow. If money were truly as easy to make as Lu claimed, why would there still be so many suffering people in the world? Chapter 44, Turning the Tables. Dad, I know I've been a complete jerk before, spouting nothing but lies, but I genuinely realize my mistakes now. And this money was truly earned by me, clean and honest. I know you might not believe me, thinking money isn't that easy to make, but sometimes this world is just that magical. Let's not talk about other things first. Back in our hometown, you've worked on building houses too. Tell me, what's the total cost of materials and labor to build a house? A 3-story house barely costs over 100,000, right? But what about houses in the city? Forget multiple stories, just those single-story pigeon coops, some cost over $1 million, others even tens of millions. Can you wrap your head around that? In this world, once you find your own way to make money, sometimes the amount you earn far exceeds anything you could have imagined. Between sips of liquor, Lu Zhengyang vented to the old man about all the injustices in this world. The two of them kept drinking back and forth, and the atmosphere quickly heated up. Before they knew it, the Matai was opened, and even Lu Jinfu himself hadn't realized it. In the end, after much persuasion, Lu Zhengyang finally managed to ease most of his parents' concerns. When it came time to sleep at night, Shen Mubing, for the sake of appearances, shared the same bed with Lu Zhengyang, though Cici was placed between them. What a pity, despite such a great opportunity, Lu Zhengyang slept like a log, completely oblivious. Early the next morning, Lu Zhengyang could hear Wang Hongmei and Shen Mubing chattering away about daily life in the main room, even from his bed. Checking his phone, he saw it was already past 9 o'clock. How comfortable. Lu Zhengyang stretched lazily, he hadn't slept this well in ages. Though the room was simple and old, nothing could compare to that familiar comfort of sleeping in the same place he'd known since childhood. I asked after waking up and Dad had already gone out with others to do plumbing and electrical work again. Mom was busy plucking chicken feathers, looked like we'd be having stewed hen for lunch. Right, how could I have forgotten about Lu Yanyan and Lu Jingxiang, those two little troublemakers? With that, he picked up his phone, transferred 10,000 yuan to each of their WeChat accounts, and left a message. Hurry back, there's an emergency at home. Call me when you get to the county town. What happened at home? Why did you send me money? Soon, Lu Yanyan replied to the message, without even accepting the transfer. Take leave and come home right now, you'll understand when you get here. If your boss won't approve it, just quit. We've got good work lined up for you at home. Well, I'll just take leave then. Wait, what's actually going on at home? The demolition office came by yesterday and said our house is going to be torn down. I called you back to discuss the compensation. Don't breathe a word of this to anyone, got it? Seriously? Shocked expression. Why would I lie to you? Otherwise, where would I get the money to transfer to you? Hurry back, and I'll pick you up when you reach the county town. Alright, I'll go ask for leave right now. At this moment, even through the screen, Lu Zhengyang back in his hometown could sense Lu Yanyan's emotions. If she comes back and finds out I tricked her, it wouldn't escalate to sibling rivalry, would it? Lu Yanyan was Lu Zhengyang's younger sister, always tagging along after him since childhood. Back then, Lu Zhengyang was tall, handsome, and academically outstanding, making him somewhat famous in their village. As a child, Lu Yanyan was the envy of other little girls for having such an impressive brother who could even help her in fights. The siblings had a good relationship. When Lu Zhengyang made money during college, he even splurged to buy her a flagship smartphone. Unfortunately, Lu Zhengyang's situation deteriorated later, becoming increasingly confused and lost. Despite wanting to help her older brother, Lu Yanyan, as a recent vocational college graduate, simply couldn't make a difference. As for advice or persuasion, Lu Zhengyang wouldn't even take it to heart. What's going on? Just after finishing his chat with Lu Yanyan, Lu Jingxiang sent a message, though he'd already claimed the 10,000 yuan transfer before sending it. Typical Lu Jingxiang. If there's nothing urgent, you should come back. There's good news at home. Good news at home? I'll tell you when you get back. Alright. Lu Jingxiang is now 25 years old, fresh out of vocational college and still a bit wet behind the ears. Even when his family was drowning in debt, he didn't react much, thinking it wasn't a big deal. The main reason was that his parents gritted their teeth to keep supplying him with living expenses no matter what, so he never felt the pinch. After contacting these two people, Lu Zhengyang had absolutely nothing left to do. It's not easy to come back to my hometown once. Work matters can wait until I get to Beihai City. Holy shit, Zhengyang, you're back? Just as Lu Zhengyang was trying to estimate the usable area of his old family home visually, a greeting came from the doorway. MHM, you're back too? Lu Zhengyang looked up and saw it was Lu Jitong from the same village, also his elementary school classmate. Jitong, stay for dinner at our place later. Yan Yang happens to be home. Wang Hongmei quickly greeted him too. No, I rarely come back, my family's waiting for me to eat, Lu Jitong politely declined. Holy shit, a BMW 740. Is this your car? Lu Jitong glanced at the car parked in the yard, but when he clearly saw the emblem and model, his whole demeanor changed dramatically. What the hell kind of joke is this? A BMW 7 Series, a million yuan luxury car. Since when does Lu Zhengyang drive something like this? Last I heard, he'd gambled away over $1 million and his wife ran off with someone else. Seeing the astonishment in Lu Jitong's eyes, Lu Zhengyang knew he was also someone who had been beaten down by society. Otherwise, shallow people would just think inwardly, it's just some beat-up BMW. I could never afford a car like this, it's borrowed from a friend, Lu Zhengyang said with a smile. Though as the ancients said, returning home wealthy without flaunting it is like wearing fine clothes at night. But there's another saying, when a man gains wealth, don't return to your hometown. When a horse gets extra feed at night, don't eat it all. Lu Zhengyang's idea was simply to let everyone know he'd earned some modest money, there was no need for the whole district to learn he'd struck it rich. After all, human hearts are unfathomable, who knows what some people might be thinking. Holy shit, if someone's willing to lend you this kind of car, that's no small thing either. Lu Zhiton shifted the conversation. Zhang Yang, struck gold recently? No, just met a benefactor, followed them in doing some small business. You could say I turned my life around. You're really something. What kind of business are you in that's so profitable? Lu Zhiton basically took his words at face value and asked with an ingratiating expression. Who wouldn't be interested in money-making ventures? What if he could also make a fortune by tagging along? Even if I can't do it myself, understanding a bit about it wouldn't hurt. Who knows, maybe I'll get the chance someday. It's just real estate stuff, pretty complicated to explain, Lu Zhangyang said evasively. Anyway, real estate is lucrative, so shifting blame to this area would definitely work. Impressive. I'll be home these days anyway, how about coming over for dinner sometime? Sure, I'll come find you when I have time. Then it's settled. Chapter 45 The Company with Explosive Returns. In just one morning, Lu Zhengyang's money-making deeds spread throughout the village. There were two reasons for this, one being that Lu Jinfu had fully repaid all his debts, both principal and interest, earlier that morning. The other was Lu Zhiton's big mouth. Though perhaps it's unfair to call him a big mouth, after all, in village life, even the smallest matters spread like wildfire, let alone something as remarkable as a notorious gambler like Lu Zhengyang turning his life around. In an instant, Lu Zhengyang's reputation in the village transformed from being a gambling addict, a family-ruining wastrel, into someone with vision and promise. Even the fact that he had incurred millions in gambling debts was twisted by some into being a sign of boldness. This was utterly absurd. There was no helping it, some people simply measure a person's worth and status by money. Had this happened a few years earlier, even if the car were lent to him, Lu Zhengyang would likely have claimed it as his own, or at the very least, boasted it belonged to some brother, anything to make himself sound impressive. If others showed shock and envy on their faces, Lu Zhengyang could stay pleased for days. But not anymore. These years in debt have taught him all about the fickleness of human nature. Just live your own life well, why care about what others say? If you truly had wealth and status, could you really make others rich too? If you truly had such capability, that would be one thing. But if you lack the skill or simply don't want to help others prosper, then you'd better curb your bragging in front of people. Keep showing off and making others resentful, and one day you might just get stabbed in the back. That would be like capsizing in a drainage ditch. No amount of regret medicine could save you then. A little help breeds gratitude, excessive aid fosters hatred. Noon arrived in the blink of an eye. Lu Jinfu rode back on his dust-covered electric bike after working outdoor jobs all morning. Is dinner ready? As soon as he got home, Lu Jinfu dusted himself off and asked loudly. His jaunty little steps made it obvious to anyone watching that he was in high spirits. It's ready, let's eat. I told Yan Yan and Jingxiang to come home today. Actually, I'm short-handed there too, Lu Zhengyang said while eating. Well, that's good news. Lu Jinfu remained silent, but Wang Hongmei seemed quite pleased. There's one more thing, I was thinking of building a new house on our family's land plot. Dad, what do you think? Why build a house here? Don't think you can just spend recklessly just because you've earned some money. Focus on buying a place in the city first. If you really have extra money, you could help out your younger siblings. As for this place, do you really think you'll still be living here after your mother and I are gone? Lu Jinfu said in a lecturing tone. Though he talks tough, the truth is Lu Zhengyang's actions left him terrified of poverty. He clings to his money, unwilling to part with it, just to guard against unforeseen hardships. Who wouldn't love a new house? For over a decade now, every household in the village has built new homes. Even those without money have erected 2- or 3-story shells to live in. And besides, Lu Jinfu's own work revolves around housing. He's dreamed of building his own home for years. Unfortunately, the opportunity never came. By the time Lu Zhengyang reached marriageable age, there was even less money to build a house. Don't worry about that. I've already checked out the apartments in the city. As for Yan Yan and Jingxiang, I definitely won't shortchange either of them. And another thing, when my business takes off in the future, if any business partners come visiting, the place can't look too shabby, right? Lu Zhengyang persuaded Lu Jinfu with both emotional appeals and reasoned arguments, finally managing to convince him after much coaxing. Alright, listen, I've spent every last penny I had on you alone before. Now, if you want to build a new house on the old plot, that's fine, but you'll have to build 3. One for you, one for your brother, and one for me, your mom, and Yan Yan. That's not too much to ask, is it? Lu Jinfu calculated in his mind for a while and then spoke. After all, the land at home is spacious enough. It was all allocated by the village back in the day and isn't worth much. Moreover, to build a 3-story house with good quality, without including interior decoration, would cost around 200,000 yuan. Since he said he earned over 10 million, as his father, making this demand isn't excessive. Not to mention other things, Lu Jinfu had already spent over 600,000 yuan on Lu Zhengyang. Of course it's not excessive, but I don't think building 3 houses is necessary. I want to build a large villa with a big courtyard, the kind with 20 to 30 rooms. Anyway, with more rooms, the whole family can live comfortably. Lu Zhengyang took the opportunity during the conversation to voice the thoughts in his heart. Before, when he had no money, it was one thing, but now that he had some funds, since he planned to build a house, he might as well build a good one. After all, it wouldn't cost much more than buying an apartment in the city. Hearing Lu Zhengyang's words, Lu Jinfu was already somewhat persuaded. As a father, he truly didn't want his children to live apart. Let's wait until they both come back. If they don't have any objections, I'm fine with it. Understood. In the afternoon after lunch, several villagers came knocking under the pretense of a casual visit, trying to pry out how much money Lu Zhengyang had made and how he'd earned it. But Lu Zhengyang cleverly dodged their questions with vague replies. Around 4 in the afternoon, Lu Yanyan and Lu Jingxian both arrived at the county's bus station. Lu Zhengyang drove to the county town to pick them up, which would be more convenient. Bro, how come you're driving a BMW now? As soon as they got in the car, Lu Yanyan asked directly. Both of them were complete car novices, they only recognized the BMW logo but had no idea how much such a car might cost. It's my friend's car, just borrowing it for a few days. Damn, your friend's pretty generous. How about letting me take it for a spin when we get home? I've never driven a BMW before. Lu Jingxian couldn't resist touching everything, his eyes filled with longing. No way. If it were my car, you could take it any time, but this belongs to someone else. The three of them chatted along the way and soon arrived home. As for the house demolition matter, it was naturally fake, and Yan Yan didn't intend to cause Lu Zhengyang any trouble either. However, now that she'd heard he'd made some money, she genuinely felt happy for him from the bottom of her heart. Do either of you have anything you'd like to do? Something like a dream, perhaps, or a job you've always wanted? After getting out of the car, Lu Zhengyang asked. In 2 days, Lu Zhengyang will be acquiring a company. Though it's nominally called a company, it's actually run by just a few recent college graduates with minimal staff. Despite its small size, the wealth insights Lu Zhengyang saw revealed that the return on investment from acquiring this company is shockingly high. For such a small-scale operation, Lu Zhengyang naturally didn't think of involving Zhao Jiming and Li Wenxiang in the deal. If they truly want to collaborate, it should only be done without compromising my own interests, otherwise, it's better to forget it. So Lu Zhengyang thought of his younger siblings at the first possible moment. Chapter 46, Departure for Shenzhen. In the evening, the family was enjoying a hearty dinner. Lu Zhengyang told his younger siblings that he was now doing business and had earned a bit of money, but he didn't reveal too much, just that he had made 3 or 4 million. After all, they're still young. Telling them they've earned a lot of money might not actually be good for them. What? You earned this much money? When Lu Jingxiang heard that Lu Zhengyang had made 3 to 4 million, he leaped up from his chair in excitement. To put it plainly, with his current monthly salary of just 4 or 5,000 yuan from working outside, you can imagine what 3 or 4 million means to him. Don't get too excited. Keep quiet about my earnings outside. Even if people ask, just say I made a couple 100,000, understand? He wasn't too worried about his sister Lu Zhengyang, but he feared his impulsive younger brother Lu Jingxiang might go around boasting using his name. After all, he's still young and doesn't yet understand the principle of not flaunting wealth. Besides, at his age, it's precisely the time when people love showing off. Lu Zhengyang remained silent for a while after hearing Lu Jingxiang's words, leaving others unsure what was going through his mind. Damn, bro, you're killing it. What business are you in to make this much money? Lu Zhengyang then made up some more excuses to gloss things over. Later, Lu Zhengyang discussed the matter of building a house with his younger siblings. Given how much money he had made, they naturally had no objections. Alright, now that everything else is settled, I'll give you all a chance to ask me for gifts, don't miss out. Lu Zhengyang smiled as he looked at them and spoke. With over 100 million in assets now, buying gifts was nothing to Lu Zhengyang. He could even give each of them 10 million if he wanted. Money really does make you carefree. But until they had weathered life's hardships, Lu Zhengyang didn't want to force their growth. Better to take things step by step. Gifts? Then buy me another phone, Lu Yanyan said eagerly. Only asking for a phone? Your demands are way too modest. Be bolder, your big brother here can afford something much better. Can you buy me a motorcycle? I really like bikes, Lu Jingxiang piped up from the side. Dinner passed in this joyful atmosphere. Early the next morning, Lu Zhengyang drove his BMW and took the whole family on a major shopping spree in the city. He piled up a whole trunkful of clothes, shoes, phones, tablets, and laptops, treating the whole family to 2 lavish meals at fancy restaurants while he was at it. Throughout, Lu Jinfu and Wan Hongmei kept grumbling about him wasting money, but Lu Yanyan and Lu Jingxiang were grinning from ear to ear. Of course, he still didn't buy the motorcycle, though Lu Zhengyang knew every guy would love a motorcycle, himself included. But this thing isn't safe. Lu Zhengyang thought it over and decided to forget about it. He'd just buy him a car someday instead. When Lu Zhengyang returned to Beihai City, he wanted to bring his parents along for a few days, but the elderly couple refused to leave. With their hometown home undergoing renovation, Lu Jinfu was even more reluctant to go, insisting he needed to stay and supervise the construction workers. As for the house's design, Lu Zhangyang found a top graduate working at a design institute online to handle the planning. As for the construction team, there was no shortage of migrant workers back home. Lu Jinfu could take care of coordinating that directly. With money in place, everything becomes easy to handle. As for his younger siblings, Lu Zhangyang gave each of them 20 or 30,000 yuan, telling them to hold on to it for now. Once he got his company up and running, they could come and help him later. A few days later, Lu Zhangyang returned to Beihai City with Shen Mubing and Cici. I might have to make a trip to Shenzhen in the next few days. You and Cici should go stay with your mom. Anyway, now that I've bought a car, even living at Shen Mubing's place would save more time than squeezing onto buses and subways. Fine, how many days will you be gone? After spending a few days in the countryside, Shen Mubing had soaked up the warm family atmosphere, and her mood had improved noticeably. At most 3 days or so. Don't miss me too much. Get lost. Who'd miss you? Looking at Shen Mubing's coquettish anger, Lu Zhangyang found her utterly adorable. But since their relationship hadn't returned to how it used to be, Lu Zhangyang couldn't just reach out to her directly. After dinner at his mother-in-law's house that evening, Shen Mubing and Cici stayed there while Lu Zhangyang returned alone to their rented place, as he needed to catch a flight the next day. Early the next morning, listening to the roaring engines of the plane, Lu Zhangyang couldn't help but grip his seatbelt tighter, feeling slightly nervous. Damn it, I'll avoid flying whenever possible from now on. Watching the plane gradually ascend into the sky from the window, Lu Zhangyang immediately recalled all those news reports about plane crashes he'd seen in movies. Back then it didn't matter much, but now that he'd made so much money, suffering an air disaster would be a tremendous loss. Admittedly, while the flying experience wasn't exactly pleasant, you couldn't deny its speed. Before noon had arrived, Lu Zhangyang was already standing in Shenzhen, one of China's most prosperous cities. According to the Wealth Information Hint, the company Lu Zhangyang came to acquire in Shenzhen was a gaming company. The main creators were just a few college graduates who hadn't been out in society for long. Being young after all, they had plenty of ideas and had designed a completely new type of game not yet seen on the market. When this idea first came to mind, these guys were so excited they couldn't sleep for days, convinced they were about to become CEOs, marry beautiful rich wives, and reach the pinnacle of life. It's good to have dreams, but society is cruel. Though they had the idea, actually developing a game isn't something that can be achieved by dreams alone. According to the wealth information displayed, if things progressed normally without any external interference, the small gaming company would inevitably fail due to insufficient manpower, subpar production quality, and inadequate funds to sustain the team's expenses. So they had no choice but to hastily release the game on the platform. Upon release, the game immediately attracted many buyers and players due to its sufficiently novel concept. However, when numerous users spent money to purchase and play the game, they discovered the production quality was mediocre, with plenty of bugs, causing the reputation to plummet from highly praised to widely criticized. Faced with a flood of negative reviews, the college students were overwhelmed with shame, feeling they'd betrayed players and scammed everyone, yet the game's unexpected popularity also stunned them. So they announced to the public that they would issue refunds. Moreover, they promised to diligently optimize the game until it reached a standard that satisfied everyone. After all, this game showed great market potential at present, giving them the confidence to make a comeback. What a pity! Despite their burning passion, childlike sincerity, and genuine dedication to players, in the end, they were still too inexperienced. Just as they were working overtime to optimize their game, several major domestic gaming giants seized the opportunity, directly stole their creative concept, and became the first to release this genre of game. After all, how could a few young guys possibly compete with gaming giants? Those companies had elite game development teams, ample funding, and powerful marketing channels. They pushed the game out in no time, making pots of money. As for this original team, in the end, who would even remember them? Even if you work yourself to death, you'll just end up drowning in the vast ocean, unable to recover. Chapter 47, Acquiring the Gaming Company. 11:15 in the morning. Without even eating, Lu Zhangyang hailed a taxi and headed straight for the location shown. If I hadn't come to Shinsher before, that would have been one thing. But now that I'm here, naturally I need to pick up the pace. Although events might unfold along their usual trajectory, life always has unexpected surprises in store. 40 minutes later, Lu Zhangyang arrived at the entrance of an old residential district. I don't think we need to include so many choice points. Every additional decision you add here creates an enormous amount of extra work. But without sufficient choices, the gameplay experience becomes significantly diminished. I know, but just these few choices alone have already kept us working for several extra months. How about this? Let's focus on perfecting these few scenes first. As for the others, we can add them later when we have more time. Even if we add this dungeon later, we still need to lay the groundwork and connections now. Otherwise, adding it suddenly later would feel abrupt, disconnected, and might even create a lot of bugs. Then what do you suggest we do? In a 3-bedroom apartment, 6 young people sat in the living room discussing game plotlines, dungeon designs, and other elements. Long hours of overtime and uncertainty about the future had left these young men unbearably agitated. The initial enthusiasm was gradually worn away by endless work and arguments. Most importantly, they were broke. Had this apartment not belonged to one of them, they would have been homeless by now. It wasn't that they lacked talent, frankly speaking. Compared to their peers, the fact that they could independently develop a game, even if imperfect, was already quite remarkable. Alright, let's eat first. After dinner, everyone's gotta grind in the game for 2 more hours, otherwise we won't even have money for meals tomorrow. This kind of argument had become commonplace among them. In truth, everyone here knew that putting more effort into in-game settings, choices, and dungeons would only benefit the game itself. But the time cost was simply too high, they couldn't afford it anymore. Let's eat. As their little squad leader, Zhang Dongxu was utterly fed up at this point. They're bothered, but he's even more bothered, because he's got more things on his mind. Be it game development, meals, distribution channels for the games, or subsequent promotions and whatnot. Thinking about all these problems in detail would keep him up at night, because he can't solve most of these problems. How to solve it without money? But things have already reached this point. Even if many problems cannot be resolved, he must still exhaust every possible method to push forward and face them head on. After all, can't let the efforts of the brothers go to waste, right? Knock, knock, knock. Just as they were about to pick up their bowls to eat, there was a knock at the door. Who's come? How the hell should I know? One of the young men who was closest to the door went to answer it. Hello, is this Star Studio? Lu Zhangyang asked with a smile, looking at the disheveled young man before him, eyes bloodshot and sporting dark circles. Yes, who are you? My name is Lu Zhangyang, mind if we talk inside? Lu Zhangyang peeked inside, confirming this must be the right place. May I ask what this is about? Seeing this, Zhang Dongxu raised his eyebrows and asked. I'm here to discuss a potential collaboration, if that's convenient. Oh, please come in. Sorry, the conditions here are a bit crude. Zhang Dongxu quickly gestured for the others to tidy up the table. No need for formalities, I've been through the same myself, Lu Zhangyang smiled. Not minding a few unfinished instant noodle cups on the table in the slightest, he pulled out a pack of soft Chunghwa cigarettes from his pocket and handed them around casually. What kind of collaboration did you come to discuss with us? Recently, Zhang Dongxu had reached out to numerous gaming platforms and potential investors, only for his efforts to sink like stones in water, completely ignored by all recipients. Now someone suddenly shows up wanting to discuss cooperation. Of course Zhang Dongxu would take it seriously. It's like this, from what I understand, you're developing a game, right? The production value may be average, but I think your concept is quite innovative. You've seen our game proposal? MHM. Lu Zhangyang didn't beat around the bush and said directly, I want to acquire this game of yours. What are your thoughts? Acquire our game? The moment these words were spoken, the young men present froze in shock. They had fantasized countless times about their game sweeping across major gaming charts, with each of them becoming CEOs, marrying beautiful wealthy women, and reaching the pinnacle of life. But fantasies are fantasies, and reality is reality. So far, the combined money in all of their pockets might not even amount to $1,000. Well, here's the thing. We did consider finding a boss to invest before, but selling the entire game outright, that probably wouldn't work. Zhang Dongxu's face flushed with excitement, yet he still tried to appear composed while negotiating. Honestly, his clumsy acting was surprisingly quite endearing. Alright, let me put it another way then, I want to acquire your entire game studio, including all of you. Lu Zhangyang smiled and repeated. When dealing with these inexperienced young tech talents, Lu Zhangyang was extremely confident. Then, if I may ask, how much are you offering? Though Zhang Dongxu was their team leader, he truly lacked experience. Even asking about the price made him feel somewhat embarrassed. I don't know how you 6 plan to split this, so here's the deal, 3 million, 50 grand each. Starting next month, everyone will get a monthly salary of 12,000, and 15,000 for you. After the game goes live, I'll give you all a 30% profit share. How's that? Lu Zhangyang took a drag from his cigarette and spoke slowly. 500,000? $12,000 a month? Plus 30% revenue sharing after the game launches? Hearing these terms, everyone's faces flushed with excitement, literally. Keep in mind, none of them were trust fund kids, just ordinary people, 3 of whom came from rural villages. Although both families had decent means, they were still within the bounds of ordinary folk. 500,000 yuan, a down payment for a house. And considering they had just graduated not long ago, this was already an unimaginable advantage for them. Not to mention the excellent salary benefits offered afterward. Boss Lu, how about this, could you give us some time to discuss among ourselves? Although Zhang Dongxu was quite satisfied with the terms, such decisions ultimately involved the entire team. He felt it wouldn't be prudent to make such a hasty decision alone. He didn't want to risk facing complaints from everyone later on. Of course. Actually, you haven't eaten yet, have you? Not yet, we were just about to have dinner. Here's what we should do, you discuss things here while I wait downstairs. Once you've settled everything, come find me below and we'll have dinner together. As he spoke, Lu Zhangyang rose from his seat and headed for the door. Alright, thank you then, Boss Lu. As soon as the door closed, the young men immediately burst into cheers. Holy shit, 3 million. I never thought our crappy game could sell for 3 million. Ha, 500,000, if I can get my hands on this $500,000, let's see what my family dares to say then. Brother Su, what's there to think about? With such great terms, why even hesitate? Though we know exactly how crap our own game is, this Boss Lu opened with 3 million straight away. Think we can squeeze out a bit more? These youngsters are cheering over this 500 grand now, but just imagine how they'd feel knowing this game would later sell for 50 million without breaking a sweat. Chapter 48, Don't Let Me Down. After about 20-something minutes, these 6 individuals came down from upstairs. Have you made up your mind? Seeing them come downstairs, Lu Zhangyang stepped out of the car. President Lu, we still have some thoughts we'd like to share with you. No rush. I just checked some nearby restaurants while in the car, let's talk over a meal. While waiting for them, Lu Zhangyang had used his phone to search for nearby hotels and summoned 2 taxis to stand by. The 6 of them couldn't all fit in one car. After exchanging some pleasantries, Lu Zhangyang took them to a relatively upscale restaurant. Have a seat, have a seat. Order whatever you like, don't stand on ceremony. In the past when he'd gone to upscale restaurants with Li Wenxiang, he'd felt like Granny Lu visiting the Grand View Garden. Before long, the tables had turned, it was Lu Zhangyang's turn to host others at such an upscale restaurant. Admittedly, the feeling was quite nice. The best part was not worrying about money, that lavish sense of letting others order whatever they wanted felt incredibly satisfying. President Lu, we're fine with anything simple. Why don't you do the ordering? When Zhang Dongxiu, who had been living off instant noodles for quite some time, saw the prices on the menu, any courage to order vanished instantly. Indeed, in a first-tier city like Shenzhen, high costs were no laughing matter, especially at renowned restaurants, where even a moderately decent dish could easily cost hundreds, if not thousands. It was perfectly normal for ordinary people to find such expenses unaffordable. Ha, no worries, we've all been young once. At your age, I was even worse off than you guys. But so what? Life is full of ups and downs, isn't it? Lu Zhangyang wasn't mocking them, instead, he spoke from their perspective. During their first meeting, they were indeed reserved, so Lu Zhangyang ordered all the dishes, mid-range and above, totaling just over 10,000. People are just fucking bastards. Back when I was broke, I'd fucking nitpick over pork cuts, worried the butcher would give me an extra ounce of fat. But once you've got money, the luxury just flows uncontrollably. That's why you gotta make your fortune young, this dazzling world's pleasures are meant to be enjoyed. If you don't indulge, others will do it for you. Why shouldn't it be you? Manager Lu, let me toast you. As their team leader, Zhang Dongxiu was the one negotiating terms and making requests, so he communicated with Lu Zhangyang more frequently. Through the wealth information, Lu Zhangyang also recognized these men's potential and thus treated them as friends. Besides, Lu Zhangyang wasn't cut out to be a capitalist anyway. His philosophy was straightforward. As long as he had meat to eat, he'd never let others settle for just broth. There was no need to exploit them too harshly. They earned that money fair and square, you've got to pay up. If you piss them off and they walk away, you'll be the one left holding the bag in the end. Real talent has always been a rare commodity, no matter the era. Of course, this doesn't apply to those lacking integrity or competence. I've taken a look at your work environment earlier, and to be honest, it's a bit beneath you. So, seeing as you're more familiar with Shenzhen than I am, do you have any office buildings you particularly like? With the acquisition deal settled, the next step was to arrange a better work environment for them, since they were now effectively his employees. Moreover, Lu Zhangyang's ambitions in the gaming industry didn't stop there. A prestigious facade was also quite necessary. Office building? What do you mean, President Lu? Zhang Dongxiu hadn't thought that far ahead and asked somewhat uncertainly. Of course it's to improve your working environment. Did you really think we'd let you keep working crammed in that residential building? For young people, it's actually surprisingly easy to feel content sometimes. A good work environment, a decent salary, and what seems like a bright future, that's enough to satisfy the vast majority of them. After dinner, Lu Zhangyang took them to look at office buildings near the CBD in Shenzhen. Shenzhen truly lived up to its reputation as China's economic hub. After touring around for a while, although they selected a suitable office space, he felt deeply humbled. He had previously thought that with his current net worth of 100 million yuan, he was already quite an impressive figure. But after making a few inquiries, he realized that practically everyone who could afford to run a company or own property in this area had assets worth tens or even hundreds of millions. In fact, someone like Lu Zhangyang could only be considered a small-time boss, not even worthy of standing on the big stage. However, Lu Zhangyang naturally wouldn't show these emotions in front of these youngsters. Later, Lu Zhangyang rented 2 suites nearby for them, making it convenient for them to commute to work. As for their game development progress afterward, Lu Zhengyang didn't impose strict requirements. After all, slow work yields fine products. If they weren't going to do it, they shouldn't do it at all. But if they were going to do it, they had to create a masterpiece, something that would dominate the market decisively upon release. After all, other game companies weren't just sitting idle. Since it was impossible for him to stay here permanently, Lu Zhengyang gave Zhang Dongxu considerable authority. Tasks like hiring new employees were all handed over to him as well. Of course, during these past few days, Lu Zhengyang had fed him no shortage of pipe dreams, saying this was a chance to train his skills and that he was being groomed as a future general manager. Although Zhang Dongxu was their little leader, he was still a young man. After all, lofty titles like general manager remained far beyond his reach. So when Lu Zhengyang said these words to him, he was absolutely thrilled. He almost grabbed a bottle of baijiu and drank it right in front of Lu Zhengyang to show his respect and gratitude. But to be honest, Lu Zhengyang wasn't just making empty promises. He genuinely had no time and no expertise in game development, and he truly wanted to groom him as his right-hand man in this field. I can give you a chance, but only once. As for whether he has the ability himself, that's up to him to demonstrate. Time flew by. When truly engaged in work, time always slips away unnoticed. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Although many matters remained unsettled, Lu Zhengyang no longer wished to stay here. Wouldn't it be more pleasant to return to his wife, child, and warm bed? Leave me a message if you have any issues. If it's urgent, just call me directly, I'll respond when I have time. Lu Zhengyang put on the airs of an incredibly busy man when he left the airport. After all, having no time and being constantly busy are standard attributes of a big boss. If people saw you idle all day with nothing to do, how could they possibly feel balanced? Don't worry, brother Lu. I'll do my best to handle things at the company. Falling completely for Lu Zhengyang's act, Zhang Dongxu was thoroughly intimidated and quickly patted his chest in assurance, promising he'd try not to disturb him. You're still a bit green now, but that's alright. Keep going. I believe in you, don't let me down. Lu Zhengyang patted his shoulder and boarded the plane without looking back. Watching Lu Zhengyang's carefree retreating figure, Zhang Dongxu silently swore to himself that he absolutely wouldn't disappoint him. Hello miss, do you have time to help us with a housing survey? If you complete this survey for us, we can offer you 2 doll toys as a reward. When Shin Mubing went downstairs for lunch with her colleagues at noon, a sweet-looking staff member stopped her and asked, "No thanks, I don't have time right now." Shin Mubing had always been quite cautious about these kinds of sales pitches and instinctively rejected it outright. "It'll be very quick, miss. We don't need you to fill out any information, just pick out a house style for our records. Look how cute these 2 dolls are. Please, pretty sister, just do me this one favor, it's the only task I have left for today." Alright. Seeing how sincere the little girl before her was, Shin Mubing had no choice but to agree. There were also 2 cute stuffed toys included as gifts. Bringing them home later would surely delight Cici. Chapter 49, Meeting Shin Yuanliang again. Around 3 in the afternoon, Lu Zhengyang returned to Beihai City. "Boss Lu, the task you assigned me is already completed. I was wondering when you might have some free time. I'm coming over right now." Lu Zhengyang, who had just gotten off the plane intending to visit Zhao Jiming's company, received a message from Zhang Xia. After some thought, he figured since he had nothing pressing, he might as well settle the housing matter first. "Mr. Lu, your wife has excellent taste. This property has both a prime location and an ideal layout." Upon arriving at Zhang Xia's real estate agency, Lu Zhengyang took the materials and began examining the property details. As for whatever nonsense she was spouting, it was all pure hot air to him. The villa that Shin Mubing had set her eyes on wasn't too far from downtown, just a 10-minute drive or so. The entire property spanned over 260 square meters, with the villa itself covering about 180 square meters. It featured 2 small courtyards, front and back, 3 above-ground floors plus a basement, priced at over 12 million yuan, placing it among the most expensive properties in Beihai City. The most important thing is that the house comes fully renovated, though it's lacking furniture. The original owner bought it purely as an investment property and never lived in it, so it's practically brand new. Lu Zhengyang was quite satisfied while viewing the property until he saw its previous transaction price. Instantly, his mood soured. The original owner had purchased this place for just over 5 million, less than 6 million, years ago, and after 5 or 6 years, made a clean profit of over 6 million. This damn investment made infinitely more money than leaving it in the bank. Real estate still prints money. Lu Zhengyang silently sighed to himself. But that was several years ago. If buying a house now, it might not be the same. He might even lose money on it. Yet none of that mattered to Lu Zhengyang anymore. So what if it's expensive? He'd be living in it himself anyway. As long as his wife was happy, nothing else mattered. Alright, I'll take this one. Full payment. See if you can negotiate the price down a bit and save me some money for furniture. Lu Zhengyang put down the documents and took a sip of tea. Got it. Boss Lu, I'll contact the landlord right away and make sure you get it at the lowest possible price. When Zhang Xia, who usually maintained a cool and professional demeanor, heard Lu Zhangyang casually mention paying in full, she couldn't help but beam with joy. At that moment, she thought Lu Zhangyang looked damn handsome. In all her years of selling houses, she'd certainly encountered straightforward deals before, but given the current market conditions and this price point, it had been an eternity since she'd closed such an effortless transaction. The original landlord, overjoyed to hear someone was offering to buy his property outright in cash, immediately slashed 800,000 off the price, claiming he wanted to give it a lucky number. As for the other procedural matters, those were Zhang Xiao's responsibilities. After all, the commission she'd pocketed would keep her living comfortably for quite a while. The paperwork would take another 2 days. Since it was almost dinner time, Lu Zhangyang bought some cigarettes, alcohol, and gifts before heading straight to his mother-in-law's house for the meal. How come you're here? When the door opened and Xin Yuanliang saw it was Lu Zhangyang standing there, his expression immediately changed as he questioned. Holy shit, how could I forget this blockhead? Seeing the hostile look on Xin Yuanliang's face, Lu Zhangyang's heart sank. He had originally planned to find time for a good talk with him, taking the initiative himself, but the right opportunity never came, and now the matter had been dragged out until this moment. Forget it, what must be faced will have to be faced eventually. There's no hiding from it, might as well just settle it today. Whatever you have to say it inside. Lu Zhangyang knew this kid was a hothead, but even hotheads have their own way of communicating. He pondered how to approach the conversation. Who the hell are you? Did I say you could come into my house? Haven't seen him for a few days, but who would have thought that bastard Lu Zhangyang would be so audacious? This nearly left Xin Yuanliang completely dumbfounded. Is this really the same Lu Zhangyang who used to dodge trouble and cower like a scared dog? If his parents weren't home, he would have definitely thrown hands with him. Liang, what are you doing? Xin Jiangmo spotted Lu Zhangyang from the living room and hurried over. Zhangyang's here? Come on in. Daddy. Cici, who had been watching TV on the sofa, immediately jumped down and ran towards him, abandoning the television. Why didn't you call before coming? And why did you buy so much stuff again? We still haven't finished what you brought last time. Hearing the commotion, Wang Guizhi emerged from the kitchen carrying dishes, scolding him as she set the table. As for Shen Mubing, she merely glanced at him a few times and remained silent for now. Dad, why are you letting him in? Haven't we suffered enough because of him? Seeing how warmly his parents were welcoming him, Shen Yuanliang was completely baffled. What are you all doing, really? When Lu Zhangyang racked up over $1 million in debt outside, our family alone lost over 200,000 because of him. Back when my sister wanted a divorce, you all strongly agreed, saying she was blind to have married such a man. But now what's going on? Shen Yuanliang was burning with urgency to know why at this very moment. Lu Zhangyang smiled at his parents-in-law as a greeting. After placing the items on the coffee table, he pondered internally about how to communicate with him. Shen Yuanliang was the type whose temperament couldn't tolerate evil, and his sibling bond with Shen Mubing was exceptionally close. Given his past behavior, there was basically no chance of reconciling their differences through normal means. Zhangyang has changed now, you should hold back a bit. Shen Jiangwo, worried his son might clash with Lu Zhangyang, quickly interjected. He can change? I wouldn't even believe a dog could stop eating shit if you told me he's changed. Recalling Lu Zhangyang's past behavior, Shen Yuanliang sneered coldly. Though he didn't know what sweet talk Lu Zhangyang had used to make his parents change their opinion of him, as for someone who'd been so addicted to gambling that treating anyone who advised him to quit as mortal enemies, could such a person really change? Just trying to scam some more money for gambling. TCH, watch your mouth, that's your brother-in-law. At the mention of dog, Wang Guizhi immediately frowned and stopped him. Brother-in-law? Mom, sis already divorced him, what kind of brother-in-law is he? And what the hell is going on with you guys? Shen Yuanliang was thoroughly irritated by his family's attitude. It felt like he was the only one kept in the dark. Don't get worked up yet. Sit down, and let's talk this through properly. Lu Zhangyang, thinking of a way to communicate with him, spoke up. Fine. Today, I'd really like to see what kind of sweet talk you can still spin with that mouth of yours. Shen Yuanliang sneered once more. Although Lu Zhangyang now gave off an air of steadiness, Shen Yuanliang simply refused to believe him. No matter what he said, he wouldn't trust a word of it. What do you think defines a real man? Eyeing Shen Yuanliang's defiant expression, Lu Zhangyang posed the question. I don't know what makes a man, but I know you're not one. Shen Yuanliang certainly knew what constituted a real man, he just refused to be led around by Lu Zhangyang. And the things he'd done before weren't something a real man would ever do. Squandering family wealth, neglecting responsibilities, domestic violence, gambling, name any disgraceful vice, he checked them all. That's not something a real man would do. Chapter 50, Swallowing the Anger. I'm not here to argue with you right now, and I don't want to argue either. If you want to fight or need to scream at me first, I'll wait until you're done before we talk. Facing Shen Yuanliang's disdain, Lu Zhengyang wasn't angry at all. Instead, he remained calm and spoke to him word by word with composure. Because this person was his brother-in-law, not just anybody else. If it were someone else, he'd tell them to get lost as far as possible. And truth be told, he owed him a lot, both emotionally and financially. Back when Shen Yuanliang heard that Lu had been domestically violent toward Shen Mubing, the young man actually carried a kitchen knife all the way from home to confront him. Luckily, Lu had run fast enough. Otherwise, if he really chops me, I'd be losing big time. But this guy hasn't been entirely bad to me either. Back when I was chasing Shen Mubing, he put in a lot of effort to help me. Plus, during our wedding when some guests were teasing and trying to mess with me, he stood by my side. He even helped me despite causing tension with some close friends and relatives. There was also that time when Cici got bullied while I wasn't around. He argued and fought with others for her sake, even ending up paying 20,000 yuan in compensation for it. Alas, family ties are like this, impossible to sever, yet tangled beyond sorting. Fine, let's have a proper talk then. Seeing Lu Zhengyang wasn't joking, Shen Yuanliang finally stopped opposing him. You asked what makes a real man, right? Well, I'll say this much, supporting a family. Can you do that? During this period, Shen Yuanliang had no money and no desire to go home, so he didn't know Lu Zhengyang's current situation. I couldn't do it before, but now I can. Lu Zhengyang didn't show him anything else, just opened a banking app and displayed the over 7 million balance before him. Not only have I paid off all my over 1 million debts, but I also have this much in savings now. I wonder if this qualifies as being able to provide for the family in your eyes. Most young people adhere to the principle of respecting the strong. As long as you're impressive enough, whatever you say is considered right. You don't accept it, Shen Yuanliang? Fine, I'll use the most direct method, the one you respect most, to make you submit. Is this real? Staring at the over 7 million in savings, Shen Yuanliang was instantly stunned. He refused to believe Lu Zhengyang could have earned this much money. Of course it's real. Do you think I could possibly conspire with banking software to trick you? Where did you get so much money? Never mind where it came from. Just know this money wasn't stolen or robbed. My only question is it enough for what you call supporting a family? Lu Zhengyang put away his phone and fixed his gaze on Shen Yuanliang as he asked. So you made a little money and now you think you're something special? Does that erase the fact that you're still a gambling addict? Never mind this amount, even if you add 2 more zeros to it, you'd still lose every last penny. Just tell me, is this enough to feed a family or not? Lu Zhengyang shed his former timidity and questioned with resounding authority. What's it to you? Shen Yuanliang's face flushed crimson under the sudden interrogation, as if he'd been both provoked and belittled. The discomfort radiating from him was palpable. Since he was the one who brought up supporting the family, he now had no grounds whatsoever to argue against it. That settles it, doesn't it? Money is impressive, but it doesn't mean you can represent everything with it, Shen Yuanliang retorted, though the rebuttal sounded somewhat feeble even to himself. To be honest, at Shen Yuanliang's age, having never suffered hardships growing up, a young man in his 20s truly didn't place much importance on money. Even though these past 2 years had been turned upside down by Lu Zhengyang's affairs. Not to mention Shen Yuanliang, actually most people are like this, they have no concept of money. Because they haven't yet experienced society's harsh lessons, having been overly protected by their family since childhood, they believe love is sacred, priceless, something that can't be bought with money. Family bonds are selfless, without distinction between you and me. You can't buy relatives with money either. Friends are about loyalty, sharing both joy and hardship. You can't purchase true friendship with money. And most importantly, they think money can always be earned through hard work and determination, so no matter what happens, they'll always have it in the future. But when they actually encounter difficulties or problems in society, they suddenly wake up to reality. But often by then, it's already too late. There's no turning back. Right now, Shen Yuanliang is still in that naive, hot-headed stage. He thinks having money is remarkable, but not yet to the point of being absolutely extraordinary. You're right, money truly can't represent everything. Money can't buy love, it can't buy family bonds, and there are many things it cannot purchase. But to err is human, who among us is without fault? Execution is just one swift strike. Surely you can't believe that just because I, Lu Zhengyang, made a mistake, I shouldn't be allowed to redeem myself? Lu Zhengyang abruptly shifted his tone, letting go of his earlier aggressive stance as he suddenly spoke to Shen Yuanliang in an earnest, sincere voice, as if he himself were the victim, suffering great injustice. Just as Shen Yuanliang was about to lose his temper and confront Lu Zhengyang, the latter's sincere gaze made him instantly feel like a villain who wouldn't let go of someone else's mistake. This feeling made him extremely uncomfortable, downright unbearable. Of course, the premise that made him feel miserable was Lu Zhengyang placing the money he had earned right in front of him first. Otherwise, any talk would just be nonsense. I know I was a scoundrel before. As the saying goes, own up to your mistakes and stand firm when you're punished. But no matter what, whether you admit it or not, I'm your brother-in-law, and I'm Cici's biological father. How about this? You can beat me up right now, until you've vented all your anger. But after that, let bygones be bygones, and we'll still be brothers-in-law. As he spoke, Lu Zhengyang stood up from the couch and walked over to stand face-to-face with Xin Yuanliang. Come on, Liang might not understand, but Zhengyang, you should know better. Family matters should be resolved by talking things out. What's all this about fighting? Seeing the situation escalate, Xin Zhangwo quickly stepped in to mediate, reaching out to pull Lu Zhengyang back. Dad, Liang is right. I really did many wrong things before. Getting beaten is actually light punishment. Just let Liang hit me, it'll make him feel better. But I promise, from now on, I'll never act stupid again. Lu Zhengyang spoke these words with utmost sincerity to everyone present. To an outsider, Lu Zhengyang's behavior might seem like an act, just putting on a show for Xin Yuanliang to see. To be honest, Lu Zhengyang's determination to start anew was genuine, but the part about getting beaten up was just an act. But there was no helping it. Men often let pride get in the way of important matters. If he hadn't staged this scene and given Xin Yuanliang a way out, this matter would have been truly difficult to resolve. As for whether this would make Lu Zhengyang lose face, he couldn't care less. As long as my wife's family can live in harmony and happiness, face doesn't matter at all. Alright. As the saying goes, a prodigal son's return is priceless. Zhengyang, we don't ask for much, just that you both live well together in the future, and that would satisfy us completely. Women are always more emotional. Hearing Lu Zhengyang's words, she couldn't help but feel a mix of emotions. As for Xin Mubing, though she didn't say anything, she was holding Cici in her arms, quietly wiping away her tears at that very moment. I'm hungry, let's eat. Young Xin Yuanliang couldn't handle such a scene, but if you asked him to say something sentimental like forgiveness, even with a knife to his throat he wouldn't be able to utter it. He could only lower his head and go to the kitchen to fetch bowls for dinner, pretending nothing had happened. Chapter 51, Another project arrives. Okay, let's eat. Zhengyang, hurry and eat. Seeing this, Wang Guizhi and Xin Zhangwo quickly pulled Lu Zhengyang to the table. Throughout the meal, although Xin Yuanliang didn't exchange a single word with Lu Zhengyang, he was at least willing to share the same dining table. For their relationship, this already marked significant progress. No matter, there'll be plenty of time ahead. With Lu Zhengyang's current fortune, it wouldn't be too difficult to corrupt a young lad. It wouldn't be long before Lu Zhengyang had Xin Yuanliang following him around, calling him brother-in-law at every turn. Early the next morning. Brother Lu, where have you been all this time? We've missed you so much our balls ache. After making 2 quick bucks with Lu Zhengyang, Zhao Zhiming no longer cared much for his own company business, dreaming day and night about making more fast money with him. Let's meet at the usual spot at noon then. I've actually got something to discuss with you too. Sounds good, it's settled. Lately, Cici starting kindergarten had been driving Xin moving up the wall. Money wasn't an issue now, but some top-tier kindergartens, especially certain prestigious public ones, were troublesome to get into even with cash to spare. Let's see if Zhao Zhiming has any ideas about this matter. Noontime. Lu Zhengyang drove to their usual restaurant. As soon as he got out of the car, Zhao Zhiming came forward with Li Wenxiang and Zhou Jianhua. I've missed you so much. What have you been up to all this time? You always said you were busy whenever I called. You'd better drink an extra couple of glasses with me later. Zhao Zhiming remained as warmly affectionate toward everyone as ever, hugging Lu Zhengyang tightly without letting go. Just made a little money and went back to my hometown to settle some things. As they exchanged pleasantries, the group headed towards the private dining room. By the way, Brother Zhao, my daughter's about to start kindergarten soon. I heard that bilingual art kindergarten is pretty hard to get into. Wondering if you might have any suggestions? During the casual chat, Lu Zhengyang brought up this matter. This kindergarten could be considered one of the most prestigious in the province. Since Beihai City is the provincial capital, any school that ranks as outstanding locally naturally holds significant status within the entire province. With limited spots available, high-ranking officials and prominent figures naturally competed to secure placements for their children. Thus, ordinary wealthy individuals often found it difficult to pull strings for admission. Is that all? Leave it to me. Zhao Zhiming may not have many talents, but in Beihai City, I still have some face to spare. Ask Zhao Zhiming to do anything illegal, and he'll flat out refuse. But when it comes to matters that can be resolved through connections, he's never backed down. After all, he has an elder brother in a leadership position to lean on, even if he has some grievances with him. Grievances aside, wielding his brother's name sure makes things easier and sweeter. Then I'll thank Brother Zhao in advance. Just let me know how much money and gifts will be needed later. Tisk, Zhenyang, if you keep being so polite like this, I'll really get angry. Helping out between brothers is nothing. Don't worry, you won't need to spend a single cent on gifts. I guarantee your niece will live the high life in kindergarten, eating the finest and drinking the best. Hey, one thing at a time. Absolutely not. In the end, Lu Zhengyang couldn't persuade him and simply dropped the matter. Brother Lou, ever since I didn't follow your lead on the crude oil and gold investments last time, I've been kicking myself with regret. After having too much to drink one night, I mentioned it to my wife. She gave me such an earful, she nearly kicked me out of the house. If you've got any other lucrative ventures up your sleeve this time, you absolutely must bring me along, old pal. After 3 rounds of drinks and sampling various dishes, Li Wenxiang raised a bowl of mutai, toasted Lu Zhengyang, and without a word, downed it in one gulp. At first, he followed Lu Zhengyang dealing in hairy crabs and was on the verge of making 3 or 4 million. Li Wenxiang even thought his finest hour was about to arrive. During that time, he watched the crabs grow day by day, wishing he could sleep with them every night. But later, because of the crabs, he missed the chance to strike it rich with Lu Zhengyang. Furious, he took home a bag of immature crabs and stewed them in anger. Damn it, Lu Zhengyang is now worth 100 million. Back then, he didn't even have as much money as I did, but now my fortune is just a drop in the bucket compared to his. This feeling of missing out on 100 million made Li Wenxiang miserable, but it also strengthened his resolve to follow Lu Zhengyang's lead. That's why not long ago, he went ahead and sold off all his crabs in one go. Even though hairy crabs would hit the market soon and he was about to make even more money. But he didn't care, he was determined to follow Lu Zhengyang's lead, even if eating dust was all he got. So you're listening to me this time? Lu Zhengyang smirked slightly as he asked. Brother Lu, this time if you say east, I won't go west, whatever you say goes. Even if you told me to burn my money at a grave right now, I'd do it. Hearing that Lu Zhengyang seemed to have another idea, Li Wenxiang immediately stood up from the table in excitement. This time, no matter what, he was determined to follow his lead. Not even the heavens themselves could stop him. Not just Li Wenxiang, Zhao Zhiming and Zhou Jianhua were also gleaming with anticipation, staring at Lu Zhengyang, eager to hear what lucrative scheme he had in mind now. Brother Zhao, I was wondering if you're familiar with the land plots in the southern part of the city? Lu Zhengyang abruptly changed the subject as he directed his question to Zhao Zhiming. The land in the southern district? Back during the peak of the real estate boom a few years ago, the city sold off all the marketable plots, only the southern district land never sold well. The economy over there is quite lackluster, bordering on rural county towns. There's practically no investment value to speak of. If you were talking about anything else, Zhao Zhiming might not understand, but when it came to real estate in Beihai City, Zhao Zhiming knew it like the back of his hand. He even had construction crews working under him. After all, he'd made quite a fortune in this business before. But what if this county gets incorporated into Beihai City before long? At Zhao Zhiming's certainty, Lu Zhengyang's lips curled slightly as he spoke with a hint of mischief. Being incorporated into Beihai City? Where did you hear this news? Hearing this, Zhao Zhiming's entire demeanor changed. Though he himself didn't work for the government, his sources of information were far more extensive than those of ordinary people, even surpassing many public officials. After all, he had an elder brother who held a high-ranking official position. Such big news, if it were true, there was no way he wouldn't know about it. Don't worry about that. If this county gets incorporated into Beihai City, and they build a subway line here, do you really think the land in the southern part of town would still be worthless? Lu Zhengyang smiled and spoke again. Although real estate development has indeed slowed down a lot over the past 2 years, it remains a pillar industry in the country. Profits were undoubtedly still substantial. If those counties south of the city really get incorporated into Beihai City, we're going to make a killing. Given the current situation, the land in the southern suburbs is in a state of neglect. If we snatch up the best plots now, wouldn't we make an absolute fortune later? Thinking about what could follow, Zhao Zhiming instantly got excited. But with such a major development, how come there hasn't been even a whisper from the officials? What makes Lu Zhengyang so confident about such a significant policy change? Chapter 52, The House is Secured. Zhengyang, if this turns out to be true, then land prices and property values in the southern district will undoubtedly skyrocket. But I've never heard any news about this. After calming down, Zhao Zhiming couldn't help but feel somewhat doubtful about the authenticity of this information. To be honest, real estate development has reached a point where it's like an arrow at the end of its flight. While property prices in first-tier cities remain strong, second, third, and fourth-tier cities barely have any room for price appreciation left. Not to mention others, just look at those seemingly invincible real estate developers from a few years ago. How many of them actually went bankrupt? Yet despite this, housing prices remain stubbornly high. Many ordinary people still fail to recognize this reality, with numerous families continuing to invest all their resources into purchasing property. How long this situation will last remains uncertain, but the end certainly isn't coming anytime soon. Therefore, if there's a good project opportunity, the real estate sector might still be worth considering. If you'd known this news, would this profit-making opportunity still be waiting for you? Lu Zhengyang scoffed. Land sales revenue has always been a crucial source of local government finances. Having previously reaped enormous profits, such a sharp decline now is undoubtedly hard for anyone to swallow. As the saying goes, it's easy to go from frugality to extravagance, but hard to go from extravagance back to frugality. Since the market is sluggish, why not give it a stimulating boost? When the time comes that this trick no longer stimulates the market, we'll talk about it then. At least for now, this tactic is still quite effective. Hearing this baseless remark, Zhao Zhiming fell silent. If it were about anything else, he might truly not understand, but when it came to this, he knew exactly what was going on. 7 or 8 years ago, everyone in the circle would greet each other by saying things like such and such place is about to go up in price, hurry and invest in a few properties before it's too late to buy. But now, people in the circle keep asking me if I want to buy some property here or there. Anyone with eyes can see that this industry isn't as lucrative as it used to be. Under these circumstances, still going forward to be the vanguard in bid for land auctions more or less makes Zhao Zhiming feel uncertain. Originally full of determination and swearing to follow Lu Zhengyang through thick and thin, Li Wenxiang now felt somewhat lost again. Although he spent every day in the wholesale market, he still knew a thing or two about real estate. It seemed that nowadays, those with a bit of money wouldn't invest in property, they'd rather spend it on other ventures. Even he had a house listed with an agent for sale, and it had been on the market for nearly half a year with hardly anyone inquiring about it. However, he wasn't particularly short on cash, he wasn't in urgent need of money, so he had deliberately listed it at a slightly higher price. Even if the prices are somewhat high, if the market were thriving, it wouldn't be so bad that no one even asks about it. So how do you plan to handle this? Having made so much money following Lu Zhengyang, Zhao Zhiming genuinely trusted him and felt deeply grateful. As long as the risks weren't too great, he was still willing to continue this wild ride with Lu Zhengyang. But if it means shaking the very foundation of one's livelihood, then one must give it serious consideration. My idea is naturally to buy low and sell high. You don't actually think I'd develop real estate and sell it myself, do you? Lu Zhengyang then proceeded to explain his plan. According to the wealthy information display, there's a fairly large lake at the junction between the southern district and the county town. Before long, the authorities would announce the merger of the county into the city, with plans to build 2 subway lines and an overpass leading there. This way, a plot of land by the lake, due to its prime location and unparalleled environment, saw its price skyrocket multiple times over. What Lu Zhengyang needed to do was quietly purchase this land at a low price before the official announcement was made, then resell it after the news broke. As for which unfortunate soul would end up with it later, that was no longer his concern. Of course, it was entirely possible that the real estate developer who took over might turn their fortunes around and make a killing with this land. After all, predicting what would happen in the coming years was anyone's guess. But for now at least, it's clearly about making money. As for land bidding and dealing with connections, Zhao Zhiming would have to step in to handle it. After all, his connections are established, and he's done this kind of thing before, it's practically second nature to him. Lu Zhengyang's ambitions weren't grand. The land up for auction was just 50 acres, priced at about 150 million at current rates, and could be resold for over 400 million. Of course, it also came down to Lu Zhengyang not having that kind of cash on hand. There was another issue too. If he swallowed the whole cake alone, what he'd be eating might not be cake anymore, but more likely a ticking time bomb. Don't be too greedy, it's enough to earn your fair share of limited profits. Based on the current land auction situation, there's about another week to operate. This time, let Zhao Zhiming do the hard work. After all, he hasn't made little money either. After having dinner with them, Lu Zhengyang returned alone to his rented apartment. Shen Mubing has been living comfortably at her mother's place recently, so she didn't go back to the apartment. It's just as well she didn't come back, at least he wouldn't have to sleep on the sofa. After a refreshing shower, Lu Zhengyang comfortably stretched out on Shen Mubing's bed. The faint fragrance lingering around his nose gave him an inexplicable sense of comfort. Early the next morning, Zhang Xia's call came through. After a quick breakfast, Lu Zhengyang drove straight to her real estate agency. Mr. Lu, congratulations, the house matter is finally settled. Here's your property deed, please keep it safe. Zhang Xia handed over a transparent bag with both hands, containing a red property deed, some other documents, and a key. Thank you. Taking the property deed, Lu Zhengyang suddenly felt an indescribable emotion rising in his heart. He finally had a place to call his own in this city once again. Thinking back a few years, when my parents emptied their savings to help me buy an ordinary commercial apartment in Beihai City, I was overjoyed at the time and completely failed to notice the disappointment on their faces. Looking back now, it really feels somewhat shameful. That was money my dad and mom had scraped together through a lifetime of penny pinching. Lu Zhengyang didn't know how his parents felt at the time. Sadness must have been there, but there was probably a touch of happiness as well. After all, in their eyes, their most obedient and promising son had firmly settled down in the big city. Unfortunately, this son, on whom they had pinned such high hopes, was not only disobedient but even gambled away the house they had spent a lifetime saving up to buy, mortgaging, and selling it off. Looking back now, Lu Zhengyang couldn't fathom what mindset his parents must have had when they accepted this reality. Thankfully, his parents were in good health at the time and didn't suffer any serious harm from the shock. Otherwise, even if Lu Zhangyang were to earn $1 trillion now, he'd probably spend the rest of his life consumed by guilt. And there's Shin Mubing. When the financial company came to collect the house, the sight of Shin Mubing clutching Cece and weeping as they were thrown out was like a thorn that would forever remain lodged in his heart, something he'd probably never forget in this lifetime. Don't think about it, don't think about it. Lu Zhangyang silently reminded himself. Every time that image came to mind, Lu Zhangyang would feel his entire body grow hot with shame, the overwhelming sense of humiliation leaving him nowhere to hide. It was as if he were some irredeemable villain, guilty of unforgivable sins. In truth, it wasn't just as if, in that moment, he genuinely was such a villain. Chapter 53, well, this is awkward. Boss Lu? Seeing Lu Zhangyang with his eyes closed and an odd expression on his face, Zhang Xia called out hesitantly, worried he might be ill or unwell. Oh, it's nothing. Returning to reality, Lu Zhangyang inadvertently wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Fortunately, his parents are still alive, and his wife and children remain by his side. Everything is still within reach. As for the pain and scars inflicted upon them, he would spend this lifetime slowly mending those wounds. After leaving Zhang Xia's real estate agency, Lu Zhangyang drove to his newly purchased villa. Having completed the registration formalities with the property management company, Lu Zhangyang parked his car in his private garage. It must be said, the original homeowner who bought this place as an investment truly had an eye for quality. This villa not only boasts an excellent location but also features outstanding architectural design. Facing south with excellent natural light, it even has a large balcony on the second floor, absolutely perfect for drying clothes and bedding in the future. Especially for someone like Shin Mubing, who insists on washing the quilts every few days. When it came to washing the quilt, Lu Zhangyang had actually lost his temper with her before. The previous apartment only had a small balcony off the living room that was barely suitable for drying clothes. Sheets and duvet covers were so large that washing a single load would completely block the already cramped balcony, letting no sunlight through at all. Moreover, Shin Mubing's delicate, boneless frame didn't have much strength, making hanging laundry extremely laborious for her. She often needed Lu Zhangyang's help to get the laundry hung up. Back then, Lu Zhangyang was already thoroughly vexed by his debt problems. It would have been strange if he'd given her a pleasant expression. Looking back now, what incredible fortune it takes to marry a woman willing to stay home sewing and washing. When he noticed a few unknown little flowers growing in the corner of the villa's front yard, Lu Zhangyang suddenly had a very cliched thought. Hello, is this the flower shop? Lu Zhangyang randomly picked a flower shop from Meituan and dialed the number. Yes, boss. Are you looking to order flowers? The voice on the other end belonged to a woman, pleasant and gentle, with an intelligent and warm tone. Yes, I'd like to order some flowers. May I ask which style of flowers you'd like to order? We offer delivery within a 5-kilometer radius. Lots of them. Goodbye. Shin Mubing turned off her computer, waved to a colleague nearby, picked up her bag, and walked out. What's going on? Shin Mubing actually seems to be in a good mood lately. Huh, I told you she's hooked up with some rich guy. She's even driving a car now. Humph, that flashy little gold digger. Recently, some of the older women at the company had noticed Shin Mubing's visibly improved appearance and her brand new car, leaving them all green with envy. Moreover, after seeing Shin Mubing getting into a luxury car last time, they became even more convinced that she had definitely hooked up with a rich guy. Damn it! Watching Shin Mubing's graceful figure walk away and hearing the malicious gossip from outside, Huang Jibua spoke with venom in his voice. Last time he wanted to spend 20,000 yuan to take Shin Mubing out to dinner, but she refused. He had thought she was some kind of virtuous saint. Who would have thought she'd turn around and bag a sugar daddy? From what he heard from the people around her, she even planned to resign, which made Huang Jibua even angrier. No way. I must find a chance to fuck her, or I won't be able to rest easy even in death. The thought that his targeted prey might become someone else's meal irritated Huang Jibua, who had always held a sense of superiority. Truth be told, there aren't many things in this world that can sway a man, but lust is definitely one of them, and a damn important one at that. Otherwise there wouldn't be that saying, better die under the peony than live as a timid ghost. Huang Jibua now had both spare money and leisure time, coupled with Shin Mubing's beauty and her seemingly neat personality. This emboldened Huang Jibua's lustful ambitions, and a scheme began taking shape in his mind. Of course, Shin Mubing knew nothing of these developments. In the evening, Shin Mubing knocked on the door to find Lu Zhangyang standing there to greet her, even reaching out to take the bag from her shoulder while softly asking, "You're back? Since when did you become such a smooth talker?" Shin Mubing pursed her lips, slightly unaccustomed to his behavior, yet she didn't refuse him and let him take the bag as she bent down to change her shoes. "If you like it, I'll flatter you more often in the future," Lu Zhangyang said mischievously. Poof. Hearing these words, Shin Mubing didn't feel disgusted but instead gave a proud hum, walking past him directly to hug Cece. "Did you listen to Grandma today? I was very good. You can ask Grandma if you don't believe me, Cece responded absent-mindedly while watching cartoons. You didn't watch TV all day, did you? No, Grandma and I even went out to buy groceries in the morning. At this, Cece's voice grew noticeably louder, as if she'd been greatly wronged. This little girl is getting spoiled. Being doted on by her grandparents has made her a bit temperamental. I'll be sending you to kindergarten soon, let's see how you'll watch TV then. I don't want to go to kindergarten, I want to stay with Grandpa and Grandma. By the way, I've already found a kindergarten for Cece. Lu Zhengyang set down his satchel and sat on the sofa, saying, which kindergarten are you planning to send her to? That bilingual arts kindergarten, Lu Zhengyang replied casually. Didn't they say that school is very hard to get into? Did you spend a lot of money? Actually, it's unnecessary, any ordinary kindergarten would be fine. During this time, Shin Mubing had learned quite a bit about the kindergarten and was well aware of its quality level. She didn't want Lu Zhengyang to waste that kind of money. Though she didn't know what he was up to now, money didn't grow on trees after all. Didn't spend much, just pulled some strings through friends. Oh, alright. Since he put it that way, Shin Mubing couldn't very well press the matter further. But judging from last time, it seems he really has gotten better off. I bought something today and wanted to share it with you. I wonder if you'd do me the honor. After dinner, when the family was taking a walk downstairs, Lu Zhengyang approached Shin Mubing and said, what thing? The item isn't here, it's in another place. No. Shin Mubing refused without hesitation and walked straight ahead. Just take pity on me, will you? Lu Zhengyang chased after her and pleaded persistently. Lu Zhengyang had spent the entire day setting up this scene. If she didn't go, it would all be for nothing. What will it take for you to agree? Seeing that Shin Mubing ignored him, Lu Zhengyang blocked her path and asked, first, tell me what it is. To be honest, Shin Mubing couldn't even remember the last time she had received anything from Lu Zhengyang. His sudden gesture actually sparked a faint sense of anticipation in her. You'll find out when you get there. Let's go, it'll be quick. Lu Zhengyang grabbed Shin Mubing's hand and started pulling her toward the car. I better let Cece and Mom and Dad know. Shin Mubing ducked slightly but realized resistance was futile. Mom, Dad, Cece Zhengyang and I are stepping out for a bit. We'll be right back. No, where are you going? I want to come too. Hearing that her parents were going to the same place together, little Cece, that clever rascal, assumed something exciting must be happening. She immediately turned on the charm, pleading to tag along. Alright, let's go together. Originally, Lu Zhengyang only wanted to bring Shin Mubing along, but now Cece insisted on tagging along. Well, if she wanted to go, so be it. Could we bring Grandma and Grandpa too? Cece knew her grandparents doted on her, and with them around, she wouldn't miss out on any treats. TSK. Lu Zhengyang immediately wanted to say no. Alright, go ahead and call Grandma and Grandpa over. To his surprise, Shin Mubing didn't even give him a chance to refuse and agreed right away. Chapter 54 Lu Zhengyang's romantic gesture. Where are you going at this late hour? Wang Guizhi was summoned by Cece's call and looked rather puzzled. Mom and Dad are heading to a wonderful place, come with us. Cece tugged at her grandmother's hand, speaking in a coquettish tone. A good place? What good place is there to go at this hour? Shin Jiangmo turned to ask Lu Zhengyang and Shin Mubing. If we're going, let's hurry up and not leave it too late. Before Lu Zhengyang could reply, Shin Jiangmo muttered under his breath. Let's go. Noticing Lu Zhengyang's slightly awkward expression, the corners of Shin Mubing's lips curled upwards as she urged them along. Still trying to play some surprise game with me, huh? I'd like to see what tricks you've got up your sleeve, Shin Mubing muttered silently in her heart. Alright then. No choice, since they'd all been summoned here, Lu Zhengyang couldn't very well tell them to turn around and go back. They'd find out sooner or later anyway. After ushering them into the car, Lu Zhengyang drove straight toward the villa. The distance wasn't far, just a 30 or 40-minute drive by car. Where exactly is this place? Shin Jiangmo finally couldn't maintain his composure when their car passed through the security inspection. The villa district had originally designed its address plaques to look particularly upscale and impressive, grandiose and magnificent like the palace gates of ancient times. This unconsciously made Shin Jiangmo and others, who'd lived honest lives and never visited high-end places, feel rather apprehensive. This is the villa district. I bought a house here. Lu Zhengyang answered truthfully. What? You bought a villa here? Wang Guizhi's voice immediately rose several octaves upon seeing the elegant surroundings of the gated community. Though she had no idea how much a villa actually cost, it must be horrifyingly expensive. A villa? What does this mean? Wang Guizhi and Shin Jiangmo had never even considered anything related to villas before, because for ordinary folks, it held no significance. Perhaps for rural people, the concept of a villa simply meant expensive, nothing beyond that really registered. In rural areas, practically every household has its own detached house with a private courtyard. They're just not as well located geographically compared to city properties. But for ordinary city dwellers who lack substantial means and have spent their entire lives cramped in pigeonhole apartments, a villa is truly something extraordinary. No need to constantly worry about organizing an overcrowded home, nor endure sleepless nights from neighbors' noise upstairs. No need to worry about disturbing downstairs neighbors when hosting guests or having children jumping around at home. There's also ample sunlight and space for drying clothes and bedding. Most importantly, the villa comes with a yard, making it absolutely perfect for those who love gardening or growing vegetables. As for Wang Guizhi's excitement, Lu Zhengyang didn't offer much explanation. The car drove into the villa's courtyard, revealing a beautiful villa before everyone's eyes. Wow, this house must cost a fortune, right? Compared to Shen Jiangwo's forced composure, Wang Guizhi's emotions were completely unrestrained. It's alright, within an acceptable range, Lu Zhengyang replied as he led them toward the house. Daddy, is this our new home? Cici looked around curiously, clearly quite happy too. As soon as the lights turned on, the living room was completely filled with piles of flowers. Wah! Before Shen Mubing could speak, Wang Guizhi let out an astonished wow. Meanwhile, Lu Zhengyang was so embarrassed he could have dug a hole with his toes. He had originally intended to share this surprise with Shen Mubing alone, but now this scene unfolding before his parents-in-law made the moment rather awkward. Lu Zhengyang hadn't initially intended to go so overboard, but the realization that it had been far too long since he'd last given Shen Mubing flowers seized him. He decided this was the perfect opportunity to make up for all those missed bouquets at once. Whether it was romantic or not, Lu Zhengyang couldn't say, but one thing was certain: girls loved flowers. That much couldn't be wrong. Since the girl didn't seem to mind, and with some money in his pocket now, why not go all out? Money is damned anyway. Shen Mubing stood momentarily stunned, gazing at the bright room filled with flowers. It must be said, the visual impact of an entire house filled with flowers is truly explosive. Each red rose looked so delicately vibrant, so utterly beautiful. He must have spent a lot of money on all these flowers, right? This was the first thought that popped into Shen Mubing's mind. He probably spent so much time arranging all these flowers with care, didn't he? And this apartment, wasn't this the same one someone showed me just the other day? At this thought, Shen Mubing's dazed eyes slowly turned to Lu Zhengyang's face. Truth be told, he didn't arrange shit. He just threw some money at it. As for what flowers were placed here, how they were arranged, or what design was used, all of that was planned and executed by the florist. But Shen Mubing didn't know that. All she knew was that Lu Zhengyang was putting his heart into this moment for her. Well, it might be a bit tacky. If you don't like it, I won't do it again next time. Shen Mubing's dazed expression under the lamplight made Lu Zhengyang mistake it for aloofness, making him feel childish. Instantly, he thought himself rather foolish. Well, they were already an old married couple. What was the point of such frivolities anyway? To be honest, when he bought those flowers initially, Lu Zhengyang had acted purely on impulse. Looking at them now, it did seem rather childish and embarrassing. After all, what grown man would actually like something like roses? But he didn't know that his actions had sparked a warm current in Shen Mubing's broken heart, making her feel a comforting warmth. If being driven out of their new home while holding Cici by debt collectors had been a thorn in Lu Zhengyang's heart that he could never forget, then Lu Zhengyang's past domestic violence against Shen Mubing, which made her feel the terror between life and death, was equally an insurmountable obstacle in her heart. Yet tonight, Lu Zhengyang's behavior at least helped Shen Mubing lift her feet higher when crossing this emotional hurdle. Wow, so beautiful. Cici exclaimed exaggeratedly when she saw so many flowers. Daddy, did you arrange all these flowers? Cici had no idea about the things between her parents. She just kept shaking Lu Zhengyang's wrist with both hands, eager to know the answer. Do you like it? Of course I like it. This is just too beautiful. As she spoke, Cici ran up to the flowers, wanting to pick one up to see if they were real or fake, and to smell whether they were fragrant. Don't move! Just as Cici was about to reach out, Shen Mubing hurriedly followed from behind and couldn't help but shout. This was a scene Shen Mubing wanted to imprint upon her eyes exactly as it was. She wanted to etch this moment permanently in her memory, to savor it slowly in the days to come. After all, this rare bit of romance was hard-won from that pig-headed Lu Zhengyang. She couldn't possibly let it go to waste. Didn't expect you'd have this trick up your sleeve, kid. Not bad. Seeing how much his daughter cared, Shen Jiangwo shot Lu Zhengyang a meaningful look. You're criticizing him? Look at yourself first. Whether it was envy or bitterness in Wang Guizhi's heart, she rolled her eyes at him emphatically. Chapter 55, Huang Zhibo makes his move. This house is great, spacious, with plenty of rooms, miles better than where we live. Shen Jiangwo walked upstairs and downstairs inspecting the place, then said with considerable satisfaction. That's simple enough. There are plenty of rooms here anyway, why don't you and Mom just move in with us? Lu Zhengyang followed behind and seized the opportunity to say this. He wasn't being polite. With two elderly parents at home, it would be easier to care for Cici, and there'd always be a hot meal waiting no matter when he returned. And the villa was truly enormous. Living there with just 2 or 3 people felt somewhat empty. It would be much livelier with more people around. The most important thing was that his in-laws were easygoing and pleasant to deal with. Had they been difficult people, Lu Zhangyang would have rather bought another villa than live with them, no matter how spacious the house was. That won't do. This is your home as a young couple. What would it look like for the two of us to come live here? Shen Jiangwo flatly refused. What's the big deal? CC likes you both too. Besides, if you don't come stay, the front and backyards will just go to waste. That'd be such a shame. Anyway, I'll keep your rooms ready. You can come stay whenever you feel like it. Lu Zhangyang said while showing them around. Shen Mubing didn't say much, but seeing such a spacious villa inevitably lifted her spirits, especially when she saw the dedicated walk-in closet in the extraordinarily luxurious bathroom. Her heart itched with longing, and she couldn't help but feel eager for the day she could move in. The house just lacks some furniture and appliances. Once we buy these, we can move right in. So, I'll leave this task to you. Lu Zhangyang turned and said to Shen Mubing. Now that he'd bought the house, he'd leave the furniture and decorations to her. Living in a home she'd personally arranged would surely boost their sense of happiness even more. Just buy it yourself, Shen Mubing stubbornly insisted. Lu Zhangyang merely smiled at her words without speaking. Handling someone like her was easy to resolve. Later, he could just hire an interior design specialist and claim he'd prepaid $1 million home renovation package with a company, non-refundable. I'll have someone pester you endlessly, then let's see if you still dare to buy it. CC, when the time comes, Daddy will set up a princess room for you, okay? Okay. The group toured for over an hour before finally heading back. Boss, I've recently hired 6 more people for the company, and now our game development progress is moving at the expected pace. You mentioned last time that you wanted to develop your own gaming platform. I've already contacted the production team, and they've started working on it. This is our latest game demo. If you have time, you can give it a try and see if there are any areas that could be improved. We are now. Since Lu Zhangyang left Shenzhen, Zhang Dongshu had been consistently reporting on the situation and progress of the game company. Although Lu Zhangyang rarely responded to him, the reason Lu Zhangyang had entered the gaming industry in the first place was simply because it was too lucrative. Not to mention other examples, just a single skin from Tencent's games could sell for hundreds of millions. Tell me, isn't that profitable? Although Zhao Zhiming and his crew made quite a bit of money through opportunistic schemes, such ventures were inherently unstable at the end of the day. But a gaming company was different, a legitimate business, relatively stable, and that was enough. So when one of his team's games became a smash hit, Lu Zhangyang wasn't content with just profiting from that single title. He wanted to earn from every game in the future. He had Zhang Dongshu contact a software company to design a gaming platform of his own. If I can get the gaming platform up and running, money won't even be a question, right? Of course, given the current internet landscape, creating a single hit game is already quite an achievement, let alone building an entire gaming platform. But since Lu Zhangyang has chosen to build a platform, he must have his own methods. Listening to Zhang Dongshu's report, Lu Zhangyang offered some directives, occasionally feeding him motivational pep talks, pumping him up, and painting rosy visions of the future. Money. Still need money. The moment Lu Zhangyang envisioned the business empire he was about to build, he immediately felt alarmingly poor. 1 week later. Congratulations, President Zhao, for securing the land you wanted. Congratulations indeed. When will you treat us all to a meal? Zhao Zhiming walked out of the land auction bureau, with many people greeting him along the way. Though he smiled outwardly, deep down he knew they were probably laughing at him. The land he bought was so desolate even birds wouldn't shit there, completely devoid of any commercial value. No wonder he managed to buy it so cheaply. Holy shit, you know what? Today everyone treated me like I was an idiot. As soon as they got in the car, Zhao Zhiming threw a bag of documents at Lu Zhangyang and spoke with obvious irritation. Everyone else bought land in the city center or hot suburban areas. Who in their right mind would buy wasteland in the southern outskirts like he did? Idiot? If there's money to be made, what's wrong with being an idiot? Lu Zhangyang glanced at the documents and finally breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing he had successfully purchased the plot. He then carefully put the documents away. Zhangyang, I checked today's land auction info. Are you absolutely sure the city will merge the county into its jurisdiction? Without this policy, we'd lose our shirts. Although he had already bought the land, he still felt uneasy inside. The auction price for this plot was 150 million yuan. Lu Zhangyang contributed 80 million, with Zhao Zhiming covering the remainder. Li Wenxian's 5 million was practically pocket change in comparison. You've already bought the land, why are you still hung up on this? Just wait, the news will break within 3 days. Lu Zhangyang smiled and said. In fact, many cities across the country have already implemented similar operations. But until the official policy is officially announced, no one would dare to gamble with their hard-earned money. Alright, in this world, you're the only one I can trust this much. Lu Zhangyang was right, since they'd already bought the land, worrying about it now was fucking pointless. With that, the two of them drove off to Zhao Zhiming's company. Xiaoshen, come to my office. Around 3 in the afternoon, Huang Zhibua sent a private message to Shin Mubing. Manager, were you looking for me? Yes, due to your outstanding performance, the company has appointed you as a team leader with a salary increase of 1,000 on top of your current pay. Huang Zhibua put on what he considered to be his most affable smile. Well, let's talk about the team leader position later. I want to focus on doing my current job well first. Shin Mubing didn't agree immediately because she planned to resign after finishing a few projects she was handling. Hearing this, Huang Zhibua narrowed his eyes, knowing Shin Mubing might be resigning soon. It seemed he needed to speed up his plans. Alright, we'll discuss this after you finish your current projects. Huang Zhibua paused briefly. You've sent your child to stay with your parents, haven't you? Yes. Although somewhat perplexed by the question, Shin Mubing still nodded in agreement. So don't make any excuses to skip today's company team building event again, or that would really be too much. Huang Zhibua seized the opportunity to state his purpose. Chapter 56, The Drugging Succeeds. At everyone, tonight's team building event is mandatory for all, and we'll have a meeting afterwards. After Shin Mubing left the office, Huang Zhibua directly sent a message in the group chat. What's going on? Why is the company suddenly organizing a team building event? And now they say there's a meeting too? Honestly, I'm speechless. Is this even still considered a team building activity? Hey, at least there's free food. Let them have their meeting if they want to. The news sparked quite some gossip among the company's employees. The company rarely organizes team building activities, so now that there's a sudden outing, they felt quite satisfied just to take advantage of the company's offer. Originally, Shin Mubing didn't want to go, but Huang Zhibua had already cornered her with leading questions. It would have been awkward to refuse after that. Oh well, it didn't matter anyway. Cici was staying with her parents that evening, and the team building was just a dinner event after all. Thinking this, Shin Mubing continued to bury himself in his work. Bro, this medicine is legit, right? I'm making my move today. After sending out the notice, Huang Zhibua turned to ask another online friend. This person was someone he'd added from a WeChat group. His group was originally a perverted chat room, filled with all sorts of shady characters constantly sharing filthy stories. Huang Zhibua was practically a veteran member in that group. Don't worry, bro. Just a little dose of this stuff will knock someone out like a dead hog, no memories whatsoever. But be careful with the dosage. A fingernail's worth is plenty. Overdo it and there might be some side effects, which could blow your cover instead. Alright bro, if this works, I'll give you another red packet. Huang Zhibua said as he took out a white medicine bottle from the drawer. Inside the bottle was a white powdery substance. He was now thinking about how to secretly slip the drug into Shin Mubing's cup without anyone noticing. Don't think Huang Zhibua's actions seem unrealistic. Such things are commonplace in real life. Many people just don't know about it. As the saying goes, where there's a will, there's a way. Regardless of whether something is right or wrong, once a person has a clear idea and is willing to take action, as long as it's not completely outrageous, there's almost nothing they can't achieve. Time flies, and before you know it, it's time to clock out. Huang Zhibua feared Shin Mubing might slip away, so just before quitting time he rallied everyone to head to the reserved restaurant for dinner. With a free meal on offer, the women were naturally in high spirits, chattering away as they walked toward the restaurant near the company. Why are you heading back? We're all having dinner together tonight. At Zhao Zhiming's company, Lu Zhangyang checked the time and prepared to leave, but Zhao Zhiming held him back, promising to introduce him to some impressive figures later. Forget it, knowing you in Beihai City is enough. More acquaintances just mean more trouble. Lu Zhangyang waved his hand, about to politely decline. The people Zhao Zhiming mentioned, Lu Zhangyang had interacted with quite a few during his time following him. How should I put it? None of us are young anymore, and our energy is limited. Besides, everyone who's made it to this level is sharp as a tack, aren't they? Dealing with them is exhausting. Even sharing a meal together is dull unless alcohol's involved. When push comes to shove, what really matters is knowing the right connections. You've got a clear head on your shoulders. Zhao Zhiming burst out laughing at these words. I must say, he quite enjoyed hearing those words. Indeed, in Beihai City, there was no problem he couldn't solve. After leaving Zhao Zhiming's company, Lu Zhangyang drove straight to his mother-in-law's house. Yesterday he'd clearly noticed Shin Mubing's improved attitude toward him. This was an opportunity he needed to capitalize on to take things further. Since he returned during rush hour, Wang Guizhi had already finished cooking most of the dishes by the time he arrived. Why isn't this girl back yet? Wang Guizhi glanced at the clock as all the dishes were served. Normally, Shin Mubing would have been home by now. Forget it, let's not wait for her. We'll start eating first, Shin Jiangwo said, surveying the full table of dishes as he motioned for Lu Zhangyang to join. Let me give her a call to check when she'll arrive. With that, Lu Zhangyang dialed Shin Mubing's number. Hello? Are you on your way back? Not yet. The company's sudden team building event couldn't be cancelled. You guys eat first. I'll come back right after dinner. Alright, then don't drink alcohol. Don't worry, I'll just grab a quick bite and come home. Receiving Lu Zhangyang's call, Shin Mubing's lips curled into a faint smile. In the past, Lu Zhangyang wouldn't have cared whether she lived or died outside. Now he called just because she wasn't home on time. It seemed he was caring about her more and more. Some people might think it's just a phone call. What could it possibly signify? Of course, for men, frequent phone calls might just feel annoying, making them think women are being fussy. But for women, regular calls mean you have them in your heart, assuming they feel the same way about you. Otherwise, don't be a simp. Nobody likes that. The company has been performing well lately. Everyone has worked hard. In a private room of the restaurant, Huang Jibo raised his wineglass, showcasing the full bearing of a seasoned manager. At his invitation, everyone raised their glasses as well. Those who could drink had alcohol, while those who couldn't drank beverages instead. After exchanging some formal pleasantries, the women began eating freely and chatting among themselves. This highlighted the difference between men and women at meals. Men typically enjoy boasting and discussing matters during drinking sessions, while women just eat voraciously. They'd often clutch their stomachs, declaring they're full after barely 2 glasses of wine. At the moment, Huang Jibo naturally couldn't let Shen Mubing leave just like that, otherwise, all this effort would go to waste. So he twisted the ring on his left middle finger and began toasting everyone one by one. The ring on his middle finger was bought together with the date rape drug, specifically for dosing drinks. It could hold enough powder for one person. Before using it, you just needed to gently flip the clasp on top, and the powder would spill out. To be honest, the thing was quite ingenious, costing him 500 yuan. When a man is driven by lust, not to mention 500 yuan per item, even 5,000 yuan per item wouldn't stop many fools from willingly spending the money. To avoid detection when drugging, Huang Jibo deliberately fetched them orange juice and coconut milk. These opaque drinks wouldn't show any trace of powder mixed in. Damn it, gotta admit, that bastard Huang Jibo was meticulous when it came to this kind of scheming. Shen Mubing knew nothing about all this. She quietly ate the dishes in front of her, thinking she'd leave early once she finished her meal. Shaoli, you've worked hard lately. You must keep up the good work. Huang Jibo picked up Sister Li's cup. I'm someone who loves to drink, but since you ladies might find alcohol inconvenient, let me at least pour you some drinks, alright? If Director Huang insists, what can I say? Pour away. No matter how much you pour today, I'll drink it all. In that case, I won't stand on ceremony. Seeing Huang Jibo pull this move, the group found it slightly odd, but no one voiced any objections. After all, he was pouring beverages, not actual alcohol. Xiaoshen, come on, let me pour you a drink. Finally, it was Shen Mubing's turn. Chapter 57, Taking Action. Before Shen Mubing could react, Huang Zhongboy enthusiastically picked up Shen Mubing's glass and, while pouring the drink, used the rim of the cup to press down the clasp of the ring. The powder from the ring poured out, vanishing without a trace into the coconut milk. Xiaoshen, you've been doing great work lately. Keep it up, the company won't let you down. Seeing the powder successfully mixed in, Huang Jibo excitedly handed the drink to Shen Mubing. Bottoms up. Fearing Shen Mubing might refuse to drink, he downed his own glass before Shen could even reach for his. Thank you, Mr. Huang. Shen Mubing took the cup and frowned slightly when she saw it filled to the brim, but she drank it all in one go. Great. With that, Huang Jibo moved on to the next person. The large glass of drink made Shen Mubing, who already had a small appetite, feel uncomfortably full immediately. Truth be told, she never particularly enjoyed restaurant food to begin with. She much preferred home-cooked meals, clean and hygienic. By the time Huang Jibo finished making his toast rounds, 4 or 5 minutes had passed. At this moment, Shen Mubing suddenly felt somewhat dazed. Hey, okay, I'm coming now. Huang Jibo knew the drug's effects would kick in within about 10 minutes. Seeing Shen Mubing sitting motionless, he realized she was already feeling unwell and quickly took out his phone to fake a call. I'm really sorry, but I've got an urgent matter now. I've already paid for this meal, so please just enjoy yourselves. With that, Huang Jibo began gathering his things to leave. Oh, what a mood killer. President Huang, take care. Though everyone verbally tried to persuade their leader to stay, inwardly they were already overjoyed to see him leave. I'll take my leave first. You all enjoy your meal. As soon as Huang Jibo left, Shen Mubing immediately picked up her handbag to leave as well. She was feeling somewhat dizzy now and just wanted to leave this place and go home as soon as possible. The moment she stepped out of the restaurant door, she saw Huang Jibo standing right at the entrance. What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Seeing Shen Mubing, Huang Jibo immediately stepped forward to support her. What are you doing? Stay away. Shen Mubing retreated 2 steps back, using her hand to block him from approaching her. But the drug's effects had already taken hold. Shen Mubing's footsteps were unsteady now, staggering as if she might collapse at any moment. An overwhelming sense of danger made Shen Mubing want to take out her phone from her bag to call for help. Are you okay? Come here, let me take you home. At this moment, Huang Jibo couldn't care less about anything else. His car was parked nearby. As long as he could drag her into his vehicle, the matter would be settled. The mere thought of finally possessing a beauty like Shen Mubing made Huang Jibo tremble with excitement. Help! Seeing Huang Jibo's lecherous grin as he tried to forcibly embrace her, Shin Mubing somehow found the strength to cry out for help to a young couple passing by a nearby restaurant. What are you doing? We're just having a little argument. Do you really need to involve strangers? Huang Zhibua never expected Shin Mubing to remain so composed at this critical moment. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead as he hurried forward to drag her away by force. Help me, please call someone, I'm begging you. By now, Shin Mubing was barely holding on. Forcing her eyes open, she struggled to take out her phone to call Lu Zhangyang. At this moment, the only person in her heart was Lu Zhangyang. Even calling the police became an afterthought. Stop right there, don't come any closer. The young couple were at that age brimming with righteousness, and with his girlfriend by his side, the young man immediately stepped forward. The girl quickly helped Shin Mubing take out her phone. "See, call Lu Zhangyang," Shin Mubing managed to say before passing out. When Shin Mubing opened her eyes again, it was already past 9 in the evening. "Are you okay?" Lu Zhangyang sat by the hospital bed, his face etched with anxiety as he asked. Seeing Lu Zhangyang by her side, Shin Mubing's eyes welled up with tears. She wanted to throw herself into his arms, seeking solace, but just as she tried to sit up, she realized her body had no strength left. Even her hand was still connected to an 4 drip. "The test results are in. Your wife fell unconscious due to ingesting benzodiazepine-class drugs. It has nothing to do with her physical condition," the doctor said. At this moment, a doctor in a white coat walked in holding test results and said, "What kind of medicine is this?" "It's a type of drug that causes unconsciousness when ingested. Your wife was likely drugged by someone." As a doctor, he had seen this situation far too many times. "You're saying my wife is unconscious because someone drugged her?" Upon hearing this, Lu Zhangyang instantly broke out in a cold sweat. "I never thought I'd encounter such ridiculous melodrama myself." Shin Mubing's face also turned pale with fright. "Wife, do you know who drugged you?" "It must have been Huang Zhibua. He's had designs on me for a while." Shin Mubing now realized it must have been that drink she'd consumed, combined with Huang Zhibua's usual behavior towards her. She was 90% certain it was him. "Huang Zhibua, right? Okay, got it." With that, Lu Zhangyang picked up his phone and immediately called Zhao Zhiming. At 10 p.m., Huang Zhibua, who was in a hotel room with a beautiful woman, heard urgent knocking at the door. "Who is it?" "Room service. A previous guest left something behind in this room." "Drop your damn things? Get the hell out of here." Things hadn't gone his way today, and Huang Zhibua was already in a foul mood. Being pestered by some waiter on top of that, it was a fucking miracle he hadn't punched someone yet. "Knock knock knock. Open up, we'll grab our stuff and leave." "Fucking hell, knocking nonstop. You wanna bang your mom or what? You believe I'll fucking report you or not?" Hearing the relentless knocking outside, Huang Zhibua couldn't take it anymore. Wrapping a towel around himself, he flung open the door, ready to scream at the hotel staff outside. But when the door opened, Huang Zhibua was met with Lu Zhangyang's murderous glare. That icy stare froze him dead in his tracks, sucking the words right out of his throat. "Damn it!" That's when Lu Zhangyang finally found his outlet. Without hesitation, he drove his foot straight between Huang Zhibua's legs, hard. With that kick, whether Lu Zhangyang broke it or not remains unknown. As for whether it would ever function normally again, that would be left to fate. At first, after starting to earn money, Lu Zhangyang had thought about maintaining the demeanor of a wealthy man. But if he didn't even lift a hand in matters like this, no matter how much money he made, it would just be a pile of worthless paper. Ow! A piercing pig slaughter-like screech erupted instantly as Huang Zhibua clutched his crotch with both hands, writhing and howling on the ground. To maximize the beating time, Lu Zhangyang slammed the door shut with a bang. Strike when the enemy's vulnerable. You fucking love playing dirty tricks, huh? Well, I'll make sure you'll never get to play them again in this lifetime. At this moment, Lu Zhangyang vented all his fury onto Huang Zhibua. Chapter 58, News arrives. Spare me, spare me, spare me. Huang Zhibua, battered by Lu Zhangyang's relentless punches, hugged his head tightly and kept pleading for mercy. If you ever dare show your face in front of Shin Mubing again, I'll fucking kill you. Lu Zhangyang stood up from the man, shaking out his hand. Gotta say, punching someone really feels fucking great. Lu Zhangyang had beaten his own fist sore, but still didn't feel satisfied. You're Shin Mubing's ex-husband? After getting a clear look at Lu Zhangyang's face, Huang Zhibua suddenly remembered this guy had picked up Shin Mubing a couple of times before. This infuriated Huang Zhibua to no end. In his eyes, Lu Zhangyang was nothing but a worthless loser, no money, no influence. It didn't matter if he was divorced from Shin Mubing, even if they were still married, what could he possibly do? In Beihai City, there might be others he couldn't handle, but dealing with an out-of-town laborer like him was child's play. But I can't provoke him right now. Once he's gone, I swear I'll fucking kill you. Huang Zhibua glared at Lu Zhangyang with venomous hatred, already plotting his revenge. My part's done. Now it's your turn to take the stage, Lu Zhangyang said before hanging up the phone and walking out of the room. Before Huang Zhibua could even get up off the floor, a squad of police officers marched in. You're under arrest for attempted rape. Come with us. What are you doing? This can't be right, you've got the wrong person. Seeing the situation unfolding, Huang Jibwa finally panicked. Waving his hands frantically, he struggled to break free. Let me make a phone call first, you've made a mistake. This is all a misunderstanding. Obstructing official duties, suspected of assaulting a police officer, take him away immediately. Son of a bitch, I'm going to find him right now. In the hospital room, upon learning what had happened, Shen Yuanliang, with his famously short temper, couldn't stomach it for a second. He immediately shot up from his chair, shouting that he was going to confront Huang Jibwa for revenge. Don't go, your brother-in-law has already gone. Shen Mubing knew her younger brother too well and feared he might do something reckless, so she hurriedly tried to dissuade him. What are you doing? Where are you going to find anyone at this hour? Wait until Zheng Yang gets back first. Don't go, we can call the police. Seeing this, Shen Jiangwo and Wang Guizhi immediately grabbed hold of Shen Yuanliang to stop him from leaving. Waiting for him to solve it? What could that coward possibly solve? Thinking of Lu Zhengyang's past spineless behavior, Shen Yuanliang found it impossible to believe he could retaliate against Huang Jibwa. Just then, Lu Zhengyang walked in carrying some fruits and groceries. Lu Zhengyang, my sister was almost killed, and you're out buying this crap? Damn it, are you even a man? Seeing Lu Zhengyang's calm and carefree demeanor made Shen Yuanliang furious. I've already taken care of the matter, everything's fine now. Lu Zhengyang placed the fruit by the bedside and picked up the water cup to offer Shen Mubing a sip, as the doctor had advised that drinking more water in such situations helps detoxify the body faster. Did you solve it? How did you solve it? Shen Yuanliang wore a look of disbelief at this. He didn't believe Lu Zhengyang had any means up his sleeve. I beat him up first, then handed him straight over to the police. He'll get at least 6 or 7 years, I'm sure. By the time he's out, he ought to be a skilled tailor. Just calm down, Lu Zhengyang replied coolly to Shen Yuanliang's interrogation. 6 or 7 years? Really? How could that be? What he really wanted to say was, how on earth could you be this impressive? Because in Shen Yuanliang's heart, the worst he could do in this situation was give Huang Jibwa a vicious beating. As for anything else, there really wasn't much he could do. This was precisely why he was furious, because beating someone up wouldn't truly vent his anger, and worse, it might even land him in jail with fines to pay, all for the fleeting satisfaction of revenge. But considering all the things he had done to his sister, Shen Yuanliang was willing to accept the consequences even if it meant losing money or getting detained. Of course it's real. If you don't believe me, you can go verify it at the police station right now. It's a pity we live in a society ruled by law, the most he'll get is a few years in prison. Lu Zhengyang wished he could stab the scumbag Huang Jibwa to death right then and there. Lu Zhengyang's performance made the Shen family vaguely aware of his influence, but they didn't press for details. As long as the matter was resolved, that was enough. Days later, rumors about Beihai City incorporating neighboring counties began circulating from higher authorities. Many people, upon hearing some rumors, immediately grabbed their family bank cards and head down to the county towns to investigate. The news hasn't fully spread yet. By the time ordinary folks catch wind of it, probably 1 or 2 months later, it'll be far too late to act. While most people still don't know the specifics, now's the time to snap up good locations, buying properties if you want houses, storefronts if you want shops. Big projects are beyond most people's means and out of their reach anyway, but grabbing smaller opportunities? That's practically handing them straight to you. Zhang Yang, holy shit, you're a goddamn genius. When Zhao Zhiming first heard the news from his older brother, he immediately called Lu Zhengyang. I told you so. With the financial situation being tight, those people are bound to come up with ideas. Hearing this news, Lu Zhengyang's lips curled slightly upwards. You're a fucking investment genius. I fucking love you. Zhao Zhiming expressed his affection to Lu Zhengyang, though the sentiments sounded slightly nauseating. Enough talk, someone's calling me, we're about to strike it rich. The phone call wasn't even hung up yet when 2 more calls came in. Zhao Zhiming promptly ended Lu Zhengyang's call. Business took priority after all. Holy shit, President Zhao. No wonder you suddenly went nuts wanting to buy that land in the South District earlier. Turns out you've got the inside track. Damn, you were always crying poor to us before. Must have made a killing this time, eh? President Zhao, I was wondering if you'd consider selling that Southern District land parcel of yours? For a moment, whether friends or real estate developers, they all came rushing with phone calls in a frenzy. Zhao Zhiming went from being called Zhao the Clever to Zhao the Wise in their mouths. After all, if Zhao Zhiming sold the land he held, he'd easily make hundreds of millions. Hundreds of millions might not mean much in a metropolis, but within the small confines of Beihai City, it was big news. That evening, several people gathered once again in the private dining room of the restaurant. Zhang Yang, goddammit, why was I so stupid back then? If I'd followed your lead earlier, I'd have been rolling in money long ago. After several rounds of drinks and dishes, when Li Wenxiang learned that his initial investment of over 5 million was about to triple to 15 million, he felt no joy, only profound regret for what might have been. As he recalled how he'd stubbornly clung to his crab investments in previous months, he could have kicked himself for missing out on this golden opportunity. Zhang Yang, our land plot is in such high demand now, why don't we develop it ourselves? It's not like I don't have construction teams under me. Zhao Zhiming knew exactly how lucrative real estate could be. Having finally secured such a prime piece of land, developing it themselves and later taking on property management would generate considerable income. To be honest, Zhao Zhiming was now reluctant to give up this lucrative opportunity. Although Lu Zhangyang had initially made it clear that his intention was just to be a middleman. Chapter 59, The Son-in-Law's Unassuming Simplicity. You're developing it yourself? In this current market climate, you can't be serious? Lu Zhangyang, slightly tipsy, lit a cigarette. He was genuinely curious to hear what Zhao Zhiming had in mind. Let me put it this way, within a month, this news will go public. When that happens, our land will become even hotter than it is now. And building houses is like this, if we start construction now, we can finish the foundation in less than a month and a half. As soon as we put up 1 or 2 floors, we can immediately launch pre-sales and start collecting money. The whole process absolutely won't take more than 3 months. This way, profits can increase by a third. Why let those real estate developers take that money for nothing? Wouldn't it be better to keep it for ourselves? Zhao Zhiming voiced the thoughts in his mind. Nowadays, building houses is really fast as long as the money is there. As for obtaining certificates and such, with his connections it was basically smooth sailing all the way, even having someone help press the accelerator. So in Zhao Zhiming's eyes, all he was investing was a bit of time and not even much at that. Zhang Yang, I think brother Zhao makes a good point. Even Li Wenxian, who'd already had a bit too much to drink, could see the simple arithmetic spelled a surefire profitable deal. Not doing it. Lu Zhangyang flicked his cigarette ash, delivering his refusal straight and blunt. No, isn't this clearly a money-making opportunity? Why aren't you doing it? Zhao Zhiming couldn't understand why Lu Zhangyang would reject his idea. I'm not doing it, and that's final. No need for all these whys. Maybe it was the alcohol talking, but Lu Zhangyang's tone had grown noticeably tougher. Alright, you're the boss, whatever you say. During this period, get in touch with property developers more often. Find one with a high price so we can sell quickly. Don't keep obsessing over these small profits. There'll be plenty more money-making opportunities ahead. Perhaps realizing his attitude had been slightly unfriendly, Lu Zhangyang picked up his wineglass and clinked it in apology. Zhao Zhiming, Li Wenxian, and the others naturally wouldn't get upset over such a matter. After all, everything they had came from Lu Zhangyang. Since Lu Zhangyang put it that way, the next step was to work harder to find more property developers and see if they could sell the land at the highest possible price. Mission, the prices of these furniture and appliances you've chosen simply don't meet the minimum standards. It's difficult for us to accommodate this. In what appeared to be a relatively high-end furniture and appliance store, a female team leader in her 30s looked at the home decoration price list Shen Mubing had selected and spoke with evident embarrassment. The reason she was pushing so hard with recommendations was that Lu Zhangyang, fearing Shen Mubing might skimp on quality, had already advanced her a sum of money. After all, it's a villa worth over 10 million, the place where they'll be living in the future couldn't possibly be furnished too shabbily. This still isn't enough? How much more do you want us to spend? Wang Guizhi's heart ached painfully seeing the total price had already exceeded 600,000 yuan, and her voice carried unmistakable irritation as she spoke. In her eyes, this amount was nearly equivalent to half a property's price. Even if they had money to spare, shouldn't there be limits to such extravagance? It's worth noting that the villa already came with hard furnishings. Though there were many rooms, spending over 600,000 solely on soft furnishings would indeed be considered high-end by ordinary standards. But Wang Guizhi, who had scrimped and saved and worked diligently all her life, could never have imagined that some rich people could spend over $1 million just fucking decorating a bathroom. Auntie, I'm not trying to push you to spend more, but Mr. Lu gave specific instructions. If you choose specs that are too low-end, it'll be really hard for me to explain things to him later. To be honest, in all her time working sales, this young woman had never encountered anything like this before. Most people in real life try to save money during renovations. There are even plenty who insist on high-end designs despite having limited budgets, only to ask for discounts when the bill comes due. Everyone else in the store, upon understanding the situation, couldn't help but feel envious of Shen Mubing. A few people even secretly despised the mother-daughter pair, thinking they had no idea how to spend money properly. If given the chance, they'd surely deck the place out in dazzling gold and extreme luxury. Of course, these were just idle thoughts. No matter how envious or jealous they felt, they still had to serve them with smiles plastered on their faces right now. Alright, I understand. Change this sofa to the one over 300,000, and swap this dining table for the rosewood one. Initially, Shen Mubing also felt a bit reluctant, but after seeing so many high-end items and considering that Lu Zhangyang truly had no shortage of money now, she hardened her heart and allowed herself to freely indulge in shopping. After all, the saying you get what you pay for mostly holds true. How can you expect something stylish, grand, and premium without spending the money? With these changes, nearly 3 million yuan vanished just like that. Wang Guizhi walked out of the store in silence. It never occurred to her that her daughter and son-in-law could spend 3 million as casually as 300 yuan. This revelation overturned her entire worldview and philosophy of life. She'd heard about Lu Zhangyang making money before, but it had been an abstract concept. Just knowing their future home, car, and daily necessities would no longer be concerns for the elderly couple. That alone had been enough to satisfy her. But after this morning's operation, she finally realized how much money Lu Zhangyang had actually made. And the feeling of having money was so exhilarating, so thrilling. Bing bing, what business has Zhangyang been involved in recently? How is he making so much money? Wang Guizhi inquired cautiously. I think he's currently in the real estate business, but I'm not entirely clear on the specifics. Now that Xinyan's making so much money, do you think he could bring Liang Lian along to work with him? In the past, Wang Guizhi might not have been able to utter such words. After all, being the elder, she'd have felt too embarrassed to make such a request. But after this morning, Wang Guizhi couldn't care less about the older generation's pride. Only money was real. After all, Shen Yuanliang was her own son. Lu Zhangyang might be wealthy, but he was still just a son-in-law. If her own son could make a fortune, that would be the best outcome of all. Probably, maybe. When asked this question, Shen Mubing instantly found herself at a loss for words. Although Lu Zhangyang treated her well and was willing to spend money on her, it was ultimately just a matter between the two of them. If her family were to get involved because of her, Shen Mubing always felt it would be somewhat inappropriate. In her heart, she would rather Lu Zhangyang wronged her than feel indebted to him or cause him trouble. Especially after the term brother-worshipping demon went viral online, she became even more resistant to such situations. That's good. When we get back, I'll talk to your dad and have him have a proper talk with Zhangyang. Hearing this response, Wang Guizhi immediately smiled and quickly pulled her towards home. Chapter 60, Shen Yuanliang's self-respect. What? Over 3 million spent in just one morning? That spoilt girl. Shen Jiangwo, who was helping in the kitchen, was equally shocked when he heard Wang Guizhi's exaggerated account of the morning's events. What's this about wasting money? If she spent any less, Zhangyang would be unhappy. Wang Guizhi wore a gossipy expression, as if she were the one spending the money. Hearing this, Shen Jiangwo fell silent. Yes, why was he making such a fuss here? They didn't care at all. In fact, they didn't even blink at losing 3 million. For the first time, Shen Jiangwo truly felt the stark gap between them. What do you think about letting Liang Lian earn money with Zhangyang? After all, he takes whoever he wants, and Liang Liang is family anyway. Wang Guizhi seized the opportunity to say, should I talk to him about it tonight? Shen Jiangwo hesitated for a moment before saying, it's settled then, I'll make a few more good dishes tonight. Seeing that her old man was willing to speak up, Wang Guizhi's enthusiasm for work grew considerably. Evening found Lu Zhangyang returning to his mother-in-law's home. These past few days, preoccupied with the land deal, Lu Zhangyang had been spending all his time with Zhao Zhiming and their group, absent from home for several days. Seeing the table laden with fine dishes, Lu Zhangyang, having been out in the world for so long, could guess they probably had something to ask of him. Otherwise, since it wasn't during the holidays and he couldn't be considered a guest, why would they need so much food? But Lu Zhangyang didn't dislike this attitude whatsoever. Given his current capabilities and his past misdeeds, he actually hoped people would come to him for help. Lu Zhangyang didn't speak immediately. He suspected this matter was related to Shen Yuanliang. After all, even if issues arose, nothing significant ever happened to the elderly couple. The only matter they would hesitate to bring up aside from Shen Yuanliang was probably no one else. Zhangyang, I heard Bing Bing spent over 3 million in just one morning. No matter how wealthy you are, you can't keep spending like this. It's alright, Dad, this money means nothing to me. Besides, isn't earning money meant for spending? I'd be happy to spend it on Mu Binghua, he said. Lu Zhangyang smiled and said. Shen Mubing, who was sitting nearby, couldn't help but smirk slightly when hearing this. Although those toxic motivational quotes online often preach that if a man loves you, he should be willing to spend money on you, there's no denying this saying really knows how to flatter women. Even Shen Mubing, who didn't place much importance on money, was equally affected. Wang Guizhi didn't say anything, but her expression looked rather pleased, conveying a distinct sense of pride and satisfaction. You, Shen Jiangwo was left speechless by these words. Next, Shen Jiangwo rambled on about everything under the sun without ever addressing the matter of Shen Yuanliang's job. Dad, is Liang Liang still working at that company? If you have time, could you ask him for me? See if he's willing to work with me, I'm actually quite short on hands there. And after all, Liang Liang is one of our own, someone I can trust completely. By the end, Lu Zhangyang couldn't hold back anymore and came straight out with it. The Shen family was just like this, honest and kind-hearted, disliking to trouble others, fearful of letting people down in the end. Yet, when it came to others' affairs, they were full of warmth, willing to endure hardship themselves if it meant helping Lu Zhangyang repay his gambling debt. Then he'd definitely be willing to work with you. How much could he possibly be making at that tiny company of his, anyway? And there's zero future there. Seeing Lu Zhangyang take the initiative to speak, Wang Guizhi quickly chimed in. Despite Shin Yuanliang's tall and burly appearance, his university major was actually computer programming. At his company, he worked on website development and back-end systems, though it's unclear whether that had any connection to gaming. But it shouldn't matter much, since it's all in the computer field. If it turns out to be completely irrelevant, we can just have him learn it later. Even if he couldn't master it, he could still appoint him as a CPO with low technical requirements, commonly known as a chief product officer. If that doesn't work, just have him do operations, planning, or anything else. After all, it's his own company, so what he says goes. As for whether Shin Yuanliang would engage in betrayal, form cliques for personal gain, or just laze around and mess things up aimlessly after joining the company, Lu Zhangyang wasn't particularly worried. Lu Zhangyang understood Shin Yuanliang's character very well. He would absolutely never do anything to betray him. As for concerns about capability, Lu Zhangyang was even less worried. As long as this company isn't in its startup phase or struggling for survival, it doesn't matter much who's in management after all. The actual work is done by subordinates. He basically just needs to make decisions. If he can't even handle this much, Lu Zhangyang might as well open a small supermarket and lie back to earn easy money. Alright, then let's find a time to call Liang Liang back. I happen to have a company under me that needs managing. Don't worry, Mom and Dad. As long as Liang Liang is willing to work under me, he'll have everything he deserves. Lu Zhangyang gave them reassurance. Alright then, it's settled. Have some food, eat up. It'll get cold soon, Wang Guizhi said, beaming with joy upon hearing this. If Liang Liang's matter puts you in a difficult position, just forget it. My parents won't mind. After dinner, when Shin Mubing held Cici downstairs to see him off, she whispered these words from behind. I'm willing to do anything that's related to you, let alone matters concerning Liang Liang. Lu Zhangyang turned and walked up to her, gazing into her eyes as he spoke with complete sincerity. Let's go quickly. It's already very late. Feeling Lu Zhangyang's intense gaze, Shin Mubing suddenly found her heart racing and hurriedly spoke up. Alright, you should get some rest early too. Please pay attention to the villa's renovations, after all, that'll be our family's future home. With unresolved matters about the land sale still weighing on him and being particularly busy during this period, Lu Zhangyang decided not to linger any longer. Mom, you asked me to come back just to tell me this? At noon the next day, after hearing what Wang Guizhi had to say, Shin Yuanliang instantly became irritated. His company was currently racing to complete a project. He had gone through considerable difficulty getting half a day off, only to find out his mother's so-called important matter was telling him to work under Lu Zhangyang. What kind of joke is this? While he wasn't exactly opposed to him continuing to live with his sister, the mere thought of working under her, well, Shin Yuanliang just couldn't stomach that kind of humiliation. What's the deal with this? Just ask your sister. She spent over 3 million in one morning yesterday. How long would it take you to earn this much money? Also, it was your brother-in-law who asked me about this. He said they're short on staff and needed you to help out. That's the only reason I mentioned it to you. Do you really think just anyone can get this kind of opportunity with your brother-in-law? Liang Liang, let me tell you, don't you dare be ungrateful. Seeing that Shin Yuanliang actually seemed reluctant to go, Wang Guizhi immediately grew anxious. Shin Yuanliang was still young and didn't realize how crucial this opportunity was for his future. He thought he was still young, his ambition sky-high, and looked down on everything. Especially regarding his brother-in-law whom he had once insulted and even hit. How could he possibly have the nerve to work under him now? Wouldn't that be like tearing his own face off and stomping on it? Chapter 61, Lu Zhengxiang in high spirits. I won't go. Shin Yuanliang tilted his head stubbornly and spoke defiantly. You're trying to kill me with anger? Wang Guizhi wasn't a young woman anymore, and having mixed in society her whole life, she knew exactly how rare such an opportunity was. If left to fend for himself in society, he'd never achieve anything worthwhile even if given 1,000 years. Go tell him yourself. Wang Guizhi still doted on her son and couldn't bring herself to say anything too harsh. She simply pushed the matter onto Shin Jiangwo. Tell me, why don't you want to go? Do you have any idea how much money your brother-in-law makes? Shin Jiangwo sighed, wanting to rationally have a good talk with him. I won't go even if he makes hundreds of millions. It has nothing to do with me. Shin Yuanliang, may not have other skills, but I'd rather starve to death than beg for a living under him. Shin Yuanliang had already made up his mind. The only way I'll bow my head to him is if the world ends. Go tell uncle, ask him to follow dad and make some money. Shin Mubing wasn't the type to force others either. If you asked her to persuade Shin Yuanliang, she wouldn't know what to say, so she got Cici to pester him instead. Uncle, just follow my dad to make money. My dad has earned a lot of money now, and you can earn a lot too if you follow him. Cici didn't understand much about the situation. Since her mother had given instructions, the stubborn little girl went straight over and clung to Shin Yuanliang's arm, playing cute. Uncle, please go with him, uncle, Cici coaxed in her sweet baby voice, surprisingly strong for her size. Uncle has his own job and can support himself. I don't need to follow your dad to make money, Shin Yuanliang told Cece, powerless against her charms. He genuinely adored his little niece. Alright mom and dad, I'm not going to brother-in-law's place. I'll work hard at my job. After finishing dinner, Shin Yuanliang remembered there was still a project waiting at the company and left without looking back. What are we going to do about this? This kid doesn't understand anything at all. He's going to be the death of me. Wang Guizhi sighed to Shin Jiangwo and Shin Mubing. That foolish boy. Bing Bing, maybe you could ask Zhang Yang to think of something? What are you talking about? Do you really expect Zhang Yang to beg him for a job? That's impossible. Though Shin Jiangwo dismissed the idea, his gaze still lingered on Shin Mubing. Maybe I should talk to Zhang Yang. After a moment of silence in response to her parents' request, Shin Mubing spoke up. A few days later, at a small auction, Lu Zhangyang and Zhao Zhiming finally sold the land they owned for 440 million yuan through the bidding process. Including his own invested funds and the dividends from Zhao Zhiming and others, Lu Zhangyang ended up with a total of 280 million yuan in his hands. Bro, I'm about to resign from my job here. Zhenxiang already quit several days ago. Do you have any plans for us? That evening, Lu Yanyan called. Here's what we'll do. You and Jingxiang should go back to our hometown in the next couple of days. There are some things that just can't be properly discussed over the phone. Alright, then I'll buy tomorrow's ticket and go back with Jingxiang. Now that things here have been wrapped up, it's time to go back home and see what the situation is there. As for Shin Yuanliang's matter, we'll talk about it after this trip. Bro, I'm back. The next day, having calculated the timing perfectly, Lu Zhangyang drove to the high-speed rail station to pick up Lu Yanyan and Lu Jingxiang. Do you two have any thoughts about the future? Lu Zhangyang asked them while driving. If they had their own aspirations, Lu Zhangyang could unconditionally support them. But if they currently lacked goals or ideas, he could certainly make some arrangements for them. Bro, I think live streaming sales are really lucrative these days. I have a classmate in Hangzhou doing this, and I heard he's already made several $100,000. At this point, Lu Jingxiang began enthusiastically sharing what he'd seen and heard. So, you want to try live streaming sales too? Lu Zhangyang asked with an amused smile upon hearing this. For some reason, Lu Zhangyang saw his own youthful reflection in his younger brother, that same insatiable curiosity for anything novel the world had to offer. Seeing others make money always makes one feel like they too can grab a share of the pie in this vast market. Isn't this kind of immaturity precisely the mark of youth? Besides, this isn't such a bad thing anyway. In fact, whenever a new industry emerges, it often brings numerous opportunities for ordinary people. Just like with live streaming and esports in the past, who would have thought initially that playing games, chatting in front of a computer, or even acting foolish could actually earn money? And the money earned is more than what an ordinary person could make in their entire lifetime. But when ordinary people finally notice how profitable the industry is, those who entered early with skills have already become industry leaders, while the unskilled disappear without a trace. But that's alright, those pioneers at least got their bite of the pie when it mattered. The worst off are those who enter late. You either need extraordinary abilities or directly spend money to buy traffic and followers. Moreover, most of the profits end up being taken by the platform, ultimately making it no different from regular employment. It's like livestream e-commerce today, though it still seems red hot and indeed remains wildly popular. But when you actually try to break into the industry, you quickly realize things aren't so simple at all. If you don't spend money to buy traffic, even if your products are great or your live streaming style is fantastic, it's all useless because nobody would even see you. Anyway, I think live streaming sales are really profitable. If I could become popular, I could sell anything and make a fortune. As Lu Jingxiang said this, his mind began to fantasize about becoming a big streamer, as if anything he put up would be instantly bought out by viewers. Oh dear, it's not that simple at all. You see some people making money, but your live stream might not even have a single viewer. Seeing Lu Jingxiang so full of confidence, Lu Yanyan tried to dampen his spirits. What's the big deal? Nothing in the world is that simple. I'll just take it slow. What if I succeed? Maybe I'll even earn more than my big brother. Lu Zhenxiang said indignantly. To be honest, he was still quite naive at the time, full of lofty ideals. He genuinely believed that putting his heart into any endeavor would guarantee absolute success. Such passion is truly rare. If one could maintain this level of passion indefinitely, many problems would indeed resolve themselves, not necessarily leading to immense wealth, but at least ensuring a lifetime free from material worries. The real difficulty lies in when ordinary people embark on something with full confidence, only to discover that success doesn't solely depend on effort. It's inevitable that their mindset will shift, and once that mindset changes, it becomes hard to devote oneself wholeheartedly to the task. Eventually, the thought of giving up takes root. And this happens despite genuinely putting in the effort. Just imagine how tough it is to make any achievement in a certain field, especially for someone like Lu Jingxiang, a restless young man fresh out into society. If he fails to make money once, twice, or even 3 times, does he still have the confidence to persist? Even if he still wanted to persist, his living expenses probably wouldn't allow him to continue by that point. Chapter 62, A Reflection of Myself? Alright, it's good that you have this confidence. Go ahead and give it your all. But there's one thing I can promise you, you will definitely face difficulties and setbacks. It's okay to fail, but whatever you do, don't follow the same crooked path your brother once took. Lu Zhengyang took a deep breath, recalling his own past, unwilling to see his younger brother end up like the man he used to be. I get it, bro. Lu Jingxiang nodded somewhat defiantly. Being young and hot-blooded, he naturally looked down upon shady methods and never considered the possibility of failure. Observing his impulsive younger brother's expression, Lu Zhengyang could easily guess what was going through his mind. But he didn't mind. What was the point of working so hard to earn money? Wasn't it precisely so his family wouldn't have to worry so much? So they could dare to take risks boldly, knowing that even if they stumbled, he'd be there to catch them. Back when I was in trouble, my parents even sold their burial savings to help me. Now that I have money, it's only natural to support my own flesh and blood. Alright, big bro, got it. Stop nagging, just wait till I earn more than you. Lu Jingxiang pouted. Lu Zhengyang smiled faintly. A few years of hard work would make him understand eventually. What about you? What are your thoughts? Lu Zhengyang turned to ask his younger sister who had remained silent. I don't really have big ambitions, making money is enough, you can arrange things as you see fit, brother. But, you wouldn't look down on me for that, would you? Lu Yanyan forced an awkward smile. She'd also tried imagining what career she might pursue, but after much deliberation realized she didn't have any particular dreams. All she wanted was stable employment and her family's safety and well-being. Of course not. Everyone pursues different lifestyles. As long as you're comfortable and your family is safe and healthy, that's the greatest happiness. Lu Zhengyang shook his head. He'd never mock his little sister for something like this. That's right, bro. That's exactly what I'm thinking. What happened to you recently really scared me. Lu Yanyan nodded her little head quickly. Oof, right in the feels. Hearing his little sister touch on his sore spot, Lu Zhengyan's mouth twitched. Alright then, let's go home to check the situation with the house, pack up some stuff, then you're coming with me to Shenzhen. Lu Zhengyang was planning to arrange for his sister to join that gaming company. Got it, big bro, Lu Yanyan exclaimed cheerfully. Tisk, no ambition. Young people should strive for their own careers. Lu Jingxiang muttered, sneering at his elder sister. Lu Jingxiang, it's been too long since I last smacked you. Asking for trouble, aren't you? Without holding back, Lu Yanyan immediately pinched Lu Jingxiang's arm. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Sis, spare me. Lu Jingxiang instantly began begging for mercy. Lu Zhengyang shook his head with a smile. Indeed, bloodline dominance still held true. The three chatted along the way and soon arrived at old Lu's home. Mr. and Mrs. Lu had already prepared dinner, waiting for their children to come home. Lu Zhengyang parked the car in the yard. Mom, Dad, I'm home. Lu Yanyan rushed into the house first, calling out affectionately with joy. You're back. Go wash your hands and eat. Wang Hongmei nodded with a smile, her face filled with happiness. Got it, but I'm leaving tomorrow with my buddy to work at his company. Lu Yanyan explained what had happened in the car. That's great, that puts our minds at ease. Lu Jinfu nodded in satisfaction. Their daughter was the one who brought them the most peace of mind, yet also the most worry. Rest assured, my daughter is extremely sensible. What worries me is that a girl, struggling alone out in the world, suffering grievances, and being bullied, what should she do then? But now that they're working under Lu Zhengyan's leadership, they can finally set their minds at ease. What about you? Lu Jinfu turned his head to look at Lu Jingxiang, who had just stepped over the threshold. The warm, spring-like expression on his face immediately hardened. This rascal's temperament was the complete opposite of his daughter's. Not worrying at all. I refuse to work under my brother. I want to carve out my own path to success. Lu Jingxiang lifted his chin with a smug grin. Hey, you little rascal. I knew it. Would it really be so bad to work with your brother? Lu Jinfu couldn't contain his anger. I don't want to. I believe in my own ability. Lu Jingxiang was also a stubborn man. Although he knew that working under Lu Zhengyang would make life much more comfortable and profitable, he simply couldn't accept it in his heart. He was convinced he could make money on his own. A faint smile crossed Lu Zhengyan's lips. Truly his younger brother, so much like his own younger self. How can a true man, born between heaven and earth, endure living subserviently beneath others for long? Not even his own brother would do. Dad, let him make his own way. I'll be here, he won't starve. Seeing the argument threaten to escalate, Lu Zhengyang quickly stepped in to smooth things over. Lu Jingxiang snorted. His resolve grew even firmer. He was determined to achieve something great. My foolish little brother. Lu Zhengyang shook his head. Still too young, unaware of how hard money is to earn. By the way, Dad, how's the house construction going? Lu Zhengyang asked. Everything's been handed over smoothly. Tomorrow they'll mark the boundaries, and construction will begin. Lu Fujin's eyes brimmed with unconcealed joy. Who doesn't love a grand villa? That's good. Then I'll leave things at home to your supervision. Don't worry about spending money. As long as he could do something for the family, he was extremely happy. The Lu family enjoyed their meal immensely. The next day, after seeing his younger brother off at the high-speed rail station, Lu Zhangyang drove with his younger sister toward Shenzhen. Last night, he met Lu Jingqiang and shared some wealth information with him, revealing that a certain live streaming platform would significantly ramp up efforts to cultivate new talent, pouring massive amounts of traffic into the initiative. Although the earnings weren't huge and the cycle was long, taking a full month to net just over 200,000 yuan. But for someone like Lu Jingqiang, who was just starting out, it was more than enough. Downtown Shenzhen. Wow, dude, is your company in one of these? Lu Yanyan gaped at the skyscraper office buildings towering all around them. Yes, that's right. Though it's still a small company for now, full of young people just like you. I think you'll all get along quite well. Lu Zhangyang finished speaking with a smile, then took Lu Yanyan to the office area of Xingchen Studio. President Lu is here. Zhang Dongshu had already gathered his crew at the entrance to welcome him. Hello, President Lu. They all shouted in unison, their voices loud and forceful, as if putting every ounce of strength into their greeting. Lu Zhangyang was slightly taken aback, he'd never been welcomed so enthusiastically before. To be honest, this feeling is kind of exhilarating. Ahem, alright, quiet down. Lu Zhangyang waved his hand. Let me introduce everyone, this is my younger sister, and also your new CFO. From now on, all financial matters will be under her responsibility. Hello, Director. Once again, everyone shouted in unison to Lu Yanyan. Lu Yanyan's face instantly turned red with embarrassment. As an ordinary office worker, she had never encountered such a situation before. Chapter 63, A Pinky Promise Matter. Having Lu Yanyan serve as the financial director was Lu Jingyan's arrangement. Since my younger sister majored in accounting and previously worked in that field at her old company. Perfect professional match. No need to worry about her being overwhelmed even if Zhang Dongshu hires more people later, the company will still only have a handful of employees. Moreover, the game hasn't been released yet, so there's barely any work, just covering routine expenses and a few employees' salaries. Lu Yanyan is fully capable of handling the job. Moreover, Lu Yanyan now has an assistant working under her. Once the game is nearing completion, Lu Zhangyang will recruit more people. After showing his younger sister around the company, Lu Zhangyang helped her rent an apartment and buy daily necessities before finally leaving Shenzhen. He wasn't worried about his sister being bullied either, having personally escorted her today. Lu Zhangyang believed no one would be foolish enough to cause trouble. Lu Zhangyang returned to Beihai City late at night. When he got back to the rental apartment and found the living room light still on, a faint smile touched Lu Zhangyang's lips. Shen Mubing must have left it on for him. Though it was just a small gesture, Lu Zhangyang could already sense that the iceberg in Shen Mubing's heart had largely melted away. Lu Zhangyang tiptoed through his morning routine, careful not to make noise that might wake the mother and child still sleeping in the bedroom. The soundproofing in this rental was outrageously bad. It would still take 2 more days before they could move into the villa. They'd bought too many things at once, and with the villa being so spacious, the furnishing process had slowed considerably. Early the next morning, though his eyelids still felt heavy, Lu Zhangyang rose early to prepare breakfast. He didn't dare to think, because the moment he did, his heart would ache, consumed by relentless guilt. This was how Shen Mubing had lived every day before, exhausted to the bone, while enduring his foul temper. He took a deep breath and pushed the thoughts from his mind. Today was an especially important day. Little Cici was starting kindergarten today. That's why Lu Zhangyang rushed back overnight. In no time. Mommy, I don't want to go to kindergarten. Cici's childish voice came from the bedroom. No, all children must go to kindergarten. You'll become dumb if you don't go to kindergarten. Shen Mubing's beautiful brows furrowed slightly. She'd spent all yesterday evening talking with this little one, yet the next morning they refused to go again. Then I'll just stay dumb. Mommy and Daddy will take care of me anyway. Cici pouted, clasping her tiny arms stubbornly, refusing to change clothes. Thud, thud. May I come in? Lu Zhangyang's voice sounded from outside the door. Ah, it's Daddy. Daddy definitely won't make me go to kindergarten. Cici's adorable eyes lit up, as if she'd found her savior. Come in. Only after hearing Shen Mubing's voice did Lu Zhangyang push the door open and enter. Though when Shen Mubing wasn't around, he often came to sleep in her bed in the bedroom. But barging in right now might ruin the good impression I've worked so hard to build in Shen Mubing's heart. Daddy, I don't want to go to kindergarten. Little Cici ran toward Lu Zhangyang on her short, chubby legs. Oh dear, why not? Lu Zhangyang scooped up Cici, who was still wearing her adorable little bear pajamas. Because then I won't get to see you and Mommy. Cici buried her face in Lu Zhangyang's chest, nuzzling against him vigorously. Lu Zhangyang is now a qualified dad. Cici has just tasted the sweetness and definitely doesn't want to leave. Lu Zhangyang smiled at the corner of his mouth. Seeing his daughter clinging to him like this actually made him very happy, but school was still necessary. Daddy understands that Cici loves Mommy and Daddy, that's why she doesn't want to go to kindergarten. But Cece is a big girl now, right? All big girls need to go to kindergarten. Daddy's co-workers always brag to him about how their kids never cry or make a fuss in kindergarten, behaving perfectly. Can't Cece let Daddy brag about you too? Lu Zhangyang immediately put on a troubled expression. Little Cece's adorable brows furrowed instantly. Daddy was so good to her, yet she couldn't help him out. Don't worry, Cece. If you're a good girl today, Daddy will pick you up after school with a little cake, okay? Seeing his approach was working, Lu Zhangyang quickly added a sweetener to seal the deal. Alright then, I'll go to kindergarten. But Daddy must promise to come pick me up. Upon hearing about the little cake, Cece's resistance completely melted away. Pouting slightly, she finally agreed. Absolutely, my good girl. It's a promise then, pinky swear. Lu Zhangyang extended his little finger, and Cece stretched out her own tiny one to hook it briefly. A pinky promise must be kept. Lu Zhangyang gently touched Cece's little head. Seeing that Cece had finally agreed, Shen Mubing let out a sigh of relief in her heart. At the same time, the look in her eyes when she gazed at Lu Zhangyang became even more tender. It really changed. Lu Zhangyang from before would never have had this much patience, nor been this gentle. At the slightest noise from Cece, he would lose his temper. Alright, be a good girl and change your clothes, breakfast is almost ready. Lu Zhangyang carried Cece back in front of Shen Mubing, flashing a triumphant look. Shen Mubing rolled her beautiful eyes at him with annoyance, so what if he managed to coax a child? Look how proud he is. After breakfast, Lu Zhangyang drove to the bilingual arts kindergarten. It was the first day of school, and the parking spaces in front of the kindergarten had long been filled. Lu Zhangyang had no choice but to park his car further away and walk over with Cece in tow. Holding Cece's hand, Lu Zhangyang glanced at the luxury cars lining both sides of the road. As expected of the most exclusive kindergarten in the city, even his BMW 7 Series barely counted as a decent car here. At the kindergarten entrance, children's cries, parents coaxing, and teachers' comforting voices rose and fell in succession, making anyone's head spin just listening. Lu Zhangyang and Shen Mubing worriedly glanced at Cece, afraid she might be affected. But now, Cece didn't cry or make a fuss at all, obediently staying by Lu Zhangyang's side. Cece's heart was actually still filled with uncertainty and unease, but for her father's sake, she had to be obedient and be a good daughter who could make him proud in front of his colleagues. So she mustered all her courage in her heart. Both of them were filled with astonishment. Was this little one really so unfazed by such changes? Hello, Teacher Zhang. I'm entrusting Cece to your care. Lu Zhangyang handed Cece over to a female teacher. Don't worry, Cece's dad. It's been a long time since I've seen such a well-behaved child like Cece. Zhang Xiu was slightly surprised when she saw Cece enter the kindergarten without crying or making a fuss, behaving exceptionally well. Yes, she has always been our pride. Go for it, Cece. Lu Zhangyang smiled as he cheered her on. Don't worry, Dad. I definitely won't let you down. Cece nodded her little head vigorously with a serious expression. Lu Zhangyang's face twitched, so this little one had been worrying about this matter all along. Truly Daddy's little darling. Shen Mubing couldn't help but laugh at Cece's expression, which eased much of the worry in her heart. Actually, it wasn't just children who felt lost, parents felt the same way. After all, this was their child's first time leaving the care of family. It was impossible not to worry. Face? What face? Zhang Xiu was stunned for a moment, his mind failing to process the question. It's nothing, Teacher Zhang. This was an agreement between her and me. Lu Zhangyang reached out and gently pinched Cece's fair, tender little cheek. Chapter 64, this doesn't make sense. Don't worry, Cece is so smart, she'll take good care of herself at kindergarten, Lu Zhangyang reassured Shen Mubing. The mother was still feeling a little sentimental. I know, it's just that I feel a bit sad. Cece is already going to kindergarten, and it feels like she was just a little baby not long ago. Shen Mubing watched Cece walk away, her beautiful eyes filled with melancholy. Yeah, so many years have passed in the blink of an eye, Lu Zhangyang nodded, reaching out halfway as if to put his arm around Shen Mubing's shoulders, but then withdrew. He still didn't quite dare to do it. Alright, let's go. I still need to keep looking for a job. Shen Mubing took a deep breath and turned to say, Hey, got it. Lu Zhangyang awkwardly withdrew his hand in a flash. He let out a faint sigh in his heart. Even such a simple action was something he no longer dared to do. It's all because he was such a jerk before. Why don't you come work at my company? Lu Zhangyang brought up the offer again. After the drugging incident, Shen Mubing resigned the next day and was currently job hunting. No need, I can find my own way. Though you're wealthy now, if you were to go bankrupt again someday, I'd still have this as security. Shen Mubing shook her head. Although Lu Zhangyang has improved a lot now, the memories from the past are still too vivid. Better safe than sorry. Alright then, if you need any help, remember to tell me. Lu Zhangyang felt a bit bitter inside, but he didn't insist. Everything still needed to take its course. Shen Mubing had an interview this morning. After Lu Zhangyang dropped her off at the destination, he wanted to accompany her inside. But Shin Mubing refused. She wasn't a child anymore and didn't need him accompanying her everywhere, telling Lu Zhengyan to focus on his own matters. She worried that since Lu Zhengyang's career was finally picking up, it shouldn't be delayed because of her again. Unable to persuade her otherwise, Lu Zhengyang had no choice but to let her go alone. Meanwhile, he wasn't idle either, he had set his sights on a new goal. Lu Zhengyang drove to a cafe, whose decor was quite bohemian, with a faint fragrance lingering in the air that gradually dispelled his drowsiness. But Lu Zhengyang wasn't there for the coffee, his focus was on a short-haired girl strumming a guitar at the bar while singing a cheerful tune. Lu Zhengyang knew nothing about music, but he could tell it sounded good, at least far better than some celebrities who relied solely on their looks. The girl was young, her delicate face still carrying a youthful innocence, suggesting she must have just recently graduated from university. The wealth information showed that this girl would compose a breakout hit song in a week, sweeping 2 million across the entire internet. Of course, what attracted Lu Zhengyang wasn't the 2 million, but the girl herself. Which industries are the most profitable in today's society? The internet counts as one, and Lu Zhengyang has already started working on it. Energy counts as one, but Lu Zhengyang's current capabilities make it completely out of reach. Entertainment absolutely counts as another, so Lu Zhengyang isn't about to let this girl slip away. She's truly a talent on par with Zhang Dongshu and his crew. She'll be the cornerstone of his future business empire. Hello, waiter. Sir, hello. What can I do for you? Can I tip the girl on stage? I think she sings really well. How can you attract a beautiful female streamer? Of course, by being the top donor on her leaderboard. Lu Zhengyang's current plan was exactly like this. Sir, there's a QR code on the table. You can scan it to tip, and even request a song. Got it, I understand. Lu Zhengyang took out his phone and scanned the QR code on the table. Discovering that the highest tip option was only a 99 yuan Ferris wheel, he felt slightly disappointed. Just 99 yuan, how could that possibly reflect his status? Then I'll make up for it with quantity. Lu Zhengyang's fingers flew across the screen as he sent out 10 Ferris wheels in one go. The large screen behind the girl instantly lit up in a riot of colors. Thank you to Mr. Lu Zhengyang at table 16 for sending 20 Ferris wheels and requesting the song The Ordinary Road. Li Kor froze for a moment, then turned her head in surprise to look at the large screen behind her. Someone was actually tipping her, and she'd only been working for a few days. 20 Ferris wheels even after the platform's cut, it still meant 1,000 yuan in her pocket. Thank you. She looked at Lu Zhengyang and said gratefully. Lu Zhengyang didn't speak, just smiled and nodded. The waiter standing beside Lu Zhengyang also froze for a moment. He had just witnessed Lu Zhengyang frantically tapping the screen as if his life depended on it. After withdrawing her gaze, Li Kor began singing the song Lu Zhengyang had requested. Wandering, on the road. The girl's clear, beautiful voice gave this song a unique charm. Lu Zhengyang narrowed his eyes. No wonder this girl had gone viral. She truly had talent. Her singing was indeed very pleasant to hear. Thank you to Mr. Lu Zhengyang at table 16 for sending 10 Ferris wheels. Thank you to Mr. Lu Zhengyang at table 16 for sending 20 Ferris wheels. Lu Zhengyang went on a clicking spree, ultimately gifting a total of 200 Ferris wheels equivalent to 20,000 yuan. His actions quickly drew numerous gazes, with everyone staring at Lu Zhengyang in astonishment. To casually spend 20,000 yuan in just a few minutes, where did this tycoon come from? Lu Zhengyang basked in the astonished gazes of the crowd. Now he understood why people enjoyed giving gifts. This feeling was truly exhilarating. Until you see that ordinary is the only answer. Li Kor nearly lost her rhythm while singing. In just half a song's time, she'd already earned what would normally take 2 months of salary. Where has your story reached? Li Kor finally finished singing. Her delicate face flushed crimson. She had never experienced such a situation before. She glanced again at Lu Zhengyang and noticed the burning intensity in his gaze directed at her, causing her brows to immediately furrow. This man is quite handsome, but surely he's not thinking about taking advantage of me. Seeing Li Kor look back at him, Lu Zhengyang waved his hand, signaling for her to come to his side. Li Kor hesitated, uncertain whether she should go or not. If she went, what if this man tried to take advantage of her? But if she didn't go, he had tipped her so generously. Could you please tell your manager I'd like to have a word with that singer? Lu Zhengyang noticed Li Kor's hesitation and assumed she couldn't casually leave the stage, so he spoke to the waiter beside him. Certainly, sir. Let me go communicate that. A short while later, a man in a well-tailored suit said something to Li Kor, whereupon she slowly approached Lu Zhengyang's table. Thank you for the tip, but I absolutely won't do that sort of thing, no matter how much money you have. Clutching her guitar, Li Kor wore an expression of sharp vigilance. She hasn't even become famous yet, how could she encounter something like this? This makes no sense. Chapter 65, The Math Genius. Won't do anything? Lu Zhengyang furrowed his brows, momentarily not understanding Li Kor's implication. But being a 30-year-old man, he quickly grasped what she meant. Don't worry, I didn't contact you for that sort of thing. The tip was purely because you sing well. Li Kor breathed a huge sigh of relief. As long as it wasn't that kind of proposition, then what is this about? Lu Zhengyang smiled faintly and got straight to the point. Would you like to become management under me? Li Kor's pupils instantly contracted, then suddenly brightened. Are you a talent scout? Something like that. It's my own company. Lu Zhengyang paused for a moment before nodding. So what's your company called? Which famous stars do you represent? Li Kor asked excitedly. This was the moment she'd been waiting for so long. Haven't come up with a company name yet. As for celebrities, if you count, then you're the only one, Lu Zhengyang said awkwardly. He had come in such a hurry that naturally, he hadn't prepared anything at all. Li Kor froze on the spot, her pretty lips twitching uncontrollably. What the hell is this situation? Ahem, I know this might sound a bit hard to believe, but I'm currently setting up an entertainment company and naturally need artists, that's why I reached out to you. No need to worry about me being a scammer. You can work from home. I'll pay you a monthly salary of 20,000 yuan. If you need any equipment, just let me know, I'll handle it. But the copyright for any songs you create will belong to the company. Profits split 50-50. That ratio might improve later depending on circumstances, but it won't go any lower. And most importantly, I can pay you a full year's salary in advance. Lu Zhengyang knew that popping up out of the blue like this made him seem suspicious, so he did his best to offer favorable terms. For a fresh graduate like this young girl, she doesn't need any scheming, sincerity is the ultimate weapon. Li Kor furrowed her delicate brows and looked at Lu Zhengyang's earnest expression, feeling that he really didn't seem like a fraud. Moreover, the terms Lu Zhengyang proposed were already extremely generous, and that 20,000 yuan monthly salary made her heart itch with longing. 20,000 a month, 200,000 in 10 months, 2 million in a year, 20 million in 10 years. Little golden stars were practically sparkling in Li Kor's eyes. Deal. I accept 2 million, WeChat or Alipay? Li Kor immediately whipped out her phone. Lu Zhengyang froze, momentarily stunned. 2 million? What the hell? After reaching a cooperation agreement with Li Kor, she resigned from the cafe the same day, eager to follow Lu Zhengyang in preparing for their entertainment company venture. But Lu Zhengyang sent her packing. Professionals should stick to what they do best. You don't understand these things. Go home and focus on writing songs. You're my company's first artist, and I hope your debut song becomes an instant hit. Alright then, don't forget about that 2 million, Li Kor said reluctantly. I've told you already, it's 240,000 per year. Lu Zhengyang's face twitched violently. Back at the coffee shop, he'd used a calculator to show Li Kor the numbers several times before she finally believed him. Lu Zhengyang had no idea how this calculating genius came up with 2 million. Sorry, President Lu, I misspoke again. Li Kor quickly apologized. Alright, hurry back. I hope to hear good news from you. Lu Zhengyang waved his hand and drove off. Now he had to find Zhao Zhiming. According to the wealth information, Li Kor's song would be finished in 7 days, and the company must be founded by then. And the only one with this capability is Zhao Zhiming. Brother Lu, you're here. What you mentioned is easy to handle, but why do you want to establish an entertainment company? Do you have a new investment project? In the office, Zhao Zhiming poured a cup of tea for Lu Zhengyang and asked. That's not the case. I'm just doing it for fun, it's not going to make much money, Lu Zhengyang said with a smile. If it were those speculative profiteering activities, bringing Zhao Zhiming along wouldn't be a problem. But now Lu Zhengyang wanted to establish his own company, and naturally he didn't want anyone meddling in his affairs. Alright, buddy, this is a small matter. I can get it done for you within 3 days. Zhao Zhiming wasn't foolish either, he could tell Lu Zhengyang wanted to go solo. Although it was a bit of a shame, he wouldn't push the matter, especially since Lu Zhengyang had already helped him earn a hefty sum. Thanks in advance, but besides this matter, there's actually another investment we can try right now. Lu Zhengyang naturally wouldn't let Zhao Zhiming work for nothing. What kind of project? Zhao Zhiming's eyes instantly lit up. He had known Lu Zhengyang wouldn't come to him just for such a trivial matter. A mobile app about to go bankrupt. Lu Zhengyang enunciated each word clearly. Zhao Zhiming was immediately puzzled. How did the conversation suddenly jump to mobile apps? Was Lu Zhengyang knowledgeable in such a wide range of fields? What do you mean? This app was extremely popular a few years ago, but it gradually declined because it failed to keep up with the times. Now we owe billions in debt and are on the verge of bankruptcy. What we need to do is use money to help them plug this financial hole and get them through this period, Lu Zhengyang said with a smile. Zhao Zhiming stared at Lu Zhengyang's smile, completely baffled. A company about to collapse, burdened with massive debts, now asking us to step in. Isn't this just throwing money into a pit of fire? No, even throwing hundreds of millions into a fire pit could at least extinguish the flames, but tossing money into this? You wouldn't even hear a single splash. Brother Lu, are you absolutely serious about this? Why would I joke about this? I'm investing my own money too. Besides, when have I ever lied to you? Lu Zhengyang raised an eyebrow, fully aware this investment sounded even wilder than their previous ventures. But the wealth intelligence couldn't be wrong. In just 3 days, one of his employees would accidentally develop a feature on that app. And precisely because of this feature, the company that should have gone bankrupt would miraculously come back to life. In just a few days, the company's stock soared, not only clearing all debts but also bringing in overflowing profits, with the company's market value multiplying several times over. By that time, Lu Zhengyang and his team will be too late to act. Zhao Zhiming was extremely hesitant. This was yet another investment opportunity beyond his usual understanding. How much exactly needs to be invested? Zhao Zhiming asked cautiously, wanting to get a clear figure first. Not much, just 600 million. Hiss. Zhao Zhiming gasped in shock. How about calling Wen Chang over so the three of us can discuss this properly? Zhao Zhiming decided to bring in some reinforcements to ease the pressure on himself. Damn, a 600 million yuan order, what the hell is a small fry like me supposed to do here? Li Wenxian's face twitched violently. Chapter 66, Class Monitor of Little One Class. After listening to this investment opportunity, a trace of helplessness appeared on Li Wenxian's rugged face. Although he had earned some money in the last wave and doubled his net worth to over 10 million yuan. But in the face of these 600 million, I doubt it would even make a ripple. No problem, just speak your mind. Are you in or not? Zhao Zhiming patted Li Wenxian on the shoulder. Invest. Of course I'll invest. I've completely bought into Lu's words now. Even if we lose, I believe brother Lu can help me make a comeback. Li Wenxian nodded. After so many investments, he had long since come to trust Lu Zhenyang completely. Although he didn't understand the mobile phone industry, following Lu Zhenyang's investment was the right move. Good choice. You've got vision. You'll be grateful for this decision. Lu Zhenyang nodded approvingly. Zhao Zhiming frowned. He wasn't some uncouth fellow like Li Wenxian. Mobile apps are products with extremely rapid update cycles. Once they decline, it's nearly impossible for them to make a comeback. And this time it's 600 million. That's practically all the money he and Lu Zhenyang have between them, combined. If they lose this bet, fireworks would be in order to celebrate their overnight return to square one. Don't you think 600 million is a bit too much? Maybe we should find another partner? Zhao Zhiming proposed a compromise solution. Well, that works too. Actually, that's exactly what I had in mind from the start. Lu Zhenyang nodded. Although he had insider financial information ensuring his investments couldn't fail, pouring all his money in at once still seemed rather unwise. Okay, then we'll start recruiting people after lunch. Zhao Zhiming breathed a sigh of relief. With one more person sharing the risk, even if they suffered losses, the damage would at least be less severe. But what greatly disappointed Zhao Zhiming was that he spent the entire afternoon making phone calls. Initially, each recipient was thrilled to hear he was seeking investors, especially since Zhao Zhiming and Lu Zhenyang had recently gained some recognition in their circle. However, after hearing the specifics of the project, they quickly waved their hands in refusal. They simply didn't have that much money. That's all for today. If no one agrees to partner with us by tomorrow morning, we'll invest directly. Lu Zhenyang checked the time. It was time to pick up Cici from school. Deal. Zhao Zhiming gritted his teeth. If they really couldn't find any partners, then they'd just have to go all in. Lu Zhenyang smiled faintly. Being a prophet felt good. No need to worry about so many things. As long as he had money, everything was fine. Xuanyu Art Kindergarten entrance. Lu Zhenyang waited anxiously at the gate with Shin Mubing, holding a small cake in his hand. Just like them, countless other parents felt the same way. After all, the child had been away from him for an entire day, and his worries wouldn't be laid to rest until he saw his little one with his own eyes. Relax, Cici is such a well-behaved child, nothing will happen. Besides, this is the best kindergarten in the entire city, trust their management skills. Lu Zhenyang comforted Shin Mubing, whose knuckles had turned pale from gripping too tightly. I know, but I just can't help it. Shin Mubing's beautiful eyes remained fixed on the kindergarten buildings. Ding-a-ling. The school bell at the kindergarten finally rang. Under the teacher's command, neat little lines of children began to march out. Lu Zhenyang was amazed to discover that Cici wasn't just in her class formation, she was actually the team leader. What's more, pinned prominently on her smooth, pale little forehead was an exceptionally bright crimson flower. Then he strode off with such a swagger, his short little legs practically kicking up to the heavens. Dad, Mom. Cici first flung herself into Lu Zhenyang's arms, then threw herself into Shin Mubing's embrace. Mom, look. I got the big red flower from my teacher as a reward. None of the other kids have one. Cici said proudly, beaming with delight. She is amazing. So how did you manage to do it? Shin Mubing asked with a beaming smile, her heart finally at ease seeing Shi in such good spirits. Shi's mom, Shi didn't cry or fuss all day today, and she finished her lunch very well behaved. So we rewarded her with a big red flower and even chose her to be little class 1's monitor. Teacher Zhang Xiao answered Shin Mubing's question while standing beside Shi, thoroughly amazed by the little girl's good behavior. Wow, our Cici is so amazing. Here, this cake is your reward. Lu Zhengyang exclaimed in surprise as he lifted the cake. He wasn't putting on an act, he was genuinely shocked. It's only the first day of kindergarten, and they're already excelling like this, truly worthy of being Lu Zhengyang's child. Hee, of course. I promised Daddy. Cici spotted the cake and wriggled out of Shen Mubing's arms, dashing straight into Lu Zhengyang's embrace. Daddy, open! Cici exclaimed excitedly while looking at the delicate little cake. Wait to eat it in the car, let mommy feed you. Alright, say bye to Teacher Zhang. Lu Zhengyang said with a smile. Bye-bye, Teacher Zhang. Goodbye, little sweetheart Cici. After greeting the teachers, the three of them walked toward their car. Are you President Lu? Just as the three reached the car, a voice suddenly called out from behind them. Who are you? Lu Zhengyang turned around, looking puzzled at the middle-aged man who had stopped him. It's understandable that President Lu doesn't remember me. I also attended that auction a few days ago, though unfortunately I didn't win the bid. My name is Chico, pleased to meet you. The middle-aged man enthusiastically extended his hand. Lu Zhengyang, delighted to meet you, he said as he shook hands with the middle-aged man. May I ask what brings you to me, President Qi? Nothing in particular, just wanted to make your acquaintance. I know about that land parcel, it was President Lu who convinced President Zhao. With such investment insight, naturally I wanted to get to know you better, Chica said with a smile. Not at all, President Qi, it's just sheer luck. Lu Zhengyang replied with strategic modesty. President Lu, no need to be modest. If you come across any promising investment opportunities in the future, you must definitely bring me along. Lu Zhengyang paused slightly, so this fellow was actually trying to poach Zhao Zhiming's contacts. President Lu, I know you have a good relationship with President Zhao. While Zhao may have more connections in Beihai City, when it comes to assets, he can't compare with me. So for major investments, I hope you'll consider me. Zeke's eyes narrowed with amusement. He recently had someone investigate. The money Zhao Zhiming had been making lately almost all came from ideas proposed by the man before him. Actually, I do have a project right now, Mr. Qi. It's too big for just Mr. Zhao and me to handle. I wonder if you'd be interested in considering it? Lu Zhengyang squinted slightly. What kind of project? Zeke immediately perked up with interest. Let me get back to you after I've sorted things out, Mr. Qi. My kid just got out of class, I should spend some time with them first. Lu Zhengyang gestured toward the mother and child beside him. Okay, Manager Lu, let's keep in touch by phone. After exchanging contact information, the two went their separate ways. Chapter 67, Divine Meat? Over 1,000 per plate. Cici is being so well behaved today. What fancy dinner would you like tonight? Daddy's treating. Lu Zhengyang drove the car, his face brimming with amusement as he asked. I want to eat KFC. Cici's adorable big eyes widened like brass bells as she exclaimed excitedly. Why eat KFC? It's expensive and unhealthy. We still have food at home, let's just go back and eat there. Shen Mubing held Cici in her arms, her face darkening with displeasure. A chicken with 8 wings? She would never let Cici eat something like that. Cici's little face immediately fell, and her tiny hands clutched Shen Mubing's arm as she unleashed her most powerful weapon, whining. Mommy, no, I just want to eat it please. Come on, honey. It's Cici's first day at kindergarten, and she even got a big red flower award. Let's reward her with KFC. Lu Zhengyang chimed in. No way. KFC isn't healthy. Pick something else. Shen Mubing compromised, wanting to celebrate her daughter's good behavior today. Then let's go to that time-honored restaurant. Lu Zhengyang also knew fast food like KFC wasn't good for frequent consumption. Daddy, which place? Cici was still very young and naturally had trouble remembering locations. It's the one where Daddy took you last time, with the 2 uncles. They had really delicious desserts. Oh, I remember now. Those 2 uncles even gave me gifts. With her father's reminder, Cici finally recalled the place. Uncle? A gift? Shen Mubing's beautiful eyes showed a trace of confusion. They're 2 business partners of mine. One of them was in that Mercedes last time, and he took Cici out for dinner once. It was at a really delicious restaurant, Lu Zhengyang explained slowly. Oh, I see. Alright then, let's go there. Shen Mubing nodded, remembering now. Besides, if it was just a restaurant, she could accept that. Thank you, Mommy. Cici's little face was beaming with joy. For a child, simply changing to a new environment is already an exciting adventure. Got it, we'll be right there. Lu Zhengyang's heart was also overflowing with happiness at this moment, because the conversation they just had was the scene he'd always dreamed of, a warm and loving family. The thrifty and hard-working mother was trying to rein in the father-daughter duo who didn't know the value of money. A smirk couldn't help but creep onto Lu Zhengyang's lips. Though reunion hadn't come yet, he knew that day wouldn't be too far off. Shortly after, the trio arrived at that time-honored establishment. Shen Mubing exhaled slightly in relief as she took in the unassuming restaurant. This place didn't look particularly expensive. Hello, President Lu. Brought your family along today, I see. As soon as Lu Zhanyang and his two companions stepped into the restaurant, a waitress warmly approached them. Lu Zhanyang was practically a regular here. Whenever he had matters to discuss or gather for a meal, he would choose this place. The staff had long grown familiar with this big shot. Yes, please prepare a quiet private room for us. Lu Zhanyang nodded approvingly. This waitress certainly knew how to handle customers. Shen Mubing glanced at Lu Zhanyang in surprise. Even the waitstaff here recognized him. What Shen Mubing didn't notice was that she actually felt no resistance in her heart to the waiter's mention of family, silently accepting the notion. The waitress led the three of them to a private room. Here's the menu, President Lu. The waitress placed the menu in front of Lu Zhanyang, then complimented, President Lu, your wife is truly beautiful, the most beautiful woman I've ever seen. Ah, of course. There isn't a woman in this world more beautiful than her. Lu Zhanyang chuckled and nodded. Shen Mubing's delicate face flushed crimson. It had been ages since she last heard Lu Zhanyang whisper such sweet nothings to her. Lu Zhanyang stared blankly at the two rosy clouds blooming across Shen Mubing's fair complexion. So breathtakingly beautiful. What on earth had he been thinking all those years ago? Having such a wonderful wife, yet not treasuring her. Daddy, what about me? Cece's childish voice finally snapped Lu Zhanyang back to reality. Cece too, but Cece is the most sensible and adorable girl in the whole world. Lu Zhanyang patted Cece's head and said with a smile. Hee, thanks Dad. Cece got the answer she wanted, her little face beaming with smiles. Looking at the two smiling women by his side, Lu Zhanyang realized this might be the very reason he worked so hard to make money. I'm not sure what to order. You choose, get whatever you'd like. Lu Zhanyang passed the menu to Shen Mubing. Having dined here many times before, he found himself at a loss for what to select. Alright, then I'll choose. Shen Mubing took the menu, but the moment she glanced at it, she immediately closed it again. How many digits? How many zeros were after that last dish? Shen Mubing's pupils contracted slightly. What's wrong? Lu Zhanyang asked with confusion. It's nothing. Shen Mubing took a deep breath and slowly reopened the menu. But when she saw the prices listed, the corner of her pretty lips twitched. Ones, tens, hundreds, thousands, your braised pork costs over 1,000 yuan? Is this meat made for immortals? She was utterly shocked. Although Shen Mubing knew the dishes in those high-end restaurants would be very expensive, this was the first time she had actually seen the prices. She quickly flipped to the next page, only to find the next dish was even more expensive. Then another page, and yet another even pricier one. 132 yuan. Shen Mubing's eyes lit up. She had finally found a dish that seemed reasonable. But when she saw the price of a simple dish of greens, she felt physically ill. Is this even remotely reasonable? I suddenly feel unwell, let's head back. Shen Mubing turned to Lu Zhanyang and said. She wasn't lying. She hadn't even eaten yet. Just seeing the prices of these dishes alone was enough to turn her stomach. It's alright. These dishes just look expensive on the menu. They're actually very cheap. Sign up for a membership and you'll get a 90% discount. Otherwise, no one would order such pricey dishes. Lu Zhanyang could clearly see that Shen Mubing was worrying about the cost. I don't believe it. Shen Mubing wasn't a 3-year-old child anymore. She wouldn't fall for such talk. Lu Zhanyang quickly threw a meaningful glance at the waitress. The waitress immediately understood her cue. It's absolutely true, ma'am. I can show you the bill later. President Lu isn't lying. Really? Shen Mubing became slightly more convinced. Of course it's true, ma'am. Just look at our restaurant, mediocre decor, average location. How could we possibly charge those prices? The waitress hastily added. Alright, I'll believe it for once. Shen Mubing finally nodded. Although she knew Lu Zhanyang was quite wealthy now, her mindset still struggled to adapt. Had Lu Zhanyang not set strict conditions last time regarding the villa furnishings, she wouldn't have impulsively bought such expensive items in a moment of excitement. When her excitement cooled down, her heart ached faintly. Now that life was finally improving, money should be spent carefully. Chapter 68 Sudden Sweet Talk. It's actually 90% off. Shen Mubing looked at the bill and finally let out a sigh of relief. See, I told you, yet you didn't believe me. When have I ever lied to you? Lu Zhanyang said with a smile. But as soon as he finished speaking, he regretted it. All his past deeds had been nothing but deception. Sure enough, he immediately received a disdainful glare from Shen Mubing. But Shen Mubing didn't scold Lu Zhanyang. She just picked up Cece and got into the car. Lu Zhanyang smiled awkwardly. He had expected a harsh reprimand, but to his surprise, he was let off so easily. He quickly followed after. Back at the rental apartment, Shen Mubing packed his luggage since they could move into the villa tomorrow. Cece obediently watched TV. Meanwhile, Lu Zhanyang was on the phone discussing investment matters. He didn't call Zyke first, but instead dialed Zhao Jiming to check whether he had found any partners during this period. After all, Zyke was someone who had suddenly appeared out of nowhere. In terms of trustworthiness, he naturally couldn't compare to the people Zhao Jiming might bring in. These old foxes are all cunning as hell. None of them wants to touch anything with even the slightest risk. Zhao Jiming's grumbling voice came through the other end of the line. But, Lu my boy, is this project really reliable? I still feel a little uncertain about it. It's not surprising that those old-timers were skeptical. Even Zhao Jiming himself wasn't entirely confident about the matter. Trust me, I wouldn't gamble with my own money for no reason. If you don't have anyone on your end, I actually have someone in mind. Lu Zhengyang recounted his encounter with Qi Ku at the kindergarten. Qi, the CEO of Dalian Bakery Group, actually sought you out personally? Seems your reputation in the industry, brother Lu, has truly made waves now. Zhao Jiming said calmly. If this is all trivial, since this person really has connections, let's partner with him then. Lu Zhengyang wasn't particularly concerned about this. The advantage of moving in these circles is getting access to business opportunities others don't know about. But now that he had access to wealth information, the allure of those social circles wasn't nearly as strong for him anymore. Alright, sounds good. Zhao Jiming nodded in agreement. Then the two men began discussing the specific details. Preparing for a three-way split, 600 million, with each of the three investing 200 million. As for Li Wenxian's 10 million, if he's willing to invest, he can join in too. Hello, President Qi? It's me, Lu Zhengyang. After finalizing the discussion, Lu Zhengyang immediately called Qi Ku. President Lu, I've finally got your call, Qi said in a playful complaining tone. I just got home, President Qi. Let's skip the small talk, I'll get straight to the point. Lu Zhengyang briefly explained the situation to Qi. President Qi, that's the situation. If you're willing to match those 200 million, let's meet tomorrow night to discuss the details. Zeke fell silent for a moment on the other end of the phone. He didn't expect Lu Zhengyang to actually secure such a massive investment for him. 200 million. Even for him, this required a brief moment of hesitation. Alright, see you tomorrow night then. However, Qi still nodded in agreement. Fortune favors the bold, and having climbed to his current position, he naturally understood this principle. Alright, see you tomorrow. Lu Zhengyang hung up the phone, feeling slightly relieved. Without Qi Ku, he would have had to risk everything by investing all his money, though he knew he would definitely earn it back. But this will still take some time. If any emergencies crop up, things could get really bad. Plus, he currently has two companies under his name, so money might be needed at any moment. This is a guaranteed threefold return at minimum. Lu Zhengyang swallowed hard at the projected return rate in the wealth information. After this deal, his net worth is about to hit $1 billion. I've also packed your things for you, everything's in that bag. Shen Mubing's voice suddenly rang in his ears. Thank you, Mubing. Having you is wonderful. Perhaps out of happiness, Lu Zhengyang's flirty words slipped out effortlessly. After speaking, both of them froze for a moment before blushing intensely. And no, it's fine, Shen Mubing stammered, completely flustered by Lu Zhengyang's sudden move. Her cheeks burned hotly as she struggled to respond. Lu Zhengyang wasn't quite sure what to say either, but judging by Shen Mubing's expression, he realized he might have accidentally struck the right chord. Shen Mubing's shy demeanor truly resembles how she was when we first fell in love. Mommy, Daddy, are you feeling hot? Why are your faces so red? Cece's childish voice snapped both of them back to reality. Cece, stop watching TV and come wash up. You have kindergarten tomorrow. Shen Mubing's face grew even redder, wanting only to flee from the living room. Without even giving Cece time to turn off the TV, she abruptly picked her up and headed toward the bathroom. Mommy, the TV isn't off yet. Cece flailed her little hands, protesting how rushed her mother was. It's fine, I'll turn it off. Lu Zhengyang watched their retreating figures, a surge of happiness welling up in his heart. This was exactly the kind of life he adored. Early the next morning, after dropping Cece off at kindergarten, Lu Zhengyang began preparing for the move. His father-in-law and mother-in-law came to help too. With the moving company's assistance, everyone worked diligently until after 4 p.m., filled with excitement, so much so that they even forgot to eat lunch. Finally, no more sleeping on the sofa, Lu Zhengyang thought to himself as he looked at the neatly arranged house that now finally felt like a home. The little couch in the rental apartment was nearly flattened from him sleeping on it. Besides Cece's princess room, you two can stay in any other room as you please. Mom and Dad, why don't you move in with us? Otherwise, such a big villa will feel lifeless, Lu Zhengyang said to his father-in-law and mother-in-law after they'd been busy arranging things all day. Yes, Dad, Mom, it's such a waste for just the three of us to live in such a big house. Shen Mubing chimed in. Oh no, that wouldn't be right. This is your young couple's home, it wouldn't be proper for us old folks to move in, Shen Jiangwo hastily objected, shaking his head. Exactly. At most just come stay occasionally to keep Cece company. Living here permanently simply won't do. Wang Guizhi also said slowly. Here, this is one of the villa's spare keys. You two elders can come visit anytime you want. Without waiting for a response, Lu Zhengyang stuffed a key into Shen Jiangwo's hand. Alright, we've been busy all this time and forgot about lunch. Cece's class should be ending soon, let's go pick her up and all have a meal together to celebrate the housewarming. Lu Zhangyang didn't give the elderly couple a chance to protest before pushing them out the door. That evening, the whole family enjoyed a harmonious and joyful dinner together. Shen Mubing was asked to drive the elderly couple home, while Lu Zhangyang headed out for a business meeting. Chapter 69, How dare a shoddy company make a move? Lu Zhangyang arrived at the agreed meeting spot from yesterday. A tea house. Zhao Zhiming, Shi Ke, and Li Wenxiang were already inside. Brother Lu, you're finally here. Come, have a seat. Zhao Zhiming rose from his chair and hastily ushered Lu Zhangyang to sit down. Moving today, so I'm a bit late, sorry, Lu Zhangyang said with a faint smile. No problem, President Lu. It's getting late, let's get down to business, Shi Ke said slowly. For him, money was the most important thing. Alright, since we've all confirmed our partnership, I won't beat around the bush anymore. This app, I think everyone knows it, it's called Renren Network. You've probably heard of it before, it was once hugely popular nationwide, but now it's faded into obscurity. Because it's teetering on the brink of bankruptcy, and the massive debts are about to crush them. And what we need to do is buy up all the outstanding stocks of this company, delay their bankruptcy announcement and delisting, then sell them off when the price hits its peak. Lu Zhangyang's words left all three listeners in stunned silence. This was such a gamble, and on a company about to go bankrupt at that. President Lu, what makes you so confident? Zik didn't outright reject the idea but instead asked Lu Zhangyang for his reasoning. It's quite simple. Recently I obtained some information. They're about to release a new feature that no other software on the market currently has. Once this feature launches, I believe it will instantly create a sensation and bring about a remarkable turnaround. Brother Lu, how reliable is this information of yours? Zhao Zhiming frowned deeply. This news sounded even more far-fetched than the land scheme proposal from last time. I know it's hard for you to believe, Gao, and I won't insist. But tomorrow Renren Finance will declare bankruptcy. Once that happens, their stocks will become worthless, and we'll lose this money-making opportunity. Lu Zhangyang could say no more. There was no way he'd reveal his source of financial intelligence. Zhao Zhiming and Shi Ke exchanged glances, both recognizing the hesitation in each other's eyes. After all, we're talking about 200 million here. Even throwing that much cash around would make your arms cramp up. I'll follow, although I only have 10 million. Li Wenxiang's voice suddenly rang out. After so many times, Li Wenxiang had come to trust Lu Zhangyang completely. If not for only having 10 million, he would have invested the entire 600 million himself. Alright, count you in. Lu Zhangyang smiled faintly. This fellow Li Wenxiang had finally placed his full trust in him after enduring endless regret. Then I'll invest 190 million, just enough to make up 200 million together with Wenxiang. Zhao Zhiming also made up his mind. Why should he doubt Lu Zhangyang? Hadn't his previous investments been profitable enough? Seeing how readily the two men agreed, Shi Ke momentarily suspected they might be hired plants. Such an outrageous project, agreed to so readily, could it be a conspiracy to deceive him? But upon closer consideration, it didn't seem very likely. After all, Zhao Zhiming's status carried weight here. Are you kidding me? That's a company about to go bankrupt. And when it comes to stocks, who can be 100% certain? Zik still wore a look of disbelief, despite Lu Zhangyang's impressive track record thus far. But no one can stay lucky forever. These stocks are just too risky. He had noticed Renren Network before. It had been losing money for years, and he figured they'd either have to declare bankruptcy soon or get slapped with an SC label. Now shareholders holding this stock are all bitterly regretting their decision. I'm 100% certain about this. It's all up to Chairman Qi's courage now. If you're unwilling, you can still back out. Lu Zhangyang spoke with absolute confidence. The aura is overwhelming. Having cheats is awesome. Old man Shi Ke's face stiffened. Just where did you get all this confidence from? Could it really be based on your shady little rumors? But seeing Lu Zhangyang's confident expression, Shi Ke pondered for a long time before finally nodding. I'm in. It's just 2 billion. Consider it charity. The corners of Lu Zhangyang's mouth lifted in a faint smile. Okay, then it's a win-win for everyone. Just wait for the good news, President Qi. You'll be glad you made this decision. Truth be told, even if the negotiations had collapsed, Lu Zhangyang wouldn't have cared. It was just one deal after all. There were plenty more leads like this on the wealth intelligence platform. It's just the easiest option right now. The next morning, in the CEO's office of Renren Network Group, a man stared at the report in his hands, his eyebrows furrowed tightly together. President's son, the bankruptcy statement has been drafted. Should we release it now? A female secretary walked into the office with a face full of worry. After today, she would have to start job hunting again. The man remained silent, staring at the report in his hand, unwilling to put it down. The stocks had hit their limit down consecutively, and the enormous debt. He didn't know what exactly had happened over these years, how something once so glorious could have fallen into bankruptcy. The man finally let out a long sigh, his face seeming to have aged several years in an instant. Send it. Let everything end right here. The company that had been with him for over a decade was finally about to collapse. The resentment still burned in his heart, Heaven's will was such that he could only resign himself to fate. Just as the female secretary was about to leave the office, a man burst in frantically. President's son, something terrible has happened. Sun Yu wondered why something major would happen when he could still issue his bankruptcy announcement. Could it be that the stock that hit the lower limit is moving? But he quickly dismissed the thought that was impossible. If it were to rise, it would have done so long ago. What is it? Why are you so flustered? What could possibly make you this anxious now? Our stock is moving, someone bought it. Sun Yu. Impossible. Sun Yu immediately opened his computer and indeed saw an upward trending line. What on earth is going on? Who scooped up all the limit down stocks? Sun Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. I don't know either. Seems like some big player stepped in, spending about 200 million to buy nearly all our stocks that were hanging at the falling limit price outside. Sun Yu frowned tightly. What was going on here? Could Renren Network still hold any value? What is this person trying to do? Trying to fleece the sheep? But with their stock already rotten beyond redemption, how could anyone possibly be willing to step forward as fresh lamb to the slaughter? Wait, don't post it yet. Hold off on the delisting application too. Sun Yu called out to his secretary, a glint of light flashing in his eyes. It seems some big player wants to manipulate the market, so his company might survive a bit longer. At Zhou Jianhua's company, Lu Zhangyang and his team had just completed their operation. Alright, that's it for the first wave. We stirred things up a little, and some retail investors might follow, but it doesn't matter, it'll soon hit the limit down again. That's when we'll buy the second wave. This will help lower the cost. Lu Zhangyang watched the slight rise in Renren Network's stock price on the big screen and said, "Damn." If anyone else had said those words, Zhou Jianhua would definitely have retorted sharply. Do you think playing the stock market is that easy? You say it'll rise and it rises, you say it'll stop and it stops? But since these words came from Lu Zhangyang, he swallowed everything he was about to say. He had personally witnessed Lu Zhangyang's investment prowess. Even as a seasoned veteran in the financial sector, he felt too ashamed to speak out of turn before Lu Zhangyang. But when he saw Lu Zhangyang buying that worthless stock, his eyes were filled with astonishment. This stock was notoriously known in the market for consistently losing money. People were even guessing when the company would go bankrupt. Yet Lu Zhangyang actually brought people to buy it, pulling together a total of 600 million in funds to play with this stock. This left him utterly baffled. What's so appealing about this terrible stock that Lu Zhangyang saw in it? The company lacks funds, has no strength, and shows no potential. Would anyone really follow such a company with nothing to offer? After all, retail investors aren't fools. Chapter 70, is Lu Zhangyang a fraud? Although Zhou Jianhua's face remained expressionless, deep down he actually held some anticipation for Lu Zhangyang's latest investment. Because anyone who paid even slight attention to the stock market could tell there must be something fishy going on. A stock that had been hitting limit down for so long suddenly skyrocketed like this. There's something fishy about this unusual situation. He felt Lu Zhangyang was taking stocks too lightly. The situation with crude oil and gold last time was much simpler than this. This time it can't possibly be war again. And even if I hit it, it has nothing to do with this. Zhou Jianhua still believed that Lu Zhangyang wanted to play by the rules of capital, making money by manipulating stocks. After Lu Zhangyang bought the stocks, the price began to rise, but the increase was very limited. Not long after, it started to plummet rapidly, reaching the limit down price. This was exactly as Lu Zhangyang had anticipated. Keep buying, Lu Zhangyang said nonchalantly. Soon, another 200 million was invested. Zhou Jianhua's face twitched. This was 200 million, not 200 yuan. How could he be so casual about it? Zhao Zhiming and Lu Wenxiang remained silent, just staring quietly at the big screen. Having followed Lu Zhangyang in so many business deals, he already had a clear idea in his heart. But Chica didn't have such a good mentality. President Lu, is this really okay? Although Chica knew this was part of Lu Zhangyang's plan, seeing the stock price drop still filled him with anxiety. If these stocks can't be sold in the end, all this money would just go down the drain. Relax, President Qi. You're the head of Dalian Group, after all. With a company worth billions, why fret over such small change? Lu Zhangyang smiled faintly. Mr. Lu, look, even you said it yourself, that's the company's market value, not mine. I'm just someone working for the board. Those 200 million are my personal savings, painstakingly accumulated over the years. If I lose them, it'll truly break my heart. Chica's face was etched with distress. Despite being the CEO, one shouldn't assume he had endless wealth, casually able to pull out hundreds of millions without blinking. In truth, he was just another pitiful wage slave. Since it's an investment, there's always risk, right? Lu Zhangyang said with a sly smile. Holy shit, Boss Lu, don't scare me like that. Can I still back out now? Chiku was instantly terrified. Weren't you saying something completely different earlier? Ah, Boss Chi, just kidding. Relax, I'm confident about this. Just sit back and wait to count your money. Lu Zhengyang flashed a smile before putting on a serious expression. Jokes aside, but if it doesn't make money, it won't appear in the wealth information. Good to know. Zeke's face twitched as he looked at the trends on the big screen. With the entry of 200 million in capital, the stock price had risen slightly again, but the increase was still marginal. Lu Zhengyang remained composed, as his current objective wasn't just that slight stock price increase, but rather to increase his holdings. This time the stock price held firmer than before, but still quickly hit the lower limit again. Buy! On the third round, with the final 200 million deployed, Lu Zhengyang had nearly scooped up all available Renren Network shares circulating on the market. From now on, the Real show begins. Old Zhao, what is Chairman Lu trying to do? Spending so much effort building up positions, investing such huge sums, our company has actually researched this stock too, and found it impossible to maneuver. Buying it would just mean losses, the kind where you can't even find your own mother afterward. Zhou Jianhua tugged at Zhao Zhiming's sleeve and asked quietly beside him. I don't know, Lao Zhou. Truth be told, I don't understand stocks either, but if Brother Lu says it can make money, then I'm following. Zhao Zhiming shook his head. He had always been in the manufacturing business. As for stocks, he only had a basic understanding, he didn't truly grasp them. Wow, you guys really came here to throw money around? Zhou Jianhua muttered to himself. Alright, we can leave now. That's enough for today. Starting tomorrow, we just need to wait for the money to roll in. Before Zhou Jianhua could say anything more, Lu Zhengyang interrupted from the side. Today's mission is complete, we've purchased Renren Network stock at the lowest price. We just need to wait for the positive development, specifically the release of that feature developed by our employee, then watch the stock price skyrocket. Is that all there is to it? Chica stared at the nearly frozen percentage increase on the big screen, his confidence wavering even further. Because currently most of Renren Network stocks are held in their hands, precisely the stocks that retail investors are desperate to sell off, as they haven't risen in who knows how long. If things continue like this and Renren Network goes bankrupt and gets liquidated, who would he even cry to then? I have something to take care of at noon, so I won't be joining you for lunch. Please excuse me. Lu Zhengyang casually waved at Zhao Zhiming and the others with a relaxed expression before walking out. Zeke's face twitched. How can you be so nonchalant? 200 million, do you really not care at all? Suddenly, an employee walked up to Zhou Jianhua and whispered something in his ear. Zhou Jianhua's expression instantly grew complicated. Everyone, I'm not sure if this is the right time to share some bad news. What's the matter? Lao Zhou, just say it outright? Zhao Zhiming furrowed his brows. I just heard that Renren Network is actually planning to issue a bankruptcy announcement today and file for bankruptcy. Zhou Jianhua said slowly. Holy shit. All three of them were shocked at the same time. They'd only heard Lu Zhengyang mention that this company was on the verge of bankruptcy, but they hadn't expected it to happen so quickly. Going bankrupt today? They still thought they could hold on for a while longer. No wonder he spent all the money and ran off. That kid might be a scammer hired by Renren Network. Chica's expression darkened further, his tone turning hostile. He couldn't shake the feeling of being duped. No, Brother Lu wouldn't deceive us. He invested 200 million yuan himself. Zhao Zhiming shook his head, refusing to believe Lu Zhengyang could be that kind of person. Exactly, I came all this way with Brother Lu, so I know exactly what kind of person he is. Li Wenxiang nodded in agreement. Hey, you two, do you really believe there's a feature that can save a company? Zeke was now extremely frustrated, thinking he must have lost his mind to invest with such an unreliable person. I believe it. Zhao Zhiming nodded firmly. Semiconductors, crude oil, gold, land. Lu Zhengyang never failed to turn the tables when everyone doubted him. I believe it too. Li Wenxiang nodded in agreement. Kuchi was instantly dumbfounded. How had he ended up with two such reckless partners? He wanted to say more, but the words died on his lips. Complaining wouldn't change a thing. Ah well, the money's already invested, consider it a lesson learned. Zeke now wished he could slap himself for having placed so much faith in Lu Zhengyang's past performance. He hadn't even bothered to verify the information himself. Chapter 71, Mr. Lu, you're here. Apologies for the mess, please don't mind the clutter. Lu Zhengyang naturally had no idea about what would happen later, but even if he had known, he wouldn't have been worried. Because once tomorrow arrived, none of these problems would remain. The reason Lu Zhengyang was in such a hurry to leave was that Liquor's song had been released. She had just messaged Lu Zhengyang, asking him to come and give it a listen. So Lu Zhengyang left first. Liquor was his future cash cow after all. The value a single talent could create for you wasn't just limited to one song. Lu Zhengyang drove to Liquor's home. President Lu, you're here. The place is a bit messy, please don't mind it, Liquor said as she led Lu Zhengyang into her rented apartment, which consisted of just a single room. It's just that Lu Zhengyang had never seen a girl's room in such disarray before. Clothes strewn about were one thing, but why were shoes lying on the bed? And Lu Zhengyang could tell this was after some tidying up. It's fine, very artistic. Li Kor noticed Lu Zhengyang's gaze and quickly removed the shoes from the bed. She forced an awkward smile and swiftly changed the subject. What would you like to drink, Director Lu? I have cola and iced tea. Plain water will do. Right away, President Lu. Li Kor quickly poured a glass of water and placed it before Lu Zhengyang. Lu Zhengyang stared at the pink Hello Kitty cup, hesitating to drink from it. This cup, isn't this your personal one, is it? Li Kor blushed slightly and nodded her head. We haven't had any guests at home, so there are no other cups available. Never mind then. Let's cut to the chase and begin your performance. Lu Zhengyang lowered the water cup he had just picked up. Alright, President Lu, I'll play and sing for you right away. Li Kor picked up her guitar. Actually, I've been preparing this song since university, but it's only now that I've perfected it. Li Kor took a deep breath, and her fair, slender fingers began plucking the strings. Li Kor's enchanting singing voice then gently filled the room. The beautiful melody and Li Kor's captivating tone blended together seamlessly, as if it could sing straight into your heart. Skilled where skill is needed, and emotional where emotion is desired. Even Lu Zhengyang, who doesn't usually listen to music much, found himself somewhat entranced. And when Li Kor sang, she was completely absorbed, free from distractions, her delicate face glowing with an added charm that irresistibly drew people's eyes to her. However, for Lu Zhengyang, it wasn't much of a problem. Having a super beauty at home had long since steeled him against the allure of pretty faces. After singing the song, Lu Zhengyang actually felt a bit unsatisfied and wanted to hear it a few more times. Clap, clap. Absolutely fantastic. It sounds great. This song is bound to be a hit. Lu Zhengyang applauded with satisfaction. At least this year so far, I haven't heard a single song that's better than this one. I believe once it's released, in terms of popularity if nothing else, it will absolutely rival the viral hit Ginny State Plum. Lu Zhengyang didn't hold back with his words of praise. Thank you, Mr. Lu, but I wouldn't dare compare myself to Chicken You So Beautiful. That's a song created by my idol. Li Kor quickly shook her head as she spoke. Oh really? I think his name is Kuan Cohen, right? Heard he even plays basketball, Lu Zhengyang remarked curiously, surprised to learn Li Kor was a fan of his. That's right. He's amazing at basketball. I'm actually a fan because of his basketball skills, Li Kor said excitedly. Alright, let's leave it at that for today. You can start working on other songs now. We should focus on finishing the first album, Lu Zhengyang said. After all, it takes more than one song to truly establish oneself in the entertainment industry. Okay, President Lu, so how's our company doing? When will this song be released? When can I hold my concert? Li Kor asked excitedly. In the massive stadium, dressed in exquisite attire with lights shining upon her, she elegantly sang while the crowd below waved glowing sticks like scattered starlight. She had seen this scene in her dreams more than once. What the hell is a concert? We haven't even released the first song yet. Lu Zhengyang's face twitched. It'll be ready tomorrow. The contract signing is also tomorrow, don't forget. I'll come pick you up, and we'll go buy some equipment together. The paperwork for the entertainment company had been mostly handled by Zhao Zhiming, though the company currently only had 3 people. He was the boss, Li Kor was an employee, and Zhao Zhiming held the role of supervisor. Other positions were yet to be filled. Li Kor's eyes were already filled with anticipation for the future. Lu Zhengyang was slightly taken aback by the light in Li Kor's eyes. This radiance was familiar to him, he'd possessed it too, back when he just graduated. Only later, in the brutal melee with life, he'd lost. The light in his eyes had been claimed by life as spoils of war. The corners of his mouth lifted in a smile. Now he had the strength to spar with life again, but some things could never return to how they were. But he was also frustrated. Now he had a new goal, to ensure that everyone he cared about could live a good life, making up for the mistakes he had made in the past. Alright, I'm off now. Keep working hard, I believe the next superstar is you. After praising her, Lu Zhengyang stood up to leave. Got it, President Lu. Mission will be accomplished. Li Kor playfully saluted. Lu Zhengyang smiled and nodded before walking away. He had a pile of things to do in the afternoon. He needed to go recruit employees for the entertainment company. Otherwise, the company couldn't possibly really have only 3 people. If that were the case, it wouldn't even be able to function at all. Nighttime. In the president's office of Ren Network, Sun Yu stared at his company's stock, his brow still furrowed tightly. Is it over already? After learning his company's stock had risen, he had been staring intently at the computer screen. But from noon until now, the stock hadn't moved for a long time, and was instead slowly declining again. Sun Yu sighed deeply. His company was truly beyond saving. Not even capital injections could revive it now. He also felt a pang of sympathy for the big player managing today's trades, estimating their losses at around 600 million yuan. But he could only feel a pang of sympathy. There was nothing he could actually do. Boss Sun, disaster has struck. The same man from this morning came rushing in frantically yet again. What's all the fuss about? The company is about to go bankrupt. What could possibly excite you now? Sun Yu snapped irritably. Couldn't people just keep quiet when the company was on the verge of collapse? No, boss Sun, remember the dating feature proposal we had? Remember, the idea was novel and highly appealing, but wasn't it abandoned due to technical issues? Sun Yu furrowed his brows. This was all such ancient history already. Yes, we had given up on it back then, but one employee kept working on it secretly, and he just succeeded. What? Sun Yu abruptly sprang up from his office chair. Chapter 72, A Resurrection from Death. Say what you just said again. Sun Yu strode right up to the man, gripping his arm tightly, his eyes wide open. Mr. Sun, take it easy now. What's with the excitement? Didn't you say your business was about to go under? Why get worked up now? Stop the nonsense and just say what you need to say. Sun Yu couldn't care less about whatever he'd said before now. I'm telling you, that special dating feature has been developed. Looks like fate's not done with me yet. Sun Yu's face broke into a broad smile. Hurry, update it directly, then promote it heavily. Dedicate all the company's remaining resources to marketing. Sun Yu said excitedly. This unique social feature was something they had previously pinned great hopes on, investing massive manpower and resources, only to end in failure and eventual abandonment. If this feature had been completed sooner, perhaps Renren Network wouldn't have fallen to this fate. Okay, Mr. Sun, I'll get right on it. The man was actually extremely excited inside. Soon, Renren Network's advertisements erupted wildly across all media platforms. So bored. It'd be great to have a sister to chat with. Discover the unknown her. This ad seems kind of interesting. Damn, dating can be this fun? This is so thrilling. This is a feature developed by Renren Network. Impressive. It's over. I can't get out of here. Early the next morning. In the villa, Lu Zhangyang finally left that small sofa and moved to sleep on a large bed. Ding dong ding. But he was rudely awakened by that damn phone ringtone. It turned out to be Zhao Zhiming calling. He frowned slightly. It was only 6 in the morning. Was such affection really necessary? Hey! Still, he pressed the answer button. We're going to make it big this time. Our stocks are definitely going to soar. You're telling the truth. Damn it. Renren Network has actually turned around. Who would have thought? This is bloody amazing. To be honest, their newly developed features are really interesting. Enough talk. I'd better hurry and match a few more. We'll meet up at Mr. Zhou's company later. Beep beep. Before Lu Zhangyang could speak, Zhao Zhiming had already hung up the phone. Well, you're more punctual than an alarm clock. Lu Zhangyang's lips twitched as he muttered helplessly. Then he tossed his phone aside. He'd known the prices would rise anyway, so it wasn't that shocking to him. And this is just the first day. The real show hasn't even begun yet. It's about time to make breakfast for the wife and kid. Once Lu Zhangyang had freshened up, he headed to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. It has to be said, having ample space makes all the difference. In his old cramped rental, he could barely move his hands freely. Unlike here, where the kitchen alone is bigger than the entire living room he had before. The porridge simmered over a low fire, continuously stirred as it cooked. The clear, sweet aroma of the plain congee wafted into his nostrils, lifting Lu Zhangyang's spirits considerably. You're up so early? Shen Mubing walked into the kitchen wearing professional attire. Not bad, woke up and just got up. Here, taste this porridge and see if it measures up to even half your culinary skills. Lu Zhangyang smiled as he scooped a bowl of porridge and handed it to Shen Mubing. Last night Shen Mubing had already told him that she'd found a job. Be careful, it's hot. Thank you. Cici is still sleeping. Would you mind taking her to kindergarten later? Shen Mubing took the porridge, feeling a wave of warmth in her heart. This Lu Zhangyang standing before her in an apron, his face lit with a gentle smile, wasn't he exactly the man she'd been longing for? No problem, leave it to me, you can go to work without worry. Lu Zhangyang patted his chest in assurance. Thank you. What are you thanking me for? Cici is my daughter too. Besides, there's no need to be so formal between us, Lu Zhangyang replied warmly. Shen Mubing cast a glance at Lu Zhangyang with her beautiful eyes, a slight upward curve gracing her lovely lips as she uttered 2 words, bonus points. Before Lu Zhangyang could react, she blushed and carried the porridge bowl out to the dining room. Lu Zhangyang momentarily froze, then immediately beamed with joy. This was the first time Shen Mubing had ever spoken well of him in his presence. He knew he wasn't far from completely melting the iceberg in Shen Mubing's heart. Shen Mubing finished her porridge and headed off to work with her bag. Lu Zhangyang narrowed his eyes, noticing how old Shen Mubing's bag had become. It was still the same one he had given her before they got married. Looks like it's time to buy a new bag. Lu Zhangyang silently made a mental note of it. Mom, Dad, where are you? I'm lost. Just as Shen Mubing stepped out of the villa, Cici's tiny voice reached Lu Zhangyang's ears. Lu Zhangyang froze momentarily. What was happening? Don't be scared, Cici. Daddy's coming. He rushed upstairs, but couldn't find the little one right away, making his lips twitch involuntarily. Having such a large house with so many rooms wasn't entirely an advantage after all. Daddy, I'm not scared. Where are you? Cici's voice rang out again, and Lu Zhangyang instantly pinpointed her location. Finally, behind a corner in the villa's hallway, he spotted the little cutie in her pajamas. "Daddy!" Cece threw herself into Lu Zhangyan's arms. "Next time when mommy isn't around, just stay in your room, and daddy will come find you." Lu Zhangyang gently tapped Cece's adorable little nose. Since the master bedroom was located deep inside the villa, requiring 2 turns to reach, even an adult might hesitate on their first visit. Not to mention a child as young as Cece. No, Cece can do it. She just needs to practice a few more times. Cece shook her darling little head. Cece is so brave. "Come on, daddy will take you downstairs for breakfast. Watch carefully now." Cece having such independent thinking made Lu Zhangyang genuinely happy. Yet there was a faint ache in his heart. Because he knew exactly why Cece had become so independent, much of it was because of him. During the day when Shen Mubing was at work, Cece was left home alone. Cece would often spend entire days alone. Lu Zhangyang couldn't even imagine how Cece endured being alone like that. She was so young, this should be the age where she's utterly spoiled in her parents' arms. At this thought, Lu Zhangyang unconsciously held Cece tighter in his arms. He would never let Cece be alone again. "Dad! Oh, I'm sorry, did I squeeze too hard?" Lu Zhangyang snapped out of his daze and immediately loosened his grip. I could barely breathe there. Cece tapped her little chin with a pout. "Daddy was bad. I'll take you out to play tonight, okay?" Lu Zhangyang said apologetically. "Yay, Daddy is the best." Cece's adorable big eyes lit up as she immediately cheered in Lu Zhangyang's arms. Chapter 73 Holy shit, this is huge. After breakfast, I sent Cece to kindergarten. Lu Zhangyang leisurely drove his car to Zhou Jianhua's company. It was 9:40 a.m. Holy shit, just one night has passed and the stock hit the limit up right at opening. Those investors who sold off yesterday must be going crazy with regret right now. President Lu's insight is absolutely razor sharp. I'm so full of remorse now for not following his lead on that purchase. I don't care anymore. If President Lu makes another investment like this, I'd sell a kidney to join in. The moment Lu Zhangyang stepped through the door, he heard Zhou Jianhua's employees chattering excitedly about these very topics. Holy shit, brother Lu, you're finally here. Come quick, look at all these soaring numbers. Seeing Lu Zhangyang entering through the door, Zhao Zhiming eagerly pulled him over to his spot. I'm sorry, Director Lu. I admit I spoke too loudly yesterday and shouldn't have doubted your judgment. Truly couldn't believe something like this was happening. It's alright, skepticism is normal. Not doubting would be fake, Lu Zhangyang said with a laugh. Brother Lu, should we sell now? Although the daily limit is only 10%, the investment base was huge, 190 million. That means he'd still receive 19 million. Just think, this is all profit from a single day's work. Sell, it's only the first day. Are you satisfied with pocketing such small change? Lu Zhangyang smirked. This is only 10%? Don't forget the wealth information said the minimum return is 6-fold. 10% daily means the stock would need to hit the limit up for at least 12 consecutive days. And this is just the first day. But it's already hit the limit up. Wait, Lu, what exactly are you implying? Zhao Zhiming's pupils contracted sharply. All eyes turned toward them. Exactly, consecutive limit ups. Lu Zhangyang nodded firmly. The crowd collectively gasped. Holy shit, we're gonna make a fortune. Zhou Jianhua swallowed hard, now regretting not having followed through with the purchase. Even if he wanted to buy now, it would be hard to get in. He had already missed the best opportunity. This is terrifying. One feature brought it back from the dead. Li Wenxiang exclaimed in astonishment. That's how the internet works. As long as you attract traffic and keep it steady, it's hard not to strike it rich. I've tried out the feature they developed, and it's truly captivating. Forget the long-term effects, for now, it's guaranteed to be a massive hit. Zhao Zhiming answered Li Wenxiang's confusion. The executives at Renren Network must be laughing hysterically right now. Chica was also extremely excited, with a hint of relief. Thankfully he had restrained himself yesterday and hadn't lost his temper, otherwise today would have been even more awkward. Alright, let it be. Just carry on with what you need to do. It's just a limit up stock rise, no big deal, Lu Zhangyang said with a faint smile. Is this what a real stock market prodigy looks like? So unflappable? After pulling off a miraculous move, he remains utterly composed. If it were me, I'd be bragging about it on social media for at least a year. Zhou Jianhua was now filled with nothing but admiration. Upon hearing Lu Zhangyang's casually boastful remark, everyone else twitched at the corners of their mouths, yet couldn't find a point to refute. Because Lu Zhangyang did indeed seem completely unperturbed the entire time, his facial expression never even flickered. By the way, Brother Zhao, have the company's qualifications come through yet? I've already hired most of the staff we need. Setting aside the stock market matters for now, the primary focus was on getting the entertainment company up and running. I'll make a call and ask. Zhao Zhiming pulled out his phone and immediately dialed a number. A short while later, Zhao Zhiming nodded in agreement. All settled. Great, thank you, Brother Zhao. By the way, do you happen to know anyone in the entertainment industry? I'm looking for a reliable agent. With Li Ke's personality, if she encountered a worse agent, she'd probably be sold and still be counting the money for them. Li Ke was meant to be his golden goose, his future cash cow, there couldn't be any losses. Let me ask around, I remember having a friend who runs an entertainment company, Zhao Zhiming said, pulling out the phone he had just set down. No wonder his brother was an official, his connections were vast. Lu Zhengyang clicked his tongue in frustration. With connections like these, making it big was practically effortless, all you needed was a pair of hands and feet. Hello? Yeah, it's me. I was wondering if you had any. A moment later, 2 cars departed from Zhou Jianhua's company and arrived at the base of a large building. Brother Lu, let me tell you, my friend here is quite resourceful too. Despite his youth, he runs the largest entertainment company in all of Beihai City. Li Jiabei ring a bell? The one who got busted for solicitation a while back, he was from their company. Just when he'd climbed to such heights, he got locked up. My friend was furious about it. Took a real hit to their vitality. Zhao Zhiming explained as he led Lu Zhengyang along. Lu Zhengyang raised an eyebrow, he recognized Li Jiabei from seeing him on TV with Shin Mubing before. The guy had acted in some costume drama. Old Zhao, finally here. Long time no see. Yeah, old Chang. Last time we had a gathering, we invited you but you didn't show. Entering the chairman's office, Zhao Zhiming greeted a man warmly. Don't even ask. My artists are driving me crazy. So this must be the Mr. Lu you mentioned. Cheng Jia looked at Lu Zhengyang standing behind Zhao Zhiming. Exactly, he's looking for a reliable agent. Zhao Zhiming nodded. Hello, Cheng Jia. Hello, Lu Zhengyang. The 2 men shook hands. Have a seat. Let's talk in detail. Cheng Jia greeted them as they sat down. Just one broker needed? Cheng Jia asked in confusion. Although Lu Zhengyang was a colleague, he didn't reject him, both because Zhao Zhiming had brought him and because it wasn't necessary. Lu only needed one agent. Yes, because my company only has one artist right now, and it was just established not long ago, Lu Zhengyang said with a smile. In that case, just hiring any agent would suffice. Debut and such matters could easily be handled. Cheng Jia frowned, seeing no need to specifically seek out a dedicated agent. For a new artist, there was no need for someone so high caliber. How should I put it? I have high hopes for this artist of mine. I want to nurture them seriously, but they're a bit simple-minded. So I'd like to find a reliable agent who can help avoid unnecessary detours. Plus, I'm not often at the company since I have other commitments. If the agent isn't someone I can truly trust, it'll be exhausting for me too. Lu Zhengyang smiled faintly. Is that so? Well, I actually have someone in mind who fits your requirements perfectly. She's not from my company though, I can give you an address where you can go meet her. Cheng Jia wasn't too impressed with Lu Zhengyang's words, just a new artist, how valuable could they be? Chapter 74, doesn't seem too bright. Old Chang, there's no need for such trouble. Just pick a reliable agent from your company to transfer to us, we'll treat you to dinner. Zhao Zhiming furrowed his brows slightly, sensing that Cheng Jia didn't seem willing to help. Old Zhao, it's not that I don't want to give one up. You know how tough the entertainment industry is these days, it's hard enough to make a star, let alone find a good agent. Cheng Jia said with a pained expression. But a big company like yours couldn't possibly lack. Zhao Zhiming tried to persist, but Lu Zhengyang cut him off. Lu could see that the relationship between Zhao and this Cheng Jia wasn't actually that good. Old Zhao, it's alright, I understand. Every good agent is painstakingly nurtured. It was indeed inappropriate for us to come asking outright like this. I won't beat around the bush, what would it take for Director Cheng to be willing to part with him? Lu Zhengyang said slowly. And the reason he was now willing to pay a high price. A good agent is crucial for an artist. An agent's role isn't merely about handling trivial matters like taking care of an artist's daily life, managing careers, scheduling plans, negotiating collaborations. These matters of utmost importance to artists constitute the true responsibilities of an agent. That's exactly why Lu Zhengyang wouldn't just hire any random agent. A skilled, hard-working agent with extensive resources is like a surrogate father to celebrities. On the other hand, a bad one could utterly ruin an artist's career. President Lu, you're a sensible man. But it's not that I won't give you one, our company truly doesn't have any to spare. That agent Li Jiabei you mentioned is currently under investigation. He was managing several artists, and with him gone, we're genuinely short-staffed. Cheng Jia was telling the truth. Otherwise, he wouldn't have withheld this favor from Zhao Zhiming. But President Lu, the person I'm recommending to you was once a top-tier agent, she just retired later. I tried to hire her but got rejected. If you can persuade her to come out of retirement, I'm certain your artist will skyrocket to fame. Cheng Jia quickly added, and this time he was sincere. After his own agent was imprisoned, he'd contacted that legendary agent, offering a fortune to bring her back only to be thoroughly rebuffed. An agent of her caliber stopped caring about money long ago. The only thing that could attract her now was a truly exceptional artist. But none of her own company's artists met her discerning standards. Since he couldn't get what he wanted himself, might as well let Lu Zhangyang give it a try, chances were he'd just get rejected anyway. Alright then, I'll trouble President Cheng for the contact details. Lu Zhangyang nodded, knowing there was no hope with Cheng Jie. Sure, I'll send it to you right away. Lu Zhangyang and Zhao Zhiming walked out of Cheng Jie's company together. That cheap bastard wouldn't even spare a single agent, making us find our own. Zhao Zhiming grumbled angrily. It's fine, we're no kin or close friends of his, when higher-ups just demand personnel from others. He's already shown us considerable face by giving a referral. Let's go check out this so-called gold medal agent he mentioned. Lu Zhangyang shook his head, not bothered by such a minor setback. Life couldn't always be smooth sailing, he had learned that truth long ago. Better give her a call first. Lu Zhangyang dialed the number written on the scrap of paper. Hello, is this Ms. Wang? Yes, speaking. May I ask who's calling? Here's the thing, a friend told me you're an exceptionally talented agent, so I'd like to invite you out of retirement. Compensation is negotiable. In an upscale residential complex, Wang Lihua's eyebrows knitted slightly. She has been in the entertainment industry for over 20 years, who knows how many stars she has helped rise to fame. She had long grown weary of this kind of work. Yet, what truly disappointed her was never having nurtured a true superstar. My apologies, sir, but I've retired from the industry. Money won't sway me. She refused. Then may I ask, Ms. Wang, what conditions are you looking for? A star, I want someone with real superstar potential. If your artist can impress me, I might even work without pay. Lu Zhangyang frowned. This made him a bit hesitant, because he wasn't sure if Li Kora met Wang Lihua's requirements. So Madame Wang means she needs to meet our company's artist first? That's right. Then can I bring someone to meet you right now? Lu Zhangyang decided not to overthink it, he'd just bring Li Kora over first and figure things out later. Sure, come straight to my place. A while later, Lu Zhangyang arrived at an upscale residential community with Li Kora in tow. The gold medal agent Cheng Jie had mentioned lived here. Holy crap, Boss Lu, is that really the Wang Lihua? She's actually from our North Sea city? Li Kora got out of the car and asked excitedly. Yes, that's right. You've been asking the whole way. Lu Zhangyang's face twitched as he looked at Li Kora's embarrassingly starstruck expression. His heart sank further, she really didn't seem to have any trace of superstar demeanor at all. I'm just thrilled, Mr. Lu. Since you don't follow the entertainment industry, you might not know Wang Lihua's standing. Truth be told, every artist she's ever mentored has skyrocketed to stardom without exception. Alright, calm down. Whether they'll take you or not is still uncertain. Lu Zhangyang shook his head helplessly, looks like he'd have to prepare plan B. Brother Lu, the artist you found is indeed very beautiful, but somehow she doesn't seem very bright, does she? Zhao Zhiming tugged Lu Zhangyang's arm lightly and whispered. 100% real talent, no doubt about it. Lu Zhangyang replied casually before walking into the neighborhood. Wow, is it really okay to talk about your own company's artist like that? Zhao Zhiming's face twitched as he cursed inwardly, then followed suit. Ding dong. Lu Zhangyang pressed the doorbell. Soon, a woman around 40 came to open the door. You're here already? Just 3 of you? Wang Lihua glanced at them in surprise. Usually in such situations, companies would bring a whole group of artists to increase the probability of someone being chosen. But typically, artists from such companies were even more unqualified. That's right, because our company only has one artist. Lu Zhangyang smiled and stepped aside, revealing Li Kora behind him carrying a guitar. Hello, Ms. Wang Lihua, my name is Li Kora. I've long admired your reputation. Li Kora immediately stood up straight, her voice tense, clearly nervous to anyone watching. Lu Zhangyang helplessly rubbed his forehead, realizing the situation looked grim this time. Hello, come in and let's talk. A faint smile touched Wang Lihua's lips. It had been ages since she'd encountered an artist so unpretentious. And she saw a spark of talent in Li Kora, something very few entertainers possess. Chapter 75, Prepare Plan B. Make yourselves comfortable. Get ready, we'll start the interview soon. Wang Lihua ushered the 3 into the living room. This was both her living space and her selection arena. Alright, Ms. Wang. Okay, Li Kora replied nervously. Lu Zhangyang quickly pulled Li Kora aside and whispered, holy crap, can you try to act a bit more relaxed? Where's that carefree attitude you just had outside? I don't want to either, but she's Wang Lihua. Just seeing her makes me inexplicably nervous. Li Kora pouted her lips, indicating she didn't mean to either. Alright, just do your best later, relax. You're a future superstar, what's with all this nervousness? Lu Zhangyang let out a sigh, strangely feeling like he'd become a father figure. It'd be ideal if we could recruit Wang Lihua, but if not, so be it. There are countless agents out there, and if this Wang Lihua doesn't like money, naturally there are other Wang Lihuas who do. Hey now, Boss Lu, don't worry, just watch me perform. Li Kora patted her chest reassuringly with her delicate hand. Your performance just now didn't look confident at all. Lu Zhangyang grumbled internally, but with the arrow already on the bowstring, he had no choice but to let it fly. Alright, I'm ready. Li Kor took a deep breath, hoisted her guitar onto her back, and stepped forward to stand before Wang Lihua. Ms. Wang, I'm all set. Alright, let me introduce myself first. Wang Lihua gazed at the little girl before her with smiling eyes. She had quite a liking for this child. Unlike the flashy bitches who came before, although makeup is the norm for men in this industry, someone as naturally beautiful as Li Kor without cosmetics at least makes people feel comfortable looking at him. However, this couldn't be the reason Wang Lihua chose Li Kor. There are still quite a few talents like him in the entertainment industry. Good morning, Ms. Wang. I'm Li Kor, graduated from Southern Media University. Li Kor's following words came much more naturally, without the earlier nervousness. Lu Zhangyang nodded in satisfaction. This was more like it. Alright then, show us what you've got. Wang Lihua gave a slight nod. Li Kor's self-introduction hadn't completely failed to impress her. If the performance turned out to be just average though, she'd have no choice but to say goodbye. The song I'm about to perform is my own original composition. Li Kor's eyes grew solemn, for she knew she hadn't managed to capture Wang Lihua's interest so far. Now her only hope lay in this song of hers. An original. Wang Lihua frowned. It wasn't that she disliked originality, but nowadays young people would casually compose a melody, then patch together bits and pieces from everywhere, and a Pinduoduo-style song would emerge. They even boast about performing original songs, but upon listening, you'd notice shadows of 7 or 8 different songs within one track. This experience has left her with unfavorable impressions about originality nowadays, making her standards for original works much higher. Let the ritual begin. Li Kor placed her slender pale fingers on the guitar strings and began playing a melody she'd long since committed to memory. The melodious tune instantly captivated the ears with its arresting charm. Wang Lihua's eyes lit up. The opening alone had already pleasantly surprised her, worthy of at least 98 points in her book. Li Kor parted her crimson lips, her uniquely captivating timbre blending flawlessly with the heart-stirring melody. It was as if one were instantly transported back to their first love, to that initial flutter of the heart. Lu Zhengyang's lips curled up slightly as he couldn't help but recall his college days when he was full of ambition, remembering the first time he laid eyes on Shen Mubing. It was so beautiful, so nostalgic. That girl sings even better than yesterday. Lu Zhengyang turned to look at Li Kor playing guitar in the living room. Wang Lihua stared intently at Li Kor, her eyes unwavering. She knew she had found her, the one with superstar potential. Li Kor seemed born to sing. From the moment she sat there holding her guitar, she seemed to glow, radiating so brightly it almost hurt her eyes to look. The beautiful melody kept ringing in Wang Lihua's ears. It had been so long since she'd heard such a captivating song in the entertainment industry. The final note faded away. Thank you. Li Kor stood up and gave Wang Lihua a slight bow. Fuck me, that's goddamn beautiful, reminds me of my first love. Before Wang Lihua could respond, Zhao Zhiming beside her couldn't help but curse aloud. The singing voice made him recall his own unattainable love from youth. Li Kor's pretty face flushed slightly. What a crude way to give praise. Wang Lihua shot Zhao Zhiming a glare before turning her serious gaze to Li Kor, asking lightly, "Are you ready to become the #1 in domestic entertainment? I'll devote all my resources to cultivating you." Li Kor's beautiful eyes widened abruptly before she nodded quickly. Lu Zhengyang smiled faintly. No wonder she'd swept 2 million views nationwide with just one song, achieved purely through viral online spread without any capital-driven promotion. Ms. Wang, shall we discuss the details now? Lu Zhengyang walked up to Wang Lihua. Of course, but I have one condition. I'll take the lead in Li Kor's development. You capitalists can't forcefully push for anything unethical. She's promising material to become a superstar, and I don't want to see that ruined. The way Wang Lihua looked at Li Kor had completely changed, as if she were a juicy piece of meat dangling right before her eyes. No problem. Let professionals handle professional matters. We just need to settle the financial terms. Lu Zhengyang wasn't about to work for love alone. His main goal was still making money. All you people ever think about is money. Songs have power, they can inspire people's hearts. Wang Lihua shook her head as she spoke. She used to care deeply about money too, but eventually grew tired of it. Can inspiration compare to the motivation money brings? Lu Zhengyang retorted sarcastically. Wang Lihua could say such things because she had already earned enough money. Anyone can talk about lofty ideals, but when you're broke, who cares how noble your thoughts are? But he couldn't be bothered with other people's philosophies. As long as Wang Lihua could help him train Li Kor properly and make him money, it was fine by him. Wang Lihua was momentarily struck dumb. Lu Zhengyang's sarcastic remark actually made perfect sense. Alright, let's discuss the specifics of the company. We can brainstorm how to make her song even more explosive. Now that capital has come in, Lu Zhengyang won't be satisfied with just the 2 million the wealth information suggested. Great. Wang Lihua nodded, her eyes blazing with determination. Finally, she had met someone like him. She was already fantasizing about leaving a bold mark in the history of talent management. The three of them arrived at the company and discussed from morning until afternoon before finalizing the specific plan for the first song. According to estimates, Lu Zhengyang could earn 10 million just from this first song. Chapter 76, A Man Should Be Tough When Needed. At 5 in the afternoon, Lu Zhengyang left his entertainment company. After assigning the tasks, he resumed his role as an absentee manager. On the entertainment company side, Wang Lihua and Li Kor were mobilized into action, recording songs, debut photoshoots, music videos, promotions. Luckily, Lu Zhengyang had recruited staff yesterday, otherwise, they couldn't have kicked things off today. As for the company having only one artist, he wasn't particularly concerned about that issue. Since he had chosen to start a company, he wanted it to be elite, to have truly talented people, not those flashy types he'd feel uncomfortable keeping on the payroll. He drove to the kindergarten. Shen Mubing's new job had a probation period and she couldn't leave early, so he had to come alone to pick up Cici. Dad! Cici was still at the front of the line as always, the first one to throw herself into Lu Zhengyang's arms. Why didn't Mommy come? Cici's adorable big eyes showed a tinge of disappointment. Mommy has to work today. Be good, Cici. How about we go pick her up after work together? Lu Zhengyang affectionately ruffled Cici's little head. Okay, then let's go. Lu Zhengyang scooped the little one up in his arms. As he placed the child in the back seat and fastened the seatbelt, Lu Zhengyang's brow furrowed slightly. It suddenly occurred to him that he should install a child safety seat in the car that would make Cici much safer. But this was Zhao Zhiming's car. It seems I should buy my own car, it's inconvenient to keep driving his. Lu Zhengyang fastened his seatbelt and headed towards Shen Mubing's company. Shen Mubing glanced at the time. It was already past 6, and most of the staff had already left. She rubbed her neck and prepared to leave as well. This was a job she had worked hard to get, so even if just for appearances, she had to stay an extra hour. She stopped in surprise as soon as she stepped out of the building entrance, because she saw a huge bouquet of flowers walking toward her. Her delicate brows furrowed slightly. Had the flowers become spirits? How could they move on their own? Just as she was about to sidestep, she spotted 2 familiar little stubby legs hiding behind the blooms. A radiant smile spread across her lips as she hurried forward. He scooped up both the person and the flowers in one embrace. Where's your dad? Where's he hiding? Hee, Mommy, look behind you. Shen Mubing turned around only to find a handbag blocking her view. Surprise! Lu Zhengyang's voice rang out from behind the bag. Shen Mubing's eyes couldn't conceal his delight, yet his words carried reproach. What's the point of buying flowers and bags? It's not even a special occasion, such a waste of money. How could it be a waste? Nothing is ever wasteful when it's bought for you. How about this bag? Come here, Shishi, let Daddy hold you. Without waiting for a reply, Lu Zhengyang took Shishi from Shen Mubing's arms and then placed the handbag into hers. This bag must be expensive, right? How much did it cost? And such a big bouquet of flowers must have cost a lot too. Though Shen Mubing said this, her face was beaming with joy. It wasn't because the bag or the flowers were particularly expensive, but because this surprise was prepared for her by Lu Zhengyang and their daughter together. It won't cost much. I'm just worried you might not like the style I picked, Lu Zhengyang said with a smile. On his way to the company, he stopped by a shopping mall. When faced with the dazzling array of handbags, he immediately suffered from choice paralysis. What's more, he realized he'd long forgotten what Shen Mubing's preferred style was. In the end, following the sales assistant's recommendation, he bought the most expensive one, figuring there must be a reason for its high price. It apparently cost over 600,000 yuan, seemed to be some branded luxury item. Actually, you can get a decent designer handbag for 10 to 20,000, and a very nice one for 50 to 60,000. How many vanity-driven women would even be willing to sacrifice certain things just for a designer bag worth a few tens of thousands? Not to mention this limited edition designer bag worth over 600,000. Lu Zhengyang wouldn't dare tell Shen Mubing how much this bag cost, otherwise, he'd surely get an earful, and Shen Mubing probably wouldn't even carry it to work, sticking instead to her old bag. Then the whole point of him buying this bag was lost. Yet when he saw that Shen Mubing didn't recognize the brand either, his heart ached. Logically, this should be something women know best, yet Shen Mubing was just as clueless about this brand as he was a straight man with no fashion sense. No, I love it, but don't waste money like this again, okay? My current bag is still perfectly fine. Shen Mubing hugged the new bag and flowers, torn between delight and pity for the unnecessary expense. Got it. Lu Zhengyang now spoke only half the words aloud, silently completing the other half in his mind. I'll definitely keep buying. Alright, let's go. We'll celebrate your first day at work by eating out today. Lu Zhengyang checked the time. It was getting late. If they went home to cook now, it would be too late for dinner. Yay, restaurant time. Cici cheered, raising both her little hands in excitement. No, there's nothing worth celebrating about me going to work. We've already wasted too much money today, we can't afford to waste anymore. There are so many vegetables in the fridge at home. Shen Mubing firmly refused to go this time, and no matter how long Lu Zhengyang and Cici tried to persuade her, they couldn't change her mind. In the end, the three of them went home and had dinner together. In the evening, Lu Zhengyang watched TV with Cece in the living room. In the bedroom, after her shower, Shen Mubing glanced at the handbag on the dressing table and smiled faintly. This man had finally started to come around. But how much is this bag really worth? Puzzled, she walked over to the bag, took a photo with her phone, and searched on Taobao. Soon, the corresponding product information appeared. 1, 10, 100,000, 620,000? What? Shen Mubing nearly threw her phone away in shock, her beautiful eyes widening as the bag's price exceeded her wildest expectations. She assumed it couldn't possibly cost more than a few tens of thousands at most, yet the price tag read 620,000, enough for a down payment on a house. She swallowed hard. Her hands trembled slightly, afraid to even touch the bag now. Just imagining the slightest scratch on it would break her heart. Rat-a-tat-tat. Shen Mubing ran into the living room in her pajamas and stood before Lu Zhengyang. Lu Zhengyang, return the bag. I appreciate the gesture, but it's just too expensive. No returns. This is just one bag, I'll buy you so many more in the future, enough to fill the entire room. Though Lu Zhengyang was a straightforward guy, he wasn't stupid. In this situation, there was no way he'd take it back. Fill the entire room? Shen Mubing's breath caught. A single bag cost 600,000, so how much would filling an entire room amount to? She didn't even dare to imagine. Exactly, that's why it's just one bag. I've already thrown away the receipt too, so don't think about returning it or feeling bad about it. Just carry it out normally. Lu Zhengyang chuckled to himself. He wasn't about to give Shen Mubing any chance to return it. But, no more buts, since I bought it for you, you're wearing it. Lu Zhengyang cut off Shen Mubing's words. Sometimes you can't be too accommodating to women, a man needs to be firm. Alright, it's about time, I'm off to bed. With a dashing remark, Lu Zhengyang left Shen Mubing with a handsome silhouette before she could reply, walking away in style. Chapter 77, viral across the internet. Time passed swiftly, 3 days gone by. Li Keur's debut is all set. Once her MV and song go live, she'll officially be a star. At the office, Lu Zhengyang watched Li Keur's freshly released MV and nodded approvingly. Although he felt it didn't quite match Li Keur's personality, it was still exceptionally well done. The MV doesn't have any flashy elements. Only Li Keur, her delicate face adorned with subtle makeup, walks quietly by the lakeside in a simple white dress. Sunlight dances on the lake's surface, shimmering with brilliance. Reflecting upon Li Keur, she appears as the purest maiden in the world. Spotless. With the music playing along, anyone who isn't moved by this simply can't be human. Holy shit, I actually look this ethereal. If only Li Keur would keep her mouth shut, that'd make it absolutely perfect. President Lu, both the MV and new single will be released simultaneously at 6 p.m. this afternoon. We'll see the results then. Wang Lihua chimed in with satisfaction. Even without considering the song itself, just the MV alone ranks among the top 3 works of her entire career. This was mainly because Lu Zhengyang spared no expense, hiring an exceptionally professional shooting crew. And equally important is that whenever Li Keur focuses on her performance, she radiates a dazzling brilliance that irresistibly draws everyone's attention to her. When you factor in the song, it becomes even more exceptional. This MV undoubtedly ranks as the #1 in her heart. Okay. Lu Zhengyang nodded in agreement. Whether it would succeed or not now depended on the audience's response after release. However, Manager Lu, he continued, during the promotional campaign, several companies approached us for product endorsements, but I turned them all down. Now isn't the right time for Li Keur to take on commercial deals. She needs to focus on enriching her artistic foundation first. Wang Lihua looked at Lu Zhengyang with concern, as this matter involved his interests. It's fine. I'm not that short-sighted. Go ahead boldly, my goal is the same as yours, to nurture this foolish child into a superstar. Lu Zhengyang chuckled and shook his head. He wouldn't jeopardize his long-term plans for such petty short-term gains. That's great. Thank you, President Lu. Wang Lihua let out a sigh of relief. Her boss really had foresight. At 5 p.m. sharp, the MV and song were officially released on major music and video platforms. Thanks to the heavy promotional spending these past few days, plus the paid push notifications, the launch went smoothly. Li Keur's songs and MV videos were pushed to many people. Lu Zhengyang wasn't afraid of losing money because with skills like this, it was hard to find anyone who wouldn't fall in love with Li Keur's voice after hearing it. The results were exactly as Lu Zhengyang had anticipated. Within just 1 hour, the play counts of the MV and songs effortlessly surpassed tens of millions across the entire internet and continued to skyrocket wildly. Wow, what a beautiful song. What's it called? Holy crap, that girl is absolutely stunning, like a fairy. Ha, why am I crying? This is supposed to be a happy song. Same here, I teared up too. This song reminded me of my late first love. It's so touching. Li Keur's name instantly swept across the internet, amassing countless new fans in no time. The accounts used to publish songs and music videos on major platforms transformed from obscure little handles into verified influencers with millions of followers, and the numbers kept skyrocketing. Li Keur's fan club and support group were promptly established one after another. QQ Music, go negotiate quickly, the exclusive rights to this song must be ours. Emo Music, QQ Music must have already made their move. Cho lost, this time we must win. Hurry, go make contact. Schweigo Music, this is a newcomer, possibly our chance to turn things around. Everyone, charge forward. All major music platforms are restless. In just one night, the play count across the internet is almost hitting 100 million. Who wouldn't be tempted by that? Lihua Entertainment, was this not an online singer but a company artist? Which label dropped this bombshell? How is there zero prior news about this? Golden Entertainment, this newcomer shows great potential. Seems this company has struck gold, truly enviable. Huai Brothers, a newly established small company? And their agent is actually Wang Lihua. In Cheng Jie's office, he stared at the news on his computer screen, along with Li Ke's music video. His face darkened with anger. Wang Lihua actually came out of retirement at Lu Zhengyan's invitation. Now Li Ke would have to try hard not to become famous. Wang Lihua's connections in the entertainment industry are unmatched by ordinary people. Besides, Li Ke's debut performance was outstanding, with metrics even top-tier stars might not necessarily achieve. Right now, he was extremely envious that Lu Zhengyang had an artist like Li Ke. He knew that Li Ke must have cost Lu Zhengyang a fortune to obtain such excellent data, but if Li Ke weren't outstanding enough, she wouldn't have been able to handle these resources. This is why some celebrities simply can't achieve stardom, no matter how much money is spent cultivating them or how many resources they're given. Now, Li Ke could be said to have a bright future ahead of her. He deeply regretted not assigning Lu Zhengyang a manager back then. If he had, he could have cashed in on that favor later, perhaps even arranging for Li Ke to collaborate with his own artists and give them a boost. But now, forget about collaboration, his company's artists weren't even fit to tie Li Ke's shoelaces. All that money spent cultivating Li Jiabei, only for him to get caught in a pornography scandal. Bang! Cheng Jie slammed the table hard, growing angrier the more he thought about it. President Lu, congratulations, both the song and MV have exceeded 100 million plays nationwide. Just tonight's clicks, traffic, and combined earnings alone have already reached 1 million. Wang Lihua's excited voice rang out on the other end of the phone. Good, keep it up. Lu Zhengyang nodded in satisfaction. After all, today's songs were free to listen to, requiring neither payment nor membership. The main goal was to build popularity. If they introduced memberships and paywalls later, the revenue could multiply several times over. Also, President Lu, representatives from platforms like QQ Music and Emo Music have already come knocking, wanting to purchase exclusive copyrights. Wang Lihua said slowly. So soon? Lu Zhengyang was taken aback. Were these people really that competitive? The song had just been released last night. Yes, they've already blocked the company entrance and almost came to blows. If they don't get a satisfactory answer today, they probably won't leave. Wang Lihua said helplessly, glancing at the fuming platform representatives in the reception room. Lu Zhengyang's face twitched. Was making some money really worth fighting over? Which company do you want to sell to? Boss Lu, I might temporarily hold off on selling. Li Ke is still a newcomer, and public goodwill is most crucial right now. Being exclusively bought out would lose too many fans. Wang Lihua hesitated before speaking, because she knew this would cost Lu Zhengyang a lot of money. Chapter 78, Today is a good day. Lu Zhengyang frowned slightly, knowing Wang Lihua had a point. For just his debut song to have its copyright sold, restricting it to only one music platform would mean losing a massive number of fans. And if the platform also demands membership and payment features, it would lose even more listeners. While this approach could quickly earn a substantial sum, it's not quite suitable for a newcomer just starting out. Many people are unwilling to pay for music. Alright, let's hold off on selling it for now and turn them down. We're aiming for something bigger. Lu Zhengyang ultimately agreed. The entertainment company's marketing hasn't been extensive, yet tonight's earnings alone have already covered the costs, let alone future profits. Li Ke's new song couldn't possibly be just a one-night sensation. Its popularity hasn't even peaked yet. President Lu, what a visionary decision. Bosses with such foresight like you are truly rare in the entertainment industry. Rest assured, I won't let you down. I'll definitely nurture Li Ke into a superstar, Wang Lihua said excitedly. Nice flattery. Keep up the good work. Lu Zhengyang replied with a faint smile at the corner of his lips. If he only owned one entertainment company, he might have agreed to those platforms' offers. He could make a quick buck first, and being acquired by a platform isn't entirely a bad thing anyway. Though he might lose many fans and public goodwill, the platform would provide recommendations and resources, his income might even be higher than before. But Lu Zhengyang doesn't rely on just one entertainment company for his earnings, so naturally, he has to think long-term. Right now, a small amount of money didn't concern him much. Got it, President Lu. I'll go turn them down right away. Nice. Lu Zhengyang hung up the phone and walked back to the living room, settling onto the sofa again. Mommy, Daddy's back, we can keep going now. Cece hugged the remote control with her tiny hands, her face bright with joy. Just because Lu Zhengyang answered a phone call, the cartoon was paused. Alright. Shin Mubing smiled and pressed the play button to continue. Still waiting for me, huh? CC is the best. Lu Zhengyang praised happily, thinking it was truly heartwarming that a child would pause her favorite cartoon to wait for someone, something only done when she really likes you. Giggle, of course. Otherwise, Daddy would miss so many parts later. CC climbed down from Shin Mubing's arms and into Lu Zhengyang's embrace. Our CC is truly the most thoughtful child in the whole world. Lu Zhengyang lovingly pinched CC's adorable little cheeks. The whole family was happily watching TV together. Shin Mubing felt enveloped in a wave of warm comfort, utterly cozy. His gaze at the father and daughter pair grew absent-minded without him realizing it. What's wrong, Mubing? Is there something on my face? Oh, it's nothing. It's just that this scene feels a bit dreamlike. Lu Zhengyang's voice snapped her back to reality, but Shin Mubing couldn't help blurting out her true thoughts. Dreamlike? Mommy, what does dreamlike mean? Cici tilted her little head. Well, it means like in a dream, but Mommy hasn't gone to sleep yet. Why would she be dreaming? Because. Shin Mubing faltered. She found it embarrassing to say in front of Lu Zhengyang that it was because he had returned and had even become more gentle and family-oriented. She glanced at Lu Zhengyang and saw him smiling at her. Shin Mubing regretted it internally. If only she'd kept her mouth shut. That guy must have figured out what she was thinking and was probably feeling smug about it now. Let Dad tell you, Dad knows. So she decided to toss the problem to him. Dad, what does dreamlike mean? Those scenes that only existed in our imaginations, now appearing in reality, that's what dreams are made of, right, Mubing? Lu Zhengyang asked with a smile. More or less, that's the idea. Shin Mubing's fair face turned red. This fellow was clearly gloating. So that's how it is. Cici nodded somewhat blankly. Shin Mubing looked at Lu Zhengyang's smug face and began feeling too embarrassed to remain there. Alright, it's about time. Time to go back to sleep. You have school tomorrow. Shin Mubing swiftly snatched Cici from Lu Zhengyang's arms and carried her upstairs. Ha, Mom, but tomorrow's the weekend. Cici's little face was utterly confused. Shin Mubing halted her steps, momentarily stunned. Signing you up for remedial classes tomorrow. Then he continued walking upstairs. Lu Zhengyang. Cici. Don't do it, Mom. Cici's little face instantly scrunched up in protest. How is she becoming more and more like a little girl? Lu Zhengyang watched Shin Mubing's retreating figure, the corner of his mouth curling upward. He knew Shin Mubing was just embarrassed and wouldn't actually enroll Cici in those classes. Today is a good day. Lu Zhengyang hummed a cheerful tune, turned off the TV, and went upstairs to bed. The next morning, at Zhou Jianhua's company, Lu Zhengyang, Zhao Zhiming, and others watched the stock trends of Renren Network, each with a beaming smile on their faces. Brother Lu, your investment foresight is truly amazing. I personally crown you as the god of stocks. 5 consecutive limit up days already. Zhao Zhiming watched the continuously rising stock prices, his eyes sparkling with joy. Over these 5 days, he had already made nearly 100 million in profit. Don't underestimate that 50% return. No crude oil or gold investment could skyrocket as terrifyingly as this. That's only because of the war. There could be so much. It's not like we can wage war every day. This sort of situation is perfectly normal. Brother Lu, it's already risen for 5 straight days. Should we cash out now? Li Wenxiang swallowed hard. 5 consecutive days of rising prices, this had to be the limit. If he didn't sell now, it was probably about to crash. He's already made 5 million now, and he feels it's more than enough. Brother Chang, no offense, but if you want to make big money, you've got to be bold. Have you forgotten the lesson from the hairy crabs? Lu Zhengyang patted Li Wenxiang's shoulder. Li Wenxiang froze, frowned, and remembered the fear once dominated by hairy crabs. It was precisely because he had been too timid, unable to part with those hairy crabs, that he had missed many opportunities to strike it rich. President Lu, this isn't about courage. Based on my experience, 5 days should be the limit. After all, it's an internet company on the verge of bankruptcy. Once the hype dies down, it's bound to crash. Zhou Jianhua chimed in with his opinion. Going from near bankruptcy to 5 consecutive days of hitting the limit up is already a miracle. Your vision is too narrow, President Zhou. Just 5 days? As long as there are users, the hype won't die down. Ask President Zhao about the dating feature. He's tried it himself. Ask him now if he'd be willing to give up those beautiful women. Lu Zhengyang turned to Zhao Zhiming with a grinning face. Ahem. Zhao Zhiming's old face flushed red. For now it's a bit hard to let go, since the girls inside are pretty and speak so sweetly. Chapter 79, Overnight Fortune. Chapter 79, Overnight Fortune. Probably no one would willingly stop chatting with someone they're flirting with in the middle of a heated conversation. At least not until we meet. That's precisely the magic of this feature. It adds an air of mystery, making people eager to peel back layer after layer. That's why it became an instant hit. See, Director Zhou, I wasn't wrong. Lu Zhengyang spread his hands and said. Zhou Jianhua looked at Zhao Zhiming in surprise. Was that feature really that fun? I recommend you try Chief Zhou's method. Don't be afraid of your wife, there's a one-click hide feature. She'll never find out, Zhao Zhiming said with a smirk. No way. I'm a family man through and through, I don't do shady stuff like that. But anyway, won't that app get banned? Zhou Jianhua asked skeptically. What are you imagining? It's completely wholesome, just soul-to-soul communication. Zhao Zhiming chuckled, his grin downright lecherous. Cut the crap. Just looking at your face, I know it can't be a decent feature. Zhou Jianhua's lips twitched, that lecherous expression was something only Zhao Zhiming could muster. Don't worry, Boss Zhou. It's a legitimate feature. We don't engage in illegal investments. Apps like that wouldn't take off anyway. They'd get reported immediately. Making money is fine, but it must be done through legal means. Otherwise, the money would weigh on your conscience. Alright then, I'll sell. The risk is too great if I wait any longer. It's fine to earn a little less. Zhou Jianhua had bought in on the second day after seeing the stock hit its limit up on the first day. After 4 consecutive days of gains, he felt it was about time to cash out. At most, he'd miss out on earning a bit more. 1 or 2 more days of increase wouldn't make much difference. Got it, Mr. Zhou. But don't say I didn't warn you if it keeps going up. Lu Zhangyang shrugged. This wasn't just a matter of earning a little less, the stock went limit up for 12 consecutive days, and the gains only snowballed from there. Don't worry, President Lu. I have enough perspective. How much I earn depends entirely on my own abilities. How could I blame you? Zhou Jianhua said slowly. And what about you? Lu Zhangyang turned to Li Wenxiang. Li Wenxiang's face instantly showed hesitation. He felt it was about time to sell, yet he couldn't bring himself to let go. I'll sell too. I think it's about the peak, it must be reaching its limit. Just as Li Wenxiang wavered, Chica spoke up. Alright, this is your own decision. Don't regret it later, Lu Zhangyang said with a smile. Everyone here is an adult, he couldn't possibly force them to hold on to their stocks. Then I'll sell too. Li Wenxiang, seeing the other two sell off, wavered even more internally. Little brother, you're mistaken. Think about it, when has old Lu ever fought a battle he wasn't prepared for? If he's not selling, there must still be money to be made. Zhao Zhiming chimed in with persuasion. Being too timid won't earn you big profits. Chico, Zhou Jianhua, and Lu Zhangyang weren't particularly close friends, and as company CEOs, they already had their own established money-making strategies. His advice wouldn't make much difference. But I've already made a lot of money now. Li Wenxiang, who previously worked in the vegetable market, didn't have the same boldness as Zhao Zhiming and Lu Zhangyang. 5 million and you're already satisfied? To make big money, you need to be ruthless and daring. Zhao Zhiming's tone turned serious. Li Wenxiang frowned, deep in thought. Finally, gritting his teeth, he said, Alright, let's go all in. I won't sell until Lu does. That's more like it. Zhao Zhiming grinned with satisfaction. Lu Zhanyan also chuckled on the side. Li Wenxiang would come to appreciate the decision he made for him. Time flew, and in the blink of an eye, another 7 days had passed. At Zhou Jianhua's company, Li Wenxiang's jaw dropped wide open. Today marked the 12th consecutive limit-up day for Renren Network. Had he not sold his shares on the 7th day, this would also have been the 12th day of owning this stock. My God, Brother Lu, 12 straight limit-up days, isn't that just terrifying? Li Wenxiang used his hand to close his gaping mouth. How's that? Regretting it now, huh? Barely 2 days after I warned you, you went behind our backs and sold secretly. Go cry about it. Lu Zhangyang sighed. He tried his best, but still couldn't stop this guy. Zhou Jianhua stood nearby, wanting to say something. His lips parted, then closed again without a word. During these 7 days, he had actually been keeping an eye on Renren Network's stock the whole time, just waiting to see when it would drop. But this stock seemed to have it out for him. No matter what, it simply refused to fall. At one point, he considered secretly buying back in, but he was afraid it would plummet the very next day. After 7 days of hesitation, he ultimately still didn't make the purchase. I told you we should trust Lu's judgment, didn't I? Missing out on over 20 million feels great, doesn't it? Zhao Zhiming also wore a helpless expression. But they were all adults, so he couldn't say much about it. Anyway, Li Wenxiang had made some money too, just not as much. Right now he was in high spirits and couldn't be bothered with Li Wenxiang. His initial investment had now tripled in value, from 190 million to nearly 600 million. Who can resist this kind of money-making speed? No wonder so many people love stock trading. Becoming an overnight millionaire isn't just a dream. Screw traditional businesses, why work hard for years when you can earn more in just a few days? But he also knew that where there's opportunity, there's risk. Losing everything overnight was a common occurrence. All his current earnings were entirely thanks to Lu Zhanyan's efforts. This feels fucking amazing. I swear, if I ever doubt Brother Lu again, I deserve to die. Li Wenxiang felt as miserable as if he'd already died. Alright, let's talk next time. We should sell today, this stock has peaked. Lu Zhangyang said to Zhao Zhiming, as only the two of them had held out until the end. His funds had suddenly grown from 200 million to over 600 million, Combined with his remaining money, his total assets now reached 700 million rounded up, and he'd practically hit 1 billion in no time. He could hardly believe it himself. Just over a month ago, he had been a broke loser drowning in debt. Now, he was officially the owner of 2 companies with a liquid fortune of 700 million to his name. Alright, Lubro, I'll treat you to lunch later since we just banked such a massive haul. Zhao Zhiming immediately chimed in. Windfalls like this absolutely demanded proper celebration. President Zhao, no way, this meal's on me. I didn't listen to your advice last time, so next time you better slap some sense into me. Li Wenxiang insisted sincerely. Had he followed their guidance, his profits would have been even greater. Looking at the 3 people on one side, Zhou Jianhua stood there with a face full of bitterness. Couldn't they spare a thought for his feelings? This was still his company, after all. Li Wenxiang had at least followed them for 7 days, while he had only managed 4. In the president's office of Dalian Bread Group, Chica wore the exact same expression as Zhou Jianhua. They both looked utterly constipated. He had been tracking this stock for the past 7 days, and this damn stock actually hit the daily limit up for 12 consecutive days. Is this the performance a company on the verge of bankruptcy should have? Now he's filled with regret. Why had he sold so early? Otherwise, what he'd be earning now wouldn't be just 100 million, but 400 million. It wouldn't hurt if he didn't know, but now that he does, it feels like he's lost 300 million.